It was August, the height of summer. Outside the window, dark clouds churned as a sudden gale rose. Fong Yimou stared at the medical report before him, his eyes filled with blank confusion. The words female pseudohermaphroditism loomed before his eyes as the gynecologist sitting opposite him patiently explained their meaning. The patient's chromosomes were XX rather than XY, with a complete set of internal female reproductive organs. Only the external genitalia had developed into a male appearance. Seeing that Fong Yimou still looked utterly at sea, the doctor once again translated those few technical words into a more plain and human sentence. Although you look quite delicate and handsome, you are in fact not actually a man. At first Fong Yimou thought the doctor was joking, but the gentle yet unmistakably serious expression on the other's face quickly wiped away the polite smile that had risen to his own. Commendation banners hung on the clinic wall, and the sharp scent of disinfectant stung the air. Everything around him reminded Fong Yimou that this was a hospital, not a comedy club, and the person before him was a doctor, not a comic performer. This was not a moment for casual jokes. Who knew which cultivator out there was crossing their tribulation? Just moments ago the morning sun had barely shown its face, and in the blink of an eye the sky was once again blanketed in dense inky clouds, as though splashed over with black paint. The doctor rose to switch on the lights, then sat back down opposite to continue explaining to Fong Yimou. Fong Yimou, however, simply stared dumbly at that mouth in front of him, opening and closing without taking in a single word. Thunder rumbled through his mind as the rain outside the window grew ever heavier. The downpour seemed fiercer than on that day. Yiping demanded money from her father. He did not know how long had passed. The doctor kept talking, yet Fong Yimou did not truly hear a single sentence. It was only when a nurse knocked to remind them that the next patient was waiting that the doctor finally stopped explaining and handed him the report. Fong Yimou took the file almost mechanically and drifted out of the consultation room in a daze. About an hour later, a little after 11 in the morning, Fong Yimou finally came to, as though waking from a long dream, his soul snapping back into his body only after he had already boarded the subway, soaked to the skin and utterly distraught. He could barely remember how he had left the hospital or managed to get on the subway. For a moment, he could not even recall why he had gone to the hospital in the first place. Only after a long while did he manage to piece together the complete sequence of events from last night through this morning. Around midnight the previous night, while doing a part-time job delivering food, he had been caught in a torrential downpour. On his way home, he unwittingly rode his electric scooter straight into a hidden water-filled pit and was immediately thrown off, so hard his head spun and his world went black and white. Hauling his scooter up from the puddle in utter embarrassment, Fong Yimou had no time to mourn the fresh scratches on its body before he witnessed a horrific car accident right before his eyes. A freight truck, driving as if in a mad rush to reincarnate, slammed into an oncoming sedan and sent it flying. Realizing he had caused a disaster, the heartless truck driver simply floored the accelerator and fled. As a law-abiding citizen, Fong Yimou called the police, then intended to leave on his scooter. Yet at that moment, the small car, whose front end had been driven into a roadside tree, began to spew thick black smoke, and still no one emerged from inside. After a brief inner struggle, Fong Yimou, driven by his conscience and ignoring the sharp pain in his knees, rushed forward and dragged the unconscious female driver out of the car. But just as he pulled her clear of the vehicle, the car exploded. The blast tore the door off and hurled it straight into his back, knocking him out cold on the spot. When Fong Yimou regained consciousness, he was lying in a hospital bed with a traffic police officer dozing beside him. Fortunately, he himself was largely fine. Aside from a head injury, he only had a mild concussion. After cooperating with the traffic officer to complete his statement, and finally believing his streak of misfortune had reached its end, Fong Yimou had just let out a sigh of relief when a nurse without explanation led him in utter confusion to the gynecology clinic. It was then that he learned he had in fact been assigned female at birth. Staring blankly at the half-damp medical booklet and the thick stack of examination reports in his hands, he turned to the page with the results. The glaring words, female pseudohermaphroditism, and the recommendation, suggest pharmacological treatment and corrective surgery, lay plainly before his eyes. Fong Yimou slapped himself across the face several times in quick succession until his cheeks burned with pain. When he looked again, those two lines of text still sat there, immovable, as unshakable as a thunderbolt carved into stone. In that instant, Fong Yimou completely broke down. The girl sitting beside him silently shifted 2 seats away, keeping her head down and glued to her phone. The young man opposite, dressed like a student, quickly turned his face aside, yet his puzzled gaze kept sneaking back to Fong Yimou's face and chest. Noticing the young man's gaze, Fong Yimou lowered his head to look at his own chest. His soaked t-shirt clung to his body, the faint swell of his chest just visible beneath. It was not especially pronounced, yet like a budding lotus tip breaking the water's surface, it was impossible to completely ignore. Fong Yimou could not remember when his chest had begun to change. He had never paid it any mind, always assuming he was simply gaining weight, at most thinking that certain muscles on his body were slightly more developed than others. After a while, as realization dawned, a surge of intense shame welled up from the depths of Fong Mo's heart. In the blink of an eye, that shame ignited into an even fiercer anger. It felt as though a needle were relentlessly jabbing at his heart. Never fatal, yet so agonizing as to be. Ordinarily, Fong Mo was so gentle as to be almost timid. No matter how strange or offensive a look others cast his way, he would always pretend not to have seen it. But at this moment, a blaze of nameless fury suddenly roared to life in his chest, and he wanted nothing more than to look up at the heavens and curse the treacherous sky. He worked honestly for his living, stole from no one, and robbed no one, yet misfortune dogged his every step. He risked his life to save another, striving to be a good person, only to be stricken with such a strange condition. As a supposedly upright man, though not quite 7 feet tall, he now found himself subjected to those kinds of gazes. The more he thought about it, the more stifled his chest felt, and his eyes gradually reddened. When he felt the young man's gaze once again drift surreptitiously over, Fong Mo finally snapped. Words spilled out before he could restrain them as he shouted, "What are you looking at? Do you want me to take off my clothes so you can get a better look?" His voice was low and slightly hoarse. At first hearing a neutral tone, leaning masculine, yet on closer listening there was a trace of forced control that sounded faintly unnatural. Startled by this sudden reprimand, the young man flinched and hurriedly pretended nothing had happened, bowing his head and feigning sleep. The girl beside them never once looked up, merely edging even farther away from Fong Mo without a word. The empty carriage instantly fell into a dead silence. Aside from the clattering of the subway in motion, only the mechanical broadcast of the upcoming station names and an unchanging grilled fish advertisement droned on. The subway glided slowly into the station, and with a string of beeping chimes the door slid open. The young man, as though relieved of a great burden, rose at once and hurried off the train with his head lowered. Almost at the same time, a muttered remark drifted faintly into Fong Mo's ears. Parading around half naked to flirt, and then forbidding others from even looking. Such a green tea bitch. At that, Fong Mo shot to his feet on reflex. The fire of anger in his chest was abruptly doused, replaced by waves of bone-deep cold rising from within. He lifted his head to the long subway window before him, staring blankly at his own reflection in the glass. His medium-length hair hung wet and dripping, his face was drained of all color, and his eyes were wide, filled with nothing but confusion and helplessness. That face in the glass was one he knew better than any other, and yet in that moment it felt utterly foreign. Rocked by the train's motion, Fong Mo felt his soul being wrenched from this diseased body by some irresistible force. His heart seemed seized in an invisible grasp, waves of dizziness crashing over him. So in that person's eyes, was he a woman? No, that was wrong, utterly wrong. He was Fong Mo. He was a man. He was his younger sister's elder brother, his elderly grandfather's eldest grandson. Yet when he lowered his head in a daze and saw the stack of test reports in his hands, their edges dampened and curling, those fatal 7 characters seemed to pierce straight out of the paper and drive themselves into his mind. The faint swell of his chest made him feel nothing but revulsion. So then, what exactly was he? Could he still be called a man? And someone like him? Could he even be called a woman? His chaotic thoughts boiled violently, the dizziness swelling stronger and stronger as the world before his eyes seemed to spin and collapse. Fong Mo kept plummeting, falling toward a bottomless darkness. A demon with sharp horns sprouting from its head and sulphurous flames spewing from its mouth suddenly lunged out of the blackness. Like an annoying fly, it buzzed incessantly around Fong Mo, circling his body as it mocked him with infernal hellborn laughter, calling him a freak, and from time to time seizing an opening to swing its steel pitchfork at him in sudden attacks. Fong Mo's heart seethed with hatred, yet he was helpless against it, so furious that he could only howl and scream in frustration. At last, when the creature swooped close for another sneak attack, he seized the opening, grabbed hold of it, and burning with pent-up resentment and unwillingness, threw himself into a fierce toe-death struggle with the demon. His body would not fully obey him, his limbs felt weak and powerless, yet Fong Mo still clenched his teeth and continued to fight the demon. He had no idea how much time passed before he finally emerged victorious. Fong Mo tore off half of the demon's wing, wrenched off its arm, then clamped his hands around its neck. Staring at that ferociously grinning face before him, he let out a hoarse, furious roar, "I am not a freak." And then Fong Mo woke up. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a nurse wearing a surgical mask staring at him, wide-eyed shock and fear filling her gaze. They locked eyes for a moment, her large eyes and his still bleary ones, before his muddled mind slowly regained the ability to think. Fong Mo realized that he had just been dreaming, and he hurriedly looked around. Above him was a snow-white ceiling and warm, dim lighting. Beneath him was a hospital bed with metal railings on both sides. Beside the bed and four-stand held an almost empty drip bottle from which a thin infusion tube extended down to the needle embedded in the back of Fong Mo's right hand. That hand at this moment was clamped tightly around the nurse's arm. In a brief daze, Fong Mo gradually recalled what had happened before and came to understand his current situation. He remembered suddenly losing consciousness on the subway, and now he was clearly in a hospital once more. The answer practically presented itself. He had been brought here either by some kind-hearted stranger or by the subway staff. Realizing this, Fong Mo's ragged breathing gradually calmed. Steadying himself, he suddenly noticed the nurse's pale arm still trapped in his grip and the fresh red scratch marks on the inside of her forearm. He froze for a moment, then understood who the demon he had been fighting truly was. Quickly released her and began apologizing in a fluster. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Are you all right?" he blurted, struggling to sit up, trying to climb down from the bed. The nurse was still patting her chest, trying to steady her nerves. Seeing Fong Mo attempt to get out of bed, she quickly but gently pressed a hand to his shoulder and soothed him in a soft voice. "I'm fine. You can't be blamed for having a nightmare," she said lightly. Glancing at the chart hanging at the head of the bed, her tone softened further as she added, "Your body is already very weak and you were caught in the rain. Now you've got a slight fever and need rest to regain your strength, so don't rush to get up. So how do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts badly? Are you dizzy?" Hearing the nurse's concerned questions, Fong Mo paused, then instinctively shook his head. In truth, his head was still a little foggy, but more than that, another matter weighed far more heavily on his mind. He opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and still could not hold back from asking, "I've already skipped work for half a day. Oh, I can't just keep lying here. May I ask what time it is now?" Delivering food was only his part-time job. Fong Mo's official position was as an apprentice at an auto repair. Although an apprentice's wages were meager and far less than what a full-time delivery rider could earn, in Fong Mo's eyes the part-time gig was expendable, but going to the shop was something he could not miss for even a single day. On the one hand, his master had poured everything into teaching him, and he could not bear to let the old man down. On the other hand, Fong Mo had chosen auto repair as the long-term career he intended to build his future upon. Delivering food was only a temporary means to earn some quick cash to help support his family. Such a low-threshold job could not be relied upon for the long term. Repairing cars, however, was a skill that could feed him for a lifetime, and the more experienced he became, the more valuable he would be. Yet now he had not even asked for leave. He had simply failed to show up. His master would surely be furious with him. The thought filled Fong Mo with a deep and gnawing regret. As his gaze wandered, Fong Mo spotted a phone on the bedside table and felt an odd sense of familiarity. He quickly reached out, picked it up, and flipped it over to check. Sure enough, it was his second-hand Redmi that he had used for many years. Last night, he had crashed his scooter, then the phone had been soaked and drenched in the rain. When he woke up at the hospital earlier that morning, the phone could no longer turn on, and he had bought his subway ticket using a few coins he had dug out of his pocket. Fong Mo pressed and held the power button for a long while, but no matter how he tried, the phone remained utterly. Running a hand despondently over the screen, now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, Fong Mo could not help but sigh, a bleak cloud settling in his heart. This ancient relic was completely finished, and all his contacts' numbers were stored in its address book. Even if someone lent him a phone, he still had no way to call his master to ask for leave. The most urgent task, he thought, was to hurry to the shop and explain everything to his master. His remorse only deepened. Why hadn't he memorized his master's or the shop's phone number? "It's 7:40, the nurse replied as she answered his earlier question while removing the 4 needle from the back of his hand. Fong Mo froze. 7:40. Almost 8 o'clock. That couldn't be right. When he left the hospital, it had already been past 11. How could it be 8 o'clock again now? Had time somehow gone backward? 7:40 in the morning. Fong Mo asked in confusion. The nurse tilted her head to look at him and replied, "In the evening. Even if you rushed to work now, you wouldn't make it. Just rest properly." At her words, Fong Mo's face changed drastically, and he quickly turned to look out the ward window. It had been raining continuously these past 2 days, so the lights in the room had stayed on. Having just woken up in a haze, he had not paid attention to what lay beyond the window. Only now, after hearing the nurse, did he suddenly sense that something was off. Outside, the sky was so dark that not a hint of natural light remained, only the dim yellow street lamps shimmered through the shadows of lush trees. It was indeed night. Fong Mo raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, wishing he could find a block of tofu to bash his head against and be done with it. Why of all nights had he insisted on taking that overnight part-time shift? If he had not gone out last night, none of this would have happened. He would not have crashed his scooter, would not have encountered the car accident, would not have been knocked out by a car door, would not have been diagnosed with some strange illness, and would not have fainted on the subway. Naturally, he would not have skipped a whole day of work either. Now his bike likely needed repairs, his absence from work meant lost wages, his phone needed fixing, and if it could not be fixed, he would have to replace it. The hospital fees and bed charges from being brought here would not be cheap either. Just thinking about these unexpected expenses made Fong Mo's heart ache, and his whole spirit seemed to wither. The nurse cleared away the empty 4 bottle and disposable tubing. Seeing Fong Mo so dejected that he was practically curled into a ball on the bed, she likely assumed he was still worrying about missing work. She gently patted his shoulder and spoke soothingly. "Don't worry about your job. Your family has already come. They must have contacted your company for you. Just relax and rest," she added. Fong Mo forced a weak smile, then suddenly stiffened. You said my family is here, he asked. Pointing to his own nose, he looked utterly bewildered. What family could he possibly have here in Huading? Fong Yimou only had 2 relatives in the world, his grandfather and his younger sister. Besides them, he did not even have any other kin. A few years ago, his grandfather had developed Alzheimer's combined with Parkinson's. Before leaving home to work in another city, Fong Mo had placed the old man in a nursing home in their hometown of Yuqing. His sister Fong Yuan was still back home attending high school and would be starting her final year next month. His grandfather was absolutely impossible, so had the hospital somehow called his sister here. But how could she have arrived so quickly? Yuqing and Huading City, where Fong Mo now worked, were more than 3,000 li apart in a straight line. Even by plane, it would not be that fast. Suppressing his swirling doubts, Fong Yimou asked, "Is it my younger sister?" The nurse smiled. "It's an older gentleman. When he saw you were still unconscious, he went to find the doctor to ask about your condition. He never actually said what he was to you, but seeing how anxious he was about your coma, he felt very much like your father." Her tone was quite certain, but Fong Yimou was all the more stunned. My father. That was impossible. His parents had died in a massive earthquake when he was only 2. Where could this so-called father have suddenly appeared from? Could it be that he was not actually his parents' biological child at all, and this was some melodramatic tale of a long-lost blood relative who had finally, by sheer coincidence, found him again after many years? Lost in his thoughts, the sound of the door creaking open at the foot of the bed, along with the gentle reminder from the nurse, "Here, he's back," pulled Fong Yimou back from the melodramatic plot. He turned toward the sound of the door, and a figure in blue suddenly burst into his view. It was a middle-aged man with a square face, standing just over 1 meter and 60 centimeters tall. He had an ordinary appearance with a strong jawline, dark skin, a buzz cut, and some gray hair at his temples. Dressed in blue work attire, he was small in stature, but solid and robust, like a hard stone. The man was holding a plastic bag in one hand stacked with 5 disposable food containers, while the other hand raised a phone, engaged in a conversation. "Yes, let Jiang Xiao come pick up the car tomorrow, reduce the assembly fee a bit, and throw in some extras. Have the boss deduct it from my bonus. Yeah, I'm back in the ward, now let's leave it at that for now. He's doing fine, so get back to work, I'll hang up." After ending the call and putting away his phone, the middle-aged man looked into the room. When his gaze fell upon Fong Yimou, it paused slightly, as if he was confirming something by surveying him up and down before shifting his attention to the nurse beside the bed. "You're awake." Closing the ward door behind him, the man calmly approached the bedside, lifting his hand to pat Fong Mo's head. "Is anything bothering you?" Gazing at the dark face before him, listening to the deep husky voice, and feeling the strong hand resting on his head, Fong Yimou suddenly felt a lump in his throat, overwhelmed with countless grievances he wished to express. However, he simply shook his head and forced a casual smile like a true man. "Master, I'm not feeling anything at all." The middle-aged man was Fong Mo's master, Zhao Wu, the most experienced technician at the Zhigu Auto Repair Factory, where Fong Mo worked, and the technical partner of the owner. He was also one of the few people in the world who treated Fong Mo kindly. Hearing Fong Mo's words, his master nodded and said in a deep voice, "If you're not feeling anything, let's eat first. After that we can discuss why such a big matter didn't warrant a call from you." As he spoke, he glanced around. After a moment, he finally found the folding bedside table that had been tucked away along the edge of the bed with the nurse's help and unfolded it. Remembering all that had happened in the past couple of days, Fong Mo couldn't help but chuckle bitterly and curiously asked, "Master, what brings you here?" Hearing this, Zhao Wu grumbled, "Should I go back now?" Fong Mo was at a loss for words, hurriedly waving his hands to explain, "Master, that's not what I meant." Zhao Wu snorted through his nose, "I figured as much." Saying this, Zhao Wu took out the 5 disposable containers from the plastic bag, opened their lids, and arranged them on the table. He then pushed the folding table along the track by the bed towards Fong Mo, handing him a pair of disposable chopsticks to eat. Fong Mo responded with an "oh" and obediently accepted the chopsticks handed over by his master. Noticing the female nurse was still present, Fong Mo recalled her earlier remark about expecting his father and smiled as he said, "Nurse, you guessed half right. Let me introduce you. This is my master." The female nurse awkwardly smiled and greeted Zhao Wu. The latter politely nodded and then found a place to sit down, taking out his phone and engrossing himself in it, no longer speaking. Soon the phone erupted with the cheer of "unbelievable." Seeing his master absorbed in a mobile game, Fong Mo joined his hands in a gesture of apology and mouthed sorry to the nurse. It wasn't that his master was particularly difficult, he simply wasn't good at socializing. The nurse chuckled lightly, briefly explained a few things to Fong Mo, and then pushed the medical cart out of the ward. Watching the female nurse leave, Fong Mo looked down at the 3 dishes and a soup along with a large box of rice in front of him, instantly transforming his expression into one of despair. After experiencing such an unforgettable day and night, Fong Mo was burdened with heavy worries, leaving him with no appetite at all. But glancing at his master Zhao Wu, who was playing a game on the sofa beside him, he still began to eat, and his memories involuntarily drifted back 3 years. Fong Mo was able to stay in this bustling first-tier city, Huading, largely thanks to his master. 3 years ago, Fong Mo was in his hometown Yuqing. At that time, he had just graduated from middle school. Due to his grandfather suffering from dementia and Parkinson's disease, he had to give up the opportunity to attend high school and university, entering society early. Fong Mo spent 2 years in Yuqing where money was difficult to earn. One day he saw online that people said there was more money to be made in big cities. If he could get into a factory, he would earn several times more than in Yuqing. To provide better care for his increasingly ill grandfather, and to ensure that his academically talented younger sister wouldn't follow in his footsteps, Fong Mo took 3,000 yuan and boarded a green train to Huading. Little did he know that during the first week in Huading, he was scammed out of most of his money by a fake job offer. Fong Mo reported it to the police, but the scammer wouldn't just wait for the police to catch him, so naturally he recovered not a single cent. He was furious, but had no choice but to accept it. The second blow from this ultra first-year city soon followed. Fong Mo had never considered that his age and his somewhat immature appearance compared to his peers would be an issue. When he arrived in Huading, Fong Mo had just turned 17. Although he was still a minor according to the law, he could actually perform some jobs. However, Fong Mo had developed later than his peers, and at 17 he looked like he was 14 or 15 years old, or resembling a little bean sprout. Even when he presented his ID to prove he was 17, hardly anyone believed him. In Yuqing it was fine. He had been working since he was 15, chopping vegetables and serving dishes in restaurant kitchens, working as a clerk in convenience stores, joining renovation teams, and doing cleaning work. No one cared about his age. But in Huading, slightly more legitimate employers wouldn't hire Fong Mo, even though he was willing to accept a lower. Fong Mo later realized that the hiring companies either lacked the capability or the willingness to verify if a half-grown child was truly 17. In such a large city, there was no shortage of laborers, and there was no need to waste energy verifying a likely runaway child. Thus, Fong Mo wandered through the recruitment markets of various districts in Huading for over half a month, receiving cold rejections for just as long. At one point, he considered just buying a train ticket to go back home, but he was unwilling to accept the thought of having made the trip in vain, so he started taking up odd jobs, doing these tasks where no one cared whether he was an adult. Dressing up as a mascot, handing out flyers on busy streets, doing offline promotions for apps, and dressing as a maid to attract customers to a cafe. Although the income was meager, Fong Mo was renting a dormitory where a bed cost only 600 yuan a month, and meals of instant noodles and pickled vegetables didn't cost much. His odd job earnings were enough to cover his expenses. Just as everything was slowly getting back on track, Huading dealt him a third lesson. It was a weekend, and Fong Mo, dressed in a borrowed frog costume, was in the park selling balloons. As soon as he arrived, the city management team showed up to enforce the law. Perhaps to set an example, the enforcement team immediately confiscated all of Fong Mo's dozens of balloons. When Fong Mo tried to plead with them, he inadvertently angered the leader, and in front of onlookers they began popping his balloons one by one and tossing them into the trash before leaving. Fong Mo was trembling with anger, yet powerless. He could only swallow his tears. Thinking he would return the borrowed costume before finding something else to do, he didn't expect to be hit by Zhao Wu on a motorcycle right after leaving the park, causing his knees and hands to be bloodied. At that time, Fong Mo was just a confused teenager. Given all that had happened recently, he felt as though the entire city of Huading was targeting him, and he momentarily broke down, curling up on the road and crying. Zhao Wu, who had also fallen and looked disheveled, had to ride his motorcycle and take the sobbing Fong Mo to a hospital to treat his wounds. While waiting in line to register at the hospital, Fong Mo, wanting to vent, also worried that Zhao Wu's bike had caused some damage. He feared Zhao Wu would demand compensation and recounted everything that had happened recently. After listening, Zhao Wu remained silent. After they left the hospital, Zhao Wu asked Fong Mo a question. "I've opened a car repair shop. Do you want to learn how to repair cars with me?" Initially anxious, Fong Mo stared blankly at Zhao Wu's dark, rugged face, and in that moment, he seemed to see his own father. He immediately bowed 3 times at the entrance of the emergency building, apprenticing himself to Zhao Wu. Thus, he went to the Zhigo Auto Repair Factory and became the youngest member there. In Fong Mo's initial imagination of the future, his life after coming to Huading would be spent in various factories and workshops, and once he saved enough money, he would return to Yuqing. However, becoming Zhao Wu's apprentice opened up entirely new possibilities for his life. Once he completed his training, he could return to Yuqing and open his own repair shop. Moreover, he might even have the opportunity to settle down in Huading and someday bring his grandfather here for better treatment. Thinking of this once bright future, a glimmer flickered in Fong Mo's eyes, only to quickly dim. His master had always been opposed to women entering the car repair trade. If he knew that Fong Mo had such an illness, how would he view him? Would he allow him to continue staying at the repair factory? No, his master must have discussed it with the doctor. Did he already know about his condition? If he lost this job, what would he do next? The strange illness diagnosed today was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, shattering the shimmering reflections on the surface. The once attainable future was gradually transforming into a fleeting illusion. Looking at Zhao Wu, who was engrossed in the game, and then glancing at the food and soup on the table, Feng Mo's appetite dwindled even further as he pondered the questions that lay before him unanswered. If you can't eat, don't force yourself. Just drink the soup, Zhao Wu said, noticing that Feng Mo had gradually put down his chopsticks, and he stood up to collect the meal box. Feng Mo nodded, picked up the bowl of seaweed and egg flour soup, took a couple of sips, and then cupped the warm disposable bowl with both hands, looking at Zhao Wu and asking, "Master, how did you know I was in the hospital?" Zhao Wu glanced at Feng Mo and replied calmly, "I reported it to the police. They said you might still be in the hospital." Saying this, Zhao Wu recounted how he found him. It turned out that afternoon today, Feng Mo had not gone to work and hadn't called in to take leave, prompting Zhao Wu to visit his rented place. Feng Mo had not returned all night, and after knocking on the door for a long time without anyone answering, Zhao Wu, feeling anxious, asked the community security to check the surveillance footage, discovering that Feng Mo had left on his electric bike just before 7 the previous day and had not returned since. At this point, Zhao Wu became even more worried and went to a nearby police station to report it. The community police officer mentioned that sometimes people are unreachable because they might be temporarily taken by the police for investigation. The details of ordinary cases in Huoding City are promptly reported within the system, and he could help Zhao Wu check if that was the case. Upon checking, the officer indeed found a case, but was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the details, repeatedly exclaiming, "Your disciple is quite bold." It turned out that the police system had reported a serious Hitandran incident where a delivery worker passing by had participated in rescuing someone. The delivery worker saved a severely injured person from a car that had caught fire but was affected by the subsequent explosion and was hospitalized. Feng Mo's name was mentioned in the report, and coupled with the identity of the delivery worker, Zhao Wu immediately realized that Feng Mo had been injured in the line of duty. He quickly asked the officer for the hospital's address and rushed to the hospital where Feng Mo had been taken. Coincidentally, after fainting on the subway, Feng Mo had been taken to the same hospital as before. Otherwise, if he had been sent elsewhere, Zhao Wu might have had a hard time finding him. After clearing up the reasons behind it, Feng Mo was so moved that he was at a loss for words. In the end, Zhao Wu couldn't help but criticize him, saying, "You never make it easy for anyone. You encounter such a big incident and didn't even think to call and let me know." Though Zhao Wu said it lightly, Feng Mo could feel the deep concern behind it, and he couldn't help but feel guilt. That morning, he had intended to go directly to the factory to explain the situation to his master, but he never expected to faint on the subway and remain unconscious until 8 in the evening. He regretted not finding a way to reassure his master sooner, causing him to worry for so long. "I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean to not keep in touch. My phone got soaked last night and broke. I also can't remember your number or the shop's number. I was planning to go straight to the factory, but I fainted on the subway due to low blood sugar, probably because I was too tired and just fell asleep." Feng Mo felt a bit embarrassed as he struggled to explain. Hearing Feng Mo mention fainting on the subway, Zhao Wu's expression changed slightly. He tied up the plastic bag containing the meal box and set it aside under the bed, then reached into the bedside drawer and handed Feng Mo several documents. "Low blood sugar. You fainted because of myocarditis." Zhao Wu's serious words stunned Feng Mo. Myocarditis. He took a look at the documents. Among them were the electrocardiogram report, blood test results, and other tests that were likely done to determine the cause of his fainting. Feng Mo couldn't understand the specific test metrics and wave graphs, so he directly looked at the diagnosis page to read the preliminary diagnosis provided by the doctor. Acute myocarditis. It is recommended that the patient undergo further examination and treatment upon waking, otherwise there may be life-threatening conditions. Feng Mo didn't know what myocarditis was, but the last few words made his heart drop. He felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being turning cold. He could no longer hold the bowl of soup, and half of the seaweed and egg flour soup spilled out, flowing onto the floor without him even noticing. In that first moment, he thought, this is a super double whammy. He had just been diagnosed with a pseudo-bisexual malformation that morning, and now this seemed even more severe. Then a second thought emerged: am I going to die? The issue of whether he had a malformation had become trivial. In just a moment, Feng Mo thought of many things. The worries about work became insignificant as he thought of his grandfather and his sister Feng Yuan. If he were to die just like that, what would happen to his grandfather? What would happen to his sister Feng Yuan's education? Would she have to give up her studies to work and support their grandfather? If earlier Feng Mo felt that his worldview was collapsing, now he felt as if the sky was falling. Seeing Feng Mo spill soup everywhere, Zhao Wu quickly tore off a few paper towels and handed them to him, opening his mouth as if to scold. But he quickly noticed Feng Mo's pale face and trembling hands, and upon seeing the diagnosis paper, he couldn't help but slap his forehead and hurriedly rubbed Feng Mo's head, sternly saying, "Stop looking like the sky is falling. The doctor said you were quite lucky." Zhao Wu's words made Feng Mo feel as if he had grasped a lifeline. He anxiously and eagerly looked at his master, his eyes filled with pleading, waiting for him to finish. "Your condition is actually not serious. Consider yourself lucky. It is not explosive myocarditis, and it hasn't led to cardiogenic shock. As long as you receive active treatment and maintain a regular routine, there will be no life-threatening risks. The details on the diagnosis paper refer to the consequences of not receiving active treatment, meant to make you Seeing Zhao Wu's serious expression, which didn't seem like he was lying, and considering that if the condition were truly severe, his master, given his character, would never be playing a game beside him, Fong Mo began to believe. As the weight lifted from his throat, Fong Mo realized that in such a short time, he had broken into a cold. When Master just said he was lucky this time, and that it wasn't explosive myocarditis, if it had been, wouldn't he be dead by? Fong Mo felt a wave of fear. Perhaps he had unknowingly walked through the gates of hell, and he was trembling slightly, calming down only after a while, but soon he began to feel confused. Why did I get this? Myocarditis. My heart is fine, he muttered to himself, patting his chest. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu frowned, and his already dark face darkened further. How can you even ask? In the past year, what time do you go to bed, and what time do you wake up? Fong Mo's face stiffened, and he lowered his head to wipe the seaweed and egg flour from his clothes. 10 o'clock, no 11 o'clock. I sleep at 11. Fong Mo said with a stiff face, though his voice lacked conviction. Zhao Wu snorted coldly. You really dare to fabricate? Why not say you sleep at 9 every day? That would be so healthy. Fong Mo's face turned red, and feeling embarrassed, he bit his lip and touched his nose, taking a long time before finally stammering the truth. Usually around 12:30, occasionally a bit past 1. He thought to himself that it was even later when he returned home and lay down to sleep. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu's face darkened, and he sternly reprimanded. I've told you many times, but you just won't listen. Look where that has gotten you. The doctor said this illness is purely self-inflicted. Your heart has never been good, and yet your routine is so chaotic. Consider yourself lucky this time that it isn't explosive myocarditis. If it were, I wouldn't be visiting you in the hospital. I'd be preparing your funeral instead. At this point, Zhao Wu's tone softened slightly as he said, I've spoken to the boss. You should rest for a while. For the next half-month, you won't need to go to the factory. Just stay in the hospital and recuperate. Fong Mo became anxious. If he didn't go to work, wouldn't that mean no salary? He couldn't afford to take even a single day off. His grandfather needed money for the nursing home, and his sister Fong Yuan needed living expenses. Now that she was in her 3rd year of high school, she might even need to attend tutoring classes. He also had to prepare for her college fees. All these were expenses. He simply couldn't afford to miss even a day's work. But Zhao Wu seemed to know what Fong Mo was thinking, and before he could even speak, Zhao Wu raised his hand to stop him and continued. During your rest, we will first deduct from your annual leave. If the annual leave runs out, it will come from your comp time. Your salary will remain unchanged. Though Fong Mo felt distressed that he couldn't save up his annual leave and comp time for the end of the year, he still nodded silently and replied, okay. Also, you are not allowed to take any delivery jobs from now on. If you do, we'll have the boss fire you immediately. Fong Mo was taken aback at this, wanting to argue, but upon seeing Zhao Wu's stern expression, he fell silent. However, Fong Mo didn't respond, keeping his head down and silent. Seeing this, Zhao Wu slapped the back of his head sharply and scolded, Did you hear me? Fong Mo pouted, feeling a bit wronged as he replied, I understand, Master. I won't go, okay. Though he said this, he couldn't help but start to worry again. Master only mentioned the myocarditis and hadn't yet told him about the pseudo-bisexual malformation. Did Master already know about his condition and was planning to kick him out step by step? Just as Fong Mo hesitated about whether to ask Master if he already knew about his pseudo-bisexual condition and whether he was going to abandon him, Zhao Wu suddenly pulled out a phone from his pocket and handed it to Fong Mo. This is the phone your master's wife just replaced. Use it for now. Fong Mo was taken aback and accepted the phone, which looked almost new, suddenly feeling unable to ask anything. Fong Mo stared at the phone for a long while. Zhao Wu stood at the door of the hospital room with a garbage bag, reminding him once again not to stay up late. It was only after Fong Mo nodded like a chick pecking at rice that he closed the door and left. The hospital room fell quiet again. Looking down at the clean hospital gown he had just changed into, and the nearly new phone in his hand, Fong Mo let out a quiet sigh. In the end, he still couldn't bring himself to directly ask about the questions in his heart. His master had acted as if he were completely unaware of his pseudo-bisexual condition. Could it be that the doctor hadn't informed his master about this matter? Taking advantage of the phone's software still initializing, Fong Mo got up and searched around the hospital room, but he couldn't find the examination report he had brought with him when he left the hospital in the morning. Fong Mo couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion, or it seemed that his master hadn't taken it when he left. Could it have been lost after he fainted on the subway? Forget it, tomorrow I'll find time to ask the doctor whether they informed my master about my pseudo-bisexual condition. If my master doesn't know about it for now, then I won't tell him. After all, I haven't even figured out what to do next myself. Having made up his mind, and with the phone fully initialized, Fong Mo lay back on the hospital bed and began fiddling with the phone his master had just given him. Although his master said it was a machine that his master's wife had replaced, both the startup and the application installation were visibly much faster than his previous low-end second-hand phone from Gu Factory. Fong Mo remembered that this seemed to be a flagship model from the Chrysanthemum factory from a few years ago, which would have cost several thousand at the time. Now in the second-hand market, it could at least fetch 1,000 or so, right? I can't just take my master's things without giving anything back. He'll have to go to the fish pond to find another second-hand phone. Just the thought of this being another considerable expense made Fong Mo feel a pang in his heart. Sigh. Fong Mo, you really brought this upon yourself. Who told you to be so money-minded and run out to do part-time work last night? Doing part-time work is one thing, but you had to meddle and play the hero. This must be the price of being both poor and inexperienced, yet still wanting to be a great hero. Shaking his head, Fong Mo logged into the newly installed WeChat app, and as soon as it finished loading, a flurry of messages popped up, causing the phone to vibrate incessantly. Fong Mo became flustered. The messages were mostly from his master's wife, and a few colleagues he had a good relationship with, all asking where he had gone. Fong Mo quickly replied a few times to assure them he was safe. There was also a notification from the rider's home, reminding him to take good care of his vehicle and battery, or else his deposit might be deducted. Upon seeing this message, Fong Mo's eyelid twitched. Before he went to save someone yesterday, he had parked his electric bike by the roadside, without even locking it. He didn't know if the police had towed it away. While scratching his head, a familiar name caught his eye in the message list. It was his sister Fong Yuan. Yuan had also sent him a message. Last night she had sent a grinning little yellow emoji, and around 6 o'clock this afternoon, she asked, "Aren't you off work yet?" Fong Mo thought for a moment, and simply called Fong Yuan. Almost simultaneously, a notification popped up at the top of the screen indicating that his master had also sent a message. However, before Fong Mo could reach out to tap the notification banner, the voice call to his sister connected. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed the phone to his ear to talk with his sister, not in a hurry to check the message from his master. "Brother, are you off work now?" The moment he heard his sister's familiar voice from the microphone, Fong Mo felt as if he had found an anchor in life, and much of his inner unease seemed to dissipate. "Yeah, it's been pretty busy these past couple of days. I haven't had time to look at my phone," Fong Mo said with his eyes wide open, telling a little white lie. He didn't intend to share his experiences from the last 2 days with Fong Yuan. There was no point, and it would only cause her unnecessary worry. It's a basic principle for Fong Mo to report good news, and not bad, when chatting with his sister. "If I think you're dating a girl went out on a date, right? The way you're acting makes me think you should bring a sister-in-law home next time." Fong Mo could almost see his sister's smirking expression on the other side. He knew this was his sister's way of reminding him not to focus solely on work, that he should also take a good rest, and that it would be best to find a girlfriend and consider important life matters. In the past, Fong Mo would have casually brushed off such comments, but today he found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't even bring himself to say, "Let's talk about it after you graduate from college." Right now he truly wished he had found a girlfriend. However, the silence led Fong Yuan to misunderstand the situation, and soon the microphone was filled with her excited squeal. "Brother, no way. No way, no way. You really found a girlfriend, didn't you? Send a picture. Send a picture." Fong Mo broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly denied, "Don't joke around, there really isn't." After a moment of doubt, Fong Yuan tested a few more times, and seeing Fong Mo's constant denial, she finally believed him with disappointment. "Sigh, so boring, I thought there would be another person in the family." "Brother, why aren't you taking this seriously?" Fong Mo fell silent for a moment, and smiled enough of the chit-chat. "Did you visit Grandpa yesterday? How is he?" Fong Mo has been working outside, and Fong Yuan is in her last month of school, already attending classes. Grandpa had to be sent to a nursing home in Yuching where the staff would take care of him, and Fong Yuan visits him regularly. Yet Grandpa has been quite spirited lately. It's just that his memory has gotten worse. He often can't remember things. Fong Yuan's voice became low, even choked with emotion. "He can hardly remember me now, always mixing us up, calling me mower. Fong Mo's throat tightened, as well strong self-reproach made him feel utterly useless. If only he were more capable, and could earn more money. If he could earn a lot of money, he could buy better medicine for Grandpa, and send him to a better hospital for treatment, so that Grandpa wouldn't forget his family little by little. As if sensing the sudden heaviness in the atmosphere, Fong Yuan quickly began talking about happy things, excitedly speaking about amusing stories from school, and boasting about her high scores on a recent test, even sending Fong Mo photos she had taken of Grandpa a few days ago. Looking at Grandpa's smile in the photos, Fong Mo felt his mood gradually lift, and recalling his sister's previous words, he couldn't help but feel a bit playful. Yuan, do you really want a sister-in-law that much?" Before Fong Mo could finish his sentence, Fong Yuan interrupted him with complaints. "It's mainly because you're all alone out there. You definitely don't eat well to save money. If you had a girlfriend, she could supervise you." After a pause, Fong Yuan's side suddenly erupted with a strange chuckle. "Brother, you're actually quite suitable for finding a boyfriend. What a cute little one. Oh, it's such a waste not to find a tall and handsome guy over 1.9 meters. Fong Mo felt speechless, knowing that his sister's imagination had once again run wild. Shaking his head, Fong Mo thought about his condition. If he hadn't been born with that deformity and had been a normal girl, dating a boyfriend or getting married would probably be the expected course of his life. Dating, marriage. As he thought about this, memories flooded back and Fong Mo couldn't help but shiver. Stop. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. Hee alright. I won't keep talking, brother. I still have 2 sets of papers to finish. You should rest early too, you have to work tomorrow. Finish early and go to bed, but be careful of myocarditis. Fong Mo reminded her. What kind of nonsense is that? Got it hanging up now, babe. Moa. The call ended. Looking at the phone and recalling the not-so-long conversation with his sister, Fong Mo felt utterly speechless. By the way, how much BL has this girl watched? How could she even start leading her brother down the wrong path? Sigh. Shaking his head in helplessness, Fong Mo couldn't help but laugh, and the worries and unease that had been entangled in his heart faded considerably under his sister's playful banter. As if sensing Fong Mo's worries, his master Zhao Wu sent a message at this moment along with a few chat screenshots. Fong Mo stared at the screen for a long time, feeling as if he were dreaming. After repeatedly confirming that he wasn't mistaken, he excitedly jumped down from the hospital bed, waving his arms in joy. I discussed with the boss a couple of days ago, and your performance over the years has been excellent. It's time for you to go out on your... Starting next month, your salary will increase by 50% from the original amount. Initially, we planned to raise it by 30%, but the boss greatly appreciates your courage in saving others, so he decided to give you an extra 20%. After being discharged, remember to find human resources to resign the contract. After repeatedly looking at the message on his phone, Fong Mo's excitement could not settle down for a long time. His master had not only considered kicking him out, but had also raised his salary. Fong Mo jumped around excitedly in the hospital room, rolling on the bed like a fool weighing over 90 pounds, reading the message over and over again. Once the panic and confusion in his heart suddenly dissipated, and he processed the surprise that came like a roller coaster, Fong Mo, now calm, intended to search online before sleeping to clarify what treatments and costs were needed for female pseudohermaphroditism. But exhaustion hit him like a tide. Fong Mo struggled to keep his eyes open for a while and unexpectedly fell asleep. This sleep was deep, and he had no nightmares. The only problem was that his face hurt a bit from being hit by his phone too many times. Fong Mo's precise biological clock kicked in, and when he woke up the next day, it was just after 7 o'clock, the usual time for him to get up. Fong Mo lay in bed for half a minute, then gathered his spirits to get up and wash up. After washing his face, he deliberately spent a little more time in front of the mirror. He had been so busy that he hadn't looked in the mirror seriously for a long time. So when he pushed back his hair, which was long enough to cover his eyes, and carefully examined his face reflected in the mirror, he felt a bit strange, as if the person in the mirror was somewhat unfamiliar. He was much darker than he was 3 years ago when he first arrived in Huading, and he appeared more mature, but his chin and the area around his lips remained completely smooth, with even the slightest hint of dark fuzz absent, making it hard to describe him as masculine. Well, now he understood why he had never grown facial hair. Fong Mo raised his arm and did a bicep curl motion without weights. He looked at his slightly bulging, hardly noticeable biceps, assessing his physique, feeling a mix of disappointment. Such a body type on a woman would certainly be considered slender and enviable, but on a man it could only be described. If he accepted treatment, not only would he be able to grow a beard, but he would also gradually become stronger, Fong Mo thought to himself, while pinching his chin. After a voice call with his sister Fong Yuan last night, Fong Mo felt as if he had become transparent from head to toe, even feeling lighter on his feet while walking. Just as Fong Mo returned to the hospital room, pondering where to eat breakfast, the door of the room was gently opened. A slender little nurse tiptoed into the room. Seeing Fong Mo already up and washed, she politely greeted him, "Good morning, Mr. Fong," and went to the window to draw the curtains. As the curtains were drawn, sunlight flooded into the hospital room, instantly brightening it up and sweeping away the gloom brought by the continuous rainy days. Fong Mo stared in astonishment. He hadn't looked closely yesterday, and now with just a glance he realized the room he was staying in appeared to be somewhat tastefully luxurious. There was a leather sectional sofa by the window. A large television was embedded in the wall, accompanied by exquisite framed paintings. In the corner there was a double-door refrigerator. The overall decor of the room was simple, yet not shabby, and the items displayed looked quite high quality. If it weren't for the infusion rail on the ceiling and the medical equipment by the bedside, it would be hard to convince anyone that this was not a 5-star hotel room. Looking out the window, he saw not tall buildings and bustling traffic, but a stretch of lush green land and shade, along with a bright mirror-like lake that sparkled under the morning light. Fong Mo couldn't help but get up and walk to the window, pushing it open. The summer morning breeze carried the scents of plants and soil, refreshing his spirit. For a moment, Fong Mo felt as if he were not hospitalized, but rather staying in a luxurious hotel room. His master said that he would need to stay here for about 2 weeks due to his myocarditis. If he didn't consider the cost, such a good environment would allow him to stay for 2 months without issue. Thinking about the expenses, Fong Mo's heart tightened. He glanced back at the single room and couldn't help but start worrying about his wallet. "Mr. Fong, breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat now? The female nurse asked softly from behind him, her polite tone making Fong Yimou feel a bit uncomfortable, prompting him to size her up. She was petite and slender, her face obscured by a mask, making it hard to see her complete features, but her eyes and brows appeared quite delicate, looking only a few years older than Fong Yimou. She was wearing a sky blue uniform, but did not have a nurse's cap like the nurse from yesterday. Fong Yimou did not think too much about why she wasn't wearing one, but rather focused on her overly cautious tone when speaking to him. That overly polite tone felt like she was addressing someone of a much higher status than herself. Fong Yimou felt quite awkward. Who speaks like that in normal conversation? No, please don't be so formal, it's too strange. He couldn't help but mumble. The nurse glanced at Fong Yimou, hesitated slightly, and then bowed, saying, "All right, Mr. Fong, would you like infusions start at 9 in the morning, so I recommend you eat something and not be on an empty stomach." Although she said, "All right," her attitude remained unchanged, still overly polite as before. Fong Yimou had no choice but to politely decline. "No need, just tell me where the hospital cafeteria is, and I'll go eat myself. Having meals sent to the room must be quite expensive." Thinking about the hospital bill, Fong Yimou thought it was more cost-effective to go out for soy milk and fried dough sticks. The decor of this single room gave Fong Yimou a feeling of unease regarding his wallet. Saving some money wherever possible was better, especially since he still needed to save for treatment. After Fong Yimou finished speaking, the nurse looked troubled. "It's like this, Mr. Fong, our VIP ward's meals are prepared and delivered on-site by professional nutritionists and chefs. There's no open cafeteria in the ward. I'm truly sorry." Fong Yimou was somewhat speechless. The room was decorated like a hotel, yet there wasn't even a cafeteria. But soon catching the key words in the nurse's statement, Fong Yimou was stunned, staring at her with his mouth agape. "VIP ward? What VIP ward?" The young woman appeared somewhat flustered, as if no one had ever asked her such a question in her work experience. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "The VIP ward is a special area set up by our hospital to provide high-end medical services and facilities for VIP patients, offering a more comfortable and private treatment environment." Fong Yimou took a deep breath, instinctively raising his hand to cover his forehead. With Fong Mo's limited education, he certainly knew that VIP stands for very important person, and he understood what the VIP ward was for. What he really wanted to ask was why he was placed in a VIP ward after being sent to the hospital. His master was well off, but not to the extent of casually spending money in such places. Perhaps his master, like him, was unaware that this was a VIP ward. Fong Yimou didn't know exactly where the mistake had occurred, but he understood that anything labeled VIP generally cost more. Rather than figuring out the reason and who to hold accountable, the most important thing was to quickly change to a regular ward. Fong Yimou forced himself to calm down, looking at the little nurse earnestly. "I think there must be some mistake at the hospital. I don't need VIP services. Can I change to a regular ward?" The nurse was taken aback, as if she had heard something shocking, and her expression turned to one of confused distress. She blinked respectfully, asking, "Mr. Fong, is my service inadequate? Is there something you're not satisfied with?" Fong Mo felt a bit soft-hearted, but thinking about his wallet, he still smiled and waved his hand, explaining, "Your work is very good. It makes me feel like a guest in my own home, but I really don't need to stay in a VIP ward." The little nurse met Fong Mo's gaze for a while and finally nodded politely. "All right, Mr. Fong, but I'm very sorry. I'm just the caregiver assigned by the hospital, so I can't make the decision on your request." Caregiver? Fong Yimou was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized why she wasn't wearing a nurse's cap. Upon reflection, the nurse from yesterday had worn a pink uniform, which was different from the sky blue one she wore now. Assigning caregivers to patients. This VIP ward must be even more expensive than he had imagined. Thinking of this, Fong Yimou couldn't help but feel a tightening in his heart, while the caregiver girl softly continued, "If you truly want to switch wards, I can report your request to the ward supervisor right now." Upon hearing this, Fong Yimou quickly nodded. "Please do so as soon as possible." "All right, Mr. Fong." The young girl said this, took 2 steps back, slightly bowed to Fong Yimou, and then quickly left the room, gently closing the door behind her while bowing again. Watching the blue-clad nurse leave the room, Fong Yimou took a deep breath and sat back down on the bed. Staring blankly at the VIP-level view outside the window, he thought he should record a voice message just in case he needed evidence later. As soon as he thought of it, Fong Yimou picked up his phone, opened the recording app, casually saying a few lines of rap, and then pressed play to listen to the effect. Thank you, I want Disney, thank you, I want Disney, thank you, I want Disney." Just then a knock sounded at the door, and before he could react, the door swung open, and the person entering the room paused at the sound of Fong Mo's rap. Fong Yimou immediately felt embarrassed, his face turning red as he hurriedly shut off the audio that was playing. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in a white coat and glasses, looking like a doctor, followed by the young blue-clad nurse. It seemed this middle-aged man was the supervisor the girl had just mentioned. The middle-aged man smiled at Fong Yimou, striding over with big steps, then grasping Fong Mo's hand enthusiastically, saying, "Oh, Mr. Fong, hello, it's truly an honor to meet you. I am Jiahe, the director of the VIP ward. You may call me Olden. I heard from our caregiver colleague that you wish to switch to a regular ward. May I ask what aspect of our service did not meet your expectations? Please feel free to point it out, and we will correct it immediately. This warm and enthusiastic greeting left Fong Mo quite taken aback as he stood there unsure how to respond while the director held his hand. Only after the director finished speaking did Fong Mo manage to compose himself, feeling somewhat nervous as he said, "Director, and you misunderstood. Your service is perfectly fine. It's just that you may have made a mistake. I was supposed to be admitted to the regular ward." Director and smiled and said, "Mr. Fong, we did not make a mistake. Please rest assured and stay here to recuperate." Fong Mo felt urgency rise within him. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Director and waving his hand. "Once you are admitted here, you are our esteemed guest," Director and said cheerfully. "As for treatment costs and other expenses, you need not worry about them. All expenses incurred during your hospitalization will be billed separately for reimbursement, and you will not need to pay anything. Just relax and focus on your recovery." As Director and spoke confidently, Fong Mo's eyes gradually became blank. No charges. Why? Was he falling into a pie from the sky? Everyone aspires to become a very important person, but unfortunately the vast majority of people are merely very insignificant persons. Both very important and very insignificant are considered VIPs, yet the meanings of these two terms are entirely different. Fong Mo was well aware that his own poverty had little connection with the hospital's VIP services, and it was highly unlikely that he would have any association with them in his lifetime. After all, he didn't even buy a membership for video streaming sites, and when he watched dramas, he didn't have any special effects for his comments. So when the smiling director and regarded Fong Mo as a VIP guest, and claimed to do so, without expecting anything in return, Fong Mo did not feel he was gaining any significant advantage. He only felt he might have fallen into a tremendous trap, where a slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Various imaginings of medical scams arose, entangling and merging in Fong Mo's mind, breeding even more outrageous horror stories. For example, one of the major selling points of the hospital's VIP ward is privacy protection, providing extremely confidential treatment spaces for patients of considerable stature. Does this mean that when an ordinary person enters such an environment, the hospital could quietly extract 1 or 2 healthy organs from them, or even make them disappear, so that a few VIPs could live healthier lives than the majority of VIPs? With a belly full of doubts, Fong Mo finally understood how he had become a VIP of this hospital by the afternoon. He woke up from his nap around 2 o'clock and found a strange woman quietly sitting by the window. She wore a well-tailored black women's blazer paired with a knee-length skirt that revealed her shapely calves, complemented by light-colored stiletto heels. Her honey-brown hair was simply tied with a clip, and she casually crossed her right leg over her left, exuding a lazy and effortless charm. Sunlight streamed in through a small gap in the curtains, and the tiny dust particles floating in the air danced gracefully in the light, casting a faint halo around her exquisitely fair profile. She quietly flipped through a document, basking in the light. Fong Mo gazed at this scene, which resembled a watercolor painting, transparent, warm, and beautiful, so enchanted that it took him a long time to regain his senses and remind her, "It's harmful to your eyes. You could actually pull the curtains open or turn on the lights." With a snap, she closed the folder in her hands and turned to look at Fong Mo. After meeting his gaze for a moment, she seemed momentarily dazed and revealed a slightly apologetic smile. "You're awake, Mr. Fong. I hope I haven't disturbed you," she said, setting down the folder and standing up to pull open the curtains. "The weather is lovely today, let's enjoy some sunlight." As she walked, her skirt swayed gently and the heels of her shoes made a pleasing tap-tap-tap sound on the floor. So she did make sounds while walking, Fong Mo thought. He hadn't slept particularly deeply during his nap, but had not felt anyone enter during that time. Could it be that to avoid disturbing him, she had taken off her shoes and entered barefoot? Thinking of this, the slight sense of distance and unease he felt in the presence of a stranger vanished. Attractive people naturally invite closeness, and this lady before him was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, especially one who seemed to treat him with such seriousness simply by doing nothing. The sound of her footsteps was crisp and pleasant, and as she walked gracefully, Fong Mo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is what a woman should be, and he was not. After pulling open the curtains, she moved a chair to sit by the window, and Fong Mo immediately sensed a faint, cool fragrance wafting over. The woman surveyed Fong Mo with a hint of surprise and confusion in her eyes, smiling as she said, "Hello, Mr. Fong. It's a pleasure to meet you. Well, for me, it isn't quite the first time. I came by yesterday afternoon, but you were still unconscious then. I'm Jean Yushi." She introduced herself, simply retrieving a business card from her bag and presenting it to Fong Mo with both hands. "This is a business card from my boss, Mr. I'm his secretary, and I came to visit you on his behalf." Fong Mo responded with an "oh" as he accepted the business card. Among the people he usually interacted with, the only ones who had ever given him business cards were real estate agents and insurance salespeople. He glanced at the woman before lowering his head to examine the card. In the center of the card was a name, He-Chi, followed by the title Executive President. In the upper right corner was the name Xinfeng Group along with a logo that looked quite familiar, and at the bottom was a phone number. After pondering for a while, unable to recall where he had seen that logo, Fong Imo simply gave up and looked up at Jin Yushi asking, "So, why does your boss, mister? He want you to come see me? I don't think I have any connection with a businessman like your boss." Jin Yushi nodded. "You indeed have no previous connection, but do you remember the traffic accident on Jianji East Road a couple of nights ago? You saved a young girl from the car." Fong Imo thought for a moment and nodded. He indeed remembered that he had saved a young girl from the car. Could she be related to Mr. He? "That girl is called He Xiaoyan, she is Mr. He's younger sister," Jin Yushi said. Fong Imo understood immediately and realized why he had been placed in the VIP ward. "So I can stay in this room because of your boss." Jin Yushi smiled slightly, as she did not directly confirm, but did not deny it either. "Miss He is Mr. He's closest relative, his only sister. Mr. He is exhausted from worrying about Miss He's injuries, and the group's affairs are particularly busy at this time, so he cannot thank you in person for now. I'm here to bring you some gifts on his behalf. Mr. He said he would personally come to thank you after a while." She continued, gesturing toward the sofa where a fruit basket, beautifully packaged gift boxes, and a large bouquet of yellow tulips were piled up. "There's no need to trouble Mr. He to make a trip. I believe anyone in his position would do the same," Fong Imo said, feeling somewhat undeserving of the gifts as he had almost walked away at that moment and hadn't initially thought to save anyone. "But you were indeed the one who saved her, right?" Fong Imo did not deny it anymore, and Jin Yushi continued, "Director, and has mentioned your concerns to me. I know you did not save her for selfish reasons. However, you saved Miss He's life, and that is a fact. Mr. He sees you as a benefactor of their family. He is a person who believes in repaying kindness, which is why he specifically arranged for you to receive treatment here. Please also allow our boss the opportunity to repay his benefactor and do not bring up changing wards again." Fong Imo rubbed his nose. He didn't have noble intentions to change to a regular ward, he simply wanted to think things through. However, since Jin Yushi said it this way, he felt reassured. As long as the hospital wasn't planning to take his kidney or scam him out of money, he nodded in agreement. Then he recalled the girl he saved that day and asked, "How is the girl I saved that day, He Xiaoyan? Is she okay?" After Fong Imo finished speaking, Jin Yushi fell into a brief silence. The tears shimmering in her eyes met Fong Mo's gaze, making him realize he might have asked the wrong question. Apparently the girl's situation was not optimistic, and it might even be. Xiaoyan has been in a coma and has not woken up. She is still in the ICU. The doctors say there's a high probability she won't make it, and even if she survives, she may very well become a vegetable. The atmosphere in the ward instantly turned heavy, and Fong Imo felt he had misspoken and wished to slap himself. "I'm so sorry," Fong Imo said, awkwardly scratching his head. "You don't need to apologize. If it weren't for you, Xiaoyan wouldn't even have the chance to receive rescue." As Jin Yushi spoke, Fong Imo caught sight of the bouquet of tulips resting on the sofa. He stood up, walked over, picked up the bouquet to examine it, and then approached Jin Yushi, offering her the flowers. "Mr. Fong, what is this?" Fong Imo said apologetically, "Could you please deliver these flowers to Miss He for me? Consider it a flower offering for her well-being. I hope she can recover soon, and please tell Mr. He that Miss He will definitely get through this difficult time safely." Jin Yushi's eyes widened slightly as she deeply looked at the person before her. After a moment, she sighed softly and then said gently, "Mr. Fong, has anyone ever told you that you are a very kind person? A good person? It seems that being called a good person is not a compliment these days." After saying this, Jin Yushi glanced at the folder beside her and then fixed her gaze back on Fong Mo's face. The smiling Fong Imo did not notice the complexity in Jin Yushi's gaze. There was regret and a hint. After sitting in the ward for a while and chatting with Fong Imo, Jin Yushi said she had to leave for company matters. Although it felt a bit unfamiliar, Fong Imo still shook the little hand that was extended to him, quickly letting go. Jin Yushi smiled slightly, saying, "We will see each other again soon, Fong Imo." "Sir." After saying that, Jin Yushi picked up her bag and flowers, swaying gracefully as she quickly walked towards the head of the ward, and Jia was waiting not far away and greeted her with a wide smile. She nodded slightly and then disappeared around the corner with Director in. The names He Chi Xian Phone Group and He Xiaoyan flashed through Fong Mo's mind, but were quickly suppressed. For him, there were more important matters at hand, confirming whether his electric bike, which he left at the scene of the accident, had been towed away. The bike was rented from Ryder's home with a deposit of 1,000. According to the rules of Ryder's home, if the rental period was completed, the deposit would be fully refunded and the bike would belong to him. Fong Imo was just 1 month away from that. Thinking about how if he could hold on for another month the bike would be his, Fong Imo couldn't sit still. After receiving treatment, he called the traffic police to explain his situation. After a chaotic conversation on the phone, the officer replied it was uncertain his bike was not involved in the case and might still be at the scene. He could go to the scene to check for himself. If it wasn't there, he could come back to the traffic police station tomorrow. By the time Fong Imo made the call, the traffic police station was already about to close. Fong Mo originally planned to go the next day, but then thought if the bike hadn't actually been towed and was still at the scene, wouldn't staying overnight increase the risk of it being stolen. Thinking of this, he could no longer sit still and found director and insisting that he must go out. Finally, after a round of coaxing and promising not to engage in strenuous activities and wearing a heart and lung monitoring bracelet, Fong Mo was granted temporary leave. When he found the place where he parked 2 days ago, seeing his electric bike safely parked by the roadside, Fong Mo finally relaxed. He walked over quickly, circled the bike to confirm that aside from the original scratches there were no new damages, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. As he glanced towards the front of the bike, Fong Mo noticed that he had originally parked it by the roadside, but it seemed to have been moved to a sidewalk parking space due to obstructing traffic. Not far away, the traces of that night's tragic car accident still remained. The roadside greenery had not yet returned to its original state. The bushes were scattered, and the nearby fence was still tilted. Looking at this scene, the image of the fire that night flashed through Fong Mo's mind, and he remembered the girl he pulled out of the car, Xiaoyan. The girl was about his height, but the rain was pouring heavily, and it was dark. With her face covered in blood, Fong Mo could hardly see what she looked like. Thinking of Jin Yushi saying that she was still in danger, Fong Mo felt a pang of sorrow. But this feeling came quickly and left just as fast, mostly a sense of helplessness. He hadn't even figured out his own life. What could he do for her? After a few seconds of silence, Fong Mo's attention returned to his electric bike. Since the bike wasn't lost, that meant he saved 1,000. Thinking about how in just a month the bike would be his, Fong Mo couldn't help but smile. It seemed that in the end fairness prevailed and good deeds were rewarded. If his bike had been stolen because he saved someone, he would truly curse the heavens for being blind. Having retrieved his beloved bike, Fong Mo happily rode towards the neighborhood where he rented his apartment, planning to park the bike in the community's bike shed. Unexpectedly, halfway there, the electric bike's battery ran low. Fong Mo hurriedly looked for a battery swap cabinet nearby, but he was still short. Just 100 meters away from the battery swap cabinet, the bike completely broke down. He had no choice but to lock it by the roadside and carry the battery to the swap station. After all this fuss, he was already panting and felt occasional palpitations. The medical monitoring bracelet on his wrist vibrated violently for a while, indicating an abnormal heart rate. He had to sit on the bike and rest for a while, waiting for the palpitations to subside and the bracelet to stop alarming before he could ride the electric bike back to his place. After putting the bike away and returning to the hospital, as he passed the nurse's station, Fong Mo just wanted to sneak past, but he was caught by the nurse Hong Jia, who had been responsible for giving him injections, infusions, and basic checks these past few days. She immediately criticized him. She scolded Fong Mo for engaging in strenuous activity while still unwell, treating his life as a joke. Fong Mo originally wanted to brush it off with vague excuses, but unexpectedly Hong Jia pulled out a tablet and directly raised the alarm information she received in front of him. Only then did Fong Mo realize that the bracelet he was wearing was actually connected to the internet. When he carried the battery back and forth, his heart rate abnormality had alerted the nurse station. Fong Mo, what you are doing is not only irresponsible to yourself, but also to others. I helped you apply for leave out of trust. If anything happens to you outside according to hospital rules, both I and director will be held responsible. Fong Mo felt deeply ashamed by Hong Jia's words. He had only thought that carrying the battery would pose no issues, never considering that if something happened to him, others would also be implicated. Sweating profusely, Fong Mo sincerely bowed to Hong Jia, apologizing earnestly, and only then did she let him go. Back in the ward, his master's wife had been waiting inside for a while. She treated Fong Mo just as kindly as his master did. Hearing that he had myocarditis and needed nourishment, she specially made several delicious dishes and even stewed a pot of old duck soup, which was steaming as soon as the thermos was opened. She invited Fong Mo to eat dinner while tidying up the ward. Seeing the pile of fruit baskets and gift boxes that Jin Yushi brought on the sofa, she casually started to check them out. "Aunt, please take these back. Many of them are supplements. You and master should take them to replenish your health. Just leave me 2 apples. They provide 3 meals here, so I don't need these. And don't bring me meals anymore. They serve 3 meals here." As Aunt was fiddling with the gift boxes, she clicked her tongue and asked, "Who brought all this for you, Xiao Mo? They look quite expensive." So Fong Mo told her the story of Jin Yushi's visit this afternoon in detail. Upon hearing that the person Fong Mo saved was Hikai's sister, Aunt's actions suddenly halted, and she abruptly, "You mean the person you saved is Hikai's sister?" Fong Mo nodded, chewing his food, unsure of what she meant. "Yes, that Secretary Jin said so." Aunt took a sharp breath and was speechless for a while. "What's wrong, Aunt?" "Let me tell you, Xiao Mo, this he boss is no ordinary person. His Xian phone group was on the news just a few days ago. Previously, he had only been thinking about the electric bike, but Aunt's words piqued Fong Mo's interest. He quickly opened a search engine, eating while checking the Xian phone group, and Hichi. When he saw the long list of business areas of Xian phone group, Fong Mo couldn't help but stop his chopsticks. From real estate to hotels, from automobile manufacturing to electronic chips, from shipbuilding to aerospace, they seemed to be involved in everything. This enterprise is quite expansive. When he saw the company's valuation, Fong Mo was even more shocked, his eyes widening at the string of zeros. And the recent news about this company was precisely what Ant had just mentioned. They had developed a chip with completely independent intellectual property rights using a 2 nanometers process, which was featured on the C Station's evening news. Fong Mo naturally knew what that meant and immediately gasped. He took out the business card that Jin Yushi had given him and checked it carefully, confirming it matched, and then he suddenly realized why he felt a strange familiarity when he first saw the Exine Phone Group and their logo. This group could be described as a behemoth, and as the executive president of this enterprise, He-Chi naturally had his own encyclopedia entry. National Outstanding Young Entrepreneur, Billionaire, current head of Exine Phone Group, National #1 Diamond Bachelor, high-quality male. A string of labels dazzled the eyes. So the girl he pulled out of the car 2 days ago was actually the sister of such an important figure. Fong Mo felt at first he thought Exine Phone Group was just a small family business and never imagined it was such a giant, and that Secretary Jean's boss was such an impressive top entrepreneur. Turns out she was the sister of a domineering CEO. Surprised as he was, Fong Mo indeed felt a shock for a moment. That evening, lying on the hospital bed, he searched for information about the Shinfeng Group and its executive president, He-Chi, on his phone. However, this fresh and absurd feeling did not last long. After a night's sleep, the ripples in Fong Mo's heart had calmed down considerably. The person was a billionaire big boss, or what did it have to do with Fong Mo? As the days passed, this matter gradually faded from his mind. Secretary Jean did not come again for several days, only making a couple of phone calls to check in. As for her boss, the nationally recognized young entrepreneur, he never made an appearance. This was quite normal. For someone of such stature, allowing his secretary to visit and making a couple of phone calls to inquire about him was already quite respectful towards this minor character. In the following days, Fong Mo's life was particularly regular and peaceful. During the day, he underwent examinations and received treatment. When the weather was nice, he would take walks in the hospital's green areas. In the evening, he would sit by the lake enjoying the breeze and occasionally feeding the mosquitoes. His master and mistress would find time almost every day to keep him company. Sometimes his mistress would make soup, and other times she would bring over some egg pancakes that Fong Mo loved. Colleagues from the auto repair shop also came to visit him and inquired about the incident where he saved someone. Except for Secretary Jean's visit, the girl he saved and her family had not shown up at all. Speaking of this, his colleagues felt it was unfair for Fong Mo, believing this was somewhat unreasonable. After all, someone should have come to see him in person, right? Fong Mo mentioned Secretary Jean, He-Chi, and the girl named He Xiaoyan to his master and mistress, but did not elaborate to his colleagues. He only said that the girl was severely injured and surely could not come. As for her family, they probably had other pressing concerns and could not be blamed. Moreover, the treatment expenses during his hospitalization were entirely covered by the other party, and he later checked the gifts sent by Secretary Jean, which were all worth thousands. Fong Mo set aside some to give to his master and mistress, sending the rest back to Fong Yuan. Just these returns were nearly equivalent to half a year's salary for him. Fong Mo even felt that he had received a bit too much, and certainly had no grounds for complaints. Seeing him say this, his colleagues felt it inappropriate to voice further grievances. Around a week into his hospitalization, Fong Mo began to feel restless. He felt his body had long returned to normal, and even if he engaged in some vigorous activities, he no longer experienced palpitations. His master had originally encouraged him to take this opportunity to rest, and Fong Mo began to entertain the thought of visiting his hometown. He missed his grandfather and also Fong Yuan. After a series of events, the more tumultuous it became, the more he thought of those two people at home. However, the attending physician had continuously refused to discharge him, and Fong Mo could only give up. On the 10th day, when Fong Mo had almost forgotten about He-Chi and He Xiaoyan, Secretary Jean came again. She arrived in the afternoon, while Fong Mo was sitting on a bench by the lake enjoying the breeze. It had rained the day before, and the temperature was not high, but the afternoon sunlight was pleasant. The sky was dotted with white clouds, and the breeze from the lake was just cool enough, making it comfortable enough to lull one into a drowsy state. "Mr. Fong, I hope you are well." Secretary Jean Yuchi greeted him, and without waiting for his response, she sat down beside him. Unlike her previous black attire, she wore a beige professional outfit today, still stunning enough to captivate one's gaze. Fong Mo was somewhat surprised that she had come again. Before she left last time, she had said, "We will meet again," and he had thought it was just a formality, not expecting her to actually return. "Long time no see, Secretary Jean." Fong Mo greeted politely, subtly lowering the leg he had crossed and instinctively straightening his back. Knowing her and her boss identities, Fong Mo felt a subconscious restraint in facing Jean Yuchi, far less relaxed than when they first met. This slight change did not escape Jean Yuchi's notice, causing her to pause in surprise, and then, as if she understood something, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Mr. Fong, there's no need to be so formal, just be as you were during our first meeting." As she spoke, her tone remained gentle and warm, exuding a natural charm that made it easy for others to lower their guard. Fong Yimou met her gaze and nodded, his body gradually relaxing a bit. I really never expected to be associated with you and Mr. He's such prominent figures in this lifetime. Fong Yimou raised his hand to scratch his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Jin Yuqi smiled and waved her hand, saying, Mr. He is indeed a big figure, but I am merely his secretary. After saying this, her smile gradually faded. Mr. Fong, Mr. He would like to see you this evening. She paused, her tone becoming more serious. This matter is related to Miss He. He was momentarily stunned. Related to He Xiaoyan. His first reaction was that the girl must have woken up. Then another thought emerged. Was the situation worse? How is she now? Fong Yimou asked softly. Jin Yuqi lowered her eyes and sighed softly. She has been out of danger since yesterday, but the brain injury is severe as she is still in a coma. The doctor said that this coma could last a long time, and there is also a possibility she may never wake up. She looked up at Fong Yimou as she spoke. Mr. He has been very grateful to you for saving Miss He. He wants to talk to you in person, but given the current situation at home, he truly cannot leave, so he wishes to invite you to come over tonight. Fong Yimou fell silent. He instinctively wanted to refuse. This relationship was too unequal, and he was not good at handling it, and moreover, he did not think he could help with the follow-up treatment for He Xiaoyan. The other party had already given him enough in return, and he had no intention of seeking anything more from the He family. If it was just to express gratitude in person, he felt it was unnecessary. The words of refusal were on the tip of his tongue, but before he could utter them, something stirred within Fong Yimou. He thought of his grandfather. When his grandfather was diagnosed with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, he hadn't even graduated from middle school. At that age, he was too young to understand many things, but he still clearly remembered the panic and fear of feeling as if half the sky had suddenly collapsed. That feeling of helplessness was not something that could be endured simply by being older or more knowledgeable. No matter how competent he was ultimately just a person facing a significant family crisis. With his sister gravely injured and in a coma with an uncertain future, he had to manage the company, care for his family, and also support everyone's emotions. Perhaps inviting him over was not for any other reason, but merely to meet the person who saved someone and find someone to talk to catch a breath. If even this was refused, would it be too cold-hearted? Fong Mo's heart tugged back and forth for a moment, and in the end he still did not say the words, I want go. He gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, since Mr. He wants to talk, I will go. He must be feeling awful right now. If meeting and talking could ease him a little, it would be my small way of helping. Upon hearing this, the expression on Jin Yuqi's face became somewhat complex. She looked at Fong Yimou for a moment as if wanting to say something, but momentarily held her tongue. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke softly. Fong Yimou, you can actually refuse. You always think about how to do better for others, but rarely consider whether doing so is better for yourself. Living this way doesn't make it easy for yourself. Fong Yimou was taken aback. This beautiful yet sharp woman seemed to see through the twists and turns of his heart in an instant. But since he had already agreed, he could only smile. You make me sound too kind, Fong Yimou said. I just think it's merely a trip, and I could use some fresh air, so it's nothing much. Jin Yuqi looked at him, wanting to say something, but hesitating. In the end, she merely nodded. All right, I will come to pick. After saying this, she stood up and left. Fong Yimou sat on the bench, gazing at the ripples on the lake stirred by the wind, suddenly feeling a bit disheartened and losing the pleasantness he had felt while sunbathing earlier. He couldn't quite articulate why. It was merely a meeting, a few words exchanged. Yet somewhere within his heart, there was a subtle tightness. He inexplicably felt that if he took this step, things would no longer remain as stable as they were now. Jin Yuqi had other matters to attend to, so she left for the time being. After undergoing a checkup, Fong Yimou also returned to his rented place in the afternoon. Fong Mo's rental was a semi-basement room, small and poorly lit, but it had a private bathroom. Most importantly, the rent was only around 800 yuan a month. Although Fong Mo worked in auto repair and dealt with gasoline and oil daily, he kept his room clean and tidy without any noticeable odors. However, due to poor air circulation, it could feel a bit stuffy after a while. When his master first visited, he was surprised to see the room so orderly, thinking that Fong Yimou must have a girlfriend who helped tidy it up. After learning that Fong Yimou had organized the room by himself, he was quite astonished. Upon returning home, Fong Yimou first watered the few pots of flowers he had planted. Fong Yimou planted daisies because he had watched a classic love movie of the same name and unknowingly grew fond of the way the small flowers swayed in the wind. So he bought seeds online and tried planting them himself. Surprisingly, he managed to grow these pots, which he placed on the high windowsill. The window in the semi-basement had a good position. While the overall room was poorly lit, it was just enough for the flowers to get some sunlight. After watering the flowers, Fong Yimou washed his hands and then opened the wardrobe to sift through his clothes. He needed to change into something more presentable for his meeting with boss, he who was a person of status. The wardrobe was small, but Fong Mo's clothes were neatly folded and organized inside. He pulled out a patterned white t-shirt and a pair of black pencil pants. Looking in the bathroom mirror, he felt increasingly dissatisfied. His hair was too long since he hadn't had a haircut in a while. His face was only the size of a palm, and his features were delicate, especially his large eyes, which were attractive, but had a somewhat childish appearance. Not sure if it was psychological, but ever since he became aware of his body issues, he felt that the curve of his chest became more pronounced. He felt more and more like a girl with underdeveloped breasts, which made Fong Yimou a bit anxious. He hurried back to the wardrobe and rummaged through it again, finding a looser t-shirt to wear. After feeling that the curve of his chest was less noticeable, he nodded in satisfaction. Just wait a bit longer. Once I save enough money, I can seek treatment, he told himself. After organizing his thoughts, Fong Yimou returned to the windowsill to check on the few pots of daisies. Fong Yimou carefully picked the healthiest pot from the windowsill, found scissors to trim the dead leaves, used a spray bottle to remove the dust from the leaves, and meticulously packed it into a paper bag. Previously, he had borrowed flowers to give to Jin Yushi, asking her to take a large bouquet of tulips back for Xiaoyan, but he felt he should personally give something as well. Thus, he decided to give this pot of flowers to the unfortunate girl named Xiaoyan, hoping to convey his wishes for her speedy recovery. Fong Yimou had actually thought about whether to give something else, but considering her family background and his own financial situation, he ultimately decided against it. After all, no matter what he gave, she likely wouldn't appreciate it, so it was better to just give her a pot of flowers he had grown himself. Then Fong Yimou called his master to explain about Jin Yushi's invitation, letting him know he wouldn't be at the hospital that evening and to not come over. His master briefly gave him some instructions before hurriedly ending the call. After that, Fong Yimou lay back on the bed charging his phone, while messaging Fong Yuan to ask about her and Grandpa's recent situation. Since his sister hadn't replied, Fong Yimou suddenly remembered that today wasn't the weekend. It was still summer vacation, but the graduating class had already returned to school, so it was class time, making it impossible for his sister to respond. He tapped his head, and then turned to ask the staff at the nursing home about Grandpa's condition. The caregiver looking after Grandpa was an aunt named Zhou, whom Fong Yimou usually referred to as Aunt Zhou. Not long after Fong Yimou sent the message, Aunt Zhou quickly called back with a video. Seeing that Grandpa seemed to be in good spirits through the video, Fong Yimou felt relieved. After chatting with Grandpa through the video for a while, he lay back on the bed to rest for about 40 minutes. Once his phone was fully charged, Fong Yimou unplugged it, tucked it away along with the phone, and stepped out with the bag of flowers. When he returned to the hospital ward, it was just time for dinner. Tonight's dinner included large shrimp and spare ribs. Fong Yimou had just eaten a few bites when Jin Yushi knocked on the open door of the ward. The large shrimp had barely been touched, but not wanting to keep Jin Yushi waiting too long, Fong Yimou hesitated for a moment before finally putting down his chopsticks, grabbing the bag of flowers, and following Jin Yushi down to the basement where a waiting Maybach was parked. The car drove out of the hospital, and after circling around the city for about 10 minutes, it got on the expressway heading towards the suburbs. The bustling cityscape quickly receded, with more and more greenery, nurseries, and farmland outside the car window, while the city buildings became increasingly sparse. At first, Jin Yushi chatted with Fong Yimou while driving, but her driving skills didn't seem very polished, and soon she was almost entirely focused on the road. Not wanting to disturb her, Fong Yimou held the pot of flowers, resting his head against the car window, while looking at his phone and occasionally glancing at the scenery outside. However, no matter what he did, he found it hard to concentrate, feeling quite anxious. The car sped along the highway for nearly half an hour before exiting at a small toll station, with only 5. Looking at the desolate scenery outside, Fong Yimou thought to himself that they were almost out of Huading territory. While he was curious about where they were heading, he couldn't help but complain about the peculiar habits of the wealthy. It's just a meeting, how simple could it be? Why go so far? Was it really necessary to come to such a remote place? With a belly full of questions, the car continued on the rural road for over half an hour before finally stopping in front of a tall black iron gate several meters high, which had a sign hanging on it that read "Private Residence, No Entry, Without Invitation, Beware of Dogs, Do Not Climb Over." Fong Yimou couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Jin Yushi flashed her high beams and honked the horn a few times. The tall iron gate slowly opened, and upon seeing what lay beyond, Fong Yimou felt somewhat amused by his earlier astonishment at the gate. Once the iron gate opened, a stone path wide enough for 4 cars to pass side by side was revealed. On either side of the path were neatly trimmed bushes, vibrant flower beds, and various sculptures and fountains. The car traveled about 10 meters along the stone path, entering a parking lot with about 10 marked spaces. Beside the parking lot stood a 3-story building with security personnel patrolling the area. Each of them was dressed in black suits and had a strong build. Fong Yimou had no doubt that any one of them could easily take down 10 of him. This must be the private countryside mansion of that big boss. The last time Fong Yimou saw such a large courtyard and luxurious private residence was on a legal news segment. He remembered it belonged to a local gang leader who had spent over 100 million to build an illegally occupied mansion. While this villa might seem slightly less impressive in terms of area, the courtyard was distinctly unified in a classical European style. The small building was elegant yet imposing, and even the streetlights along the path seemed to exude a sense of taste and wealth. In his mind, Fong Imo couldn't help but compare and felt that the aesthetics of that gang leader were lacking. The villa he had built for over 100 million looked like something from the Dream Paris nightclub. Now this is a mansion. Fong Imo exclaimed inwardly, closing his mouth in astonishment and thinking to himself, a true man should be like this. We have arrived. Jin Yushi parked the car and turned to Fong Imo in the back seat, apologizing. I'm so sorry for making you travel so far. You didn't eat enough earlier, right? Let me take you to eat something. Fong Imo nodded dumbly, following Jin Yushi out of the car. Holding the flowers and walking beside Jin Yushi, Fong Imo occasionally looked down at himself and then at his surroundings, feeling as if he had passed through a rabbit hole into a wonderland. Everything before him felt so unreal, and his presence among them made him feel out of place, causing a wave of self-consciousness to arise within Fong Imo. Reflected in the mansion's glass, he appeared both awkward and stiff. Even the way he walked resembled a marionette with joints lacking lubrication. Jin Yushi led Fong Imo through the courtyard and around to the front of the 3-story building. They passed through several doors and arrived at a room with a large dining table, clearly the dining room. A foreign woman dressed as a maid hurried over to greet Jin Yushi. Jin Yushi immediately began conversing with her in fluent English. Fong Imo, who wasn't proficient in English, couldn't understand a word, but could sense her confidence and composure through her tone, gestures, and expressions. This made Fong Imo admire her even more, feeling increasingly inadequate. As Jin Yushi spoke, the foreign maid nodded along until Jin Yushi finished and asked, "You understand?" The foreign woman replied, "Yes, madam," then bowed and hurriedly left the room. After watching the maid leave, Jin Yushi turned and pulled Fong Imo to sit at the large dining table. "Fong Imo, please wait a moment. Dinner is being prepared and will be ready soon. After you finish eating, I'll take you to meet Miss He and Mr. He." Fong Imo nodded awkwardly, but then felt puzzled. Miss He was here. Wasn't she seriously injured? Shouldn't she be in the hospital? Before Fong Imo could ask, Jin Yushi suddenly changed her expression, gently pressing on Fong Mo's shoulder, and in a warm, yet very formal tone, said, "Fong Imo, my boss can sometimes be a bit unpredictable. Remember, if he makes any requests that seem reasonable but make you uncomfortable, you can refuse." Fong Imo couldn't help but think a big question mark appeared above his head. A boss who is strict with subordinates in work, but easygoing in life, yet sometimes unpredictable. Is this definitely a nationally recognized outstanding young entrepreneur, and not a person with a split person? You can rest assured, whatever your boss desires with his wealth, there is nothing he cannot acquire. Moreover, someone like me is probably not worth his attention. Seeing Jin Yushi looking at him with hesitation, Fong Imo asked, "Do you have something to attend to?" "You can go ahead." Jin Yushi was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile. "All right, I'll go speak with the boss first. You wait here." With that, she hurriedly left the room. With no one in the room, Fong Imo gradually relaxed. This was his first time seeing such a grand private dining room in reality, with a long dining table that was quite a novelty to him. Unable to help himself, he got up to explore the room. Fong Imo felt that he must look like a fool in the eyes of others, his gaze reflecting a naive curiosity. Just as Fong Imo picked up a silver candlestick to play with, a dull knocking sound echoed, and the door was opened. The foreign maid from earlier pushed in a dining cart, which held several large plates covered with silver domes. The foreign maid bowed slightly to Fong Imo and mumbled something. Fong Imo did not understand, only staring blankly at her. After a while, he managed to decipher her meaning from a few words he could hear in her gestures. She was asking if he wanted— Oh, yes. Fong Imo nodded repeatedly, placing the silver candlestick back and finding. The maid pushed the cart beside Fong Imo, then lifted the lids, presenting steaming dishes before him. Each time a dish was served, she would repeat something that sounded like announcing the menu. Before him lay steak, a thick soup whose ingredients were unrecognizable, pan-fried fish, fillets, mashed potatoes, pastries, and a small bowl of ice cream. Fong Imo had seen a Japanese drama about running a Western restaurant where the dishes were served one by one. The items before him were indeed Western dishes, but they were all presented at once. It seemed the owner here was also an unconventional person, Fong Imo thought. Not wanting to be polite, he picked up a knife and fork and began to cut the steak, imitating what he had seen on TV. "Do you need some wine, ma'am?" Perhaps realizing Fong Imo couldn't keep up with her speed, the foreign maid asked in a notably slow manner. Fong Imo didn't immediately understand what wine meant, but when he saw her point to a bottle of red wine resting in an ice bucket beneath the cart, he quickly waved his hand. No, thank you, but I can't. I only drink." Fong Imo wanted to say he didn't drink alcohol and could only have carbonated drinks, but he couldn't remember how to say carbonated drinks in English, and he hesitated without checking his phone. After a moment, a flash of inspiration struck Fong Imo, and with his English that had regressed to a primary school level, he continued, "Coca-Cola." "Yes, I only drink Coca-Cola." The foreign maid, understanding now, said something before leaving. After a while, she returned with a bottle of cola, poured it into a wine glass, and placed it before Fong Imo. So she thought he wanted cola. Fong Imo felt suddenly embarrassed, repeatedly thanking her. To avoid making her uncomfortable, he picked up the glass and took a sip, adding, "Oh yes, I like Coca-Cola, it's good to drink, thank you." "It's my pleasure, ma'am." She responded with a smile. This time Fong Mo understood. She was being polite. Fong Mo's face flushed, he forced a smile, and quickly lowered his head to focus on his meal, feeling it was best not to speak and avoid embarrassing himself further. After eating and drinking his fill, the maid cleared the dishes, and then invited him to a lounge with bookshelves, sofas, and a television, poured him a cup of hot tea, said something, and left. Although he didn't understand her words, Fong Mo grasped her intent. She was asking him to wait here for a moment. He held the teacup and wandered around the room to digest his meal. Outside, the night was darkening. Fong Mo glanced at the wall clock and wondered if he would make it back to the hospital tonight. He waited for about 10 minutes, during which he received a voice call from Fong Yuan. She was mainly informing him about several packages she had received today, which were naturally sent by him a few days ago. Fong Mo briefly explained before hurriedly hanging up. He had seen Jin Yushi appear at the door through the reflection in the window. "Fong Mo, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm taking you to meet Mr. He." Fong Mo nodded quickly, put down his cup, picked up the pot of flowers he had brought, and followed Jin Yushi out of the lounge. Although the small building was only 3 stories high, it had an elevator. Once inside, Fong Mo understood why, although it appeared to have 3 floors from the outside, there were actually 3 basement levels, making it a total of 6. What puzzled Fong Mo even more was that Jin Yushi did not press any floor buttons. Instead, after the elevator doors closed, she swiped the card, pressed the door open button a few times, and then the close button several times. Just as Fong Mo was wondering what she was doing, the elevator unexpectedly began to descend. Noticing Fong Mo's nervousness, Jin Yushi naturally patted his arm and gently explained, "We are going to the 4th basement level. There is no corresponding button. The place is somewhat hidden because there are things Mr. He does not want too many people to know about. Don't think too much about it." As she spoke, the elevator had already come to a stop. As the elevator doors opened, a spacious corridor greeted them with a faint scent of disinfectant, walls adorned with warm wallpaper, and medical staff hurrying by, making Fong Mo feel as if he had returned to a hospital. "This is..." Fong Mo suddenly recalled what Jin Yushi had mentioned earlier about meeting Miss He, and he realized they had brought the hospital here for that Miss He. Fong Mo was increasingly astonished. They had actually built a hospital underground in their villa. Moreover, judging by the number of medical staff coming and going and the floor plan on the wall, it was quite a large area. This must have cost a fortune. It was no exaggeration to say they were as rich as a nation. Fong Mo was left dumbfounded, thinking about his meager salary each month, feeling a bit out of sorts. How do these wealthy people make their money? Truly, comparing oneself to others makes one feel inferior. Earlier, when he was looking at the villa from outside, he thought a real man should be like this. Now that thought had completely vanished. Some things truly cannot be obtained through effort alone. As Fong Mo pondered, he followed Jin Yushi to a room door, just as the door swung open from the inside. A group of middle-aged men in white coats hurried out, saying nothing, as if fleeing. The atmosphere was undeniably tense. Then sounds of tables crashing, chairs smashing, and papers being thrown echoed from inside the room. Every day talking about medical revolutions, yet can't even handle a brain injury, damn it, useless. Useless. Working with these pests, what good is biological science? A furious barrage of insults erupted from within the room. That explosive roar struck Fong Mo like a thunderbolt, making him involuntarily take 2 steps back. A tyrant, this truly is a tyrant. No word could better describe him. Seeing Fong Mo's reaction, Jin Yushi let out a bitter smile, but still spoke to reassure him. The treatment team has thought of many methods, but Miss He has shown no signs of waking. "Mr. He is in a bad mood. But you are a distinguished guest, he will not treat you this way, so don't worry." Fong Mo suddenly had a gut feeling that coming here was definitely not the right choice. After hearing that furious rant, his intuition told him that Mr. He was undoubtedly the type of person he disliked interacting with. In a daze, Fong Mo recalled what Jin Yushi had said earlier. When they met, you could actually refuse. Now thinking back, perhaps Jin Yushi was subtly reminding him not to come, but it was inconvenient to say so, because it was a task assigned by the boss. Sigh. Fong Mo lamented inwardly. Fong Mo, you really are foolish. Just as Fong Mo was sighing, Jin Yushi had already knocked on the door. "Come in." A muffled voice came from inside. Upon hearing this, Jin Yushi pushed the door open and led Fong Mo inside. This was a spacious office equipped with desks, chairs, bookshelves, a projector, and a whiteboard, but it was very messy with scattered documents all over the floor. A tall man sat slouched at the desk, wearing a white shirt and black trousers, his shoes polished. The top 2 buttons of his collar were undone, and his sleeves were rolled up, giving him an air of fatigue and despondence. In his hands he held a picture frame, and his face was deeply shadowed, making his expression impossible to discern. Fong Mo looked at the tall figure and felt a twinge of fear rising within him. The more he looked, the more he sensed a profound sadness emanating from this person, adding to his sympathy. Mr. Fong Mo has arrived," Jin Yushi said calmly. After a while the man slowly raised his head, revealing a ruggedly handsome face, strikingly masculine, reminiscent of the Spanish football star Raul Gonzalez from over a decade ago. Fong Yimou had seen this face in the online entry for Hichi. However, the man now appeared ragged and haggard, making him almost unrecognizable at first glance. Noticing Jin Yushi and Fong Yimou, the man paused, set down the picture frame, and walked towards them. He stopped in front of Fong Yimou, looking down at him from a height. Fong Yimou immediately felt a shadow fall over him. He realized this man was as tall as a mountain. The aura he unconsciously radiated made Fong Yimou want to step back, but he held his ground and forced himself to make eye contact. Fong Yimou thought to himself, it's just one person's brother and another person's brother. Don't show weakness, don't let them look down on you. With that thought, Fong Yimou squeezed out a stiff smile. Hello, mister. I am Fong Yimou. The man, however, did not reply, instead scrutinizing Fong Yimou from head to toe, even circling around him, which made Fong Yimou feel extremely uncomfortable. Yet the fatigue-ridden eyes gradually began to shine with light. After a while he stood before Fong Yimou again, smiling as he extended his hand. Hello, Fong Yimou, I am Hichi. Thank you very much for saving Zhao Yan, and I appreciate your coming here. Fong Yimou was momentarily confused, wondering if this person was really just strict with his employees while at work. Looking at the large hand extended toward him, Fong Yimou couldn't help but pause, slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he took a deep breath, nervously rubbed his hand on his pants, and slowly extended his own hand, saying, Hello, mister. It is an honor to meet you. I know, Hichi replied as he shook Fong Yimou's hand. Fong Yimou was taken aback by his words, while Jin Yushi beside him raised her hand to cover her forehead. Fong Yimou found himself at a loss for words, but the tension in his heart dissipated significantly due to this seemingly somewhat boastful statement. Fong Yimou thought to himself, how could someone be so lacking in modesty? Shouldn't the appropriate response be something like, oh, it's nothing, just a bit of a reputation? However, thinking of the identity of the person across from him and the wealth represented by the numerous zeros, he felt that perhaps his words were just a truthful statement and did not pose a problem. Mister, he is truly humorous. Fong Yimou said somewhat awkwardly. Mister, Fong Yimou has brought a gift for Miss He. Jin Yushi timely interjected. Fong Yimou felt as if he had received a reprieve, quickly retracting his hand. He opened the paper bag and took out the potted daisy inside. Fong Yimou had been very careful while packaging it during the day, and he had also been cautious while carrying it, fearing it might get bumped or damaged. At this moment, the daisy's leaves were lush and green, and the flowers were charming and cute, showing no signs of damage, proving that his careful nurturing was not in vain. He checked once more to ensure there were no issues, then carefully presented the pot of flowers before Hichi. Mister, I don't have much to offer, but this pot of daisies is something I grew myself. It has a great meaning, and I wanted to give it to Miss He, hoping she recovers soon. After speaking, he anxiously looked at the other party. Hichi looked down at the flowers in Fong Yimou's hand, but did not immediately take them. After a while, Fong Yimou began to feel at a loss, his hand holding the flowers frozen in midair, unable to advance or retreat. Could it be that the gift he presented was too ordinary and not to their liking? Had he known, it would have been better not to bring anything at all. What Hichi said next caused Fong Yimou's face to alternately flush white and red, feeling so embarrassed he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Well, thank you. However, Zhao Yan likes camellias. At this moment, unable to bear it any longer, Jin Yushi quickly stepped forward, took the potted plant from Fong Yimou's hands, shot a glare at Hichi, and said, Mister, Zhao Yan also really likes daisies, and her room needs some fresh flowers for decoration. This pot is just perfect. Fong Yimou, this is a very thoughtful and unique gift. Fong Yimou looked gratefully at Jin Yushi, who had come to his rescue. However, Hikai's expression revealed his displeasure. No one understands Zhao Yan better than I do, as she clearly only likes camellias. Jin Yushi smiled and replied to Hichi, no girl would dislike daisies, not even Zhao Yan. Yet in her words there seemed to be a tone of gritted teeth. Hichi shrugged his shoulders, no longer arguing with her, and turned to Fong Yimou, saying, honestly, I don't care what you give, I can buy anything. At this point, Fong Yimou suddenly began to doubt whether this person simply couldn't hold a conversation or was deliberately targeting him. He even started to feel a bit angry. Was he called here just to be made to feel uncomfortable? But then he thought, after all, this person was a big boss whose business deals were worth billions, and he began to wonder if he had offended him in some way. Yet throughout the entire time, he had hardly said 2 words. Could it be because he had stepped into the room with his left foot first? However, Hichi seemed completely unconcerned with the changing expressions on Fong Yimou's face and continued speaking to himself. But this sentiment is very important. Fong Yimou, I want to repay you well, along with the kindness you showed in saving my sister before. Additionally, I have something I need your help with. I wasn't sure before, but seeing you now, I am 100% certain that this matter can only be entrusted to you. Fong Yimou smirked awkwardly and said, if you have something to say, just say it. As long as I can help, I want. As for any repayment, there's no need for that. You just speaking to me nicely is the greatest repayment. Fong Yimou swallowed the latter part of his sentence back. Fong Yimou calmed down. You can't just respond like the big boss does, you have to know that your level of reincarnation is far too different from his. At the same time, he also began to wonder what this matter was that only he could help with. Hichi waved his hand saying, "Don't rush to refuse just yet. Let me take you to see Xiaoyan first. Once you see her, you'll understand. Don't worry, I have plenty of money, and will never—" With that, Hichi led Fong Mo out of the office with Jin Yushi silently following behind. As they walked, Hichi introduced his family situation to Fong Mo. "There are 5 people in my family: me, my sister, my dad, my mom, and my grandfather. My dad is He Hongjuan, and my mom is Su Xiaoyan." Fong Mo nodded. He had researched Hikai's information and had also found details about his parents. Both of them were well-known older entrepreneurs in the country, but for some unknown reason Su Xiaoyan had begun to withdraw from the business world over a decade ago, and had turned her focus to philanthropy, especially caring deeply for children's welfare. The new peak group that Hichi currently manages is actually the enterprise they built from the ground up. My grandfather. Well, never mind, he isn't well known, you'll get to know him sooner or later. There are also some various relatives. But they aren't important, just a bunch of ruthless wolves who would love to gnaw a piece of flesh off you every day. Mister, is this something you can say to a stranger? Fong Mo awkwardly smiled, not engaging in conversation, pretending he hadn't heard. He now realized that this Mr. He probably didn't hold any ill will toward him, he just possessed a unique quality that in the wealthy is called bluntness, but in the workplace, or among employees, is generally referred to as lack of common sense. My grandfather is getting old and his health isn't great, he can't handle stress. My mom has heart disease and went abroad last month. She is scheduled for heart surgery in late September. Our family originally couldn't handle any stress, and now, with Zoyan's situation, it has become even more difficult. As he spoke, the 3 arrived outside a room where 2 muscular men in suits were standing guard by the door. Through the large tempered glass door, one could see inside a special care unit, which contained a hospital bed and various equipment, all connected to the slender girl on the bed by tubes and cables. "Hello, Mr. He." The 2 suited men greeted Hichi and nodded to Jin Yushi, but upon seeing Fong Mo, their faces flashed with surprise. Hichi acknowledged with a sound gestured, and one of them quickly took out a card and swiped it on the card reader by the door. With a beep, the tempered glass door opened, and a nurse in a blue disposable protective suit quickly walked out. "Mr. He, how is my sister doing? Miss He's vital signs are very stable, but she still can't." "I'm very sorry, but that's the case. All right, you can leave now, or we need to talk." Hichi waved his hand with a furrowed brow and walked straight to the bed. "All right, Mr. He," the nurse said, and quickly left the room. Hichi stood by the bed, gently touching the girl's forehead before turning to signal Fong Mo and Jin Yushi to come over. Fong Mo looked at the pristine hospital room, hesitantly glanced at his shoes, but seeing Hichi waving at him, he hurriedly walked over with small steps. Fong Mo stood beside Hichi, looking down at He Xiaoyan lying motionless on the bed. The previously fashionable and beautiful girl now lay still with her eyes tightly closed. Her tea-colored hair had been cut off and electrodes were attached to her shaved scalp. Last time it was too dark and it was raining heavily, so Fong Mo hadn't seen her clearly as her face was covered in blood. Thus, when he shifted his gaze to her face after a brief moment of confusion, he was instantly shaken. He thought he might be hallucinating, rubbed his eyes, and looked again, shocked to find himself involuntarily taking 2. Seeing He Zoyan's face, Fong Mo felt as if he were looking in a mirror. This girl looked almost exactly like. In a daze, Fong Mo even felt a sense of illusion, as if the one lying there was himself, and that he was a disembodied soul standing here. Could it be? Am I still in a coma? All that had happened in the past few days was just a dream. Or had I actually died? Whether it was Hichi, He Xiaoyan, or Jin Yushi before me, were all these experiences merely illusions I had before dying? He looked blankly at He Xiaoyan lying on the bed, and then at Hichi opening his mouth, but not knowing what to say. This. A man and a woman, 2 strangers who had never met, could actually resemble each other so closely, as if they were cut from the same mold. Watching those plot lines in dramas where 2 people without any blood relation looked identical, Fong Mo had often wondered if there could really be strangers in the world who looked exactly like him. If he really encountered such a thing, what would it feel like? Incomprehensible, too incredible. Fong Mo stared at the face on the bed, speechless for a long time. Suddenly, for a moment, Fong Mo felt that this entire situation was an arrangement of fate. Fate made it rain heavily that day, fate caused him to crash his car, and fate led him to save this girl who looked so much like him. For a moment, Fong Mo's heart was filled with an indescribable sense of emotion. He Xiaoyan, you must wake up, I want you to see that we have the same face, and I want to see the same surprise in your eyes that I have now, Fong Mo thought to himself. As he gazed at He Xiaoyan, Fong Mo's thoughts drifted further away regardless of Hichi squeezing his shoulder and speaking non-stop. He didn't hear a single word. Staring at the motionless girl on the bed for a long time, Fong Mo suddenly felt a pinch on his shoulder and came back to his senses. Retracting his gaze from He Xiaoyan, Fong Mo turned to look at Hichi, who was forcefully pinching his shoulder, meeting the latter's eager gaze. Seeing Fong Yimou turn his head, Hikai's eyes burned even hotter as he spoke. So how is it, Fong Yimou? Fong Yimou scratched his head awkwardly, letting out a dry laugh, and saying, sorry, mister. I was lost in thought just now. Could you please repeat that? Upon hearing this, Hikai's expression suddenly stiffened and his brows furrowed into a tight knot. Noticing that the big boss in front of him was suppressing his anger, Fong Yimou couldn't help but swallow hard, discreetly stepping back half a step while forcing a reluctant, apologetic smile. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Hichi stared at Fong Yimou and solemnly repeated what Fong Yimou had not heard. What I said was, with my sister in this condition, you have to help me. Only you can help me. Need help? Fong Yimou nodded without much thought, saying, how can I assist you? Just as he finished speaking, Hikai's phone began to vibrate in his pocket. Wait a moment. Hichi took out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and his expression immediately soured. Like someone dropping a hot potato, he hurriedly handed the phone to Jin Yushi, saying, it's my mom, probably calling to ask about Yin Yan. You handle it. Jin Yushi took the phone, her expression equally complicated, but she still nodded. Pressing the answer button, she quietly responded while quickly exiting the hospital room. Hello, Aunt Sue. The automatic glass door slowly closed behind her, muffling the sound. Hichi patted Fong Mo's shoulder, pulling his attention back. The thing I need your help with isn't complicated at all. He looked at Fong Yimou with a serious tone, yet the words that followed were quite ridiculous. I want you to pretend to be my sister. Hichi enunciated this, clearly causing Fong Yimou to doubt his own hearing. He stared blankly at Hichi for a few seconds before hesitantly speaking up. What did you say? Hichi didn't repeat himself, but stared at him, offering a more straightforward explanation. I need you to impersonate Yin Yan for the next year, attend school for her, accompany my parents and grandfather, and show up at all the events she should be present at. After a moment of staring at Hichi, Fong Yimou voiced the confusion in his heart. Why do it this way? Given her current situation, she will eventually have to tell her family. What you are doing is pointless. This. Hichi frowned slightly, evidently impatient. What I just told you clearly didn't sink in. You really... Shaking his head, he spoke in a tone that bordered on harsh. Use your brain. If you keep it idle, you might as well just stay a mechanic for the rest of your life. Those words struck Fong Yimou in the chest, making it hard for him to keep his composure. Did this person really think being a mechanic was easy? It required brains too, you know. Besides, what was wrong with being a mechanic for a lifetime? There was no need to be tossed around by the wind and rain, and it was much better than delivering takeout for a lifetime. Suppressing the urge to retort, Fong Yimou swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and patiently contemplated Hikai's intentions. Hichi had casually mentioned many things about his family earlier, including his grandfather's poor health, his mother's heart condition, and upcoming surgery, and a bunch of annoying relatives who were like wolves. Looking back now, that seemingly casual chatter was not merely idle talk. After pondering for a moment, Fong Yimou voiced his guess. Are you worried that Aunt Sue and Grandpa he will be unable to handle the news of Miss He being in a coma after the car accident and fall ill themselves, eh? Hichi relaxed his expression, nodding in satisfaction. The level of intellect you've displayed now could barely qualify you as a junior business manager. Fong Yimou. This person really had a way of raising one's blood pressure with just a few words. Hichi, however, paid no attention to Fong Mo's expression and continued, my grandfather is old and in poor health. My mother has a heart condition and will undergo surgery next month. There are already 2 people in the family who can't handle stress, and with Yan Yan's situation. Therefore, I want you to impersonate my sister He Xiaoyan for the next year. Hichi stated his tone, leaving no room for disagreement. Fong Mo's expression changed to one of understanding as he took over the conversation, following Hikai's logic. If Miss He wakes up within the next year, it would only feel like she took a nap. For your family, all crises would have passed, and by then it would be fine to tell them the truth. Hichi nodded. If my sister hasn't woken up in a year, my mother's condition will have stabilized by then. Even if I tell her the truth, the impact won't be as severe. If I tell her now. He shrugged, then continued. Of course I won't let you do this for free. 1 million. He raised a finger, not even blinking. They'll give you 1 million as a reward. Fong Mo's breath hitched for a moment. 1 million. That number exploded in his mind, and Fong Mo instinctively started calculating. Based on what the garage paid him, he wouldn't earn that much even if he worked non-stop for 10 years. Now he only needed to pretend to be someone for a year to earn such a fortune. Fong Mo's heart raced, blood rushing. However, he quickly forced himself to calm down, dousing himself with cold water. This 1 million was not as easy to obtain as it seemed. If something went wrong midway and the He family experienced a shock due to his actions, who would bear the responsibility? Forget about whether he could get the money. Could Fong Yimou even walk away safely? Not to mention, asking a grown man to impersonate a young lady and fool her parents was already absurd beyond. I'm sorry, mister. Fong Yimou raised his head and spoke softly, his tone filled with regret. I can't help with this request. Hichi raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. Is the money too little? Without waiting for Fong Mo's response, he immediately raised the offer, then 2 million net excluding taxes. Fong Mo's eyelids twitched violently, his head spinning from this news. 2 million. 20 years' salary. The heat he had just managed to suppress surged back up. With his rationality still intact, Fong Mo quickly extinguished any improper thoughts before forcing a smile, seriously explaining his concerns to He-chi. Of course, he didn't mention his worries about escaping safely. Instead, he emphasized that he didn't believe he could fool He-Kai's family. No matter how much he looked like her, he was still a man, and one could disguise for a time, but not for a lifetime. After explaining, Fong Mo looked at He-Chi, feeling a sense of regret. 2 million. A sum he had never even dared to dream about was right in front of him, but this money was too hot for him to even reach out for. After hearing Fong Mo's words, He-Chi waved his hand dismissively. How to fool them isn't solely your concern, we'll think of a way too. As for your gender issue, He-Kai's gaze lingered on Fong Mo for a moment, his brow furrowing as he spoke with a hint of confusion. Aren't you a woman by nature? Being born with pseudo-hermaphroditism, you'll have to undergo surgery eventually. Don't you plan to treat it? This casual remark hit Fong Mo like a bolt from the blue, exploding in his ears without warning. To have the secret he wished to keep hidden until death, so casually mentioned by someone, left Fong Mo's mind buzzing, his thoughts blank. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring at He-Chi in bewilderment, unable to utter a word. The cover was torn away so abruptly, and before his anger could ignite, a cold wave of shame washed over him. The chill shot up his spine, nearly freezing Fong Mo's thoughts. After staring at He-Chi for a long while, he finally managed to regain his voice. How do you know that? He clenched his fists, his voice tight and trembling at the end. The hospital you're staying at has my investment. He-Chi shrugged, smiling as if it were the most natural thing. It's only logical for the reports of my benefactors to land on my desk. Perhaps feeling that the matter was already settled, He-Chi continued, without waiting for Fong Mo to recover. Once you have the surgery, the gender issue you worry about will no longer exist. You'll be able to live normally, and the risks of being exposed while impersonating Yen will be much lower. In short, you should undergo gender correction surgery and become a normal woman again. This would be good for you, for me, and for Yen, a win-win situation. Fong Mo stared at this person who spoke as if it were all settled, and after the shock and shame, his anger finally ignited. Having his privacy exposed was one thing, but who was this person to dictate whether he should undergo surgery? Who was he to casually decide how he should live his life from now on? Fong Mo was both ashamed and angry, nearly losing his composure and retorting. However, his remaining rationality reminded him that this person was not someone he could afford to offend. So Fong Mo took several deep breaths to suppress his anger, forcing the corners of his stiff mouth to lift as he spoke as calmly as possible. I'm sorry, mister. I have been diagnosed with pseudo-hermaphroditism, and from a physiological perspective, I am indeed a woman. However, having lived as a man for so many years, I cannot accept a female identity, so I have no plans to undergo surgery to become a woman. After a pause, Fong Mo glanced at the motionless family heiress lying on the hospital bed, his previously stiff tone softened slightly. With such generous conditions, I'm sure you can find someone with a similar figure to Miss He who would also be willing to undergo surgery to resemble her. Miss He has her own fortune. I believe she will wake up soon. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Fong Mo said, turning to nod vaguely at He-Chi before preparing. He thought to at least get out of the hospital room and distance himself from this big boss to avoid hearing anything else that might provoke him, as he might really lose his temper. However, just as Fong Mo lifted his foot, He-Chi grabbed his wrist. We were having a good conversation. Why are you leaving? He-Chi stared at him, his tone firm. You still think the money is too little, right? Here's the deal. I'll give you 5 million and it'll cover the surgery costs. All your expenses in the next year will be. After a pause, He-Chi said with certainty, go ask around and see who would pass up 5 million for a useless piece of flesh. Staring intently at He-Chi, Fong Mo suddenly remembered how this person had just confidently promised to repay him, and he felt utterly absurd. So this was what he meant by repayment. Thinking this, Fong Mo struggled hard, trying to break free from He-Kai's grip, but the latter's strength was too great. His hand was gripped like a vice, making it impossible for him to escape. The pain in his wrist made Fong Mo acutely aware of the strength difference between him and a real man, as if something had stabbed his heart hard. Mister, please let go of me. Fong Mo looked at He-Chi, abandoning his struggles, but his voice had turned cold. You set the conditions. If 5 million is still too little, you can ask for more. But this time Fong Mo felt no inclination to be moved. He-Kai's tone, which was almost certain, only made him feel humiliated. Raising his hand to cover his forehead, Fong Mo forced himself to sort through his chaotic thoughts, and looked up at He-Chi, asking coldly, Mister, may I ask you if someone told you that as long as you were willing to undergo gender reassignment surgery, they would give you as much money as you wanted, would you be willing? He-Chi looked at Fong Mo as if he were an idiot, sneering. If I could encounter such a good deal, why would I refuse? I would be more than willing. Fong Mo was momentarily stunned. After a moment of confusion, he finally realized that there were indeed distinctions between people. He shouldn't have asked He-Chi this question. As long as the money was enough, even if he were to turn He-Chi into a woman, he would probably nod in agreement. But Fong Mo couldn't do that. Having looked like a girl, he had suffered from bullying by boys and hostility from girls in middle school. After graduating and entering society, he had faced significant losses because of his appearance. If it weren't for this face, would he have had to endure so much suffering over the years? Every time he thought about this, Fong Mo couldn't help but feel a lack of affection towards his face, which looked much more like a girl than a boy. Just merely looking like a girl was already unbearable for him. He had desperately tried to escape being treated like a girl, like a freak, for so many years. How could he possibly accept becoming a woman for real? After a long silence shared with He-Chi, Fong Mo finally understood that he and He-Chi were two entirely different beings. No matter what he said, He-Chi probably wouldn't understand his feelings. Pouring out his experiences to him. Not only did Fong Mo not want to revisit those memories, but just looking at He-Chi's demeanor earlier, he could guess how this person would react. Fong Mo decided not to waste his breath. Since you can do it, then you go ahead. I can't do it, Fong Mo said, glancing at his wrist that was turning pale from He-Chi's grip. Can you let go of me now? It was He-Chi's turn to be stunned. He didn't comply, but instead kept staring at Fong Mo. After a long gaze, perhaps finally sensing the seriousness on Fong Mo's face, He-Chi's expression shifted to one of shock. Do you know what you are rejecting? He-Chi furrowed his brow, pointing to his puzzled face. Do you know who I am? When I say you can set the conditions, do you understand the weight of those words coming from me? Fong Mo sighed impatiently at these words, but He-Chi didn't give him a chance to interject, continuing his monologue. Just 5 million would be enough for you to do nothing for the rest of your life, living comfortably like a bum. You are rejecting the key to financial freedom. Do you even understand what financial freedom means? He-Chi became more agitated as he spoke, his voice filled with passion. When he spoke of the key to financial freedom, he raised his arms like he was about to embrace an angel descending from the sky, while Fong Mo felt like a rag doll being pulled around, stumbling and swaying. After his impassioned speech, He-Chi looked down at Fong Mo, who was grimacing from the pain in his wrist, and asked, Now I'll give you another chance. What conditions will make you willing to undergo surgery and help me impersonate my sister? After speaking, He-Chi fixed his gaze on Fong Mo, waiting for his response. His confident demeanor seemed to indicate that he was certain Fong Mo would give a positive answer. I'm sorry, but my answer remains the same. I simply can't do it. Fong Mo replied without hesitation. If you're willing to become a woman for money, that's your choice, but I cannot. If I truly needed money, I'd find other ways to earn it. He-Chi's expression froze instantly, his mouth hung open as he stared at Fong Mo, speechless. The hospital room fell into an unnerving silence. Only the three of them breathing and the intermittent beeping of the medical monitor beside He-Jian's bed. After holding Fong Mo's gaze for a long moment, He-Chi scratched his head in bewildered disbelief and murmured, Today has truly opened my eyes. How on earth does someone like you even exist? TCH. Are my terms really so unreasonable? All I'm asking is that you impersonate my sister as her stand-in. Am I humiliating you? Growing increasingly frustrated, He-Chi seized Fong Mo's wrist and yanked him forward, glaring down with bulging eyes and a low, gravelly voice. I just don't get it. My proposal benefits everyone, so why on earth are you refusing? Tell me why. Yanked and pressed like this, even Fong Mo's patience finally snapped. What I do or don't do is none of your business. I've already said I can't, and that means I can't. By now his words were tumbling out in disarray, his voice trembling with rising emotion. I'm a man. No matter what illness I have, I remain a man. I have my dignity. I refuse to undergo surgery to become a woman. Not for a single day. Not even for all the money in the world. Now I've made myself perfectly clear. Did you understand? You, the kind of person who treats everything as a transaction, born with a silver spoon, sailing smoothly through life, while no one dares to challenge you. You, a privileged young master. How could you possibly comprehend how I feel? Having unleashed everything he'd held back for so long, Fong Mo gasped raggedly, his mind reeling. So dazed he couldn't even recall what he'd just shouted. After hearing Fong Mo's outburst, He-Chi blinked, then let out a sharp, incredulous laugh. I thought you might say something profound. He-Chi looked down at Fong Mo, his expression layered with surprise, confusion, and faint mockery. Dignity. So that's all this is about. Are you genuinely 21? Did you really drop out after junior high and jump straight into adulthood? Why do you strike me as utterly naive, just like my younger sister? Fong Mo's face flushed crimson as memories slowly returned, reminding him exactly what he'd just bellowed in fury. Meeting He-Chi's gaze, the look of someone observing a child, he swallowed hard, desperate to explain yet unable to find a word more fitting than dignity. Flustered under He-Chi's unblinking stare, Fong Mo finally snapped back. What's wrong with dignity? Refusing to sell myself for money. That makes me childish. You're being asked to undergo gender-affirming surgery, not selling your soul. Do you believe men are inherently superior to women? Open your eyes and look beyond your gilded world. Aside from people like me, who hold wealth and power, how many men live with true dignity? Most barely scraped by like stray dogs. No, sometimes I swear I'm even beneath a dog. Dignity. refusing surgery. Do you think burying your head in the sand makes you any more of a man? Let me tell you plainly that's neither man nor woman. To reject normalcy and insist on living this way, well, that's truly unparalleled. Fong Mo had endured He-Chi's repeated verbal slights, he'd borne the violation of his privacy, he'd swallowed being dictated to, as if his future belonged to someone else. Even being physically restrained hadn't broken him. Yet that flippant phrase, neither man nor woman, cut deep, slicing across old wounds with surgical precision. A sudden deafening roar filled Fong Mo's skull, like something detonating inside his head. A chill raced up his spine, dragging with it waves of familiar shame and humiliation, nearly suffocating him. Memories surged, mockery, ostracism, being labeled a freak, until rage exploded within him. His teeth ground together with a sharp, grating sound, his knuckles whitened with the force of his grip. Honestly, I don't see what's wrong with being a woman. With your looks and disposition, surgery would open doors, marriage, children, a quiet, fulfilling life. Before He-Chi could finish, Fong Mo pushed past endurance, let out a piercing shriek. Go screw your mother's giant ghost. That cry rang out with startling clarity, a bright, unmistakably feminine timbre utterly unlike Fong Mo's usual voice. He-Chi's eyes widened in utter disbelief as he stared at Fong Mo. Fong Mo paid no attention to his reaction, frantically twisting his arm, trying to wrench free, but He-Chi's grip held firm. In desperation, Fong Mo lunged forward and sank his teeth deep into He-Chi's hand. Seconds later, a muffled groan of pain escaped He-Chi, and the iron grip around Fong Mo's arm finally loosened. Fong Mo immediately released his bite and staggered backward, putting swift distance between himself and He-Chi. The room plunged into absolute silence. He wiped his lips with the back of his hand, then glanced down at the smear of blood staining his fingers. His chest still heaved violently, his breath remained ragged, but he ignored it all, locking his gaze onto He-Chi, who towered over him. Every muscle taut, every nerve coiled tight, he stood like a bow drawn to its breaking point, eyes wary, wild like a cornered cat. He-Chi stared back, momentarily stunned, as if reality itself had betrayed his expectations. They held that tense, silent standoff for several seconds before He-Chi finally looked down at his hand. Seeing the crescent-shaped wound already welling with blood, he sucked in a sharp breath. You're seriously part dog, he muttered, equal parts shocked and furious, his tone laced with absurdity. Fong Mo panted heavily for several moments before managing to steady his breathing slightly. His throat bobbed as he swallowed. When he spoke again, his voice had settled back into its familiar lower register, though still edged with a faint, involuntary tremor. Mr. He, though today was deeply unpleasant, we have at least met. Keeping his eyes locked on He-Chi, Fong Mo edged slowly toward the door. You mentioned wanting to repay me for saving Miss He. I've just bitten you. If you choose not to hold it against me, that alone will be the finest repayment possible. As for the favor you requested, his voice hardened. I truly cannot comply. I refuse to undergo surgery to become a woman, not for a single day. You're wealthy. You'll certainly find someone far better suited. Please seek another candidate. I beg you, do not disturb me again. Goodbye. As he spoke, he reached the doorway. The automatic doors sensed his approach and slid open with a soft shush. Fong Mo glanced back once, then turned and stepped out. He-Chi didn't pursue him. Instead, he glanced down at his injured hand, then lifted his gaze to Fong Mo and called out, Hey, you'll regret this. Believe me, you will come back to me. You have my card. Call me when you've reconsidered. Let me tell you this. If you cling to self-imposed limits, if you won't shed those hollow notions of pride, you'll spend your entire life repairing cars. Stepping outside, Fong Mo collided with Jin Yushi, who had just returned from her phone call. Seeing Fong Mo emerge from the room, pale-faced, lips smeared with blood, Jin Yushi paused, then hurried forward. She glanced into the room, then turned back, whispering softly, Fong Mo, what happened? Are you all right? At the sight of Jin Yushi's gentle face, Fong Mo's tightly wound nerves relaxed, just for a fleeting instant. But the memory of having lunged like a rabid dog, biting her boss until he bled, immediately flooded him with guilt. Stammering, he muttered, No, I'm fine. Jin Yushi's brow furrowed, a flash of irritation crossing her eyes. You refused, He-Chi, and then he assaulted you. No. Fong Mo lowered his gaze, voice hushed. Ms. Jin, I'd like to go home. Jin Yushi checked her watch, then gently placed a hand on Fong Mo's shoulder, softening her tone. It's nearly 10 o'clock. It's too late to return tonight. Why not stay here overnight and leave tomorrow? Fong Mo shook his head. If it's inconvenient, just tell me where to catch the bus. I'll go on my own. Staying in this opulent mansion offered him no sense of safety, only the urgent need to escape. Jin Yushi hesitated, then nodded. Then I'll drive you. But first rinse your mouth and wash your face. She instinctively reached out to take his hand, her fingertips brushing his back, when Fong Mo stiffened and snatched his hand away almost reflexively. Jin Yushi paused, then quickly understood. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Fong Mo tucked his hand behind his back and shook his head. I'm not injured. I don't need treatment. What about the blood on your lip? She pointed gently. Fong Imo wiped it with his thumb, saw the red stain, and felt heat rise to his cheeks. Mister, he wouldn't let me leave. He gripped me too tightly, and I couldn't break free, so in the heat of the moment I bit him. He paused and added quietly, I'm sorry, I acted impulsively. Jin Yushi blinked, then burst into laughter. Honestly, not impulsive at all. That was excellent biting. Fong Imo stared stunned. But he's your boss. Jin Yushi gave a light, dismissive hum. Even bosses aren't always right. Then her voice softened. Come on, I'll take you to rinse your mouth. It'll feel better. Fong Imo murmured softly. Riding the elevator back to the villa's ground floor, Jin Yushi led him to a bathroom where he rinsed his mouth and washed his face. Then they hurried outside and climbed into the car she'd arrived in. All the way, Jin Yushi didn't press him about what had transpired alone with Hichi. Instead, she began with an apology. I'm sorry, Fong Imo. I shouldn't have taken that call just then. Her voice carried deep remorse. I knew exactly what kind of person he is, and yet I left you there alone. That was my negligence. Fong Imo only shook his head. After a pause, he voiced the question that had weighed on him since entering the car. Ms. Jean, you already knew about my condition, didn't you? After all, you're Mr. He's secretary. If he knows, you likely do too. Jin Yushi gripped the steering wheel in silence for a moment, then nodded slowly. I'm sorry, Fong Imo. I never imagined things would spiral so badly in just those few minutes. Mrs. Sue is a kind woman. I truly couldn't refuse his request. But I never intended to hurt you. There's no need to apologize. Fong Imo smiled bitterly, shaking his head. From a purely pragmatic standpoint, mister, he wasn't entirely wrong. Even as a man, I'm not a true man. I can't build a family nor ever father children. Jin Yushi glanced at him, her expression earnest. Fong Imo, in my eyes you embody masculinity more authentically than most men alive, including Hichi. Fong Imo faltered, then whispered, thank you, Miss Jean. The car fell quiet again. Just past 11 it pulled to a stop beneath the hospital's inpatient building. Fong Imo stepped out and leaned into the open window to bid farewell. Thank you today, Miss Jean. I'll likely be discharged in a couple of days, so we probably won't meet again. Wishing you success in your work. Fong Imo, wait a moment. Jin Yushi reached into her bag, retrieved a business card holder and pen, pulled out a card, and crossed out Hichi's name before writing her own name and a phone number on the reverse side. She handed it to Fong Imo with a smile. This is my personal number. WeChat is the same. If anything comes up, feel free to contact me. Fong Imo blinked, startled. Off. Jin Yushi playfully scolded him with a glance, leaned halfway out the window, and pressed the card into his palm before retreating back inside. Stop calling me Miss Jean all the time. Her eyes crinkled warmly. If you're comfortable, just call me Yushi, or Little Rain Sister, if that feels more natural. Fong Imo stared down at the card in his hand, momentarily speechless. Jin Yushi winked. Reach out sometime. Then she waved and drove off. Watching the car's crimson taillights recede into the night, Fong Imo looked again at the card in his palm. Originally Hichi's, now bearing Jin Yushi's scribbled name and number, with Hichi's name neatly crossed out and a comically crude little figure drawn beside it. The blank back bore her name and number, and beside them a stick figure grin sticking out its tongue. Fong Imo couldn't help but chuckle aloud. The crushing weight of Hichi's contempt finally lifted, just a little. To hell with Hichi. What kind of person Fong Imo chose to be, whether man or woman, was no one's business but his own. Yet a flicker of unease returned. After all, he'd drawn blood from one of the city's most powerful tycoons. Would Hichi retaliate? Then again, despite everything, Hichi hadn't laid a hand on him in anger. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Shaking his head, Fong Imo tucked the card away and walked toward the hospital's main lobby. Just as he stood before the elevator, his phone erupted in his pocket, vibrating fiercely, ringing urgently. He pulled it out and frowned. It was the nursing home. So late at night, why would they be calling? A cold knot tightened in Fong Mo's chest. Something felt profoundly wrong. He stared at the screen for 2 seconds, then answered, hello. Before he could utter another word, the voice on the other end crashed in. Hello, is this Fong Imo? Can you please come immediately to XXXX hospital? Your grandfather has had an accident. In the middle of the night, Fong Imo returned to the half-basement room he rented. However, he did not linger for long. He simply stuffed a few pieces of clothing into his backpack and left with it slung over his shoulder. Upon exiting the community, Fong Imo didn't bother to call a cheaper ride-hailing service, but instead hailed a taxi, directly asking the driver to take him to Tingdong International Airport. After leaving the hospital, Fong Imo was on the phone with the nursing home, gathering information about his grandfather's. It turned out that just past 10 o'clock at night, the night shift staff at the nursing home discovered his grandfather lying in the stairwell with blood all over his head, apparently having fallen down the stairs. The staff were taken aback and immediately called for an ambulance, rushing the elderly man to the hospital for treatment. The examination results were not optimistic. The elderly man had several broken ribs and a fractured scapula, and most concerning was that he had sustained a head injury with signs of intracranial bleeding, placing him in a critical condition with no assurance of survival. Upon hearing this news, Fong Yimou felt as if his heart was being ripped apart, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Once he calmed down, the first thing that came to his mind was that he must return home immediately to be by his grandfather's side. As for how to save money on the trip, or whether his own health had fully recovered, those concerns paled in comparison. Thus, once he was in the taxi, Fong Yimou opened a ticket purchasing app to look for flights. Fortunately, fate was on his side. A flight departing in 2 hours was still available, and although the destination was Gon City, which was adjacent to U City, there were night buses from Gon City's airport to the downtown area of U City. If all else failed, he could always take a taxi. It's only a journey of 1 or 2 hours. Fong Yimou quickly completed the order and purchased the flight ticket. Meanwhile, the nursing home sent a detailed account of his grandfather's incident along with 3 video clips via WeChat. Skipping over the lengthy text, Fong Yimou first opened each video to play them. The 3 video clips were all from fixed cameras captured in low-resolution black and white night vision, clearly taken by the nursing home's surveillance cameras. The first video showed his grandfather's room. The elderly man was peacefully asleep at first, but whether it was an urgent need or something else, he gradually awoke from his slumber. He slowly sat up, dressed himself, and sat on the bed for a while, calling out a few times towards the camera, but receiving no response. He then used his walker to get up and slowly walked out of the room. After watching the entire video, a blazing anger ignited in Fong Mo's heart. Below the camera, positioned in his grandfather's room, was a bed for the caregiver. Because of his grandfather's special condition, Fong Yimou had paid extra for unknown intensive care services, meaning that even at night the caregiver, who shared the room with the elderly man, was supposed to respond at all times. Yet in the video, even after his grandfather called out several times, the caregiver in the same room remained unresponsive. Fong Mo's hands trembled with rage, but he still restrained his anger and clicked on the second video. The second video showed surveillance footage from the nursing home's corridor. The elderly man exited his room, looked around the corridor for a bit, and then walked slowly towards the bathroom. After 6 or 7 minutes, the elderly man emerged from the bathroom and re-entered the frame. However, what followed made Fong Mo's heart tighten, and he couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand. He stood at the bathroom door for a moment, appearing confused, as if he suddenly forgot where he was. He glanced left and right, quickly becoming agitated, and after swaying in place for a while, he slowly walked towards the camera. The camera's microphone captured the elderly man's voice, which was unclear, but Fong Yimou could still understand. "This isn't my home. This isn't my home. How did I end up here? I want to go home. Moer Yuan Yuan." Upon hearing the elderly man's calls, Fong Mo's heart ached like a knife. He could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down his face like a broken dam. His grandfather's Alzheimer's would flare up from time to time, and sometimes, even in Fong Mo's presence, he would fail to recognize him. His grandfather must have suddenly forgotten that he was living in a nursing home. In the footage, the elderly man, leaning on his walker, paced anxiously back and forth in the corridor, pushing open the door to the emergency exit. Upon seeing the stairs, he paused for a moment before slowly making his way towards them, and then the video ended. The third video was brief, showing footage from the stairwell camera. After the elderly man pushed open the emergency exit door and entered the stairwell, he attempted to descend the stairs. Mumbling incoherently about wanting to go home and calling out Fong Mo's and his sister's names, he only took 2 steps down before losing his footing and tumbling down the stairs, his head striking the ground with a heavy thud. Initially, the elderly man could still be heard groaning in pain, but soon even that sound faded away. After a while, a night shift staff member from the nursing home entered the frame and the video concluded. By the end, Fong Mo's heart was shattered. He raised a hand to cover his face, tears pouring down like a fountain. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if a hand were tearing him apart from the inside. The elderly man who had just fallen was not a stranger seen in the news, but his own grandfather, the one who had raised him and his sister with his own life. Over a decade ago, when he was still too young to remember much, their entire family had perished in the great earthquake in Gon City, leaving only him, his sister Fong Yuan, and their grandfather as survivors. After the earthquake, his grandfather lost his job and opened a community clinic treating minor ailments for residents while single-handedly raising the 2 siblings. It was incredibly difficult for an elderly man over 60 to take care of 2 children, yet despite such circumstances, his grandfather had rarely let the siblings suffer during his healthy days. Recalling all the little moments from his childhood and seeing the elderly man in the video, Fong Yimou felt his heartache deepen, and gradually silent tears turned into soft sobs. A man does not shed tears lightly, only when truly sorrowful. Leaning back in the seat, he silently cried for a while, and slowly Fong Mo's emotions began to settle as he started to contemplate what he needed to do upon returning home. His health, work-related matters, updates on his grandfather's treatment, the division of responsibilities with the nursing home, how to ensure his sister's studies were not affected, and so forth. Each thought he had, he meticulously organized into his notes. By the time he had thought it through, the taxi, under the driver's extreme maneuvering, sped along the expressway, hitting the speed limit all the way to the airport. Fong Yimou was still too late. As he stumbled to the entrance of the emergency room, the doctor was just coming out of the operating room. Upon seeing Fong Mo, he took off his mask, gently shook his head, and patted Fong Mo's shoulder. Inside the operating room, Yuan was heartbroken, crying over her grandfather's body covered with a white cloth. After crying for a long time, she weakened and fainted. Standing in a daze at the door of the operating room for a long time, Fong Mo suddenly saw his grandfather coming out from inside. The old man brushed past him, seemingly not seeing him at all, and walked step by step towards the end of the corridor. Coming to his senses, Fong Mo suddenly shouted, "Grandpa, don't go." He lifted his foot to chase after him. However, as his gaze swept to the end of the corridor and saw several figures standing there, Fong Mo's body stiffened. It was his father and mother and his grandmother. The father and mother who had already passed away. Fong Mo's heart tightened suddenly. As if hearing his call, his grandfather paused, turned around, and gave him a kind smile. The relatives standing at the end said nothing, only watching him silently. Their eyes, clearly peaceful, felt like knives piercing Fong Mo's heart one after another. Their eyes seemed to ask him, "Why weren't you there when Grandpa was in trouble? Why did you send Grandpa to that nursing home?" Fong Mo's tears flowed like a fountain. "Grandpa, please don't go. I was wrong." He choked, desperately dragging his leaden legs, wanting to chase after him. But just after he gritted his teeth and moved forward a couple of steps, a dull buzzing began to sound in his ears, and the ground beneath him started to sway. The next second, a sharp pain shot up from his lower abdomen. The pain grew fiercer, as if a hand was gripping his intestines and twisting them ruthlessly. Fong Mo suddenly woke up, his back already drenched in cold sweat. The dim yellow lights of the cabin illuminated his vision, and the low rumble of the airplane engine filled his ears. Fong Mo took a few hurried breaths, only then realizing that he was still on the plane heading to Ganqing. Everything that just happened was merely a dream. Grandpa was not dead. Yuan did not faint from crying, and his father, mother, and grandmother were not standing at the end of the corridor looking at him. However, the heavy despair and guilt from the dream tightly wrapped around him as he returned to reality. "Passenger, are you feeling unwell?" The flight attendant's voice rang out again, pulling Fong Mo back to reality. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although the pain in his abdomen made him instinctively curl up, he still forced himself to shake his head and said he was fine. Actually, it wasn't a new problem at all. This abdominal pain had started after he graduated from middle school and worked for 2 years, occasionally bothering him for a spell, but it would settle down after a few days, so Fong Mo had always thought it was chronic gastritis. Over the years, it had never caused any major issues. He just had to carry ibuprofen capsules with him to avoid. Now he realized what this ailment was. This was probably what girls often referred to as menstrual cramps. Realizing that the chronic gastritis that had tormented him for years was actually this, Fong Mo couldn't help but bitterly smile momentarily, unable to tell whether he was relieved or feeling even worse. But ultimately, this body was still a woman's. With this thought, Fong Mo felt even worse, and the flight attendant didn't leave just because he said, "I'm fine. Are you really okay? Please don't hesitate to let us know if you need anything." She still half squatted beside Fong Mo, asking with concern. Seeing the flight attendant's genuine concern, Fong Mo hesitated for a moment and nodded. "If it's not too much trouble, could you please bring me a cup of hot water? I need to take some medicine." The flight attendant quickly nodded and replied sure before hurriedly heading to the service area at the back of the plane. Watching the flight attendant leave, Fong Mo opened his backpack zipper, but suddenly remembered that he had rushed out too quickly and forgot to bring the ibuprofen. Frustrated, he knocked on his head and quickly called out to her, asking weakly in a low voice, "Excuse me, miss, do you have ibuprofen capsules on the plane? If you do, could you give me a few? I forgot to bring them when I rushed out." "Okay, just a moment." The flight attendant smiled and hurried back to the rear of the plane. In a short while, she returned with hot water and medicine, even bringing a blanket for Fong Mo. He expressed his gratitude profusely. The flight attendant gently advised him to call her if he felt really uncomfortable, and seeing him nod, she turned and left. After taking the medicine and drinking the hot water, the abdominal pain gradually eased. The pain subsided, but thinking of his grandfather lying in the hospital, uncertain of life and death, Fong Mo couldn't feel sleepy at all. With his phone on airplane mode and unable to contact the outside world, he could only wrap himself in the blanket, leaning against the chair and keeping his eyes open to pass the time. About 2 hours later, the plane finally landed at Ganqing Airport, and after taxiing for about 10 minutes on the runway, it finally docked at the jet bridge. After disembarking with the crowd, Fong Mo ran for about 20 minutes before finally boarding the airport bus. During the bumpy ride, the sky gradually brightened and the horizon began to show a pale light. When the first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the dawn, he finally arrived at the hospital where his grandfather was and saw the nursing home staff waiting outside the emergency room. There were quite a few people waiting outside the emergency room. The director, deputy director, and nursing supervisor were all there, along with the caregiver responsible for his grandfather's daily care, and beside them stood a man in a security uniform looking like the night shift worker who first discovered his grandfather had fallen. The expressions of these people were all grim. Some sat silently in the waiting chairs, some leaned against the wall in a daze, and only one middle-aged woman was pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. Fong Mo recognized her at a glance. She was the caregiver for his grandfather surnamed Zhou, whom Fong Mo usually called Aunt Zhou. She used to always have a smile on her face, but now her face was ashen. When Fong Mo saw Aunt Zhou, she also saw him. Seeing him come running out of breath, she was initially stunned, then quickly approached him. Fong Mo, I'm sorry I didn't take good care of your grandfather. I betrayed your trust, I let the old man down. She grabbed Fong Mo's arm, and as she spoke, tears began to fall. Fong Mo just wearily shook his head. After running all the way, his heart felt tight, and he experienced waves of palpitations. But at that moment, Fong Mo couldn't care about himself. All he could think about was his grandfather's injuries and the anger he couldn't suppress. In the video, Grandpa had clearly been calling out for someone after waking up, but Aunt Zhou had no reaction at all. After coming out of the bathroom, Grandpa had shouted in the corridor for so long, yet no one discovered him in time. Fong Mo had trusted them. He sent his grandfather to the nursing home because he trusted them to take good care of him. But now Grandpa was lying in the emergency room, uncertain of his fate. But seeing Aunt Zhou with red eyes shedding tears, his heart felt heavy again. These people did indeed send him to the hospital as soon as they discovered the old man. They paid the bills, and even shared the situation and surveillance footage with him. But the more they did that, the more the anger in Fong Mo's heart couldn't be suppressed. He didn't want to hear Aunt Zhou continue crying, nor did he have time to argue about who was more wronged. While he was on the road, Fong Mo had been in touch with the nursing home, but he actually hadn't received much useful information. In the meantime, he had taken a plane and transferred to a bus. The only thing he wanted to know right now was one thing. How was Grandpa? So Fong Mo waved his hand to directly interrupt her. And so let's save the apologies for later. Fong Mo's voice was tight as he spoke. First, tell me, what is my grandfather's current situation? Once he said this, Aunt Zhou immediately began to cry. She wiped her tears while stuttering to explain. The old man was taken into the operating room around 2 o'clock. We discovered he had fallen around 11 and immediately sent him to the hospital. The doctors issued 2 critical condition notices in between, and I signed them all. She spoke in a rush, but Fong Mo managed to piece it together. Leaving aside the injuries to his ribs and shoulder blade, the most troublesome issue was his head. The old man had hit his head when he fell, and after examination, signs of skull fracture and intracranial hemorrhage were found, requiring immediate craniotomy. Around 2 o'clock, the neurosurgeon rushed back to the hospital, and that was when the surgery officially began. The last critical condition notice was issued just an hour ago. Just as Aunt Zhou was still speaking intermittently, the emergency room door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. 2 nurses hurriedly wheeled out a gurney, with another nurse following, holding an enforced stand. Grandpa! Fong Mo's spirit perked up, and without thinking, he rushed forward. The old man lay motionless on the gurney, covered with a respirator, and his head was wrapped in bandages with blood seeping from the edges. Just one glance made Fong Mo's eyes redden. He reached out to touch Grandpa, but was stopped by a nearby nurse. Family, please remain calm. The patient is still in danger and must be sent to the ICU immediately. As soon as these words fell, Fong Mo froze. He could only watch helplessly as the gurney was hurriedly pushed until Grandpa was pushed away. Fong Mo was still in a daze, his legs feeling weak, unable to recover for a long time. At that moment, a short doctor dressed in green scrubs came out of the operating room. He was drenched in sweat, his mask pulled down to his chin. Seeing Fong Mo standing there in a daze, he quickly walked over. Are you a family member of the patient? Fong Mo nodded repeatedly, his throat tight, as he spoke. I am. Doctor, how is my grandfather? The doctor patted his shoulder side, and then began to speak. We have temporarily stabilized him, but there is a situation I need to clarify with you. As soon as he saw Grandpa being pushed out of the operating room, the glimmer of hope he felt now hung in the balance. You see, the doctor wiped his sweat, his tone heavy. The old man's situation is currently very troublesome. He is suffering from diffuse brain swelling after severe traumatic brain injury. With our hospital's current capabilities, we cannot handle this. If treatment is desired, he must be transferred to a larger hospital in the province that has the necessary condition. But the old man also has Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, and these diseases are related to the brain and nervous system. Given his current condition, even if he is transferred to the provincial hospital for surgery, the success rate is only about 20. This number struck Fong Mo like a heavy blow, causing his heart to sink. His legs weakened and his vision went dark as he collapsed directly onto the ground. Aunt Zhou and the nurse hurriedly helped Fong Mo up, allowing him to sit on a nearby chair. Aunt Zhou gently patted Fong Mo's back, while the doctor knelt beside him, saying, Don't worry. As long as you don't give up, we will do our utmost to help you. After the doctor's words, hope gradually ignited in Fong Mo's eyes. He tightly grasped the doctor's arm, sat up from the chair, and then with a thud knelt down. Doctor, my sister and I only have our grandfather as our family. We haven't had a chance to show him filial piety. Please save him. You, good people, will be rewarded. I will bow to you. I beg you. Money is not a problem, no matter how much it costs. I will find a way. Seeing Fong Mo kneeling and truly starting to bow, the doctor was startled and rushed to pull him up, but Fong Mo refused to budge. Family members of the patient, please don't do this. This won't help your grandfather's condition, okay? Please stand up, and I will explain slowly to you. The doctor and nurse kept comforting him, and after a while Fong Mo gradually calmed down and was helped back into the chair. At this moment the doctor gently pressed on his shoulder and said, "Your grandfather's condition with our hospital's medical resources is indeed not sufficient. But don't worry if you don't want to give up on treatment. I will contact big hospitals in the province, and even in other provinces that have rich experience in this area. I believe that as long as we can coordinate a transfer to a capable hospital, and with the possibility of remote joint consultations, if we can invite top experts to participate, the chances of a successful surgery will greatly increase." At this point the doctor paused for a moment and continued, "Don't worry too much about your grandfather's injury. I will coordinate the medical resources, okay? You go back and arrange things, gather some funds, and be prepared for the expenses. Your grandfather's condition will not be less than 300,000. 300,000, and it won't be less." Fong Mo gritted his teeth but still nodded without hesitation. Given their family's current situation, 300,000 was definitely out of reach. Let alone 300,000, he might not even be able to come up with 30,000. But even if he had to borrow from others, he would not give up. He must ensure that his grandfather wakes up safely. The doctor spoke a few more words to Fong Mo, leaving him with his contact number before hurrying away with the nurse. Fong Mo stood dazedly in front of the operating room door for a while, looking at the exhausted medical staff sitting on the chairs outside the operating room. He glanced at a few people from the nursing home. The director, deputy director, and nursing supervisor were whispering together, while the security guard, dressed like an uncle, nervously watched Fong Mo from the side. Aunt So was wiping her tears again. Seeing the three of them whispering, Fong Mo suddenly felt an uncontrollable anger rise within him. Noticing Fong Mo approaching, the three quickly closed their mouths and turned to face him, but upon seeing Fong Mo with red eyes and a frosty expression, the deputy director and nursing supervisor instinctively averted their gazes. The director, however, approached with a pained expression, extending his hand to grasp Fong Mo's arm, only to be forcefully shrugged off. The director was momentarily stunned, but only felt awkward for an instant before passionately saying, "Fong Mo, I am also very saddened about your grandfather's situation. Don't be too upset. Director, something so serious happened to my grandfather in your nursing home. Won't you give me an explanation?" Fong Mo's voice trembled slightly, but he looked firmly at the person in front of him, directly interrupting. The director's expression changed, and he stammered for a moment before saying, "Fong Mo, no one wanted this kind of accident to happen. But our nursing home has always cared for the elderly according to the prescribed procedures. You saw the video. This was indeed an accident. Your grandfather fell by himself." Fong Mo's expression visibly darkened, and although the director did not explicitly state it, he could hear the implication. It was clear they wanted to shirk responsibility. Fong Mo was instantly filled with rage. "Before I sent my grandfather to your facility, you guaranteed me that those with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's would receive special care. Where's that special care? I chose you because I trusted you to take good care of him, and what happened?" Fong Mo said angrily, pointing at the dejected security guard standing aside, loudly questioning. "In such a large nursing home, is there only one person on night duty? Also, the surveillance caught my grandfather getting up at night. Where were the caregivers? What were the people in the monitoring room doing? Are they all temporary workers?" Fong Mo became increasingly agitated, his voice rising uncontrollably to a sharp pitch, transforming from a gender-neutral tone to a clear feminine voice, leaving those around him puzzled, while Fong Mo remained oblivious. "Fong Mo, please calm down," the deputy director interjected. "After discovering the old man had fallen, we immediately sent him to the hospital and covered part of the expenses, which is considered fulfilling our responsibility." The security guard, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, immediately stepped forward, nervously interjecting, "No. The medical expenses were covered by Sister Zhou and me. Each of us contributed 10,000. When will the director transfer the money to me?" The director shot the security guard an impatient glare. "Old Sue, shut up. I already said I will reimburse you when we return." The security guard, cowed by that glare, obediently fell silent and stepped aside. Fong Mo, the main responsibility for this incident lies with the monitoring staff, and the director glanced at Aunt Zhou, who was wiping her tears. "But out of humanitarian concern, the nursing home is willing to provide an additional 50,000 for follow-up care. How does that sound?" 50,000. Fong Mo laughed in anger, a smile filled with unspeakable sorrow. "It takes at least 300,000 to save my grandfather. You only offer 50,000. The director sighed deeply, pulling Fong Mo aside and speaking softly. "Fong Mo, you know that the operating costs of the nursing home are already very high, and we actually don't profit from this. We will definitely face significant losses because of this incident. Yes, you are right. We admit there are indeed some minor shortcomings in our management that need improvement. But just because of this, you expect us to bear all the costs? Oh, we are powerless. If we use all the money in our accounts to treat your grandfather, will the nursing home still be able to operate? So many elderly people need food and care, and so many employees need to be paid." At this point, the director looked at Fong Mo earnestly and said, "Child, everyone has a heart. one cannot be too selfish. The deputy director chimed in. Yes, you said you want to continue treatment, but you just heard the doctor say that given the elderly gentleman's condition, even if he is saved, there will be serious after-effects. Even if he is saved, this will certainly be. He did not finish his sentence as the director subtly elbowed him to silence. Faced with their back-and-forth, Fong Mo fell into confusion and speechlessness, so in the end it turns out I am the one in the wrong. After a moment of daze, Fong Mo suddenly had a glimmer of realization. These people were clearly just stalling. But while these scoundrels could stall, his grandfather did not have that time. His grandfather's injuries could not afford to be delayed. Fong Mo took a deep breath and calmly said to the director, 15,000, give me 15,000, and I will no longer pursue your responsibilities. The director and the deputy director exchanged glances, visibly troubled. Fong Mo, the nursing home really doesn't have that much money in the account. How about 10,000? Fong Mo's heart grew colder. He was so furious he could hardly contain himself, but he couldn't. He had no time, and neither did his grandfather. Okay, 10,000 it is. Fong Mo said, pulling out his phone to show his bank card, extending it towards the director. Transfer it to me now. That is acceptable, but... The deputy director pulled out an A4 sheet from his bag and handed it to Fong Mo. You have to sign this document. Fong Mo glanced at it and was furious. It was a pre-printed statement promising to relinquish the right to pursue the nursing home's responsibility once the money was received. This was simply too much. These people had clearly plotted this out. While his grandfather was in critical condition in the emergency room, these people were actually thinking about this. They even prepared the document in advance. Fong Mo forcefully suppressed his anger, but still snatched the pen and ink pad from the deputy director, signing his name and pressing his thumbprint. The director's eyes flashed with delight, ready to grab the paper, but Fong Mo held onto it tightly. Transfer the money to me first. Transfer the money, and I will give you this right away. The director exchanged a glance with the deputy director and nodded. The latter immediately took out his phone to begin the transfer, and only when Fong Mo saw the mobile banking notification did he finally let go. The paper was swiftly taken by the director, who read it several times before handing it to the deputy director to keep. Let's do it this way for now. Since you're here, we will head back for now. In such a large nursing home, we cannot be away for too long. Sister Zhou, please stay with Fong Mo to handle his grandfather's matters. Your salary will be counted as usual. After finishing, the director, looking relieved, extended his hand towards Fong Mo, but seeing Fong Mo completely ignore him, he awkwardly turned and left with the deputy director and nursing supervisor. The security guard, seeing them leave, greeted Fong Mo and hurried after the director, saying, Director, why not transfer the money to me now? My family is also urgently in need of this money. Fong Mo watched the backs of those people leaving, clenched his fists, but felt a strong sense of powerlessness from the bottom of his heart. Fong Mo glared with fury at the retreating figures of the dean and others as Aunt Zhou approached silently, her eyes red as she reached for Fong Mo's arm. Fong Mo glanced at her calmly, freeing his arm, disappointment evident in his gaze. Aunt Zhou was Fong Mo's grandfather's caregiver, her job being to provide unknown care for him, for which Fong Mo had paid her in the nursing home extra fees. However, in this incident, Aunt Zhou had grossly neglected her duties, as she was sleeping in the same room as his grandfather. When the old man needed to get up at night, he actually called for her, but she had no reaction at all. Seeing her unresponsive, his grandfather had to get up and go to the toilet by himself. Fong Mo's action of pulling his arm away made Aunt Zhou's expression even more grim, and tears fell from her eyes. Fong Mo, I am truly sorry, and I feel even worse for the old man. But Aunt Zhou has her own difficulties. Your uncle has been diagnosed with cancer. I had no choice but to take on 2 more jobs at the nursing home. I'm just too tired and couldn't hear. I am so sorry. Hearing Aunt Zhou mention her husband's cancer and looking at the haggard woman before him, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly apologized, even though Fong Mo was filled with disappointment and anger, he gradually softened. This woman indeed made a mistake, but she also had her own hardships. After all, they were all the same, both suffering from the cruelty of fate. Fong Mo, I admit my fault, but I am a woman of dignity, and I will not evade responsibility. Aunt Zhou sobbed as she pulled out a thick envelope from her bag and handed it over. To pay for the treatment, I have already sold my house. This is 20,000 yuan, it's all I have left. Looking at the envelope handed to him, Fong Mo felt a wave of confusion. This money might be Aunt Zhou's husband's life-saving funds to treat her family. She has sold her house, and perhaps borrowed this money too. Indeed, he really needed to find a way to gather the medical fees to treat his grandfather, but is it right to use someone's life-saving money to save his own family? Thinking of Aunt Zhou's claim of being a woman of dignity, Fong Mo vaguely recalled what had been said by He-Chi just before he angrily stormed out last night. What additional dignity does a man have over a woman? If you don't discard these so-called dignities, you will spend your life fixing cars. He-Chi's words were actually quite gentle, though at least he didn't directly sneer and ask him, Fong Mo, how much do you think your dignity and self-respect are worth? Fong Yamo looked up at the ceiling, unable to suppress a long sigh, his eyes filled with an indescribable sadness. After sighing, Fong Yamo lowered his head and coldly looked at Aunt Zo. "Aunt Zo, if I take this money, my grandfather will scold me when he wakes up." His voice, laced with coldness, was slightly hoarse, yet it was generally a clear feminine tone, starkly different from his usual, deeper, more masculine voice. At this moment, he had no desire to disguise his voice any longer. Aunt Zo was momentarily puzzled by Fong Mo's voice. She stared at his delicate, handsome face, then glanced at Fong Mo's chest, which showed some curvature, unable to help but scrutinize him up and down. If paired with his usual voice, Fong Yamo would appear as an upright, delicate young man with a somewhat frail physique, but with his current voice, he could easily be mistaken for a young woman disguised as a boy. For a moment, it was genuinely difficult to distinguish between male and female. Aunt Zo was bewildered. "Fong Yamo, you. What exactly are you? You can leave. I don't want to see you again." Fong Yamo interrupted her question, turning away from the middle-aged woman, his tone growing even colder. "Let's each go our own way." After saying that, Fong Yamo turned and walked towards the ICU, leaving Aunt Zo with a slender, frail silhouette. For someone who shared a similarly difficult fate, not pursuing her responsibilities any further was already the greatest kindness Fong Yamo could show her. Arriving outside the ICU, he looked through the large glass window at his grandfather, who lay unconscious on the bed, observing the chaotic medical devices connected to the old man's body, which resembled a withered tree. While feeling heartbroken, Fong Yamo also sensed that this was like a grand dream. Just yesterday, he had visited Hikai's comatose sister, but today his own family member had entered the ICU. Truly, the whims of fate. Fong Yamo waited outside the ICU for a while when his phone vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" Fong Yamo spoke using his natural voice. His voice was originally a very clear feminine one, and as a man he felt embarrassed by his strange voice. In the past, to avoid being stared at strangely, he would deliberately lower his voice to sound more masculine. But now he felt too exhausted both physically and mentally, and since the call was from an unknown number, he chose to abandon his disguise. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, then a woman's soft murmur came through. "Zhao Zhao Yan." Fong Yamo couldn't help but furrow his brows, encountering someone who looked like him. Named He Zhao Yan was one thing, but now there was someone whose voice sounded similar to his. Instinctively, Fong Yamo wanted to hang up, but realizing that such coincidences were unlikely, he decided to speak a little longer. "I'm not Zhao Yan. Who are you looking for?" "Ah. Right, I'm looking for Fong Yamo. Isn't this Fong Mo's phone?" "I am Fong Yamo. Who are you?" Fong Yamo lowered his head, rubbing his temples, feeling a bit weak as he asked. "You are Fong Yamo. This is your real voice?" "Yes, I am Fong Yamo. I am Jin Yushi." Fong Yamo reacted, exclaiming, "Indeed, I should have realized it was Jin Yu's voice. I had spoken with her on the phone before, but back then it was from the office of the president of Exine Phone Group. This number must be the one Jin Yu she had given him yesterday." Did she think his voice sounded like He Zhao Yan's? It seemed that not only did he resemble He Zhao Yan, but no wonder He Chi had that expression upon hearing his real voice. In this light, wasn't he truly the perfect substitute for He Zhao Yan? Fong Yamo swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and shifted back to his deeper, more masculine voice. "Sorry, Secretary Jean. There was an urgent matter yesterday, and I didn't have time to save your number. I'll save it right after we finish talking. Call me Yushi." Jin Yushi corrected him playfully over the phone, then asked with concern, "The hospital called me saying you had to rush back to Yucheng due to an emergency. What's happened at home?" Fong Yamo fell silent. After a moment, he said gloomily, "My grandfather fell down the stairs and is now hospitalized." "Oh." Jin Yushi gasped on the other end of the line. "How is the old man doing now?" "He hurt his head and he's in the ICU. They said there's brain swelling and it's a bit complicated." "Fong Yamo, do you need any help?" Fong Yamo shook his head. "The doctor is already helping me contact a capable hospital. I also need to raise money myself." Mentioning money, Fong Yamo hesitated. Adding the 20,000 already paid upon admission, the nursing home's compensation of 100,000 plus his savings of less than 30,000, he now had about 150,000, but there remained a shortfall of at least 150,000. He hesitated over whether to ask He Chi and Jin Yushi for a loan, but recalling his conflict with He Chi last night, he truly did not want to have any further contact with that annoying person. Even if he borrowed money from them, he would eventually have to repay it. Just then Fong Yamo resolved in his mind. Although the old house was located in a poor area with a bad environment, selling it for 200,000 to 300,000 should not be a problem. A house can be rebuilt with effort and savings, but if a person is gone, nothing can be done. Thinking of this, Fong Yamo said lightly, "Sister Yushi, don't worry, I don't currently need your help. I need to go get some money, so I'll hang up now." After a brief silence on the other end, Jin Yu's somewhat hesitant voice came through. "Okay, call me anytime if you need anything." Fong Yamo said and hung up the phone. After finishing the call with Jin Yushi, Fong Yamo called the nurse station at the hospital in Huating. Before coming to Yucheng, he had briefly communicated his situation over the phone, Now he needed to explain it in detail again. Additionally, he needed to ask for a prescription. He needed to take medication on time to prevent worsening myocarditis. With his grandfather in such a situation, he couldn't afford to collapse. After obtaining the prescription from Hua Ting, Fong Mo bought the necessary medication at the hospital pharmacy, also purchasing ibuprofen, which he swallowed, with mineral water before boarding the bus home. He needed to go back to find the house deed, and then find a real estate agency to list the house for sale. While 300,000 might not be immediately needed, it was best to gather the funds as quickly as possible. Fong Mo preferred to have sufficient funds to wait for medical resources rather than let treatment be delayed due to financial constraints when it was clearly treatable. On the bus, Fong Mo also called his master to request a few more days off, explaining that he had some family matters to deal with and might need to stay longer, so he should not worry and need not visit him in the hospital. Fong Mo did not specify what the family matters were, but his master seemed to sense something was off from his slightly hoarse voice, though he did not probe further. He simply replied in his usual, slightly cold tone, "Okay, I understand about your leave. Just be careful when you're out there. If you need money, just tell me, don't go borrowing from shady people." His master had guessed that he was in trouble, and a warm feeling rose in Fong Mo's heart, causing his eyes to grow a little moist. He nodded and replied in a tone that sounded relaxed, "I know, master, don't worry, I can handle it." Although his master said to ask if he needed money, Fong Mo had never thought of asking him for a loan, because he knew that despite being a partner at this factory, now his master was not living a comfortable life. His master had never publicly mentioned it, but Fong Mo had heard from colleagues that his master had previously run a factory, poorly, losing a lot of money. Now most of his monthly income had to go towards repaying debts, so their family savings must be minimal. Before he had no other options, Fong Mo didn't want to bring this up with his master. His master responded with a sound of acknowledgement on the phone and then hung up. As for Fong Yuan, Fong Mo did not inform her about their grandfather's situation. On one hand, Fong Yuan had just entered her senior year, and Fong Mo was concerned that learning about this would distract her if she knew he would have to divert his attention to comfort her. On the other hand, he feared that if their grandfather truly did not make it, and because he hadn't informed her in time, she would regret not being able to send him off in his last moments. As the bus jolted along, Fong Mo gradually made up his mind not to tell his sister about this matter for now. Their grandfather would surely pull through this, definitely. There was no particular reason, Fong Mo simply believed so firmly. After getting off the bus, Fong Mo stopped by a small store near his home to buy a loaf of bread and a pack of milk, then nibbled on the bread as he walked home. Passing through a dilapidated neighborhood, entering a rundown corridor, opening that peeling and rusty security door, he returned to the same, somewhat shabby home. It was around 10 in the morning, although less than 12 hours had passed. Fong Mo felt as if several years had gone by, and everything before him seemed somewhat hazy. The 40 square meter 2-bedroom apartment, due to a poor layout and insufficient light, appeared extremely dim. Fong Mo raised his hand to turn on the light, only then seeing the full view of the home under the faint fluorescent light. He had been working outside while his grandfather lived in the nursing home, and Yuan primarily stayed at school, so there were nearly no signs of life in the home, and now with no family present, Fong Mo felt a sense of distance, as if veiled by a thin layer of gauze. Entering the room, looking at the familiar tables, chairs, pots, and pans touching the refrigerator that had been used for over a decade, Fong Mo gradually felt the sense of home returning. There was no time for sentimental thoughts. Shaking his head, Fong Mo quickly walked into his grandfather's room and began searching, soon finding the house deed in the cabinet. Holding the somewhat aged red book, Fong Mo felt its heavy weight. This document was now his grandfather's hope for survival. He looked around the familiar small room, a place he knew so well that he could find what he wanted with his eyes closed. Fong Mo felt a deep reluctance. This was, after all, a place filled with precious memories of their family. At that moment, the phone rang urgently. Fong Mo hurriedly pulled out his phone, seeing that the caller was the neurosurgeon from the hospital, in Yucheng. Fong Mo quickly pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this Fong Mo?" As soon as the call connected, the doctor's excited voice echoed through the phone. "I have good news. I found a hospital that can treat your grandfather's injuries." After they learned about your grandfather's condition, they replied that if their facilities and team perform the surgery, there is an 80% chance of success. Fong Mo was taken aback, fearing he had misheard, and trembled as he asked, "What is the success rate?" 80%. The minimum success rate is 80%. On the other end of the line, the doctor's tone was quite joyful. "I contacted many hospitals, and given your grandfather's current condition, only they dare to say the surgical success rate is no less than 80%. Other hospitals only have about 40% confidence." When they reached out to me, I was still skeptical, but I consulted my teacher and several experts in the field of neurosurgery, and their plan indeed has a very high success rate. Fong Mo stood there for a while, jumping up in excitement. "This is wonderful. Grandpa is saved." Although an 80% success rate is not 100%, it's still much higher than 20%, isn't it? He truly did not expect such a swift turn of events. However, soon the doctor's tone changed, saying, But there are two things I need to tell you. Fong Imo nodded repeatedly, almost too excited to speak, finally squeezing out two words from his throat. First, this hospital is in Huading, and you're aware of the distance from our Yuqing to Huading. We need to arrange for a transfer as soon as possible. This part is manageable, as we can help you facilitate it at the fastest speed. Second, the resources in the neurosurgery department of this hospital are very tight. Surgeries have already been scheduled for 3 days later. However, your grandfather's condition is too urgent. The longer we delay, the lower the success rate of the surgery. I will think of a way to coordinate things, but you need to be mentally prepared that if we can't coordinate, you may have to wait until the surgery 3 days later. Is that okay? This statement cast a faint shadow over Fong Mo's heart, but with hope now significantly increased, he felt a surge of excitement. Thank you, doctor, I really... Fong Imo choked out. I don't know how to express my gratitude to you. Oh, Fong Imo, don't say that. I actually feel quite sorry for your grandfather. If only I... The doctor's words trailed off. I really... Fong Imo shook his head repeatedly. Please don't say that, doctor. You've already done so much for my grandfather. By the way, could you tell me the name of that hospital? I would like to learn more and see if there's anything I can do to help. After the doctor told him the name of the hospital, the call ended. When Fong Imo heard that name, he was momentarily stunned. Wasn't that the very hospital he had been admitted to a few days ago? So this hospital is that remarkable? Fong Imo hurriedly opened his phone's contacts, found the number for Nurse Hongjia in the inpatient department, and called to inquire about the neurosurgery situation. Nurse Hongjia was just a nurse and did not know much, but she promised to find out, telling Fong Imo to wait a bit. After hanging up, Fong Imo took the housing documents and went out. As he was about to leave, he saw the gift boxes he had sent back earlier and, gritting his teeth, took them with him. He found a nearby real estate agency, and upon hearing he wanted to sell his house, the agent quickly welcomed him and poured him a cup of water and helped him register the property. After verifying the property documents, registering the property information, and leaving his contact details, Fong Imo hurriedly exited the agency. He then found a consignment shop nearby and sold all the gift boxes. These were all supplements. Fong Imo had sent them back to nourish his grandfather and sister, but now nothing was more important than his grandfather's life. Due to his urgent need for money, the shopkeeper noticed Fong Mo's desperation and offered a very low price, but Fong Imo gritted his teeth and accepted it. The shopkeeper smiled broadly as he transferred the payment, and Fong Imo left the consignment shop in silence before heading straight home. Just as he returned home, Nurse Hongjia called. Fong Imo quickly answered. Hello, Hongjia, how is it? He asked nervously. Fong Imo, I asked about it. The neurosurgery department is indeed fully booked and scheduled for 3 days later. There's no way to cut in. Can you ask again? I'm willing to pay more, Fong Imo said without hesitation. On the other end, Hongjia sighed. Fong Imo, this is really not a matter of money. Well, don't you have connections? Why not ask your friend? Fong Imo was momentarily taken aback. Are you talking about my master? He just fixes cars. No, the beautiful lady who has seen you twice, isn't she your relative? I saw director and paying special attention to her. Perhaps reaching out to her could work. Jin Yushi. She won't do, but Fong Imo quickly froze, thinking of another person. He recalled He Kai's words. Your hospital has the investment from Xinfeng. The benefactor's examination report was delivered to my desk. Isn't that a given? He Kai's casual smile, when he said that, still lingered in Fong Mo's mind. Just thinking of He Kai's face made Fong Mo's teeth itch, feeling utterly uncomfortable. But now He Chi had become Fong Mo's last straw. Since that hospital had investment from his company, he could access patient privacy, or perhaps even cutting in for surgery was something he could arrange. Fong Imo quickly scrolled through his call history and found the number for the president's office of Xinfeng Group. This was the number Jin Yushi had used to call him for a check-in before. However, looking at that string of numbers, his hand paused in midair, hesitating to dial. Fong Imo wondered, should he really reach out to that bastard? In an instant, a flurry of questions flashed through Fong Mo's mind. You clearly rejected him just yesterday and left him bleeding. Would he be willing to help you now? You made it abundantly clear that you absolutely would not act like a woman. You denied his request, and now you run to plead with him. What would he think of you? What if he uses this as a bargaining chip, demanding you undergo surgery and become a woman to act as a substitute for his sister? Would you agree? Fong Imo recalled the words he had shouted at He Chi in anger yesterday. The more resolute and thunderous his declarations had been yesterday, the more childish and ridiculous they seemed in retrospect. However, hesitation was but a moment. Fong Imo ultimately pressed the dial key with trembling fingers. He remembered the doctor's words. His grandfather's condition was critical, and there was only one hospital with such a high assurance of saving him. If I, Fong Imo, still have something to trade to save my grandfather's life, then let's do it. Living as a woman for a year seems far less difficult to accept compared to losing one of my two closest relatives forever. After a few beeps, the call connected, and Jin Yushi's voice came through. Hello, who is this? Sister Yushi, this is Fong Imo. Fong Imo tried to keep his tone calm, but his voice still trembled slightly. Is Mr. He available? Fong Imo. What do you need, Mr. He? Jin Yushi's words were cut off as she exclaimed, followed by a series of clattering sounds. After a moment, Jin Yushi's scream came through the phone. Hichi, you opportunistic bastard, I won't allow you to bully him. Let me tell you, Jin Yushi, stop being so childish. Hey, how old are you to be scratching people? This was Hikai's voice. After a while, the phone quieted down, and Hikai's breathless voice came through. Hello, Fongmo. This is... At that moment, Fongmo's face was extremely calm, but his knuckles were turning white from gripping the phone too tightly, as if his throat was choked, and he couldn't say a word. Fongmo, this is your only option. I'll make a deal with that bastard. Fongmo kept encouraging himself until Hichi impatiently called out, speak, after saying hello again. Finally, Fongmo overcame his psychological barrier and spoke. Mr. He, regarding what you asked me to do yesterday, I can comply. I can. At this point, Fongmo's voice trembled noticeably, but he still tried to maintain a calm tone, preserving the little dignity he had left. I can pretend to be your sister as a woman. Before that, I will follow your requirements to undergo the surgery, ensuring that it does not adversely affect your sister. Hichi on the line slowly responded. At this point, you should also mention your conditions. Go ahead and say, but my grandfather suffered severe head injuries, and only your hospital can perform the surgery. Fongmo stated without hesitation. I want my grandfather to be transported to your hospital and placed on the operating table immediately to undergo surgery. That's my only request. Hichi responded with an, oh, and after a moment he leisurely replied, negative. Fongmo did not understand. Do you agree? Hichi clicked his tongue and said, I said I want do it. Are you that dense? Fongmo was so furious with this person that he wanted to throw the phone, but he couldn't. The phone was lent to him by his master, and right now he needed something from the other party. Why? Fongmo forced himself to ask in an extremely calm tone. You said you would give me 5 million before. I just want to use this 5 million to buy my grandfather a chance at life. Just making a call to the hospital to arrange a surgery is merely a matter of a few words. On the other end of the line, Hikai's voice sounded somewhat leisurely. Fongmo could even imagine this guy reclining in his office chair, feet propped up on the desk, wearing a smug expression. Then why? Fongmo suppressed the anger ignited by this guy's words and kept telling himself, Fongmo, you need to stay calm. You are the one asking him for help now. Tisk, Fongmo, and the CEO of Exine Phone Group after all. Think about who I am. If you want me to do something, I can't just do it without losing face, can I? You still haven't figured out the situation. You are the one begging me now, not the other way around. Do you think we can still trade under the same conditions as before? At this moment, Hichi revealed a hint of a scheming businessman, and Fongmo clenched his fists. Then what does Mr. He want? Hey, I ask you, have you always been this principled with everyone since you were a child? You don't sound like someone who is asking for help at all. Fongmo was taken aback, as he had been viewing Hichi through a lens of celebrity admiration before they met. However, after meeting Hichi in person last night, due to this guy's arrogance and relentless hurtful remarks, the lens through which Fongmo viewed him had shattered. In Fongmo's eyes, he couldn't muster any respect for Hichi nor any fondness. His tone of speech instinctively wasn't very pleasant. Fongmo understood Hikai's meaning. If you are asking for help, you must show it. Hichi might be annoying in his speech, but Fongmo's own attitude was indeed very stiff. Even so, Hichi was still willing to converse with him. If it were another big boss, they wouldn't even answer his call. Fongmo took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, gritting his teeth, and speaking with utmost sincerity. Mr. He, I beg you, please save my grandfather. As long as you can save my grandfather, I am willing to give everything. After Fongmo finished speaking, Hichi on the other end fell silent for a moment before randomly asking, including your own chastity. Chastity. Fongmo was taken aback. Once he realized his first feeling was disgust, quickly followed by an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Clearly he had already agreed to undergo surgery for him. Did he still want to? Can money really allow one to trample over others at will? Fongmo momentarily lost his balance and fell onto the bed, his psychological defenses shattered by Hikai's question, and tears uncontrollably streamed down. Fongmo bit his lip until it bled. He wanted to retort fiercely, go to hell, you pervert, but thinking of his grandfather's situation, he could only swallow all the humiliation along with his tears. In the end, Fongmo, heartbroken, nodded slowly. When he spoke again, his voice was choked with sobs. I am willing. As long as you can save my grandfather, I can do anything. After Fongmo finished, he collapsed weakly by the bed, feeling thoroughly filthy for giving this answer. Fongmo's cries made Hichi on the other end exclaim, you are already crying. But before he could finish, a cacophony of sounds came through the phone, mixed with a chaotic conversation. Hichi, you beast. Are you sick? Jin Yushi screamed. Taking advantage of someone else's misfortune is one thing, saying such things while Zhao Yin is lying there, you bastard. I'm going to kill you, you pervert. Oh, I take back what I said before. Jin Yushi, you are just like Fongmo, a dog barking away. Hikai's loud shout quickly turned into a plea. I'm just trying to educate this arrogant little friend. What you are doing is sexual harassment. Fongmo is fine, he doesn't need your twisted values for education. Alright. I'm twisted, you're pure, I can't afford to mess with you. Hey, the ashtray is not meant to be used like that. Sister, I'm sorry, isn't that enough? After another round of clanging, the phone finally quieted down. Hello, Fong. Hikai's gasping voice came through. Are you still there? I'm still here. Fong Mo replied, hoarsely, feeling like a prisoner awaiting execution, blankly sitting at the edge of the bed waiting for the final moment to arrive. Just messing with you. I'm not some desperate devil. You look so much like Zhao Yant. If I had any improper thoughts about you, that would be too base. I swear if I really had those kinds of thoughts, I'd rather be subjected to severe punishment. Hichi waited for a while, but heard no response from Fong Mo, and began to ramble even more. I was just joking. How come it sounds like the sky is falling on your end? Didn't you say you're a guy? Bro, don't you have friends who talk dirty jokes with you? Let's put it this way, if it were me, as long as you could wake Zhao Yan up right now, I'd be willing to do anything. Even if you asked me to be a woman or a prostitute, I'd gladly do it. Still not speaking properly, huh? Jin Yushi's dissatisfied voice vaguely came through the phone. Alright. Speak properly. Put down the ashtray. I told you that thing is not meant to be. Hikai's voice came through the receiver again. Hello, Fong Mo, I don't agree with your terms because I find them unfair, and also because you look down on me. This statement turned Fong Mo's face ashen. Even if he was like this, Hichi still refused. Well, that makes sense. With such a poor attitude, why wouldn't the other party refuse? Fong Mo sat blankly on the edge of the bed thinking about his actions and words from yesterday, filled with infinite regret. If only he had been more composed and had a better temper yesterday, would he have not offended Hichi? If he had used a more appropriate method to refuse Hichi without offending him, would there still be room for negotiation today? Fong Mo, it was your own recklessness yesterday that severed your grandfather's chance at life. Just as Fong Mo was in despair and about to hang up the phone, Hichi continued speaking, but his tone gradually turned serious. Fong Mo, business is business. You saving my sister is one thing, me asking you for help is another matter. They cannot be confused or mixed. Saving your grandfather is just a matter of a few words for me. At most it might cost a bit more money. Helping you with this favor can only repay you for saving my sister's life. So the deal you have in mind is unreasonable. Huh? Fong Mo, whose heart had already turned to ashes and eyes swollen with tears, was suddenly taken aback. He quickly raised his hand to wipe his tears, switched the call to speaker mode, and turned the volume to the maximum, fearing that he would miss a single word. Huh? What? Listen. Hichi said impatiently, raising his voice. For you to help me fool my family, I have to pay the money, as we discussed before. You help me for a year, and I will pay you 5 million. 5 million in hand, and all other expenses covered. Ooh, I won't take advantage of you at all. If I were to cheat you out of this money, what will I become? Also, when our collaboration ends, if you still want to be a man, I will also pay to help you put back the parts that were removed. When renting a house and moving out, you have to restore it to its original state, right? Yes, or you can consider this last point as my apology for making you cry earlier. How about this? This way we are even. While this sounded a bit arrogant coming from Hichi, Fong Mo couldn't muster even a hint of dislike. He just couldn't believe it. Was Hichi agreeing? How can this person only speak in such a roundabout way? Can't he just say everything clearly at once? Mister, I am already very grateful that you can help me. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Fong Mo met Jin Yushi outside the ICU of the hospital. Today Jin Yushi wore a women's suit, and her makeup was much lighter, giving the impression of being barefaced, yet she still radiated beauty. As soon as she saw Fong Mo, she tightly grasped his hand. At that moment, facing this gentle older sister, the strong facade that Fong Mo had tried so hard to maintain crumbled in an instant. Sister Yushi. Fong Mo called out with his clear voice, choking up as tears welled up in his eyes. It's alright, I'm here for you. Jin Yushi's eyes lit up, but upon seeing Fong Mo's split lip from biting it, she couldn't help but raise her hand to gently touch it, her motion tender, like a mother caressing her child. A man should not cry. As she mentioned the phrase a man, a teasing smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Fong Mo felt his face flush with embarrassment, his expression awkward. Jin Yushi seemed to be able to read his thoughts as she gently reassured him. Hichi once said it's not shameful to betray oneself for family. Though he wouldn't tell you, he told me that he respects you as a man. This guy may have a foul mouth, but I also think that being able to go to such lengths to save his grandfather. Jin Yushi held Fong Mo's hand, her eyes sparkling. Only proves that you are a man of integrity, right? Fong Mo felt embarrassed by Jin Yushi's words. The pride and dignity he had boasted about to Hichi were all shattered by Hichi's frankness and the harsh reality. He probably would never dare to mention those words in front of anyone again. Sister Yushi, I'd prefer if you don't talk about this anymore. Fong Mo murmured softly, his head hanging low in dejection. Jin Yushi quickly raised her hand to pat his back, smiling as she said, "Oh dear, there's no need to be downcast. Come on, stand tall. Let the handsome young man rest for a year, and it's okay to play the pretty girl for a while. But before that." At this point, Jin Yushi's expression became serious as she turned her gaze towards the ICU ward, focusing on Fong Mo's grandfather. "We need to resolve the immediate issues first. After she finished speaking, Jin Yushi turned to the back and waved at a few men and women in suits waiting nearby. They had come with Jin Yushi, and upon seeing her gesture, they quickly approached. Secretary Jin, they greeted in unison. Jin Yushi nodded and said to them, colleagues, our time is tight. The old man's injury is quite critical, and every minute of delay could decrease the success rate of the surgery. We must transfer the patient to the operating table in Huading within 4 hours without any mishaps. Seeing them nodding repeatedly, Jin Yushi began to assign tasks one by one. Jin Yushi's thoughts were very organized, but her speech was too fast. Additionally, she occasionally used many unfamiliar terms like GR team and ICP equipment that Fong Yemo had never heard of. Fong Yemo found himself struggling to keep up with her train of thought and speaking speed, feeling utterly lost. However, the others seemed to understand everything Jin Yushi was saying, and as Fong Yemo admired them, he felt a sense of inferiority about his own education. He knew that while his appearance was passable, he had no other talents. He was only a mediocre mechanic. If he were to become a woman, he could only be a pretty face, without substance, unable to be as capable as Sister Yushi. This made Fong Yemo more determined to ensure his sister attends a good university, or otherwise, like him, she would never achieve great success. Resolute in his decision, Fong Yemo decided not to tell his sister about their grandfather's injury for now, but to wait until after the surgery was successful to find an opportunity to inform her. While Fong Mo was lost in thoughts about his sister, Jin Yushi had already arranged the work. She clapped her hands and said, "Thank you all for your hard work," and everyone dispersed to begin their tasks. Fong Yemo stepped forward asking, "Sister Yushi, is there anything I can do?" Jin Yushi smiled. "Just stay with the old man. Besides, you haven't fully recovered yourself. You haven't had a good rest since last night, have you? You also have your own surgery in a couple of days, so your priority now is to be with your grandfather and take care of yourself." Upon hearing about the surgery, Fong Yemo felt a bit uneasy, but he told himself not to think about it for now. Jin Yushi had arranged everything, and after thinking for a moment, Fong Yemo truly couldn't think of anything he could help with, so he nodded. "Sister Yushi, I'll follow your lead." Under Jin Yushi's coordinated efforts, the transfer to the hospital proceeded rapidly. By nearly 3 o'clock, the ambulance carrying Fong Yemo, his grandfather, and Jin Yushi had arrived at Ganqing Airport, driving directly beside a private jet that had been fully fueled and prepared for takeoff. Jin Yushi directly mobilized the strong resources of Xinfeng Group to apply for a green channel. After the old man was loaded onto the plane, it taxied down the runway and took off. This private jet, which was taking them to Huading, had undergone customized modifications equipped with a large amount of medical equipment specifically for the long-distance transfer of critically ill patients. Of course, this plane was also an asset of a company under Xinfeng Group. Generally speaking, for someone like Fong Mo's grandfather, who had a severe brain injury, flying at high altitude is extremely dangerous. However, it was impossible for the old man to endure a land route that would take at least 10 hours. Air transport was the only option. Fortunately, with the assurance of top-notch life support equipment, the journey was safe and uneventful. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Tingdong International Airport, and the group seamlessly boarded the hospital's vehicle that came to pick them up. With police escort, they traveled smoothly. When the grandfather was wheeled into the operating room of the hospital in Huading, it was still bright outside. Fong Yemo sat down heavily on a bench outside the operating room. Jin Yushi noticed his haggard appearance and bloodshot eyes and advised him to rest. Fong Yemo firmly refused, saying he would wait outside, determined to be there when his grandfather came out of the op. Jin Yushi couldn't dissuade him, so she stayed beside him, ordering food for him in the meantime. However, he had no appetite and didn't eat a bite. "Sister Yushi, you can go take care of your things. I can manage on my own," Fong Yemo told her. Jin Yushi smiled gently and said, "Keeping you safe is my job right now." Seeing Fong Yemo sulking, Jin Yushi immediately used her finger to lift the corners of his drooping mouth, speaking in a tone as if coaxing a child. "Oh dear, He-chi was right. Why have you become so emotional today?" Fong Yemo felt a bit puzzled by her words. Indeed, he wasn't someone who cried easily. Even when he faced great grievances, he wouldn't shed tears lightly. But since stepping onto the road back to Yuqing and then returning to Huading, it seemed he had cried continuously throughout the day. Perhaps he was indeed a weak emotional person. He was not as strong as he had imagined. As the protective shell of man was about to be temporarily shed, his soft inner self was exposed. The anxious wait made every second feel exceptionally long. When the operating room door opened at midnight, Fong Yemo felt as if a century had passed. Fong Mo's vision blurred for a moment before refocusing, his mind still somewhat sluggish. Seeing the nurse who opened the door nod towards them, and then his grandfather being wheeled out, Fong Yemo finally reacted, quickly getting up to greet them. Jin Yushi, who had been dozing off beside Fong Yemo, was startled awake by his sudden movement. Upon seeing Fong Yemo get up, she hurriedly followed him. The lead surgeon removed his gloves and mask as he walked out of the operating room. His gaze swept over Jin Yushi and Fong Yemo before finally settling on the more haggard-looking Fong Yemo. "Doctor, how is my grandfather now?" Fong Yemo tightly grasped his grandfather's hand, nervously asking. The doctor took the towel offered by the nurse and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, smiling as he said, "Little girl, don't worry. The surgery was very successful. I can't guarantee 100%, but it's highly likely there won't be any serious aftereffects." Hearing this, Fong Mo's eyes brimmed with tears, but he was too overwhelmed with emotion to say a word, only bowing deeply to the doctor. The doctor patted his arm with a smile, said nothing more, and turned back to the operating room. Fong Mo knelt beside his grandfather, listening to his grandfather's breathing, which though slightly weak, was steady and long. Fong Mo felt his heart finally settle within. He could no longer hold on either, and his vision started to fade to black. This must be due to low blood sugar, he thought, just before losing consciousness. Thus Fong Mo's longest day of his life finally came to an end. He had no doubt that the days ahead with his grandfather and sister would be long, very long. Fong Mo tied his hair up and stood in front of the bathroom mirror, meticulously applying his eyeliner, while a tablet next to him played a makeup tutorial video. Despite carefully following the steps in the video, his hand trembled, and it marked the 5th time today that he had messed up. Looking at the smudged eyeliner in the mirror, Fong Mo couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling an impulse to snap the eyeliner pencil and toss it away. After several days of patient practice, Fong Mo still struggled to find the right technique for makeup. Watching the girl in the makeup tutorial who looked just like him showcasing her beautifully done makeup to the camera with her clear, innocent expression and big watery eyes, Fong Mo felt an ache of admiration. Raising his gaze to his own clumsy makeup in the mirror, Fong Mo felt increasingly dejected. If he couldn't even do his makeup, well, how could he possibly play her role convincingly? Fong Mo questioned himself, his inner turmoil growing. That's it for today. I'm giving up on this, he thought, resigning himself to lie down. Losing confidence in continuing to practice, Fong Mo tossed the eyeliner pencil aside and followed the steps to remove his makeup. By now he was quite skilled at it, having to remove his makeup repeatedly after each practice. As he washed away the layers of makeup, a face that appeared almost radiant emerged, devoid of the failed makeup. Staring at the familiar yet strange face in the mirror, Fong Mo found himself momentarily lost in thought. Previously his face had been somewhat dark, and the sun and wind had left his skin rough, giving him the appearance of a tip. However, after a recent spree of intensive beauty treatments, where He-Chi even used some expensive experimental technology, Fong Mo's complexion visibly brightened and his skin became smoother. Though he hadn't reached the level of He Zhao Yin, whose skin was as flawless as a peeled egg, Fong Mo's lack of scars or acne meant that as long as he maintained his fair complexion, he would closely resemble the bare-faced He Zhao Yin in the video. Moreover, having recently started hormone therapy, his chaotic hormone levels finally stabilized, leading to noticeable changes in his physique. From an appearance standpoint, he looked 100% like a beautiful girl. Looking at himself in the mirror, Fong Mo felt dazed, yet deep inside, he had gained a bit of confidence. At least in terms of facial features, it was indeed hard to tell. At that moment, a melodious ringtone from his charging phone broke the silence. In the kaleidoscope of childhood, wild doves fly, reminding me of my second brother and his beloved slingshot, the lake blue courtyard walls, my mother's love that I will never forget. Fong Mo hurriedly put away the various cosmetics in front of the mirror, returned to his hospital room, and walked to the window, where the afternoon sunlight bathed him, casting a fine veil over his fair complexion. The caller ID showed it was his master. Fong Mo pressed the answer button, saying, "Hello, master." His reply came out in a clear and bright female voice. His master already knew about his situation, so there was no need to hide it any longer. The day after his grandfather's successful surgery, Fong Mo approached his master Zhao Wu and candidly shared his bodily abnormalities and the need for surgery. Fong Mo felt that since he was going to work for He-Chi, he naturally couldn't juggle his job at the car repair shop. His master treated him well, and he didn't want to sever ties with him after resigning, nor did he wish to keep deceiving him, so he decided to tell the truth. However, his master's reaction surprised Fong Mo. Holding a thermos cup, Zhao Wu calmly sipped his tea, but spoke with a hint of relief, saying, I know. I'm glad you chose to tell me yourself." Fong Mo recalled how his master had previously mentioned converting him to a formal employee and a raise, and couldn't help but ask, "Since you know, why did you still want me to become a formal employee? Haven't you always disapproved of girls working in this field?" Zhao Wu snorted and replied, "Do you think your master is that old-fashioned in your eyes? Since you didn't tell me, it indicates you want to maintain your current lifestyle. Even if hypothetically you want to become a girl, what's wrong with that? I don't approve of girls working in our line of work, but that's just because it can be harmful to their health and the environment isn't great. It's not that I don't believe girls can do well. You are doing fine, and if you want to continue, why should I force you to leave?" After his master finished speaking, Fong Mo found the words of resignation stuck in his throat and couldn't say, but his master, having eaten more salt than Fong Mo had rice, sensed he had something to say with just a glance. After a brief silence, he took the initiative to ask if Fong Mo wanted to resign. Fong Mo gritted his teeth and shared every detail about his grandfather's condition with his master. He explained that since He-Chi had helped him, he wanted to work for He-Chi for a year. Although He-Chi had always insisted on paying him, Fong Mo felt he was repaying the favor Accepting money from He-Chi felt like taking advantage of him. As for the specifics of the job, Fong Yimou didn't mention them. He-Chi had specifically instructed him to keep everything regarding being a stand-in and He Zhao Yan's situation strictly confidential. So you want to undergo surgery and become a girl all because of this, eh? His master appeared completely unfazed, as if everything was within his expectations. Fong Yimou nodded. Is it absolutely necessary to be a girl? It's not some absurd job, right? His master reminded him not to stray from the right path. Fong Yimou shook his head repeatedly, but found it inappropriate to reveal to his master what he was going to do. He lowered his head, not daring to meet his master's gaze, afraid to see disappointment in his eyes. To Fong Mo's surprise, however, his master merely ruffled his hair gently and softly agreed to his resignation request. If I were in your shoes, I would also find a way to repay a favor. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Fong Yimou looked up in astonishment at his master, feeling a lump in his throat. Master, you. Since you have the chance to work with the big boss, make sure to do well and learn. No matter what the job is, do it well. If you decide you don't want to do it anymore and wish to return, that's fine too. As long as I'm still here, there will always be a place for you in the shop. What are you doing not replying to my messages? The voice of Master Zhao Wu on the phone still sounded as gruff as ever, as if he was perpetually unhappy. Fong Yimou snapped back to reality and quickly opened the messaging app, feeling a bit embarrassed as he read the messages from his master and his master's wife. Hearing that Fong Yimou was going to resign and had found a great job at Xinfeng Group, his master's wife was overjoyed and insisted on cooking a nice meal to celebrate. Having devoted all his attention to his grandfather recently, and with the surgery scheduled for the day after tomorrow, the meal was set for today. I'm sorry, master. Hurry up and get ready, it's time to go out. Okay, master, see you soon. After hanging up the phone, Fong Yimou stood in front of the wardrobe looking at the clothes hanging inside. Jin Yushi had sent over a tablet and cosmetics along with several outfits that He Zhao Yan liked, and some women's underwear, encouraging him to wear them regularly to adapt. Fong Yimou had already managed to adjust to ordinary women's clothing, but the light flowing skirts and colorful underwear still made him blush uncontrollably. He gently brushed his hand over the fine fabric of the skirts, but didn't touch them. Instead, he rummaged through his own clothes, pairing together a full set of men's attire to change into. Today he was going to a meal with his master and his master's wife, so naturally, he would wear men's clothing. Fong Yimou undid the small bun at the top of his head, letting his hair down and tidying it, then chose a hat from a pile that He-Chi had specifically sent over. After checking himself in the bathroom mirror, he grabbed a mask and left the hospital room. As he passed the nurse's station, the on-duty nurse Hong Jia called out to him, going out. Yes, Fong Yimou replied. I'm going to my master's house for dinner. Don't eat too much, avoid spicy foods. Hong Jia began to advise. Seeing that she was about to recite his recent dietary restrictions, yet again Fong Yimou quickly interjected. And don't eat too oily, too greasy, or too salty, no seafood, no mangoes, and absolutely no alcohol. Fong Yimou recited the list from memory, and when he saw Hong Jia nodding in satisfaction, he dashed into the elevator, heading to the floor where his grandfather was located. Now they were both in the same building, with his grandfather recovering and Fong Yimou receiving treatment to prepare for surgery. The day after his grandfather's surgery, he woke up still a bit dazed, but recognized Fong Yimou standing by his bed immediately. When he called out, "Mower," Fong Yimou was overwhelmed with joy, finally feeling at ease. However, the old man steadfastly believed that the mower he referred to was his eldest granddaughter. Since he was already scheduled for surgery, Fong Yimou saw no reason to correct him and thought to address it later. At this moment, Grandpa was still asleep, ever since the injury, he had been sleeping significantly more. Often when Fong Yimou spoke to him, he would quickly nod off. Fong Yimou stood outside the ward for a while, noticing the elderly man was sleeping soundly, so he didn't disturb him. He informed the nurse that he would return in the evening, and then left. At 6:30, Fong Yimou arrived punctually at his master's doorstep and knocked on the door. Shortly after, the anti-theft door opened, revealing his master's wife holding a spatula. His master's wife was momentarily stunned upon seeing Fong Yimou. After he removed his mask and hat, she exclaimed, "Fong Yimou," and quickly pulled him into the house. "It really is Fong Yimou. It's only been a few days since we've seen each other, and you look like a completely different person," she said, spinning Fong Yimou around to inspect him, making him feel shy as a blush crept onto his fair cheeks. "And master's wife, it's been a while," Fong Yimou stuttered, unable to meet her gaze, feeling flustered. "I can't believe something like this actually exists in the world." His master's wife touched Fong Mo's face, marveling, her face filled with warmth. "I initially thought you were a handsome young man, but it turns out you are actually a girl. Old Zhao told me, and I was a bit skeptical. But being a girl is also quite good. It's such a pity though. I still want to introduce you to my daughter, Zhao Jianjian, to see if you two can get along." His master's wife's tone of regret seemed sincere. Zhao Jianjian was the only daughter of his master and his wife, but Fong Yimou hadn't seen her in years, as she seemed to be racing in some team abroad, only occasionally calling. When it came to this topic, his master would always fall silent, coldly snorting about misfortunes in the family, and then refuse to say more, but if his wife heard this, they would inevitably argue. Hearing that he might be viewed favorably by his master's wife, potentially becoming his master's son-in-law, Fong Yimou was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. Stop with the nonsense, the pot is about to burn. Old Zhao, don't waste time, the dishes are burning. His master complained from the kitchen, instantly sounding frustrated as he mentioned his daughter. Even if Fong Yimou were a boy, Zhao Jianjian is several years older than him. Are you trying to set up a mismatched pair? Oh, you see me. Fong Yimou, just sit in the living room. I've prepared drinks and snacks for you. Make yourself at home. The family dinner lasted over 3 hours. Most notably, his master drank a lot, and it was the first time Fong Yimou had seen his master drink so much. Fong Yimou had a low tolerance for alcohol and had been advised not to touch any, so he simply drank water to accompany his master. By the end, his master had consumed half a case of beer and half a bottle of liquor, while Fong Yimou had barely eaten anything and was merely full from drinking water. The two of them took turns rushing to the restroom, making his master's wife both amused and exasperated as she scolded his master. In the end, his master really had drunk too much. Normally quiet today, he was chattering away incessantly. He earnestly advised Fong Yimou to protect himself when he was alone outside, being wary of those bad boys. Fong Yimou found it absurd. Just half a month ago his master had been scolding him for being a little brat, and now he was telling him to watch out for bad boys. The change was so sudden. After helping his master's wife tidy up, Fong Yimou proposed in front of both of them. Master's wife, how about we take a group photo? Today's reaction from his master's wife upon seeing him was not his first experience. Although he still felt shy and anxious compared to the earlier feelings of awkwardness where he wanted to find a hole to hide, and he had become considerably more composed. Perhaps after a few more experiences, he would naturally adapt to being perceived as a woman. Maybe in the coming year he would gradually get used to the identity of a woman and the lifestyle that comes with it. At that time, would his determination to continue living as a man still be so resolute? Thinking of all these possibilities, Fong Yimou felt a surge of fear. He was afraid that time would transform him into a stranger, that he would forget the resolve he held at this moment, and that he would lose this part of himself that identified as a boy. Therefore, he wanted to capture this moment in a photograph, a trace of his existence as he was now, to remind himself. Upon hearing they were going to take a photo, his master, who was leaning against the sofa to sober up, suddenly sat up straight and declared, "Come, let's take a picture. I love taking photos." His master's wife couldn't help but chuckle at this sight. "Wait a moment, Fong Yimou, we'll go ask the neighbor to help us take." Before long, his master's wife returned with the neighbor, who upon seeing Zhao was burst into laughter. "Oh, old Zhao, what did you eat to get like this?" Already tipsy, Zhao Wu looked at the neighbor and, swaying, held up his fingers to indicate 7, today, 10 dishes. Wow, that's quite a feast. Is there some kind of celebration? Zhao Wu proudly pointed at Fong Yimou and said, "Well, how about this? This is my daughter. My daughter came back to see me. My daughter is amazing. She races abroad and even won a rally championship. Do you know Bayambuluk?" The neighbor's gaze fell on Fong Mo's face, and his eyes lit up. "Oh, Jianjian is back. It's been years since I last saw you. You're growing more and more outstanding." "Don't listen to this drunk rambling," his master's wife scolded, casting a glance at her husband. She handed the phone to the neighbor. "Come, help us take a few photos of the three of us. Come, Fong Yimou, you sit in the middle, support your master a bit." Hearing that the beautiful girl in front of him wasn't named Zhao Jianjian, yet Zhao Wu claimed her as his daughter, the neighbor was momentarily puzzled, unsure of the relationships between the three. However, he didn't inquire further, and with some confusion began taking pictures of the three. He adjusted the lighting here, changed angles there, and asked them to strike different poses. When he finally saw the photos, both Fong Yimou and his master's wife couldn't help but give the neighbor a thumbs up for his professionalism before sending him off. In September, as autumn arrives, the lingering heat has yet to dissipate. The sky is as blue as a transparent sapphire, adorned only by a few wispy white clouds scattered across. The weather in Huading remains sweltering. After being baked by the sun for most of the day, the ground shimmers with a layer of heat, and the cicadas in the branches tirelessly sing the praises of summer, reluctant to depart. Outside a fruit shop on a street near the hospital, the 30-something shopkeeper is checking the day's sales figures behind a cash register. With a chime, the doorbell rings, prompting the welcoming device to react immediately. The shopkeeper instinctively calls out "welcome," while glancing up at the customer. It is a slender young girl standing just over 5 feet tall, dressed in a white t-shirt and loose-fitting hip-hop style jeans. She wears some protective sleeves on her slender arms and simple white sneakers on her feet. As she enters the store, the girl folds her sun umbrella and removes her sun hat, revealing her shoulder-length hair. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's greeting, she looks over, meeting the shopkeeper's gaze. Though her face is covered by a mask, the shopkeeper is momentarily stunned by her clear eyes, recognizing her as a familiar customer. About half a month ago, this girl first appeared in his shop, and since then she has come by every 2 or 3 days to buy. Many female customers visit the shop daily, but very few have left such a lasting impression on him. She always wears a mask, and he has never seen her full face. Yet just through her clear eyes and the shimmering light within them, he has imagined a breathtaking beauty hidden beneath the mask. The girl walks around the store and selects a black plum that was just delivered this morning. She brushes aside the loose strands of hair that obstruct her vision, then bends down quietly to pick out the fruit. The shopkeeper's gaze is magnetically drawn to her. This ordinary scene feels like a masterpiece, making it impossible for him to look away. How can someone be this beautiful? He can't help but sigh inwardly. In the blink of an eye, he has already envisioned a lifetime with this girl. Before long, she has completed her selection, carrying a bag of black plums and a box of fresh fruit cuts to the cash register to weigh and pay. The shopkeeper, lost in thought, stares blankly at her. The girl waits for a moment, noticing his dazed expression, and grows a bit anxious, carefully reminding him, Boss, time to check out. Her voice rings in the shopkeeper's ears like pearls dropping on a jade plate, clear and melodious. Coming back to his senses, he sees her confused and uneasy expression, feeling embarrassed and stumbling over his words. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. I was just wondering what to make for my wife tonight. I'm sorry. He quickly adds up the price. That'll be 46 yuan and 8 jiao, but let's round it to 45. Seeing the girl looking a bit uneasy, the shopkeeper feels his behavior was too rash, abruptly interrupting a beautiful moment. Regretful, he decides he must do something. He glances around, noticing that no one among the staff or customers is paying attention to them. He gestures to the girl, signaling her to wait, then quickly goes to grab another box of fresh fruit cuts and places it in the already prepared bag, calmly saying, Today, we have a promotion, buy one get one free. Really? The girl, puzzled and still a bit nervous, quickly smiles, her watery eyes curving into crescent moons. Thank you, boss, I didn't even notice. The shopkeeper feigns indifference, waving his hand dismissively. In business, honesty is key. I can't take advantage of you. If you think our fruit is good, just come back often. The girl pays, puts her hat back on, and politely thanks the shopkeeper once more before leaving with her items. The shopkeeper's gaze follows her through the glass as she walks away, holding her sun umbrella and taking small steps, lost in thought for a long while. Boss, time to check out. A somewhat rough female voice pulls the shopkeeper back to reality. A middle-aged woman in a floral dress stands at the counter, laying out 6 boxes of fresh fruit cuts in front of him. The shopkeeper glances over and immediately responds, 30 each, that's a total of 180 in total. You can just scan to pay. He turns his gaze back to the window, hoping to catch sight of that lovely figure once more. What did you say? 180. Isn't this buy one get one free? The middle-aged woman screams in anger. I'm sorry, ma'am, but we don't have a buy one get one free promotion today. As Fong Mo hurriedly walks out of the fruit shop, her heart races even as she enters the hospital. After all, less than a month ago, she was still in a male body. Even though she has now completed the surgery and her appearance aligns with her DNA, she has fully transformed into a girl. Yet some things are still hard to believe. For example, she has only bought a few things and exchanged no more than 10 sentences, yet a single man has already thought of names for their future children. Fong Mo only notices that the shopkeeper has been staring at her. She feels that his gaze is strange, thinking perhaps her mannerisms do not appear normal for a girl, or that there is something off about her appearance, causing her to feel nervous and awkward. Entering the hospital, she quickly navigates through the winding paths in the woods. Finding no one around, Fong Mo looks down at her outfit. The straps of her underwear feel uncomfortable, but ever since her chest has become more pronounced, she has made sure to wear them properly, avoiding any visible outlines. Her clothing is all in accordance with the guidelines from her health booklet, and there is nothing inappropriate. She even discreetly checks her pants, finding no signs of bleeding. Feeling slightly reassured, Fong Mo exhales deeply. If there is nothing unnatural about her outfit, then it must be that her behavior still reveals some flaws, indicating a gap from true femininity. Clearly, she still has much to learn, and the mannerisms of a girl are indeed a profound subject. Fong Mo, oh Fong Mo, you are still far from being a real girl, she thinks to herself. Despite not feeling her performance was flawless, Fong Mo internally sentenced that fruit shop to death. Although the shopkeeper is a rather straightforward businessman, she resolves not to return there. As long as she does not encounter anyone who makes her feel awkward, she will not feel embarrassed. Putting today's embarrassment behind her, she thinks about the fresh and cheap fruit she bought, her steps lightening unknowingly. Of course, she is still cautious, controlling her stride to avoid any exaggerated movements. It has been 2 weeks since the surgery, and she no longer feels much pain, but she still adheres to medical advice, avoiding strenuous activities. She has had myocarditis that was never fully cured, yet to race against time, she accepted gender confirmation surgery, while still unhealed, a risky decision. Thus, she must pay extra attention during the recovery phase. Moreover, although Fong Mo has determined to undergo another surgery in a year to revert back to being a man, she does not wish to endure the pain of another operation anytime soon. Such pain, Fong Mo believes, could bring tears even to the toughest man. It is relentless, and even using the restroom becomes a torturous ordeal akin to being in hell. When the anesthetic was still effective, she could smile and reassure Jin Yushi, but once the effects wore off, she could no longer hold back. Each time the pain nearly drives her to collapse, she cannot help but tearfully think, Fong Mo, why not just accept it? Being a girl is being a girl, there's no need to go through more surgery. After all, you will absolutely never marry a man in this lifetime. You have no obsession with finding a woman to accompany you for life. What difference does it make if you have that thing or not? But after enduring the most difficult days, she begins to feel resolute again. The male self-identity quickly regains its dominance. In her mind, a little man stands with hands on hips, sternly admonishing her weak thoughts. Fong Mo, although you are temporarily residing in a woman's body, your heart remains that of a man. You must not forget who you are so soon, nor betray your past. The conviction to be a strong and resolute man does not fade, but Fong Mo has not forgotten why she underwent surgery in the first place. She must play the role of He Xiaoyan, learn, live, and love on behalf of that poor girl, creating the appearance that He Xiaoyan is doing well in front of her family. You are not just pretending to be my sister, you must become my sister. For this year, you must constantly regard yourself as He Xiaoyan from the depths of your heart. Only then will you not leave any flaws. Though Fong Mo cannot comprehend why He Kai's demands are so high, nor understand why it is necessary to leave no flaws at any time. In her understanding, if it is just to deceive her family, it does not require such thoroughness, as no matter how much parents love their children, they will not watch over them 24 hours a day. Besides, He Xiaoyan is no longer a child, but a second-year college student. Thus Fong Mo believes that He Kai's request for her to impersonate He Xiaoyan cannot be as simple as just preventing her family from feeling sad. However, she also realizes that given the disparity between their identities, even if she were to inquire about the deeper intentions, she would not receive a truthful answer. In light of this, Fong Mo decides not to ask any unnecessary questions and diligently immerses herself. Carrying the freshly bought fruits, Fong Mo walked down the tree-lined path and returned to the inpatient department. After tossing the disposable mask into the medical waste bin, Fong Mo saw Sister Hong at the nurse's station and casually asked Sister Hong, "Has Grandpa Fong gone out?" Sister Hong, who was looking down at her phone, raised her head and smiled when she saw Fong Mo. "Yin Yin, you're back. Grandpa Fong is playing chess. Oh, you bought so many delicious things for the grandpas." Fong Mo replied, "I just saw some fresh fruits outside, so I bought some for the sisters too," and placed the bag on the nurse's station counter, only taking a box of fresh fruit slices for himself as he spoke. "That's too much," Sister Hong said, feeling a bit flustered as she looked at the fruits on the counter. "No, there are many people, we won't get much." Saying this, Fong Mo pointed at the box of fresh fruit slices, smiling brightly. "By the way, this store has a promotion, buy one, get one free on fruit slices. You guys can go check it out when you have time." Sister Hong responded with an "oh," and when she saw the small receipt left in the bag, her curiosity was piqued about which store it was from. However, the name of the store on the receipt made her suspicious. As far as she knew, this store's fruit slices rarely had discounts. Because their ingredients were solid and fresh, they had no trouble selling. Even if they were to have a discount because of unsold stock, it couldn't be at this time. It was still early. But upon seeing that the receipt only showed one portion of fruit slices, her mind quickly made a connection, and she couldn't help but chuckle. It must be that some silly boy from that store was smitten with Yin Yan's beauty, borrowing the boss items to win the girls. She wondered if the boss would find out and fire him. Sister Hong looked at the figure humming a tune and walking away briskly, thinking about that unknown young man trying to please this girl. What expression would he have if he knew her past? Sister Hong clearly remembered that when this child first came in, he was still called Fong Mo, a boy. After a while, the boy Fong Mo transformed into a girl named He Xiaoyan. Although her mannerisms, voice, language, habits, and personality had changed day by day, becoming starkly different from the previous Fong Mo. Previously, Fong Mo would politely call her Sister Hong, speaking courteously, yet with some distance. But now He Xiaoyan not only sweetly called her Sister Hong, but also intimately linked her arm, and so on. Sister Hong could still be certain that this incredibly beautiful and lively girl was indeed that previously delicate young man. She felt that the strange personnel changes in the inpatient department recently were inextricably linked to this girl, who was once called Fong Mo, and now called He Xiaoyan. As Fong Mo returned in the identity of He Xiaoyan, the entire VIP ward underwent a seamless rotation, with all the original staff, except for her and director, and being transferred to the main inpatient building. This VIP ward was left with only her and director, and with even the cleaning staff being no exception. The reason given by the hospital was that a large number of patients in the ordinary ward had provided feedback that the nursing staff's level needed improvement, and the hospital had implemented a rotation mechanism to enhance the overall service quality. However, through the occasional visits from the hospital leaders and director NS special care for He Xiaoyan's Sister Hong, keenly sensed that the so-called enhancement of the hospital's overall service quality was merely a pretext, and the real reason was the girl named He Xiaoyan. Yet Sister Hong had never spoken about this to anyone, and her wise silence quickly yielded rewards. Just a few days ago, director and brought her two good news. Her long-pending application to be promoted to head nurse had been approved, and due to her excellent performance over the past 2 years, her salary was raised by 50%. This month, she was also named an outstanding employee and received a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Before she excitedly left Director An's office, he casually mentioned Ching Hong by the way. Did we have a patient named Fong Mo in the inpatient department before? Sister Hong, being quite clever, immediately feigned confusion and asked Director and Fong Mo. Director, and was it recently? My memory isn't great, I've been really busy lately, I don't have any impression at all. Is that so? Maybe I remembered wrong. Oh. I recall now, it seems like it was Grandpa Fong who was admitted last month. His granddaughter is named Fong Mo. Then he isn't our patient. I don't usually interact much with Grandpa Fong. Should I ask the nurse taking care of him for you? Forget it, if there's no such person then forget it, I was just casually asking. As she left, Sister Hong could see a satisfied smile on Director An's face. From that moment on, Sister Hong firmly decided that whatever Fong Mo turned into Zhaoyan, whatever boy turned into girl, whatever handsome young man turned into a beautiful woman, she had never heard of it and would simply not acknowledge it. All she knew was that a girl named He Zhaoyan had been admitted to the VIP ward due to a car accident resulting in a concussion and fractures. This Miss He not only looked after Grandpa Fong, who was alone and receiving treatment next door, but also actively cared for and accompanied the elderly man. Truly a good girl with both beauty and kindness. When Fong Mo returned to her grandfather's ward, he was playing chess with his friends. These were two elderly men of a similar age to Grandpa. Both were wealthy in their families and had been sent here by their anxious families due to minor health issues. They arrived a few days later than Fong Mo and her grandfather, and when they first came they kept complaining about wanting to. However, after realizing that Grandpa Fong was quite compatible with them, and that Fong Mo was a lovely young person willing to chat with them, they no longer mentioned going home. Three old men, two of them, were currently playing against each other, while one was watching. When Fong Mo entered, her grandfather was in a heated argument with the old man with white hair he was playing against, while the elderly man watching first noticed Fong Mo's return and quickly greeted her with a smile. Little he is back. Grandpa Guan. Fong Mo politely greeted the elderly man watching the game. The elderly man watching the game was surnamed Guan, and Fong Mo usually called him Grandpa Guan. The other old man with white hair was not surnamed Bai, but surnamed Yi, and Fong Mo called him Grandpa Yi. Grandpa's, it's time for fruit. Fong Mo opened the box of fruit slices in her hand and placed it beside the chessboard, distributing the plastic forks to the two elderly men, then took a fork for herself and tasted a piece of jackfruit. It was crunchy and sweet, quite good. She immediately forked a piece to feed her grandfather. Grandpa, eat some jackfruit. But her grandfather just waved his hand, ignoring her, and continued arguing with Grandpa Yi. You've already made your move, how can you take it back? It's simply unreasonable. Grandpa's words sounded somewhat unclear, his head still bandaged, but he was full of spirit. My hand hasn't even left the piece yet, I was just gesturing. How can that be counted as a move? Grandpa Yes' face turned red. Doesn't count, absolutely doesn't count. Once it's on the board, who cares if your hand was lifted? Grandpa's eyes were wide open like copper bells. Seeing that the two could argue for another half an hour over this, Grandpa Guan simply mixed up the chess pieces and cheerfully said, with this move, whether it's on or off the board, it's a deadlock. I suggest no one argue anymore, let's eat fruit instead, and after we're done, I'll play a game with old Fong. Seeing the chessboard disrupted, Grandpa Yi and Fong Mo's grandfather exchanged glances, and Fong Mo also laughed. Grandpa Guan is right, you guys shouldn't argue, it's a deadlock no matter how you play. Hurry and eat the fruit, it's very fresh. Fong Mo often accompanied her grandfather to play chess when she was a child, and while working in Huading she occasionally played chess with her master. Although her skills were average, she could somewhat understand the situation. Grandpa Yes' piece was a rook, and once it was moved it would be taken by her grandfather's knight, but beyond that, having one more rook or one less didn't change much, it was still a stalemate. However, the two elderly men were stubbornly arguing over that one chess piece, like children, turning red in the face, which amused Fong Mo. Ultimately, Grandpa Yi conceded, throwing the piece down in frustration and saying him not playing anymore. As he spoke, he angrily forked a piece of fruit and started eating. After swallowing a piece of cantaloupe, Grandpa Yes' expression softened. He looked at Grandpa Fong, who seemed quite pleased, and at the girl who was carefully feeding him fruit. A strong affection appeared in his eyes. He had heard that this girl named He Zhaoyan was actually not related to Grandpa Fong at all. This Grandpa Fong had Alzheimer's and had also suffered a head injury, so his mind wasn't very clear, mistaking the similarly aged He Zhaoyan for his own granddaughter. To his surprise, this 19-year-old girl had the heart of a living bodhisattva, taking excellent care of Grandpa Fong, feeding him, keeping him company, helping him wash his face and wipe sweat, and pushing him out for walks, truly like a granddaughter, serving her grandfather, never complaining a word. Grandpa Yi had once asked this girl why she was so kind to Grandpa Fong, pointing out that her family background shouldn't be lacking. Ooh, what was she after? The girl simply smiled and softly said, I feel a connection with Grandpa Fong, nothing else. Because of this, Grandpa Yi had always been envious of old Fong. He could also be considered to have a large family and many descendants, but none of his children and grandchildren combined were as caring as this girl, with only his eldest son being somewhat decent, remembering to call him every day to check in. The more he looked, the more he liked her. Grandpa Yi put down his plastic fork and smiled at Fong Yimou. Little, he, what do you think about what I mentioned last time? Your grandpa, yes, eldest grandson, is currently single, a PhD student at a prestigious university, also a senior executive at a big company. Would you like me to ask him to meet you? If you find him agreeable, you could date him, and if things go well, you could consider becoming Grandpa Yes' granddaughter-in-law. How about that? Fong Yimou stood there in shock as his grandfather, with puffed cheeks and glaring eyes, angrily muttered, "Dream." The old man was so agitated that he choked on his own saliva. Fong Yimou quickly patted his grandfather's back gently to help him ease his discomfort, smiling softly as he comforted him. "Grandpa, what are you so anxious about? Old Yi is just joking with us." However, Grandpa grasped Fong Mo's hand, tightly shooting a glare at Old Yi, saying, "Be careful, this Old Yi doesn't play by the rules in chess. His grandson is sure to be a bad egg." "Hey, you old Fong, what are you saying?" Old Yi suddenly looked a bit flustered, but upon seeing Old Guan laughing heartily beside him and Fong Yimou, who couldn't help but chuckle, he paused for a moment before joining in the laughter. After a while, Fong Yimou stopped laughing and said to Old Yi, "Thank you, Grandpa Yi. I still want to meet that destined person myself." While maintaining a light tone, Fong Yimou was actually feeling distressed inside. Old Yi had previously alluded to this matter, but Fong Yimou thought the elder was just joking, and they all laughed it off without taking it to heart. Now that the old man brought it up again, and this time with a more serious tone than before, Fong Yimou felt a bit flustered, but more so she sensed that something was off. No way, no way. Could it be that Grandpa Yi is really serious about this? What does he see in me that's so good? She now had a strong aversion to wearing skirts. How could she possibly accept a man at this time? Moreover, even if she played along to date He Xiaoyan, she still had to follow He Kai's arrangements. After all, he was the employer. Acting as Dai He Xiaoyan, she certainly had no freedom in love. Fong Yimou was internally lamenting, but on the surface, she still smiled sweetly. However, her smile made Old Yi's gaze even more intense, and that burning gaze made her face feel increasingly hot, causing her smile to gradually become stiff. In Old Yi's eyes, Fong Mo's expression blended embarrassment, awkwardness, and a stiff smile, which he interpreted as a girl's shyness. He nodded with a warm smile, saying, "Oh, it's fine, it's fine. No need to force yourself. Indeed, this girl just turned 19, filled with beautiful dreams about the opposite sex, longing for a bit of romantic encounters and unforgettable love." Thinking of this, Old Yi's eyes lit up as he pondered to go meet her true love. This is easy. The eldest grandson of the old family isn't bad at all, as long as... Old Fong looked at Old Yi's expression. He must be plotting something bad. Old Guan patted Grandpa's arm, pointing at, "Go away, what does it have to do with you, Old Guan?" Old Yi waved his hand in dissatisfaction, then slapped his thigh, standing up as he said, "Seeing Xiao, he reminds me of those unfilial descendants at home. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I won't play anymore." Saying this, Old Yi walked out of the ward, pulling out his phone as he went. Nurse station. Several nurses were happily sharing a box of fresh fruit, excitedly discussing recent At that moment, an elderly man with white hair walked by the nurse station talking on the phone, and the nurses instinctively shut their mouths in unison. "TSK. I don't care. You arrange it yourself at your company. Anyway, starting tomorrow, you must come to see me in the hospital every night for 3 days. If you're coming, then just come. Stop with the excuses. You say you're busy with your company's trivial matters all day. When will Grandpa be able to hold his golden grandson? Stop the nonsense. Dress properly. Don't embarrass your grandpa." Sister Hong saw the old man angrily hang up the phone and greeted him with a smile. "Old Yi not playing chess anymore. What would you like to eat for dinner? We can arrange something for you." Old Yi, just finishing the call, glanced back at Sister Hong, and that penetrating gaze made her feel tense immediately. Seeing it was Sister Hong, Old Yi's originally tense expression relaxed a bit. He gave a casual grunt and waved his hand, saying nonchalantly the usual, "Just whip something up, I'm fine with anything." Saying this, the old man walked back towards his ward with his hands behind his back. Sister Hong and the nurses at the station watched the old man's receding figure, exchanging glances before they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Back in Fong Mo's grandfather's ward, Old Guan continued to accompany Grandpa Fong in a game. Fong Yimou lightly leaned against her grandfather's shoulder watching the game. Occasionally, she would feed him a piece of fruit, and when she thought of a move she deemed clever, she couldn't help but give them meaningful glances, which naturally earned her uniform criticism from the two old men's silence while watching the game. The two old men, from the initial rapid movements of the pieces, gradually slowed down, taking a long time to ponder every move, and that game took over an hour. As the sun began to set, painting the clouds in fiery colors, the game finally concluded with Grandpa's victory. After talking for a while and reviewing where he lost in the previous game, Old Guan returned to his ward, leaving only the grandfather and granddaughter. Naturally, Grandpa, having won the game, was excited for quite a while, unable to contain his smile. However, after playing several intense games for a man of his age who had just undergone surgery and was still recovering, it was quite a burden, and soon fatigue showed on his face, and he dozed off. Fang Yamo looked at her grandfather's profile in the setting sun, feeling a sense of unreality, as if she were in a dream. From the time her grandfather woke up until today, it was the most relaxed and happiest time Fang Yamo had experienced in years. She hadn't spent such time with her grandfather in a long time. The last time she was able to laugh freely, without worrying about the next day, was before her grandfather fell ill, though at that time the heavy burdens were all on his shoulders. Even though she still couldn't point at the old man and tell others, "I am Fang Yamo, this is my grandfather," just being able to stay by his side made her feel immense happiness. Just wait a little longer, Fang Yamo. Once you've taken care of Hikai's matters, you can lead your grandfather and sister to live the life you all wish for. Thinking of this, Fang Yamo perked up. She quietly stood up, adjusted the air conditioning to a slightly higher temperature to prevent her grandfather from catching a cold, then ran back to her ward to grab her pad, put on her headphones, and settled down beside her grandfather, opening a video to diligently review her performance studies. Outside the window, the crimson sun slowly sank, the rustling of leaves intertwined with the chirping of cicadas. The golden sunset streamed in through the window, casting a warm glow on the grandfather and granddaughter, sitting close together as if they could stay forever in this fleeting yet peaceful moment. At 8 in the evening, Fang Yamo, having finished dinner with his grandfather, took the old man for a stroll in the courtyard. "Grandpa, I want you to stay in Huading for a year. What do you think?" Fang Yamo supported his grandfather's arm, helping him move slowly step by step, while softly asking, "Grandpa, you've been quite injured this time, and the medical facilities in Huading are better. I can't leave Huading for now." "Why, oi?" the old man asked in confusion. "Moer, aren't we going back to Yuching? What about Yuan? Grandpa, you're recovering, and it's better for your health here. I plan to go back to Yuching later to see if Yuan wants to come here to study for a year. I believe that by the time you are fully recovered, Yuan will have gotten into college. If you want to go back to Yuching, I will go back with you then. Until that time, I will not go anywhere else, but stay by your side to take care of you." Fang Yamo instinctively stroked the old man's arm gently, just like when he was a child, and the old man would softly caress her back to lull her to sleep. Hearing Fang Mo's words, the old man had been nodding, but when he heard that Fang Yamo wanted to stay by his side forever taking care of him, he suddenly puffed up his cheeks, glaring with displeasure, and said, No, how can you always be with me? I can take care of myself. You still need to get married, you can't delay your life for me." Fang Yamo immediately smiled bitterly. Get married? She still wanted to return to being a boy after a year. She simply could not accept that. But what the old man said next made her heart skip a beat. "Even if you need to take care of me, don't you have your brother? I'll just follow your brother and sister-in-law in the future." At this point, the old man suddenly looked puzzled, raising his head to look at Fang Yamo for a while, and said, "Hey, girl, what is your brother's name again? My memory is failing me. What is my grandson's name again?" Seeing the old man's painful expression as he struggled to remember, Fang Mo's heart ached, and her eyes turned red. She really wanted to tell her grandfather that she was the grandson he was referring to, but doing so would inevitably require explaining how her previously healthy grandson had turned into a granddaughter. Fang Yamo was genuinely afraid that the old man would not be able to accept such an absurd reality, and she was also afraid that the chaotic information would further confuse her grandfather's already muddled memory. Since Grandpa had already started remembering his grandson as a granddaughter a long time ago, she thought it best to let it be for now. As long as the old man could happily enjoy each day, what did it matter if it was a lie? What difference did it make? As for her returning to being a boy, that was a matter for the future to be discussed later. Fang Yamo held her grandfather's hand, firmly preventing him from hitting his own head, smiling gently, and scolded, "Grandpa, see, you're mistaken again. Where did you get a grandson from? Is it because Moer is a girl that you don't like me, yeah? If that's the case, I might as well have surgery to become a boy." The old man looked at Fang Mo's face, the confusion in his eyes faded, and his expression became resolute again. He shook his head, saying, "That won't do. You should be what you are. You are perfect just the way you are now. Grandpa, you are so great." Fang Yamo hugged her grandfather's arm tightly. Seeing no one around, she cheerfully gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Being a girl had its advantages, as she could express her feelings freely in front of her grandfather. The old man, kissed by his granddaughter, immediately smiled with joy. "Moer, why do Lao Guan and Lao Yi always call you Little He?" "Oh, Grandpa, I have a nickname called Little Lotus at work, and everyone just calls me that." Recently, Fang Yamo had become adept at fabricating stories. What kind of company is that with names like Little Lotus and Little Water Lily? It doesn't sound like a serious place. If you don't like it, then from now on, I'll just be called Little Peach, Little Rose, Little Chrysanthemum, Little Lily. What nonsense. That's so tacky. Moer is the best name. All right, whatever you say is fine. Grandpa, don't move. Stand here while I take a video for Yuan to see. In front of the emergency building, a young man was standing beside a flower bed next to a trash can, smoking. The young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and his looks could be described as handsome, but his expression was particularly stern. He was dressed in a deep red t-shirt paired with black motorcycle pants, wearing motorcycle boots with a black leather jacket draped over his shoulders. Coupled with his dark reddied hair, he appeared from a distance to be a ball of cold, blackish red fire burning. Anyone passing by upon meeting his sharp aggressive gaze and observing his distinctly youthfully rebellious outfit would quickly avert their eyes and keep their distance. The young man smoked 2 or 3 cigarettes in succession when 2 punk youths, visibly bruised and battered, slowly helped someone out of the emergency building. The person in the middle had a similar appearance to Jiang Xiao, wearing a leather jacket and motorcycle pants, and like his companions was bruised, but what was worse was that his right leg was in a splint. The group looked around in front of the emergency building and hurriedly approached the red-haired young man, leaning against the door, greeting him, Xiao Go. Clearly all 3 were from the same rough crowd. Their titles made it easy to guess that they were Xiao Guest's subordinates. The red-haired youth raised his eyes to assess the person being supported in the middle and finally focused on his right leg. His brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze sharpened. How is he? He asked, raising his chin, his voice somewhat hoarse and tinged with fatigue. He won't die. The injured person looked rather grim, obviously holding back his anger. Jiang Xiao Go, when are we going to fight back? Jiang Xiao raised his hand and rubbed the top of his head, a colder look appearing on his already stern face as he smiled. No hurry, let them run around for a few days, you all take care of your injuries. Don't worry, I will make sure they pay for it. Saying that, he extinguished the cigarette butt and tossed it into the ashtray of the trash, and then turned and walked toward the hospital entrance. The 3 exchanged glances and quickly quickened their pace to catch up with Jiang Xiao. They hadn't gone far when a young woman appeared from the winding tree-lined path, helping an old man. The sky was too dark and the streetlights on the tree-lined path were dim. The girl was so focused on talking to the old man laughing joyfully that she didn't notice Jiang Xiao and collided right into him. The sound of her tinkling laughter suddenly stopped. How do you walk? Don't you have any eyes? One of Jiang Xiao's subordinates instinctively began to scold, but was immediately stopped by Jiang Xiao raising his hand. Jiang Xiao looked down at the girl, who only reached his chest, staring at her face, a hint of confusion gradually appearing in his eyes. The girl saw Jiang Xiao's red hair, then focused on his face, suddenly looking a bit pale. She subtly pulled her mask, which had been resting under her chin, up to cover the lower half of her face, revealing only a pair of soft eyes. I'm sorry. Although the girl appeared visibly frightened, she still stood protectively in front of the old. It's fine, Jiang Xiao said in his low, hoarse voice. It's dark, be careful while walking. The girl nodded hurriedly, helping the old man, lowering her head and quickly leaving. Watching the girl's seemingly timid figure leave, the 3 behind Jiang Xiao began to discuss among themselves. Hey Erwin, doesn't that girl look like Zhao Wu's silly apprentice? What was that silly boy's name again? That boy is Fong Yimou. Hey Wu Tiao, are you saying nonsense because you're blind? You should know that the girl just now was a girl, and Fong Yimou is a boy. How can a girl be a boy? How do you know Fong Yimou is definitely a boy? Have you checked his underwear, or has he ever? Shut up. I may be a face lover, but I'm not gay. Damn you 2 idiots, slow down, oh I've broken a leg. Hey sorry Nan, go. But also, that kid looked so weak a gust of wind could blow him away. Maybe he really is a Hua Mulan. Hey, do you know where that kid has been? Haven't seen him for a long time. Wherever he wants, it's none of my business. I've broken my leg, all I want is to fight back. As the subordinates in the back rambled nonsensically, a stream of vulgarities made Jiang Xiao frown. But he didn't say anything, only casting a glance at the departing grandfather and granddaughter. A grandfather and granddaughter, a gang leader. They were like 2 lines that intersected at a single point and then accelerated away, never to meet again. Unless by some accident. Fong Yimou did not expect to run into Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao was a regular at the auto repair shop, occasionally arriving surrounded by a group of biker gang members. It was said that he was involved in the underworld, commanding a gang of dozens. Every time he brought his crew to the shop, customers would often flee in fear. Although Fong Yimou knew Jiang Xiao, they were not close. Whenever he came to the shop for motorcycle repairs, Fong Yimou would feel uneasy under Jiang Xiao's terrifying gaze. His master would intentionally make Fong Yimou avoid them, preventing any interaction. Thus Fong Mo's encounters with Jiang Xiao were limited to distant glances, and what he knew about Jiang Xiao primarily came from hearsay. As for what kind of person Jiang Xiao truly was, Fong Yimou neither knew nor cared to find out. Upon this unexpected meeting, Fong Yimou felt a momentary concern about whether he would be recognized. However, she quickly reminded herself that their interactions were minimal, so even if he did recognize her, it might not matter. Fong Yimou gradually calmed down while her grandfather murmured beside her. You must remember, Moer, to keep your distance from those street thugs. Never befriend them. Fong Yimou could only smile wryly. Grandpa, don't worry. Your grandson will definitely avoid such people in the future. As she spoke, Fong Yimou linked arms with her grandfather and strolled back to the hospital room. By the time they arrived, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Fong Yimou called a male nurse to help bathe and clean her grandfather. She didn't mind doing it herself, but given her current identity as Zhaoyan and how others perceived her as a genuine girl, it would be inappropriate. So she carefully instructed the nurse and then returned to her own room. She organized the photos and videos she had taken of her grandfather, deleting the blurry ones and duplicates before sending the remaining ones to her sister Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan replied almost immediately. Fong Yuan, brother, you spent the whole day with Grandpa. Thank you. Fong Mo quickly typed back, you're the one who's working hard in your studies. I can accompany Grandpa without going to work, so it's not hard at all. Fong Yuan, sorry brother. I'll study hard from now on. Seeing her sister quickly admit her fault without even being prompted, Fong Mo couldn't help but smile. In truth, Fong Mo did not mind whether her sister was slacking off in her studies, as she knew well how hard Fong Yuan usually worked. If this girl didn't know how to balance work and rest, then Fong Mo would worry. Fong Mo, no worries, as the saying goes, only studying without play makes smart. Fong Yuan, dull. Fong Yuan, which country's saying is that, brother? Fong Mo, it doesn't matter. Fong Yuan, brother, can you do a video call? You only send videos and photos of Grandpa. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. I miss you. Fong Mo was taken aback. Huh. Her first reaction was to find an excuse to refuse Fong Yuan, but it had been over a month since they last video called. Previously they would at least do it 2 to 3 times a week, but for the past month they hadn't managed even once. This girl finally brought it up. Fong Mo felt a bit caught off guard. After her grandfather woke up, Fong Mo had informed Fong Yuan about everything over the phone, including the injury, the transfer to Huading for surgery, and even the fact that he had been critically ill. She didn't completely hide it, just spoke of it lightly. Fong Mo primarily conveyed to Fong Yuan that Grandpa was doing well now, so she need not worry. She also told her sister that she had gotten lucky and found a lucrative new job, relieving Fong Yuan of any concerns about the high cost of living in Huading. Although Fong Yuan had shown some worry, it seemed that Grandpa's situation hadn't negatively affected her too much, as she had scored second in the grade on her assessment exam before school started in late August, which had thrilled Fong Mo for quite some time. However, she hadn't yet told Fong Yuan about her own surgery. On one hand, she found it hard to bring up, and on the other she was worried about her sister's studies. Grandpa's mind was a bit muddled, and he had mistakenly remembered her as his granddaughter, so she could easily brush it off, and he would accept it. But Fong Yuan's situation was different. Fong Mo was mainly concerned that if Fong Yuan suddenly learned that her brother was actually her sister, it would shock and confuse her for a month or two, which would definitely impact her studies. Since Fong Yuan had come back with a second-place grade, Fong Mo had been cautious. Fong Yuan's academic performance was excellent, and she even had hopes of getting into a prestigious university like Xinduan University. If too much shock from this matter affected her studies and resulted in not attending a better school, Fong Mo would find it hard to accept. Fong Mo even considered not telling Fong Yuan about it, thinking that after her sister finished her college entrance exam, she could fulfill Hikai's request and undergo surgery to return to being male. However, after careful consideration, she felt that keeping this secret alone for so long would be too difficult. It would be best to find an appropriate time to discuss it with Fong Yuan face-to-face. This way, even if her situation caused Fong Yuan a significant mental shock, she could notice any abnormalities in person and find ways to intervene and guide, minimizing the impact on the child. She had always wanted to talk to Hichi to see if she could return to Yuqing in mid to late September to address this issue, and also ask Fong Yuan if she would be willing to transfer schools so the three of them could reunite in Huading. However, Fong Mo found it hard to speak up. Hichi had already paid a deposit of 1 million, and the money had been sitting in her account accruing interest for 2 months. Grandpa's condition was improving day by day, but her progress still did not meet Hikai's requirements. After she agreed to play the role of He Xiaoyan, Hichi compiled information about He Xiaoyan for her, so she could understand what kind of person He Xiaoyan was to better fit into the role. Additionally, Hichi hired numerous teachers for her in makeup, body language, vocal, music, piano art, and calligraphy. He even invited the renowned actor Zhang Xiqiang to provide in-person guidance to Fong Mo, who was already He Xiaoyan for several days, under the pretext that the He family's young lady had some interest in the entertainment industry. He Xiaoyan was a talented girl with a plethora of interests and skills that amazed people, but this put Fong Mo in a tough spot. She felt like a poor duck being force-fed by a master chef waiting to be thrown into the oven. Fortunately, Hichi did not truly expect her to master these complex skills in a short time. His main goal was to help Fong Mo form basic concepts and understand the differences between herself and He Xiaoyan, so she wouldn't expose herself in unnecessary ways. Hichi was very serious and spared no expense in treating this as a major project. Naturally, Fong Mo dared not slack off. During each online or offline unknown lesson, she was completely focused and would repeatedly watch recordings in her spare time. Fong Mo had a great work attitude, but it still did not meet Hikai's standards, who felt she was not yet at a level where she could barely fool his family. This left Mr. He quite dissatisfied. At this point, seeking leave from that workplace tyrant to go home was asking for trouble. However, some issues cannot always be avoided with excuses. Fong Yuan might feel that her brother was neglecting her. Perhaps it would be better to take a gamble today and see what progress she had made in learning performance and honing her acting skills. Playing He Xiaoyan might still be a challenge, but could she not simply play the original her? If she couldn't even play her old self in front of her sister without being detected, how could she possibly portray He Xiaoyan without revealing flaws in front of the He family? Fang Yimou thought. If she managed to fool her today, it would be perfect. She could then plan to return to Yuqing later to handle this matter gradually. But if this girl noticed something amiss, she would immediately ask He Qi for leave tomorrow, no matter how much she was scolded. It was still the same. This matter could not continue to drag on. With a decision made, Fang Yimou replied to Fang Yuan, "Wait a moment, something urgent has come up. I'll video call you shortly." Then she tossed her phone onto the bed and hurried to rummage through the wardrobe. She found clothes from when she was still a boy, chose a loose long-sleeve t-shirt to change into, and when she looked in the mirror, Fang Yimou couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Her chest had grown considerably, and even in the loosest t-shirt, it was noticeable. Oh, there's no way around it. I'll have to see how it goes later, and see if I can use a pillow to cover up. It should be fine. Fang Yimou dug out her makeup box from under the bed, sat cross-legged on the bed, and quickly began applying makeup in front of a mirror. Using a makeup sponge to apply foundation, Fang Yimou found it somewhat amusing. During this time, she had desperately learned to make herself look cuter and more beautiful. This was her first time reversing the process. During this period, Fang Yimou practiced makeup every day, and with a professional makeup artist teaching her unknown, she was now somewhat competent, even if she couldn't compare to the beauty vlogger He Xiaoyan. Before long, Fang Yimou had finished her makeup, but upon looking in the mirror, she could still see some discrepancies, the biggest flaw being her skin. Fang Yimou used a relatively dark foundation, which only made her complexion appear slightly tanned. The rough, natural texture that used to be on her face could not be replicated. There was nothing she could do. Her skills were lacking, so she could only hope Fang Yuan wouldn't notice and rely on her improvisation when the time came. Once she set her makeup, Fang Yimou quickly packed up her cosmetics, kicked the box under the bed, and messed up her originally neat hairstyle, tousling it into a chaotic nest. The more disheveled and unkempt, the better. After doing all this, Fang Yimou looked into the mirror again and felt confident she wouldn't be exposed. She then hugged a pillow, lay on her side on the bed, and sent a video request to Fang Yuan. This time, Fang Yuan did not pick up immediately. She waited for about 3 to 4 seconds, which made Fang Yimou feel a bit anxious. It seemed Fang Yuan was solving problems before answering the video call. She brought the phone to her face, and after a brief shake of the screen, Fang Yuan's round doll-like face filled the screen. Fang Yuan glanced at the phone, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face, which then turned into suspicion. She opened her mouth, almost causing Fang Yimou to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Brother, it's been a month since I last saw you. Why do I feel like you look a bit gay?" But she quickly corrected herself. No, I should say delicate. Yeah, that's it. There's a kind of delicate charm that makes me feel pity for you, similar to the school beauty in our class, somewhat effeminate. Is the girl really that sensitive? Fang Mo's eyelids twitched. He suppressed the urge to hang up and lowered his voice, expressing his disbelief. "Where did you learn these words? Is it really appropriate to say that about your own brother? I truly suspect that one of us was adopted, as we don't look much alike." Hearing this, Fang Yuan was momentarily stunned. To be fair, she and Fang Yimou did not resemble each other much. Fang Yimou had an oval face with a pointed chin, delicate features, large eyes, and was slightly over 1.6 meters tall. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, had a round doll-like face with softer features and was nearly 1.7 meters tall, towering over Fang Yimou. Before Fang Yimou could finish, Fang Yuan immediately broke into a broad smile. "Brother, is your new job much easier than before?" Fang Yimou felt a surge of happiness and secretly sighed with relief. She had just been worried about how to change the topic if Fang Yuan continued down that line of questioning. Well, this time Fang Yuan shifted the topic herself, not continuing with her previous line of thought. Fang Yimou nodded. Yes it is. How do you know?" Although she had to study a lot of random things every day, it was indeed much easier compared to working on cars during the day and delivering food at night. "It's your complexion. You used to have heavy bags under your eyes, but now they're gone. Your skin also looks much better than before. I didn't notice it before, but how come I think you look prettier than the school beauty in our class now?" Fang Yuan scratched her head. "Have you been using too much beauty filter?" Fang Mo's heart skipped a beat. Her unnecessary response led Fang Yuan to circle back to the topic. "What a mistake. Maybe so this phone was used by my master's wife before." Fang Yimou replied casually, sounding quite indifferent. "I haven't changed anything, too lazy to bother. Your master and his wife really treat you well. Did you really resign without your master getting angry?" "No, not at all." Mentioning her master's favoritism made Fang Mo feel a bit smug. "My master even said that if I don't want to work at this company anymore, I can always go back." "Really? Why would I lie to you?" "Also, the other day at my master's house for dinner, his wife said she wanted to introduce me to their daughter, so I could be their son-in-law." "Haha, is your brother really popular?" Fang Yuan laughed, seemingly happy for Fang Mo's good fortune. "What a wonderful opportunity. Is it because you resigned that you got such good fortune?" "How could that be? My master's wife is so good to me." Thinking about the kindness of her master and his wife, Fang Yimou couldn't help but smile. "It's not because I actually am a..." As she reached this point, Fang Yamo was suddenly startled, her words halting abruptly, cold sweat breaking out all over her body. She almost blurted out that she was actually a girl. No, no, this won't do. She needed to tense up again. What do you mean by you are actually something? Fang Yuan questioned, puzzled. Why did you stop talking? Fang Yamo lightly cleared her throat, bracing herself, and chuckled. Isn't it, because I'm actually a fool? Fang Yuan tilted her head, furrowing her brows in thought, and after a moment her expression turned to one of exasperation as she stared at Fang Yamo. After a while, Fang Yuan couldn't hold back her laughter. Brother, you should listen to what you just said. Does it make any sense? How does it not make sense? I resigned from such a promising job in car repair, and you're saying I'm not a fool. Fang Yuan shook her head, suddenly recalling something she said. By the way, brother, do you know that the nursing home where Grandpa lived is about to close? Upon hearing about the nursing home, Fang Mo's expression instantly darkened. Her previous conversation with several staff members there had not been pleasant, and she felt a bit unsettled. So it's closing down so soon. What a fitting retribution. Fang Yamo felt a surge of satisfaction. The pressure in her heart dissipated entirely, but she was still curious about this development. Seeing Fang Mo's puzzled expression, Fang Yuan recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out that ever since Grandpa fell last time, a series of incidents exploded at the nursing home. First, the relatives of some elderly residents heard about Grandpa Fang's incident and immediately got anxious, quickly taking their elders away or transferring them to other nursing homes. Later, the nursing home fired Aunt Zhou, blaming her for being primarily responsible for that incident. Fine, they fired her, but they didn't pay her a single penny of the wages owed, and even defaulted on the 1,000 yuan medical expenses that Aunt Zhou had temporarily advanced. When Aunt Zhou tried to reason with them, the director angrily pointed at her and yelled, saying that if it weren't for her negligence, none of this would have happened. They had already shown great mercy by not asking Aunt Zhou to compensate for the full loss. They naturally placed all the blame on Aunt Zhou. Not long after, Aunt Zhou's husband suddenly deteriorated and passed away, and Aunt Zhou held her husband's portrait outside the nursing home, posting big character posters in protest. She was taken away for half a day for allegedly disturbing public order. After she got out one day, Aunt Zhou somehow managed to reach the top floor of the nursing home and jumped down in front of everyone. Since someone recorded it and posted it online, it caused quite a stir locally. At that point, many former employees of the nursing home also began exposing issues such as management embezzling food allowances for the elderly residents, financial fraud, and various reasons to withhold employee wages, making the situation escalate, even further, trending on the internet for 2 days. The impact was so severe that local authorities quickly intervened, but the key personnel, the director, deputy director, and nursing supervisor, had already fled, and the investigation team found nothing. Fortunately, the accountant couldn't escape and was taken away from home. The subsequent handling results were unknown, but with no management left at the nursing home, the temporary replacements were overwhelmed, and the remaining patients were just those without family or homeless elderly. Gradually, the employees either left or dispersed, and very few remained. Hearing all this, Fang Mo sighed continuously. Aunt Zhou's husband really passed away. Grandpa is getting better day by day. Fang Mo's resentment towards Aunt Zhou had also lessened considerably. Thinking of her pain from losing her husband, a touch of compassion unconsciously rose in her heart. She had also taken several jobs to support her family, which led to her exhaustion and carelessness at night. She wasn't like those in management who acted out of greed, she was simply forced by life. Everyone is suffering. Fang Mo sighed inwardly, and the last bit of resentment she had towards Aunt Zhou dissipated. The most pitiable were those lonely elderly residents who handed over all their savings to the nursing home, planning to spend their remaining days there. They were the most innocent, but were unjustly affected. Fang Mo felt both puzzled and heartbroken, wondering how things had developed to this point. Why did those people have to push others to the brink? At that time, Aunt Zhou was like this, and when she went to demand money, it was the same. Those who still had hope for life might resign themselves to fate, but those who were completely desperate could do anything. After discussing with Yuan for a long time, Fang Mo could only conclude that money is very important. Without it, nothing can be done. But money is also poison. It ignites the greed within people, and greed can make one short-sighted and ugly. Fang Mo thought of the year she would play He Zhao Yin living as a rich girl, and how she would undoubtedly encounter a world of extravagance and materialism she had never imagined. Fang Mo, oh Fang Mo, you must be careful not to become one of those enslaved by money and ruled by greed. The siblings sighed over the nursing home incident, and Fang Mo turned to share her thoughts with Fang Yuan. Yuan, I have an idea. She lowered her eyes, showing a contemplative expression. Brother's current monthly income is decent. I want Grandpa to stay here in Huatian for a year first. The medical facilities here are better, and I can take care of him, which will give me more peace of mind. Fang Yuan's face instantly flashed with a hint of disappointment, but it quickly transformed into a happy smile. That's good too. Let Grandpa experience the big city. He's been cooped up in such a small place like Yuqing for most of his life. A change of environment along with better medical conditions might even help his Alzheimer's slowly improve. She paused then asked Fang Yamo with some concern. But brother, are you really okay? The cost of living in Huatian is quite high. Can you manage with that little money you earn? Fang Yamo immediately displayed a confident smile. Don't worry about that. My salary is quite high now, as you know. I will never spend beyond my means, nor will I pretend to be rich. Fang Yamo had calculated the finances and was naturally quite confident. Not to mention the 5 million promised by Hichi, even just the 1 million that had already been transferred to his account would be more than enough for Grandpa to stay here for a year, regularly visiting the hospital for checkups. As long as they didn't plan to buy a house in Huatian. Fang Yamo didn't plan on telling her sister about the money. Firstly, the amount was too large to explain easily. Secondly, Hichi had instructed her to keep it confidential, and it was better not to spread it around. Thirdly, she was worried that her sister would become lax in her studies if she knew the family had money. What kind of job pays so well? I might as well quit school and join you. Fang Yuan asked curiously. But you have to look like He Zhao Yin to do that, Fang Yamo thought. You should focus on your studies. This job is only because I'm the only one who can do it, which is why the salary is so high. It's irreplaceability, you know. Fang Yamo lectured Fang Yuan in a playful tone. My situation is a perfect storm of timing, location, and fate, all coming together, which cannot be replicated. So you also need to study hard to improve your own skills to ensure that you become irreplaceable, like I am now. Look at how capable you are. Fang Yuan teased. Just make sure it's not some illegal activity or that you don't get scammed into donating a kidney or something. Do you think your brother is that easy to deceive? All right. You're clever and sharp. No one can trick you. Grandpa can stay with you in Huatian first. Fang Yamo nodded then said, there's one more thing, but I haven't made up my mind yet and want to hear your opinion. I'm worried that you might feel lonely over there. Previously Grandpa was there, but later you'll be all alone. I was thinking how about you come back and transfer to a school here in Huatian. That way the three of us can reunite in Huatian. Fang Yamo said this, and Fang Yuan was stunned for a while, quickly nodding excitedly, but she didn't interrupt, waiting for her brother to finish. Since Fang Yamo mentioned that she couldn't decide, it meant she had concerns to express. But I'm also worried that if the teaching methods differ between the two places, changing environments might affect your learning state. So, I can't decide on this. You should think about it first. After Fang Yamo finished, Fang Yuan's expression gradually calmed down, revealing a serious, contemplative look. After a while she slowly nodded and said earnestly, brother, you make sense. I need to think this through. You're about to be an adult, and I respect your wishes. Fang Yamo nodded, continuing. I'll be quite busy for a while, and might not be able to video call, but I can only call you occasionally. When I get back, I'll see if I can take some time off, and we can talk about your thoughts in person. Fang Yuan nodded heavily. Okay, I understand, brother. After discussing serious matters, the siblings chatted for a while longer before hanging up the video call. Putting down her phone, Fang Yamo let out a long breath, lying on the hospital bed and feeling utterly relaxed. Very good. Although Fang Yuan noticed some subtle differences, she did not delve deeper. This hurdle had been temporarily passed. However, thinking about Hichi, Fang Mo's brow furrowed again. How could she make Hichi satisfied with her performance? After lamenting for a while, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her mind. Fang Yuan had noticed some subtle differences, but she did not delve deeper. At the top floor of the Xinfeng Group headquarters in the CEO's office, Hichi stood by the massive floor-to-ceiling window, sipping from a cup of milk while gazing out at the view. This office offers an exceptional view situated at one of the highest points in Huading City, making the entire city appear as if it were embedded in a grand painting. As far as the eye can see, the city resembles an oversized chessboard stretching across the horizon. Even the bustling Tingdong port and the shimmering Tingdong Bay are visible. Hichi took a sip of hot milk while a deep male voice continued to emanate from a phone on the large wooden desk. So I can confirm that my people are certain it is not entirely an accident. After a pause, the voice asked with concern, by the way, how is Yin doing now? Hearing this question, a shadow crossed Hikai's eyes. After a moment of silence, he replied casually, it's fine. The doctor said she is just in a temporary coma and could wake up at any time. He took 2 steps back without turning around, leaning against the desk as he continued to gaze at the cityscape of Huading. The situation was not as optimistic as he portrayed. The doctor had indeed comforted him by saying that He Zhao Yin could wake up at any moment, but also mentioned a higher probability that she might not. Hearing Hikai's words, the male voice on the phone responded with a low and remarked, that's good. Before changing the subject, do you need me to send a few teams for fieldwork? Although they are in the intelligence business, their personnel security is absolutely professional, at least better than the bodyguards you have. Hichi casually replied, no need, you have a big operation recently, I don't want to take up your manpower. You're quite considerate of me. The male voice on the phone chuckled, that's easy to say, but do I lack personnel? Just say it, do you want or not? Hichi shook his head, resolutely refusing. This is my own family matter, I will handle it myself. Though I may not have your power, I have the money. Can't I find a few professional bodyguards? Alright then. If you need help, just find me again. Let's leave it at that, take care. After finishing, the voice on the other end of the line hung up without further ado. After the call ended, Hichi stood for a while, and only when his cup was empty did he put it down and sit back in his office chair. He picked up the large blue folder spread out on the wooden desk and flipped through a few pages, but found it hard to focus. Frustrated, he closed it and tossed it back onto the desk, rubbing his temples with gritted teeth. Every time he thought that someone dared to reach out to his sister, he felt a surge of hatred. Anyone who dared to touch Hikai's family better not let him catch them regardless of who they were. He would throw them into Tingdong Bay to feed the sharks. Indeed, the incident involving Yin was not simply a traffic accident. While being hit at a red light was an accident, the explosion that occurred after the car caught fire was not. National security personnel discovered traces of makeshift explosives in her vehicle. Explosive analysis indicated that the makeshift device was made using a smoke bomb and firework powder. Although it would produce a large amount of smoke and emit frightening sparks upon explosion, it itself was not very destructive. Had the car accident not occurred, even if that thing exploded, it would not have harmed Yin. After being struck by an out-of-control truck, Yin's car's fuel tank ruptured, and the makeshift explosive detonated upon impact, igniting the fuel tank and leading to a more powerful gas explosion afterwards. On the other hand, the smoke produced attracted Fong Mo's attention. Upon seeing the car billowing smoke, she rushed over and pulled Yin from the vehicle, thereby saving her from being engulfed in flames. However, the explosive device, while lacking destructive power, did not mean that the person who installed the explosive was merely playing a prank. Explosive management in the country is extremely strict. The materials used for the explosive device in Yin's car are easily obtainable and are also harder to trace than more powerful explosives. If detonated suddenly in a setting like a highway, even such a shabby device could scare people enough to cause a serious traffic accident. Although there is currently no evidence, He-Chi could easily guess who was behind this and what their motives were. Simply that group of treacherous wolves wanted to target his family, creating a serious traffic accident to disrupt his decision-making and cause turmoil within the Xinfeng group for profit. At the moment when he saw Fong Mo's photograph while Yin was in a coma, he immediately devised a plan. If Yin could not wake up, he would let this girl, who looked exactly like his sister, temporarily replace her for a while. If those who had targeted Yin continued to go after Fong Mo, it would also serve as bait. He-Chi was a very stubborn person. If someone wanted to see him flustered to create an opportunity to strike and cut him down, he would do the opposite of what they wished. However, while He-Chi had great plans, Fong Mo seemed to have miswired something in her brain and actually refused his request. She even rejected the 500,000 that she could never save by working under a car in an auto repair shop as a man, citing her dignity as a man. Truly, she had a serious issue. Upon discovering how foolish and naive Fong Mo was, He-Chi was even more delighted. This was exactly the kind of person he wanted, someone easy to manipulate, not prone to losing control, and convenient to handle in the future. Just as He-Chi was pondering how to make Fong Mo submit, fortune smiled upon him, and her grandfather, who lived in a nursing home, happened to take a fall. Hearing the news, He-Chi used a bit of underhanded tactics to make Fong Mo believe she was her grandfather's only savior. Consequently, that silly girl rushed over without a second thought to ask him for help. After all, she was an inexperienced fool who, whatever the doctor said, was what she believed without a hint of doubt. She is easy to fool. As he thought of this, He-Chi anxiously touched his forehead. The bruise and swelling from being hit by an ashtray had faded, yet the memory still caused him phantom pains. Oh well, a negligible price to pay, not worth mentioning. Damn it, he needed to let Jin Yushi know less. She was now quite close with Fong Mo, like sisters. There was no telling when she would spill everything he had done to Fong Mo. Yet thinking about the current progress, He-Chi grew dissatisfied again. To transform Fong Mo so she could pass for Yin, investing a little money was nothing to mention, but he had also spent considerable effort. Organizing Yin's growth records from childhood, mapping out her social connections, and copying the video recordings from her youth. Yet these could not be done by others. As a big boss, he had to do these day in and day out. But even with his help to this extent, that foolish woman still could not imitate Yin satisfactorily. At least He-Chi could easily spot the flaws. With their mother's surgery imminent, constantly urging Yin to go, but Fong Mo still did not reach a level where she could convincingly impersonate Yin. He-Chi felt a headache coming. If this continued, they might miss the opportunity. Their mother's heart surgery was the family's top priority, and as the current pillar of the family, He-Chi needed to oversee the group. He truly could not go, but it would be unreasonable for his sister not to be there. With such a significant matter for their mother, it would be unacceptable for her precious daughter not to be there throughout. Given their mother's character, she would either overthink and feel upset or notice something amiss. But that foolish Fong Mo. Sigh. If all else fails, should he push her into the deep end? Or should he just harden his resolve and decide not to go, weighing the lesser of two evils? As He-Chi was contemplating, the landline on his desk rang. He quickly collected himself, seeing it was a call from the secretary's office. He raised his hand to press the speaker button and answered, "What's the matter?" "Mr. He, there are several documents that require your review." It was the female secretary Xiao Chao from the... "Bring them in." Hichi said, and directly hung up the phone. Before long, there was a gentle knock at the door, and then it slowly opened, revealing a slender figure peeking in. Tisk. Hichi looked at Xiao Chao's hesitant demeanor and her shy expression, growing increasingly impatient. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. The girl stiffened and quickly walked in, respectfully handing the documents to Hichi. Mister. He please review them. Hichi took the documents, flipping through them quickly. After seeing only half, his brow furrowed immediately. What do you mean by Zhang Qiqiang's collapse requires a contract termination acquiring a rundown nursing home in Yuqing? Do I need to sign for such trivial matters? Didn't I say before that these could be signed by Jin Yushi? Where is she? Xiao Chao was intimidated by Hikai's fierce demeanor and timidly said, Sister Yushi is not here. The collaboration with Zhang Qiqiang and the nursing home acquisition were arranged personally by you a while ago. I thought since Sister Yushi is not here, it would be better to. Isn't it better to wait for her to come back to sign? Do I have to manage such trivial matters? Hichi said, irritated, grabbing a pen and scrawling a hasty sign on the required line, then tossing the documents back to Xiao Chao. Call Jin Yushi and ask what she's doing. I haven't seen her all day. Xiao Chao quickly took the documents, responding with a yes, and was about to leave when Hichi called her back. Come back, change your clothes, redo your hairstyle, and revert to your original makeup style. Dressing like this is just cosplaying Jin Yushi. Why imitate her? Don't you realize your own worth? After saying this, Xiao Chao's face turned bright red, and she was on the verge of tears. She looked down at her clothes and touched her hair, suddenly feeling flustered. What are you standing there for? Go on, get back to work. Hichi waved his hand impatiently. All right, mister. The girl wiped her tears and hurriedly left Hikai's office. Watching the door slam shut, Hichi coldly snorted. One Jin Yushi is annoying enough now, everyone is trying to imitate her. Just as he finished his complaint, the phone on the desk rang, displaying the name of that annoying woman, Jean. How dare you? Hurry up. Faster. Hichi urged the driver repeatedly. It's not like they are going to deduct your driving points or make you pay a fine. Why are you so stingy? Despite the navigation constantly warning that they were speeding at this moment, he wished he could equip this broken Maybach with a turbo engine. The driver, sweating profusely, reluctantly agreed and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Hikai's phone vibrated with a series of notifications as Jin Yushi sent him several pictures and a video via WeChat. Hichi quickly opened it. Zhao Yin, with the help of a nurse, attempted to sit up from her hospital bed. She sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the glass window. She pointed angrily at her head while talking to the nurse. The video showed the nurse helping Zhao Yin with leg massages, trying to get her out of bed, but ultimately it ended in failure, and Zhao Yin had to lie back down in frustration. Jin Yushi off camera recorded the video while happily comforting her, saying, it's okay, take your time. Seeing his sister truly awake with proof in the form of images and videos, Hichi felt elated and let out a huge sigh of relief. This meant that the clumsy woman Fong Mo wouldn't have to make an appearance. Although he had spent nearly 10 million in total, as long as his sister could wake up, what did it matter if he had wasted some money? With money to spare, he could indulge himself. However, the scene in the video of the nurse trying to help Zhao Yin out of bed made Hichi somewhat displeased, and he furrowed his brow. These nurses were too unprofessional. They actually let Zhao Yin, this willful girl, do as she pleased. Didn't they know that a patient who had been in a coma for nearly a month should not be rushed to get out of bed? He initially wanted to call her directly, but hesitated, thinking that Zhao Yin might be undergoing an examination. Instead, he sent a voice message. Jin Yushi, tell Zhao Yin to lie still in bed and not move around. What if she falls? Jin Yushi replied with an okay emoji and then stopped responding. She was probably busy. Thinking of this, Hichi couldn't hold back a smile. Feeling elated, he wanted to share his joy with someone. Parents. No, he couldn't let them know about this. Relatives. They definitely wouldn't know about this either. Even if they did, that pack of wolves didn't deserve to share in Hikai's joy. After thinking it through, he could only think of one person, that clumsy woman who looked exactly like his sister, Fong Mo. Thinking of that dim-witted woman, Hichi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You still don't want to be my family's precious daughter's substitute. Innocent fool, you really don't know what kind of life you've missed out on. Well, now it's too late. The experience card for the rich heiress has expired, and now there's nowhere to cry. Hichi, in a great mood, flipped through his contacts, found Fong Mo's number, and dialed it with a smug grin. Beep. It only rang once before being hung up. The number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Hichi's smug expression stiffened for a moment. His face turned cold, but he immediately dialed again. Beep. The number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Hikai's expression darkened instantly, and he felt an inner fury. Damn. You little girl. It's rare for me to take the initiative to contact you, and you hang up on me. You hung up on me twice. The only ones who dare to hang up on me like this, besides the four at home and Jin Yushi, are you. You're something else. But the crescent-shaped scar on his hand reminded Hichi that this rude, wild girl was indeed capable of such behavior. Fine. Hichi suppressed his anger, thinking to himself that today he was in a good mood and wouldn't stoop to her level. He copied Fong Mo's phone number, opened WeChat, and searched for Fong Mo's account nickname Listening to Rain at Midnight. Previously, it was Jin Yushi who had been in contact with Fong Mo. He had only saved Fong Mo's phone number and never added her on WeChat. Looking at that dark avatar and the nickname Listening to Rain at Midnight, He gritted his teeth and pressed the friend request. With his status as it's always others who seek his friend request approval, today, he would give this girl a bit of face. After a while, the other party has declined your friend request. He felt a bit, strained, his forehead vein throbbing. He sent another request adding a note. Look at my name and approve it. Immediately right away. After a long wait, the notification that his friend request had been accepted finally came through. Soon after, a new message popped up. Listening to Rain at Midnight, Mr. I'm sorry I got a bit nervous seeing it was you and accidentally clicked wrong. Please forgive me. Mr. You just hung up on me twice, clearly on purpose. How dare you? Listening to Rain at Midnight, I was out with my grandfather at the Bund, and it wasn't convenient to answer the phone. Is there something you need? He recalled the important matter and immediately felt happy again, typing quickly. Mr. I have good news and bad news to tell you. Listening to Rain at Midnight, how about you tell me the bad news first? I prefer to have the bitter first and then the sweet. He sneered. I won't do as you wish. The good news is my sister has woken up. After sending that message, he quickly forwarded the photos and videos that Jin Yushi had sent of Zhao Yin waking up. Fong Mo's reply took a minute to arrive, clearly as she was watching the video and flipping through the pictures. Listening to Rain at Midnight, really, Mr. Surprised, happy, Mr. I'm on my way to the West Garden. Listening to Rain at Midnight, please send my regards to Miss I'm so glad she could wake up. I'm sorry I'm a bit at a loss for words and don't know how to express my current feelings of gratitude. Mr. Don't you care what the bad news is? Listening to Rain at Midnight, please hold on, I want to ask first. Since Miss has woken up, does that mean I can stop being her substitute? Excited, if that's the case, please send me your bank account number and I will refund you that 100,000. With hands together, also could you help me arrange the upcoming surgery? Being a girl is really too hard. I don't want to continue even for a day. Seeing this, He almost choked on his own saliva. He was just about to send this bad news when he was surprised that Fong Mo actually asked about it cheerfully. Does she not feel even a bit of regret? Mr. Listening to Rain at Midnight, Mr. Mr. Are you out of your mind? Listening to Rain at Midnight. The other party is speaking. A moment later, Fong Mo sent a voice. He opened it, and Fong Mo's trembling voice, suppressed with anger, came through. Mr. You helped me and saved my grandfather's life, for which I am very grateful, but that does not mean you can keep insulting me like this. Our relationship is one of employer and employee, not master and servant. Please show some respect. Now that Miss is safe and sound, I am genuinely happy for her. I hope we can part ways amicably, so please deal with the termination of our contract as soon as possible. Mr. I respect you, but do you respect me? You keep insulting me with money. Do you have the guts? I really think you are just a dumb woman with a bubble in her head. After sending this message, Fong Mo fell silent for a while. He waited for a while, and seeing that Fong Mo still had no response, he sent her a message. Mr. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet friends with them. Please send a friend verification request first. The other party must approve before you can chat. Seeing this message following a red exclamation mark, He was momentarily stunned, and when he came to, he almost threw his phone away. You hung up on me twice, declined my friend request once, and even blocked me. Alright, you really are something. Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. The driver in the front seat felt the extremely low pressure in the back seat and swallowed hard. After receiving Jin Yushi's message, over 40 minutes later, the car arrived at the He family's villa in the western suburbs of Huading City. Before the car had even come to a stop, He couldn't wait to open the door and jump out, rushing straight into the house. Where's my sister? Where's Jin Yushi? He anxiously asked the security guard who approached him. The security guard looked puzzled but still answered honestly. The ladies are all in the medical area. Alright. He didn't think much and headed straight to the elevator, then took the elevator down to the very bottom. Upon exiting the elevator, He not in the mood to acknowledge the medical staff, who greeted him, dashed towards the special care ward, where his sister, Zhao Yin, was. Outside the ward, He involuntarily slowed his pace. He saw a slender figure sitting on the edge of the hospital bed, wearing a loose hospital gown, holding a mirror in both hands, looking down at her bald head, which had been shaved for surgery, and several unhealed wounds on her scalp, appearing dazed and hopeless, exuding a sense of despair. Jin Yushi sat beside her, softly comforting her, as two nurses helped with leg massages, one on each side. Standing at the door, gazing at that familiar little face, He felt both happy and pained. His sister loved beauty the most, and seeing her beautiful long hair shaved off due to multiple surgeries, he could only imagine her current state of mind must be quite devastated. Thinking of this, He stepped forward and quickly walked towards the girl sitting by the hospital bed. The sound of his footsteps drew the attention of everyone in the ward, and the bald girl, sitting on the edge of the bed, looked up in amazement at He, who had just walked into the ward. Just a second later the girl's eyes turned red, tears instantly filling them as she pouted, as if she was about to burst into tears and leap into her brother's arms. But she quickly realized something, screamed and dove into the blanket, wrapping her upper body like an ostrich, sobbing, "Brother, you're not allowed to come over. I look absolutely hideous right now, woo woo woo." Upon hearing this, Hichi couldn't suppress a smile. Even after waking up from a month-long coma, the thing she cared about most was still her hair being gone. Who else but his little sister, He Zhao Yin, who valued her appearance above all else. Hichi walked to the bedside, leaned over, and gently patted He Zhao Yan's back through the blanket, deliberately speaking loudly. "Oh, am I blind? Why can't I see anything? What's going on? Who turned off the lights?" Jin Yushi beside her couldn't help but chuckle, and the two nurses who were massaging He Zhao Yan's legs also lowered their heads, seemingly trying to stifle their laughter. Hichi sat on the edge of the bed, his mouth curving into a broad smile. He asked the two nurses to leave first, then casually said to his younger sister, "Your well-being is more important than anything else right now. It's just a few strands of hair, they'll grow back in a few days, won't they? Moreover, what does your ugliness have to do with your hair?" With a pop, the little girl emerged from under the covers, wrapping herself in the blanket like an expression sticker. Only her face, slightly pouting with anger, was visible. He Zhao Yin glared at Hichi like a cat with its fur bristled. However, her almond eyes were filled with tears, adding a touch of pitifulness to her fierce expression. After a moment, she pouted and directly jumped into Jin Yuzai's embrace. "Sister-in-law, look at my brother, he's teasing me again." He Zhao Yin whined softly to Jin Yushi. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuzai's ears turned red. She pushed He Zhao Yin away, playfully scolding, "Who wants to be your sister-in-law? You're just a little girl, don't say things you don't understand." Hichi, who was left aside, lowered his arms and watched his sister dive into Jin Yuzai's arms. Hearing Jin Yuzai's words, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Whoever marries you will be unfortunate." Some people pretend to be confused while knowing full well who was chasing whom back then, and who wrote a 1,000-word essay pleading for forgiveness when they were dumped. Jin Yushi retorted sharply, smiling with mockery. Hikai's face darkened. After a long pause, he muttered, "There are some people I still look down upon. We have plenty of money, what kind of person can't we find? Far away in the sky, yet close at hand." Jin Yushi snorted coldly. Watching Hikai's face grow increasingly gloomy from the retort, He Zhao Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Hichi immediately put on a stern face and admonished, "You little brat, what are you laughing at? You've been lying here for a month, getting comfortable. Do you know how worried I've been? Mom and Dad, Grandpa, don't even know about such a big event, or I've been shouldering it all alone this month. Look at me, how many more strands of hair have turned white because of you? Now standing next to a stranger to deal with your brother, you've grown wings, haven't you? You heartless little girl. Sister Yushi isn't a stranger, she's my future sister-in-law." He Zhao Yin tilted her head, blinking her eyes as she spoke. But soon she displayed a look of impending gloom, her expression sorrowfully low as she said, "And brother, your hair hasn't turned white at all. Even if a few strands did, at least you still have hair." Seeing his sister about to cry again, Hichi hurriedly comforted her. "Hey Yin Yin, how about this? It'll get you the highest quality wig. As soon as you put it on, no one will notice that you're temporarily a little bald. You're the little bald one." He Zhao Yin quickly shrank back under the blanket, and soon a series of muffled crying sounds came from within. She cried as if her heart was breaking. Hichi, who initially approached the situation with a playful attitude, now found himself flustered seeing his sister like this. He glanced at Jin Yushi beside him, who rolled her eyes at him when she noticed his gaze. "Who told you to speak without thinking? You brought this trouble upon yourself." Hichi understood the meaning behind Jin Yuzai's expression and had to think of ways to divert his sister's attention. Suddenly he thought of something and eagerly patted He Zhao Yan's shoulder, saying excitedly, "Hey Yin Yin, don't cry for now. Let me tell you something particularly interesting." The little girl in the blanket remained unfazed, though her crying gradually softened. Seeing it was effective, Hichi cheerfully continued his story. "This month I found someone who looks just like you. If you two stood next to each other, it would be like looking in a mirror. She's our employee now. Should I bring her back for you to take a look?" Upon hearing this, He Zhao Yin gradually ceased her crying. She peeked out her tear-streaked face from the blanket, sniffled twice, glanced at Jin Yu, she then at Hichi, her face filled with disbelief. "Sister Yu, she just said someone looks like me. How come you're saying the same thing? How could there possibly be someone who looks exactly the same, but is unrelated? Hey, what's there to deceive you about? Think about Feng Qin and Fan Xiaoqin. The probability may be low, but consider the stroke of luck that you, Hikai's precious sister, were born. Look, do you see that pot of greenery?" Hichi pointed at a potted plant in the room. "That silly girl brought it over. Out of gratitude for her being your lifesaver, I didn't let them throw it away." The pot of daisies sent by Feng Yamo had already bloomed, and from a distance it truly resembled just a pot of grass. He Zhao Yin glanced at it, immediately rolling her eyes. "Brother, that's a daisy, not grass. I heard Sister Yushi say that she got injured while saving me." He Zhao Yin asked curiously, "How did you repay her?" "I patted my chest. Her grandfather was severely injured, so I sent a private jet to bring him from their hometown to Huating, retrieving him from the gates of hell, literally." And I also gave her a high-paying job with an annual salary of 5 million. How's that? Is that adequate? He certainly wouldn't mention that Fong Mo had already brought up the issue of termination and that he would need to return the money already paid. Upon hearing this, He Zhaoyan hesitated for a moment and then nodded gloomily. That's good. Grandpa and Dad always say that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of grace. As long as we haven't wronged her, that's fine. By the way, brother, how is Mommy's surgery going? He Zhaoyan grasped He Kai's hand, asking nervously. Looking at the deep concern in Zhao Yan's eyes, He Chi patted his sister's hand and said, the surgery hasn't started yet, but it will soon. In a few days when you've recovered a bit, I'll take you along. Having you by her side will ease Mom's mind a lot. Hearing He Kai's words, He Zhao Yan was momentarily stunned. Her expression slightly flustered me. I have to go too. What kind of talk is that? If you don't go, should I go instead? Who will keep an eye on such a big company? He Chi reproached. Or should we let Grandpa at his age make the trip? You're about to enter your second year of college, yet you still don't understand. But, He Zhao Yan was sweating slightly, her gaze darting around. She blushed and stammered for a while before saying, but in my current state, how can I go out to meet people? Tisk, look at what you're fretting over. When you come back, I'll get you a wig made with glue. I'm curious to see who could possibly tell that my sister is currently a little bald. He Chi laughed playfully, giving his sister a light tap on her forehead. By the way, before going to Mom and Dad, you need to meet the old man. He's been nagging about you for a long time, saying that you haven't come to see him during the summer break. He keeps going on about how women shouldn't be kept too long, and I've been covering for you, telling him that you're teaching in the mountains. He Zhaoyan forced a smile and nodded. By the way, you should also meet Fong Mo. She's your lifesaver. Although we've settled things, it's best if you thank her in person. And you two look so similar that it wouldn't be a bad idea to become half-siblings. Or we could do it now. Oh, I'll ask if she's back at the hospital. That silly girl said she took her grandfather to the bund, and she's not answering my calls. He Chi mumbled, pulling out his phone to find Fong Mo's number, dialing it in front of He Zhaoyan and Jin Yu, she then turning and walking out of the ward. Watching He Kai's figure, He Zhaoyan and Jin Yu, she quickly looked at each other. He Zhaoyan blinked. Seeing Jin Yu, she smiled and give a thumbs up. The original expression on her face gradually faded, replaced by a relaxed smile. He Chi stood not far away with the phone, and as the dialing tone sounded in the receiver, a melodious tune echoed from the hospital room. In the kaleidoscope of childhood, wild pigeons fly, reminding me of my second brother and his beloved slingshot. The azure courtyard walls are the courtyard of my life, my mother's love. There is unforgettable for eternity. He Chi frowned, stopping in his tracks as he listened. Then he saw with confusion that Zhao Yan had lifted the blanket wrapped around her and raised her hand to remove. She shook her head, her strands of hair gently falling. Jin Yu, she stood beside her, pointing at the utterly dumbfounded He Chi, laughing so hard she could hardly stand, even taking out her phone to snap pictures. Zhao Yan's brows were lowered, her lips slightly curled. She raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, and the playful and lively aura that once surrounded her had vanished. She looked calm and gentle, entirely different from her previous demeanor. He Chi watched in astonishment as Zhao Yan slowly took out the phone hidden under her pillow, pressed a button, and raised it to her ear, smiling as she looked over at him and said, "Bossy, did I pass your test?" Due to having just cried, her voice was a bit hoarse, yet it sounded particularly calm. When this voice rang out simultaneously from in front of her and from the phone, He Chi was completely frozen. In his eyes, the Best Actress award for next year's Oscars was right in front of him, with no second thoughts. He Chi stared blankly at Fong Mo, his expression still dazed, as if lingering in the warmth of their earlier boisterous, yet tender interaction. Seeing He Chi's gaping mouth and bewildered expression, Fong Mo could not suppress the upward curve of her lips, not in the slightest. She ended the call in her hand, tossed the flesh-toned silicone wig toward him, and watched him with a cheerful, knowing smile. He Chi caught the limp silicone prop and stood there staring at it, dumbfounded for a long while. Had Zhao Yan worn the wig just now? Was that why she'd stayed swaddled beneath the blanket, exposing only her face to avoid detection up close? No, it wasn't Zhao Yan. Gradually regaining his composure, He Chi murmured, "You're Fong Mo." The woman who had impersonated He Zhao Yan, now revealed as the true Fong Mo, nodded quietly. That was all an act. His voice fell heavy with disappointment. Though disbelief still shimmered deep within his eyes, he had already begun to accept reality. So Zhao Yan hasn't awakened at all. You planned this together. You all conspired to deceive me. Fong Mo had been brimming with quiet triumph. After all, He Chi had repeatedly called her foolish just moments ago. He'd even scolded her on WeChat as a stupid woman with a hole in her head. Now surely he'd been thoroughly fooled. Humph, so who's the fool now? Watching He Chi's world-shattering expression, Fong Mo felt an intoxicating rush of vindication. Her spirits soared higher than ever. Yet almost instantly she sensed the abrupt plunge in He Chi's mood, and her own elation evaporated. Her smile faded, replaced by solemnity. Yes, Zhao Yan remained unconscious, and Fong Mo had exploited a brother's profound love for his sister to deceive him. She had indeed deceived He Chi's discerning gaze. but in doing so she had wounded a brother's heart. What then was there to boast about? I'm sorry, mister. Her voice carried genuine remorse. When you messaged me earlier I lied. I never meant to mock or manipulate you. Don't grieve over Zhao Yan's condition. Your family is immensely wealthy and legions of brilliant specialists are working around the clock to bring her back. Rest assured she will awaken. Through her brief performance as He Zhao Yan and the intimacy it forged, Fang Mo's initial resistance and aversion toward He Qi softened considerably. This man, it seemed, was perpetually like this. Even before his own sister, he spoke with irreverent wit and biting sarcasm, words that grated on the nerves. Yet beneath that arrogant veneer and those infuriatingly sharp barbs lay no malice, only sincerity. Especially when Fang Mo slipped into Zhao Yan's role, hearing her brother's comforting words stirred within her a profound, unfamiliar warmth, the quiet, steady comfort of being cherished by an elder sibling. In that fleeting moment, a faint, shameful envy flickered in Fang Mo's heart. Not toward He Qi, but toward He Zhao Yan lying unconscious in the next room. She swiftly banished that ugly sentiment from her mind. Then thoughts of Fang Yuan surfaced. A quiet question echoed within her. Have I, as an elder brother, truly fulfilled my duty? Have I made Yuan feel loved and protected? Meanwhile, upon hearing Fang Mo's apology, He Qi exhaled deeply. A sigh weighted with resignation. He waved dismissively, his tone distracted. Don't bother apologizing. We agreed beforehand you had to meet my standards, to fool me convincingly, to earn this role. Otherwise you'd owe me compensation. He rubbed his face vigorously, muttering under his breath. Your trick was brilliant. People instinctively believe what they wish to be true. Though his medical team had told him repeatedly that Zhao Yan's chances of awakening soon were vanishingly slim, he still chose to believe, against reason, that she had awakened. He used that comforting lie, a falsehood he willingly embraced, to mask minor inconsistencies. His mind, unbidden, rushed to rationalize every gap. Truthfully, I should have doubted you from the start. My medical team is the world's finest, yet I instinctively chose to trust a lie that aligned with my deepest hope. I already knew Zhao Yan's condition. So during your earlier evaluations, no matter how flawlessly you portrayed her, every tiny imperfection loomed larger and larger in my eyes. But those flaws hardly mattered. People change, and others aren't like me. They know nothing of Zhao Yan's condition. Once they've accepted you as He Zhao Yan, even occasional slips will go unnoticed. At this, He Qi lifted his gaze to Fang Mo. Did you devise today's entire plan yourself? Before Fang Mo could reply, Jin Yushi interjected, draping an arm over Fang Mo's shoulders. Of course she did. You keep calling her a stupid woman, a fool. Well, how does it feel to be duped by one? Does your pride ache? Her tone brimmed with triumphant delight, like a young mother boasting to neighbors about her child's top-ranking exam score. Ignoring Jin Yushi, He Qi fixed Fang Mo with a penetrating look. I admit, I was overly harsh before. Congratulations. You've passed my test. Fang Mo blinked in genuine surprise. She hadn't expected such candid acknowledgement from him, nor such objective clarity when it truly mattered. A true tycoon, he confronted his own misjudgments heat-in and in mere moments distilled profound insight with remarkable precision. His perspective was nothing short of extraordinary. His words left Fang Mo slightly abashed, because she hadn't pondered any of this. Last night, while video calling Fang Yuan, she'd noticed Yuan hadn't detected the subtle differences in her appearance or mannerisms. That realization sparked a thought. Was He Qi's constant criticism that she didn't seem like Zhao Yan here or there, rooted not in observation but in disbelief? That he simply refused to accept she was Zhao Yan? If so, she would never gain his approval until he first believed, truly believed, that she was He Zhao Yan herself. So last night she called Jin Yushi. Intrigued by the prospect of pranking He Qi, Jin enthusiastically helped craft the scheme, refining the script, polishing details, and personally coordinating nurses and security. Early this morning, she whisked Fang Mo to the West Garden to prepare. And thus unfolded today's masterful deception, one even He Qi failed to see through. Fang Mo glanced at Jin Yushi, her voice tinged with modesty. Actually, none of this would have been possible without Yushi Jia. She shared some private details only the two of you know, including your past relationship. Ahem, ahem, ahem. He Qi coughed sharply, glaring fiercely at Jin Yushi. Is that something you share with her? Girls help girls. Jin Yushi declared it with unshakable conviction, utterly unruffled. Momo must embody Zhao Yan. These things she'll need to know eventually. Ancient trivial matters. What's the point of hiding them? It was precisely because she knew their history that Fang Mo conceived subtle touches during her interactions with Jin Yushi, details that disarmed He Qi's skepticism from the very first moment he laid eyes on the He Zhao Yan before him. Helping a stranger deceive me. What a devoted secretary you are. Oh, suddenly I'm family again. Jin Yushi rolled her eyes, gracefully, even in defiance, as she shot He Qi a playful glare. Having finished her retort, Jin Yushi immediately beamed and extended her hand toward Fang Mo. Come on, Momo. Let's celebrate our debut success with a high five. Watching this former couple, Now employer and employee, trade-spirited jabs. Fong Yamo couldn't help but smile fondly. What a delicious drama. May they reunite soon. Yet when Jin Yushi called her sister Fong, Imo suppressed a wry inner sigh. That word still felt foreign, and perhaps she preferred it remain so. As the two women clapped hands in jubilation, He-chi called Fong Mo's name, his tone unusually grave. She responded, instantly turning to face him. Seeing him stand tall and regard her with unwavering seriousness, she set aside her smile and met his gaze with equal solemnity, awaiting his words. From this moment onward, until my sister awakens, you are He Zhao Yan. Not an imposter, not a substitute. The genuine He Zhao Yan. With deliberate reverence, He-chi bowed deeply. Our family rests entirely upon your shoulders. Fong Mo froze, momentarily flustered. For so long He-chi's relentless criticism had stoked a quiet fire within her. I will make him see me, truly see me. Yet now that he had, she found herself trembling with unexpected nerves. Was she truly about to step into another person's life, fully irrevocably? Her heart hammered violently in her chest. He Zhao Yan currently studied at Zhondan University, the nation's most prestigious institution. As her stand-in, Fong Mo would now enter that ivory tower and glimpse a world entirely new to her. Even if only for a year, anticipation surged within her. Yet apprehension lingered. What if her performance faltered and shattered He-chi's plan? He-chi and Jin Yushi had invested immense effort in her. Would she disappoint them? Could she bear the weight of failure? Fear whispered that escape was still possible, but hope urged her forward. Just as Fong Mo drifted into uncertainty, Jin Yushi gently took her hand. Fong Mo looked up to Jin Yushi, whose encouraging nod steadied her gaze. Then to He-chi standing before her, who likewise offered a quiet, affirming nod. You're not alone. Fong Mo read the meaning in their eyes, and her anxieties dissolved like mist at dawn. She drew a slow, deep breath and released it. Her heart still raced, yet all hesitation vanished, replaced by a surging tide of courage. She nodded firmly and spoke with quiet resolve. Mr. He-yushi Jia, I will give this everything I have. He-chi and Jin Yushi exchanged a glance. Then He-chi pulled a smartphone from his pocket and handed it to Fong Mo. This belongs to Zhao Yan. For the next year, it's yours. Fong Mo accepted the latest folding screen flagship from Ju Factory. The cool milky white backplate glided smoothly beneath her fingertips. Light as it was, the device felt strangely weighty in her palm. That weight did not come from silicon or metal, but from the gravity of another's life. In accepting this phone, she accepted that life itself. By the way, He-chi interrupted Fong Mo's reverie. She turned to him, waiting attentively. After a pause, He-chi announced, deadpan, that she was absolutely forbidden from setting He Zhao Yan's ringtone, caller ID tone, or WeChat notification sound to Apple fragrance. Before returning to the hospital that afternoon, Fong Mo was ushered by He-chi into a video call with his parents, abroad in Europe. Since Zhao Yan's accident, He-chi had relied on AI to handle all calls and video chats with his parents, a stopgap measure that had held up so far, though its fragility grew daily. Now that Fong Mo had proven capable of fooling even him, He-chi impulsively decided to retire the AI. From now on, all communication with his parents would fall to Fong Mo. He-chi's spontaneous decision sent Fong Mo into temporary chaos, but she quickly steadied herself. He Zhao Yan, the pampered heiress of the He family, was vivacious and effervescent, especially with her family, where she adored playfully clinging to them. Fong Mo slipped into character instantly, as if infused by an unseen force. Before He-chi's and Jin Yushi's eyes, the gentle, composed Fong Mo vanished, replaced in a heartbeat by the bright-spirited, endearingly spoiled He Zhao Yan. Clearly, Professor Zhang Qichang's acting class had been no waste, though the professor himself now faced a fierce public storm. May he clear his name and emerge unscathed. Fong Mo had studied her parents' profiles exhaustively, yet facing them live on screen still tightened her throat. Yet neither parent detected the faint tremor in her expression, because both instantly fixated on her hair. At the start of freshman year, He Zhao Yan had eagerly dyed her waist-length tresses a rich tea brown, leaving her father disgruntled for days. Now, gazing upon Fong Mo's neat jet-black bob, crisp as a soldier's cut, he said nothing about why she'd reverted to black or chopped it short. Instead, he declared with unmistakable satisfaction, "This suits you perfectly. Children of the dragon, black hair, black eyes. Look how vibrant and alert you appear. No more rainbow hues. She's just dyed her hair. Why do you nag endlessly? Old-fashioned relic," her mother chided gently, then turned to Fong Mo with tender concern. "Yenin, did something distress you, prompting you to cut your hair? Tell mama." Her voice overflowed with care, not merely for the haircut, but for whatever sorrow might lie behind it. Even as she prepared for surgery, her daughter's emotional well-being remained paramount. Fong Mo silently acknowledged that his parents matched the profiles He-chi and Jin Yushi had provided, and her tension eased. She responded with the rehearsed, practiced lines. Her explanation was simple, just needed a fresh start. Paired with a deliberately ambiguous, pensive expression, it invited speculation and deflected scrutiny. Once they fixated on the question, what troubled her enough to cut her hair, they would overlook subtle shifts in her demeanor. To parents who didn't suspect imposture, even small behavioral changes would register only as signs of inner turmoil. After exchanging brief updates on their respective well-being, his father reminded her to finalize travel plans for Europe, and the call ended swiftly. Fang Mo exhaled in relief, and felt a newfound confidence bloom. Even if Zhao Yin never awakened, even if Yiqi asked her to continue this role indefinitely, she now believed she could sustain it flawlessly. Then she recoiled inwardly, horrified by her own thought. No, this wasn't a wish. It was a curse. Yiqi needs you for only 1 year. Zhao Yin will awaken. And when that year ends, no matter what, you will return her identity to her. In the evening, Fang Mo was sent back to the hospital by Jin Yushi. Passing by the nurse station, Fang Mo saw several young nurses gathered together excitedly discussing something. Exclamations like "so handsome" and "my heart melted" could be heard. It seemed they were talking about some male celebrity. Fang Mo had no interest in that, and didn't disturb them, heading directly to her own ward instead. After putting down her bag, hanging up her hat, and changing into slippers, Hong Jie arrived with a food cart to bring her dinner. You must be starving. Time to eat. Upon smelling the delicious aroma of the food, Fang Mo's eyes lit up and her stomach let out a growl. Seeing the amused expression on Hong Jie, Fang Mo felt a flush rise to her cheeks, and quickly went over to help, casually asking about her grandfather's condition today. He didn't get angry while I was away, did he? Hong Jie chuckled. This afternoon, old Yes grandson came by. With him around to chat, the old folks were quite happy. They should still be in Grandpa Fang's ward and haven't left yet. You can go see them after your meal. You might even get to meet. Take your time eating and ring the bell when you're done, and he'll come collect. Okay, thank you, Sister Hong. Watching Hong Jie leave, Fang Mo furrowed her brows, contemplating her words. Old Yes grandson came. The old man had mentioned him twice in front of her, saying he wanted to introduce her to their eldest grandson. Fang Mo had turned him down both times. Has he not given up and directly brought the person over? Fang Mo couldn't help but smile bitterly. But then she shook her head repeatedly. Fang Mo, don't be overly sentimental. Perhaps he just came to see his own grandfather. I don't think too much about it. As for rushing to see him, better not. With her mind made up, Fang Mo stopped overthinking, ate a little of the dishes, and left the staple food untouched. Feeling less hungry, she immediately set down her chopsticks. Her weight was slightly more than Izoan's, and while she didn't care much about her figure, she needed to ensure her weight didn't deviate too much from Izoan's. Calling for Hong Jie to take away the unfinished food and utensils, Fang Mo headed straight to the bathroom to remove her makeup. She hadn't worn any to go out for the play today, but had applied sunscreen, which needed to be cleansed. After cleansing her face, she took a shower and followed her skincare routine, and it was almost 8 o'clock. Looking at the time on her phone, Fang Mo thought that old Yes grandson should have left by now, so she changed into a clean outfit to visit her grandfather. From a distance, Fang Mo could hear old Yes' hearty laughter coming from her grandfather's ward. Her grandfather suffered from Parkinson's disease, and old Yi and old Guan took care of him as he had difficulty moving. They usually took the initiative to visit her grandfather's ward to chat and play chess. Standing outside the door and listening for a while, Fang Mo could only hear the loud conversations of the elderly men, not a single voice of a young man. It seemed that old Yes grandson had truly left. With that thought, Fang Mo knocked on the door, and then confidently, the 3 elderly men weren't playing chess today. Instead, they were sitting on the sofa chatting. Old Yi was animatedly recounting stories from his past to his 2 companions, while her grandfather and old Guan listened intently. Upon realizing that old Yi was sharing his experiences of slaughtering on the battlefield in his youth, Fang Mo couldn't help but pout, thinking that men are really boys at heart, even with heads full of white hair, still so interested in fighting. But Fang Mo quickly shook her head. Fooey, I'm also a man, and I'm not interested in fighting. Shifting her gaze from the elderly men, Fang Mo was slightly taken aback to see a tall, thin young man in a polo shirt and jeans sitting beside old Yi, looking down at his phone. Although his back was turned and she couldn't see his face clearly, it was easy to tell from his attire and build that he was a young man around 30. So he was old Yes grandson and still hadn't left. Fang Mo felt a pang of regret, misjudgment. She should have asked at the nurse station first. The elderly men in the room turned to look at Fang Mo as soon as they heard the door open, and it was too late for her to back out now. Little He is back. Come, have a seat. Old Yi waved at Fang Mo with a warm smile, subtly kicking the young man. The young man seemed oblivious, still focused on his phone, typing away quickly, seemingly replying to a message. Fang Mo withdrew her gaze from him and sweetly greeted the elderly men. Hello, Grandpa Yi. Grandpa Fang. Well, if he hasn't left, then so be it. Let it come what may. With that thought, Fang Mo relaxed and moved to sit beside her grandfather, softly asking, Grandpa, did Moer make you unhappy today by not keeping you company all day? Her grandfather shook his head, repeatedly smiling as he pointed at the young man sitting across from him, mumbling, Moer, this is old Yes' eldest grandson, Yirong, a bit older than you. Quickly greet him. Fang Mo responded with an and looked at Yirong. At that moment, Yirong had also finished his message and was sizing her up. Yi Rong had a slender face wearing glasses with soft features that gave off an air of scholarly elegance. However, Fong Yimou felt that his gaze towards her was a bit strange. Despite feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Fong Yimou still managed to flash a bright smile and cheerfully called out Brother Yi Rong. Yi Rong was momentarily taken aback, but only nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his head away, choosing not to continue the conversation. Old Yes' eyes widened as he kicked the young man again, snorting, "What's wrong with you? Little he is greeting you, introduce yourself." The young man gave a bitter smile, his voice clear and pleasant. "Grandpa, stop joking. We already know each other." Fong Yimou was instantly stunned. They knew each other. How could that be? Old Yi was puzzled. Little he knew our Yi Rong before. Fong Mo's social circle was quite simple. She could count everyone on 2 hands. Then it could only be that she knew Yi Zhaoyan, but despite her best efforts to recall Yi Zhaoyan's network, she couldn't remember anyone named Yi Rong. Could it be that they had met a few times, but weren't particularly familiar? He Qi and Jin Yushi wouldn't trick her, and since there was no mention in the materials, it must be that Yi Rong was someone from the periphery of Yi Zhaoyan's social circle. Although she still felt that something was off, Fong Mo, who was the center of attention, didn't have time to think further. She immediately put on a sweet smile, her eyes brimming with joy. "Yes, Grandpa Yi, I have met Brother Yi Rong a few." To her surprise, he had this connection with you. It's truly unbelievable. Old Yi was instantly overjoyed, grinning widely. "Look at this, what does this mean? This is called fate." Ha. Hearing Old Yes' words, Yi Rong didn't refute. He just raised his hand to cover his forehead, seemingly letting out a silent sigh, and that strange look returned as he glanced at Fong Mo. Observing Yi Rong's reaction, Fong Mo felt something was amiss, her unease growing. What did Yi Rong's gaze? It seemed a mix of surprise, frustration, and helplessness, but more so, guilt and awkwardness. What kind of relationship did Yi Zhaoyan have with him that he would look at her with such complex emotions? Around 9 o'clock, Yi Rong mentioned he had matters at the company and stood up to bid farewell to the elderly men planning to leave. Hearing this, Fong Mo let out a sigh of relief. Although she tried to maintain a calm demeanor, every time her gaze met Yi Rong's, she felt uncomfortable. But he just continued to look at her with those eyes, saying nothing. Even when Old Yi curiously asked how they knew each other, he only said it was by chance, then glanced at Fong Mo and fell silent. Old Yi had no way to deal with him. Seeing Fong Mo also had no intention of speaking up, he continued recounting his glorious past under Old Guan's urging. As Yi Rong was about to leave, Fong Mo naturally felt a sense of liberation, thinking to herself, "Please hurry up, I won't see you off." Old Yi glanced at the time and didn't keep him any longer, instead looking at Fong Mo and saying gently, "How about you, little he accompany our Yi Rong on his way? You two already know each other, you can catch up on the way." Fong Mo felt resistant inside, but she couldn't find a suitable reason, so she had to grit her teeth and smile in agreement. Leading Yi Rong out of the ward, they walked through the corridor. Passing by the nurse station, several female nurses were infatuatedly gazing at Yi Rong, who was following her, and Fong Mo instantly understood. He was the one they had been excitedly discussing earlier. Speaking of which, Yi Rong's looks were indeed outstanding. Though he was slender, he was tall with a gentle face, and combined with an air of scholarly elegance, he was indeed an attractive type. If her younger sister Fong Yuan were here, she probably would look just like them. The nurses at the station saw Fong Mo and Yi Rong walking together, and showed her expressions of envy mixed with jealousy, to which Fong Mo could only respond with a silent, bitter smile. The two walked in silence, even in the elevator, not saying a word. Yi Rong had long legs and a big stride, but Fong Mo could feel that he was deliberately taking care of her, maintaining a pace that allowed her to keep up without too much effort. With Yi Rong not speaking, Fong Mo wouldn't take the initiative to start a conversation either. The more she said, the more mistakes she might make. It was better to just get through this, and later find He Chi to ask if there were any missing pieces in the information she had. Leaving the inpatient building and crossing the tranquil garden, just as they were nearing the hospital entrance, Yi Rong, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and turned around. At that moment, Fong Mo was lost in thought about how to phrase her farewell, and she accidentally bumped straight into Yi Rong's arms. A faint scent of fur wafted over, and as Fong Mo realized what happened, she quickly retreated. However, she stumbled and was about to fall when Yi Rong reached out and caught her wrist. "Sorry." Fong Mo stammered, feeling embarrassed, and hurriedly apologized. Yi Rong simply responded with an his gaze deeply fixed on her through the black-rimmed glasses, still bearing that complex expression. "Yi Zhaoyan," he said. Fong Mo felt a shiver down her spine under his gaze, unconsciously swallowing hard. Brother Yi Rong. Previously, she had called the nurses in the hospital sister and brother without any psychological burden, even finding it quite amusing. But addressing someone of the same gender as XX brother was something she found hard to accept. Yet Fong Mo still suppressed her discomfort, glanced at her wrist where Yi Rong was holding her, then raised her gaze, looking earnestly at Yi Rong. "Can we talk? But can you let go of my hand first?" Upon hearing this, Yi Rong quickly released his grip, but his eyes remained fixed on Fong Mo. "What a coincidence today," he asked, his voice clean and clear, but it sounded somewhat stiff, carrying a hint of suppressed displeasure. But looking at the gentle face of the person before him, Fong Mo shook his head secretly. This Yi Rong seemed refined and cultured. He shouldn't be capable of such deeds. With a wry smile, Fong Mo shook his head and said honestly it shouldn't be possible. Grandpa Yi mentioned twice wanting to matchmake me with you, Yi Rong. Yi Rong took a deep breath. I meant about you getting to know my grandfather. This question was not asked casually. Did she seek him out herself? Fong Mo shook his head vigorously like a rattled drum. It truly was a coincidence. I didn't know about your relationship with Grandpa Yi before. Of course, he also didn't know who you were, Fong Mo thought. Really? There was still a hint of doubt in Yi Rong's eyes. Fong Mo met Yi Rong's gaze, calmly nodding earnestly. Absolutely true. Then Fong Mo recounted the reasons behind his hospitalization again. Oh no, to be precise, it was the reasons behind He Zhao Yan's hospitalization that he recounted. Theoretically, Fong Mo had already been discharged while the real He Zhao Yan was still lying in the underground ICU of the West Garden Villa. Having been in a car accident and injured, this set of explanations was something Fong Mo had repeated many times, so it came naturally. After listening, Yi Rong checked the news about the car accident on Jianjidong Road from a month ago and finally believed it. When he looked at Fong Mo again, all the complexity in Yi Rong's eyes had vanished, leaving only guilt and embarrassment. Yi Rong looked at Fong Mo and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, I overthought things. Thank you for keeping my grandfather company. He has been very happy during this time. Fong Mo smiled and shook her head. It's nothing. Grandpa Yi is very kind, and Grandpa Guan and Grandpa Fong are too. They all take good care of me. She was actually quite curious about what the other party had overthought, but fearing the topic would drag on endlessly, she chose not to bring it up. Yi Rong nodded. That's good. Fong Mo suddenly didn't know how to continue the conversation, and the two fell into an awkward atmosphere. After a while, Yi Rong cleared his throat, glanced at Fong Mo, and his gaze drifted aside. You don't, have anything you want to say to me? Just as Fong Mo was suffering over how to escape this awkward atmosphere, she finally found an opportunity. Of course I do. She smiled and said cheerfully. I wanted to mention that it's getting late. Yi Rong, you should head back to rest. Let's catch up properly another time. Yi Rong stared blankly at Fong Mo, as if looking at a stranger. Just when Fong Mo worried whether she had said something wrong, Yi Rong broke into a smile, relaxed and sincere, which made Fong Mo momentarily dazed. All right, you're right. I have things to do as well. Let's meet again. He waved his hand to Fong Mo in farewell and turned to walk towards the hospital entrance. After walking a few steps, Yi Rong suddenly turned back, calling out to Fong Mo, who was about to turn back. Yin Yan. The relieved Fong Mo immediately tensed up again. Yi Rong, your new hairstyle suits you well. I'm happy for you. After saying that, Yi Rong took long strides and left. Watching Yi Rong's slender figure gradually fade away, Fong Mo couldn't help but reach up to tug at her hair. What nonsense was this? What was up with this guy suddenly feeling relieved? What on earth had he found relief from? It was just a hairstyle. What was there to be happy about? What was the relationship between He Zhao Yan and this Yi Rong? Ugh, headache. On her way back to the ward, Fong Mo thought for a moment and picked up He Zhao Yan's phone, sending a message to He Chi inquiring about Yi Rong's situation. Flower, who is Yi Rong? Moments later, the phone vibrated and He Kai's reply popped up. Pigeon Air. Flower. Pigeon, oh, just an inconsequential person. Ignore him. Treat him as if he doesn't exist, just like you would with air. Fong Mo thought that He Kai's description was completely inaccurate. Was air inconsequential? Without air people, Flower, I just met him. How come I don't feel like he's an inconsequential person? Pigeon's so unlucky. No way, you two should never meet again. So what's going on? Flower. His grandfather is staying in your family's hospital. He came to see his grandfather. Pigeon, damn, I'm going to have someone kick his grandfather out right away. Fong Mo was instantly covered in sweat. This guy was too willful. No matter how rich he was, he couldn't offend a client like this. Flower, that's not necessary, boss. He also paid for it. Grandpa Yi is quite nice and a retired veteran. With him around, my grandfather will have more company. Pigeon, alright, I'll give you face. In short, you don't need to worry so much. If you see him in the future, just treat him like. As for who he is and what he does, you don't need to care at all. Got it. Flower, okay, you're the boss, so of course I'll listen to you. Just as Fong Mo was about to end the chat, He Chi sent a pile of information over. Pigeon, this is your work schedule for the next 2 weeks. Take a look yourself. I've sent you the materials together. If you have any questions, ask Jin Yushi. If Jin Yushi doesn't know, come ask me. Flower received. Thanks, boss. Pigeon, what boss? I've told you so many times at work, call me bro. Flower. Okay, thanks, Gigi. What He Chi sent included a schedule detailing all the things Fong Mo must do over the next 2 weeks, including, but not limited to, regularly calling or video chatting with family, He Zhao Yan's updating social media, posting vlogs, or makeup videos, discharging from the hospital, visiting grandpa, he going to Europe to accompany Hima until her surgery is completed, attending various classes, regularly going to beauty salons, chatting with friends, and going out to have fun with friends. For He Zhao Yan, these may have been just ordinary daily routines, her way of enjoying life. However, for Fong Mo, they were truly work tasks. Just seeing these packed schedules, Fong Mo's vision instantly darkened. Looking at the tightly packed schedule, Fong Mo gritted her teeth and decided to take the opportunity to ask Bossy for a leave. Hichi had thrown so many tasks at her, taking a leave on a public holiday shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Fong Mo thought for a long time, carefully crafting a line of text. Flower bro, Yin has something she needs. The first matter is that this weekend Fong Mo will visit the elderly head of the He family, who is also Hizoyan's grandfather, for the first time accompanied by Hichi and Jin Yushi. The second matter is that next Monday she will go to Europe to meet with his father and mother and accompany them for a few days until her mother's surgery is completed. During the day when Hichi said she needed to go abroad, Fong Mo was stunned, repeatedly confirming with Hichi several times. After receiving a positive answer, she felt as if she were dreaming for a moment. Fong Mo had never imagined she would have the opportunity to go abroad in her lifetime, let alone travel to such a distant place like Europe. Regarding this, she felt both nervous and excited. She worried that she might instantly expose herself in front of Hizayan's biological parents, yet she was also filled with longing for a foreign land. The place where her mother would undergo surgery was a renowned medical center located at the foot of the Alps. The Alps. Fong Mo fell into an endless reverie, imagining the blue sky, the majestic snow-capped mountains, glacial forests, and the azure lakes nestled among the foothills. She must take plenty of photos and buy some souvenirs to bring back for her grandfather and Yuan. Thinking of this, Fong Mo couldn't help but smile. But she quickly slapped her face. No, Fong Mo, you're not going to play, you're going to work. The most important thing is to take good care of what Hichi entrusted to you. So she began to review the materials Hichi had given her. Previously, Hichi had provided a rough version, but this time, it was much more detailed, clearly put together with great effort by him and Jin Yushi. Fong Mo skimmed through the materials, briefly estimating that her grandfather had finished bathing, and then she set these aside and went to her grandfather's hospital room. Sure enough, the old man had already changed into his clothes and was lying on the bed with the help of a caregiver. Fong Mo sat by her grandfather's bed chatting with him. She would be discharged in the next couple of days as Hizayan, and thinking about not being able to visit her grandfather every day made her feel reluctant and appear somewhat listless. However, the old man was quite understanding and advised her to prioritize her work. Once her grandfather fell asleep, Fong Mo returned to her own hospital room. After sending off Yirong, she had stayed outside for a while and unknowingly worked up a bit of sweat, so she took a quick shower before bed. After bathing, she changed into her pajamas and returned to her bed, doing her skincare routine, while continuing to read the He family's materials. She made an effort to engrave the details that Hichi had highlighted in her mind. Her grandfather's appearance, age, interests, dietary preferences, and the layout of the He family's house. Like a true actress, she diligently memorized these key pieces of information, while also sorting out the relationships within this family, considering Hizoyan's mindset when facing her relatives and pondering what responses would be appropriate in different situations. When it was about 10:30, Fong Mo's eyelids began to grow heavy. However, since the face mask hadn't been on long enough, she could only force herself to stay awake. Just after being hit in the face by her phone for the third time, Hizoyan's phone vibrated continuously. Fong Mo picked it up to see that it was group messages, and upon seeing the somewhat ridiculous group name, the harem of fireflies, her drowsiness vanished. Work was calling. Hizoyan's interpersonal relationships are complicated yet simple. It's complicated because there are indeed many people in her WeChat contacts, and they come from various backgrounds, relatives, classmates, and different interest groups. But it's also simple because most of these people are not significant. They do not have a deep understanding of Hizayan, and in front of these people no one would doubt her solely based on Fong Mo's identical face. For the messages sent by these people, Fong Mo only needs to reference Hizoyan's previous chatting style with them and handle it herself, even selectively ignoring some. The remaining few individuals require Fong Mo to respond cautiously, including Hizoyan's two close friends, one named Chu Tsaixia, who is now Fong Mo's roommate at Junda, and the other named Nie Xiaoying, who didn't continue her studies after graduating from high school. These two girls are Hizoyan's best friends, closer than sisters. They know her very well, so Fong Mo needs to be particularly careful in front of them. The harem of fireflies WeChat group is their little group. Hizoyan's WeChat name is Hua, and her nickname in this group is Yin Fei. Chu Keixia's WeChat name is Xia Mu Mu, and her nickname in this group is Xia Fei. Nie Xiaoying's WeChat name and group nickname are both Ing. Seeing the messages from her sisterhood, Fong Mo quickly scrolled through their previous chat records, recalled Chu Tsaixia and Nie Xiaoying's details, and began to read the messages they had just sent. Xia Fei crying, Yin, when are you coming back? Such a big dormitory, and in the only one here feeling empty and lonely, come back to warm the bed. Although Hizayan and Chu Tsaixia are undergraduates, they live in a dorm for graduate students. With Hichi's financial ability, they could even live in a better doctoral suite, but the two young girls felt that would be too boring, and it wouldn't feel like living in a dorm. Ing smirking, what bed to warm on such a hot day? Xia Fei, without Yin, summer feels like winter, the empty bed is as cold as ice. Pitiful. Yin Fei is feeling a bit unwell. Xia Fei, why don't you come to find me? Sister will warm you up. A photo of Nie Xiaoying and a selfie in a nightclub followed. Nie Xiaoying is only 1 year older than He Xiaoyan, and Chu Caixia just turned 20, but in the photo she looks much more mature than the two of them, and her style is completely different. Shaved brows and dreadlocks, smoky makeup, strapless hot pants, fishnet stockings, and an aggressive gaze. Overall a cool and sexy girl that makes Fang Emo feel her face flush just looking at the photo. Xiafei surprised so many people. The business here is doing well and shrugging pretty average, just spending money to make no. Talent really doesn't obey logic. Nie Xiaoying hates studying, but has always scored 100 in exams across all subjects, yet she has been playing music since she was young. She reached level 8 in piano in 4th grade, performed at music festivals with college students in middle school, and became obsessed with rap in high school. Her family is also wealthy, and after graduating from high school, she was allowed to do as she pleased. Recently, to indulge her DJ passion, she just opened a sizable nightclub with money from her family. Speaking of Xiaoying's nightclub, it actually has some connection to Fang Emo. He Xiaoyan had the accident on the day she was returning from Nie Xiaoying's club. When Fang Emo saw this girl's information, she was also taken aback, reflecting on the disparities in the world. While she was busy struggling for a family's livelihood, the daughter of a wealthy family opened a nightclub just to fulfill her dreams. Xiafei Yin, let's go play at Xiaoying's club together sometime. I haven't been to her place, yet looking forward. Hurry, with 2 beloved concubines visiting my small temple's revenue will triple, and I might hope to turn a profit. Fang Emo recalled He Xiaoyan's chatting style when interacting with them and began typing. Yin Fei, cute sure, but you have to wait for me to come back from Europe. Xiafei Yin, aren't you still in the hospital? Are you in Europe now? Yin Fei, not yet. I'll be discharged the day after tomorrow, accompany grandpa this weekend, and fly to Bern on Sunday. I'll return only after mommy's surgery. No rush, let's wait until Aunt Sue's surgery is successful, then we'll celebrate together. By the way, Yin, weren't you supposed to have a fracture? How can you be discharged so soon? Yin Fei, actually it's been fine for a while, but you know my brother, he worries over a minor injury, laughing and crying, making a big deal out of nothing. Yin Fei, but you still need to keep your distance from big cars when you go out. I'm still a bit nervous. Xiafei, after seeing the accident photos online, I was scared to death. Ooh, luckily you're okay. Scared? Why bring up something that's already passed? Instead, let's set a date to have fun, my beloved concubines. I've been thinking about your fragrant kisses every day. Recently, I met a handsome guy, and I really want you to see him in person. Grinning, as Nie Xiaoying suddenly mentioned the handsome guy, Fang Emo thought about how she also encountered one today. Yi Rong, who had behaved strangely, but indeed had outstanding looks. She thought given He Xiaoyan's close relationship with Chu Caixia and Nie Xiaoying, they might know about Yi Rong. Since He Chi wouldn't say anything, she was even more curious about what had happened between Yi Rong and He Xiaoyan, so why not subtly inquire in the sisterhood group? If you want to do it, just do it. Fang Emo immediately began typing. Yin Fei, I saw Yi Rong in the hospital today. She didn't mention anything else, and after sending this, she began to wait for Ing and Xiafei's replies, wanting to see their reactions before deciding how to respond. Strangely, the group immediately fell into an eerie silence, and for a full minute or two, neither Chu Caixia nor Nie Xiaoying spoke. The reactions of these two confirmed for Fang Emo that they definitely knew Yi Rong, at least being aware of him, and likely knew about his relationship with He Xiaoyan. Just as Fang Emo pondered whether to say something to guide the conversation, Chu Caixia and Nie Xiaoying sent messages almost simultaneously. Xiafei, frowning, why is he looking for you again at this time? Ing, angry, he rejected your confession, and now he's coming to the hospital to see you. What does he mean? Now that he knows your family background, is he regretting and trying to pursue you again? Huh. A good horse doesn't turn back to eat the grass it has grazed on. Yin, let's not pay him any mind. Seeing the messages from Xiafei and Ing coming one after another, Fang Emo, after a brief moment of confusion, suddenly understood. After meeting Yi Rong, she finally grasped the series of reactions and words that Yi Rong had shared during their parting, and understood why He Chi said to treat him like air. This Yi Rong is the person He Xiaoyan likes, but he rejected her confession. Thus for He Xiaoyan, this person truly is like air, important but forever unattainable. Fang Emo originally just wanted to inquire subtly to find the truth, but unexpectedly, just a light tap revealed the whole truth directly in front of her. No wonder Yi Rong had looked at him with such an expression before. Now Fang Emo finally understood. Later, Chu Caixia and Nie Xiaoying started to gossip about Yi Rong, and through the information revealed in their conversation combined with what he found online, Fang Emo completely figured out the situation regarding Yi Rong. Yi Rong's grandfather Yi Lao served in the military in his early years and participated in border conflicts in the northeast, fighting in 2 self-defense counterattacks in the southwest. He is a highly respected veteran. After the reform and opening up, his descendants relied on some of his connections to enter business, and the nationally renowned real estate company Magpie Group is part of their family's enterprise. Yi Rong is the eldest grandson of Yi Lao, currently pursuing a doctoral degree at Zen University while also working at Magpie Group. He met He Xiaoyan in the first year of high school when she enrolled in the affiliated school of Zen University while Yi Rong was studying for his graduate degree there. True to its name, the affiliated school of Zen University has a close relationship with the university, and every year outstanding alumni are invited to give lectures to the new first-year students. Although it is called a lecture, it is actually a chance for these alumni to share insights on studying and life planning. As the president of the student council for his cohort, Yirong naturally took on this responsibility and was assigned to Hezoyan's class. At that time, He Xiaoyan was only 15 at the age of budding romance, while Yirong, with his gentle demeanor and refined appearance, was simply a heartthrob. By the end of the class, He Xiaoyan was completely smitten. Not only did she ask Yirong for a message and a signature along with his contact information, but she also made it her primary goal over the next 3 years of high school to get into Zen University and be his schoolmate. He Xiaoyan has a persistent side to her character. Once she sets her mind on something, she puts in all her effort. During her 3 years of high school, she studied diligently and successfully enrolled in Zen University's fashion design program, which also inspired her friend Chu Caixia, who wasn't particularly outstanding in academics, to pass the entrance exam as well. After getting into Zen University, He Xiaoyan went to great lengths to get close to Yirong. She chose his classes as he would be a teaching assistant or even substitute teach. She joined the student organizations he participated in, even though she had no interest. She volunteered simply because Yirong would be there. At the end of her first semester, encouraged by her best friends Chu Caixia and Ye Xiaoying, He Xiaoyan confessed to Yirong. The result was unexpectedly a crushing defeat. He Xiaoyan, unwilling to give up, became even more determined, and during a weekend in her second semester, she invited Yirong out again for a second confession, only to face another crushing rejection. This time Yirong refused, even more resolutely, doing so in front of a large crowd. He frankly told her that he found her persistence overwhelming and asked her not to do so anymore. Although Yirong's words were quite tactful, a rejection is still a rejection. No matter how obsessed with love she was, He Xiaoyan was ultimately a pampered rich girl. With her family background and beauty, she had always been the one to chase after others, never having been rejected before. Moreover, being rejected twice by the same person was even harder to bear. Faced with the rejection from her crush and the curious or mocking gazes of others, He Xiaoyan felt humiliated and was quietly dragged home by Chu Caixia and Ye Xiaoying. This incident had a huge impact on He Xiaoyan. The young girl fell into depression for over 2 months, struggling to eat and sleep well, and during that period, she constantly doubted herself, even failing several subjects in her final exams of the semester. When He Xiaoyan finally emerged from her emotional turmoil, she deleted everything related to Yirong from her phone, erased his contact information, and even burned the heartfelt message he had written for her in their first year, which she had cherished for 4 years. This is also why Fong Mo couldn't find any information related to Yirong, not even a word about him in the materials provided by He-Chi. If it were Fong Mo and someone treated her sister Fong Yuan like that, she would, like He-Chi, wish that person would vanish from her sister's world forever. Having figured out the situation, Fong Mo sighed in relief, feeling quite satisfied. This is great. She wouldn't have to worry about Yi Lao wanting to matchmake her with his grandson anymore. Yirong never liked He Xiaoyan in the first place, and even if Yi Lao still had that intention later, he would have to first convince Yirong. But that was clearly impossible since Yirong had rejected He Xiaoyan twice, showing how little chemistry they had. Moreover, judging from Yirong's demeanor before parting from Fong Mo tonight, he seemed quite pleased that He Xiaoyan no longer had any thoughts about him. And not to mention Yin Yan's family background, just talking about her looks, Yirong is truly an ungrateful thing. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Do you think he might actually be a gay? Xiaofei laughing and crying. Don't say that. After you say this, I feel like his style is going to change. Xiaofei, but it seems Yin has really moved on. Happy. A few months ago, I couldn't even mention Yirong's name for fear of upsetting Yin Fei, since he doesn't like me, why should I keep thinking about him? 1 time, 2 times, but not 3. I also have my dignity. And don't you all find it funny? Yirong is blind to not recognize value, yet his grandfather wants to matchmake him with Yin. Oh, it's hilarious. I wonder what this guy is feeling now. Oh, just thinking about it makes me feel better. Xiaofei ha. Saying that makes it seem quite interesting. Yin, if Yirong is really forced by his grandfather to pursue you, what are you planning to do? Yin Fei, I've decided to never date a man again. Oh, I'm just going to spend my life with you all. Cute. Xiaofei, surprised. Good sisters forever. Yin, come on, let's hug. I recently met a handsome guy. Can I experience the tastes of men first? Shy. Yin Fei speechless. Xiaofei shocked, angry. Xiaoying, you traitor. Hua changed the group chat name to the 2 empresses. Xiaofei ha. Yin is fierce and says little. Yin empress, to deal with traitors, one must be fierce, smirking. Xiaofei lol. Xiaoying begged me to bring her back. Ha. Empress Yin, pull her back. Smirking. Empress Yin covering her mouth and laughing. In terror, has my status fallen so quickly? Fong Mo and the 2 girls chatted late into the night, from the initially slightly tense and careful typing to later being able to easily step into Hezoyan's character. She gradually began to enjoy herself. Fong Mo had not chatted much with girls before. In the factory, there were mostly men, and even those around her age were few, making it hard to connect. Previously, when she messaged her colleagues, it was strictly about work, and she wouldn't say anything unnecessary. Initially chatting with Chu Caixia and Nie Xiaoying felt like part of her job. At first she approached it with a work-related mindset. However, after chatting with the two girls all night and putting herself in He Xiaoyan's shoes, she gradually relaxed and truly felt heartfelt joy while communicating with these two adorable girls who cared for He Xiaoyan. Is this how girls interact with each other? With such good friends, it seems. Not bad at all. Fang Yemo thought sleepily while holding He Xiaoyan's phone. He Xiaoyan was going to be discharged from the hospital today. Discharging patients is a perfectly normal event. No one stays in the hospital for a lifetime, nor would anyone want to. Patients are admitted to the hospital amidst their families' cries and leave joyfully under the embrace of their loved. Having worked as a nurse for many years, Sister Hong had long been accustomed to seeing patients come and go, but today's scene was something she had never seen in her life. Because the commotion surrounding He Xiaoyan's discharge was simply too great. Sister Hong looked at He Chi, who was surrounded by hospital leaders and medical staff, feeling as if she were dreaming. A well-known young entrepreneur, the strongest diamond bachelor in the country, a person whose online comments could cause stock market crashes, and also the largest investor in the hospital. Sister Hong had never imagined she would see such a big shot in her life, until she saw him appear in the hospital building and noticed the beautiful girl smiling sweetly while holding He Chi's arm. She finally understood the girl's current identity. He Xiaoyan was wearing a knee-length cream-colored spaghetti-strap dress paired with flat shoes today. This was the first time Sister Hong had seen the girl in a dress for such a long time. Although she had previously thought that the girl would look stunning in a dress based on her appearance and slender figure, seeing it with her own eyes made her feel that her previous imagination was too simplistic. Today, with a makeup-free look that still appeared natural, the girl exuded a sense of transparency that made simply looking at her feel refreshing, brightening one's mood for days. As a result, several young male nurses seemed to have their eyes glued to her and did not leave her side for even a moment. He Xiaoyan, holding He Chi's arm, spotted Sister Hong standing at the back of the crowd. Her eyes lit up as she shook the arm of the young man beside her, smiling and saying something while pointing in Sister Hong's direction. Sister Hong then saw the young man's gaze follow He Xiaoyan's finger, looking at her. After making eye contact with Sister Hong, he stepped forward and walked over. While Sister Hong was still in a daze, the tall young man had already stood in front of her, extending his hand. "You must be Qing Hong." "I am He Chi," he said. Sister Hong stared at He Kai's face, then glanced at the hand reaching out to her, and after a moment finally reacted, hurriedly shaking He Kai's hand. "Mr. He, hello. I am your..." Sister Hong's face turned red, and for a moment she was at a loss for words. "Fan. I can see that," He Chi said calmly, while looking at He Xiaoyan and the beautiful secretary beside him, causing the surrounding crowd to break into laughter. He Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at her brother and approached Sister Hong to give her a hug. "Sister Hong, thank you for taking care of me during this time. I will come back to see you again." The girl's voice was as sweet as candy. Even someone like Sister Hong felt as if electricity had passed through her ears upon hearing that sweet voice. Seeing that this girl was still the same as before, Sister Hong relaxed. She smiled and held the girl's hand, advising, "You should stay healthy and never need to come to the hospital again." At this moment, He Chi interrupted them, slightly retracting his smile and saying seriously, "Qing Hong New Peak is preparing to enter the gray hair economy this year and needs experienced professionals like you. I wonder if you would be willing to join us. As for the salary, I can guarantee it will be at least doubled from what you're currently earning," He Chi said, raising his right hand and spreading his fingers. In an instant, everyone present gasped in astonishment, their eyes flashing with envy or jealousy. Sister Hong was stunned on the spot. Looking at the serious expression on the young man's face, she could not help but cover her mouth with her hand to keep from shouting out loud, momentarily forgetting to respond. Seeing this, Jia and director and chuckled and said, "Qing Hong, are you back to your senses? Are you so happy that you've gone silly? Mister, he is still waiting for your answer." "Director, and if him digging your corner, you won't have any thoughts about it, right?" He Chi said, looking at Director and smiled warmly and waved his hands repeatedly. "Mister He, you're too kind. We're your employees now. Wherever we go, we're still working for you. Isn't that right?" He Chi nodded in satisfaction. "What you said makes sense." He then turned his attention back to Sister Hong, who had finally regained her composure, waiting for her response. Having come back to her senses, Sister Hong excitedly nodded in agreement, her voice trembling. "Mister Good. Very good." He Chi laughed heartily, looking at the beautiful secretary beside him, instructing, "Secretary Jean, you handle this matter." "All right, Mister He." After saying this, Secretary Jean smiled at Sister Hong and nodded at her, but no one noticed that when she looked at He Chi, the corner of her mouth seemed to twitch slightly. From then on, Sister Hong was in a daze all day. When He Chi came to pick up his sister from the hospital, he also took the opportunity to inspect the hospital environment, and while accompanied by his sister, chatted with the elderly man named Fang. He Xiaoyan and the elderly man named Fang hit it off very well, going to keep him company and chat every day. The old man had Alzheimer's disease and had previously suffered a head injury, making his mind a bit unclear. He regarded He Xiaoyan as his own granddaughter. Thus Hichi went along with it, and referred to his sister by the name of the elderly man's granddaughter, even fooling the old man into thinking he was her boss. This action made the medical staff in the hospital unable to help but give a thumbs up, praising the boss' high standards and lamenting that the family's upbringing was indeed different. Before leaving, Hichi handed out red envelopes and small gifts to every medical staff member in the building, and the nurses who primarily took care of Hijian received special tokens of appreciation. However, compared to what Sister Hong received, those gifts seemed insignificant. Watching the He siblings leave the hospital in a Maybach accompanied by the beautiful secretary Sister Hong gradually felt a sense of returning to reality. When did we decide to march into the gray-haired industry? Jin Yushi questioned Hichi, who was driving with a sullen face from the passenger seat. Hichi replied without turning his head, just now. Jin Yushi was speechless, and after a moment of silence she clenched her teeth and punched Hichi's arm a few times. Can you not always do this kind of thing? It's so nonsensical. Hichi was displeased, raising an eyebrow. How is it nonsensical? There are more and more old folks. This is a growing market. He glanced at Fang Yemo, who was sitting awkwardly in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Look, with people like her who are likely to remain unmarried in the future, you imagine. She isn't as wealthy as I am, and without any children, who's going to support her in her old age? In the future, she would still have to live in a nursing home. Fang Yemo, struggling with her dress, heard what Hichi said and gave a polite smile. Mr. He, I'm sorry for being poor, but can you not bring me into your quarrel with Sister Yushi? I'm already quite upset about being poor. You seem quite happy being poor. I don't see you looking too upset. Hichi remarked, noticing her constant tugging on her dress. That dress is just designed that way. You will end up tearing it apart. Just so you know, if you ruin it, you will have to pay for it. This is considered a production tool. Even if it's ruined, it's because your purchase was of poor quality. Fang Yemo retorted stubbornly, though her hands obediently stopped fidgeting. This was the first time Fang Yemo had worn a dress for such a long time. The sleeveless strap-style dress left her arms, shoulders, and collarbone almost completely exposed, with no fabric under her armpits, and an empty hem, making her feel chilly and extremely insecure. Shut up. If you don't understand, go check the brand. Selling a piece of fabric for tens of thousands, how many chips do I have to sell to make that back? Hichi grimaced, then suddenly brightened up. Hey Jean, what if we simply acquire a trendy brand? We could feast off the fashion industry, slap a label on some cheap fabric, and sell it for thousands. The money would come in so fast, it's way better than the hassle of building lithography machines, cars, rockets, or chips. A woman's money is so easy to extract. Jin Yushi rolled her eyes, turning her head to look out the window, not wanting to engage with him. Mr. He, is what you told Sister Hong true? Fang Yemo, sitting in the back, recalled how Hichi had offered Sister Hong 5 times her salary to entice her away in front of everyone at the hospital, and couldn't help but ask. Hichi snorted, why would I lie to her, being such a big boss? Upon hearing this, Jin Yushi couldn't help but ask again. Then tell me, where do you want to place her? Xian Feng has no business related to the gray-haired economy at all. You expect her to go there and make us earn back her 5 times salary? The rundown nursing home that Yuqing just acquired. Jin Yushi's words piqued Fang Mo's curiosity. Yuqing, a nursing home? Why did they buy a nursing home in their hometown? Exactly, just throw her over there, and it's done. It's just 5 times her salary. Who do you think I am? It's not like I can't afford it. Hichi grumbled, glancing at Fang Mo through the rearview mirror, finally explaining his true thoughts. If I don't give her a raise, how can I justify it for all the care she gives you, my fake sister? Moreover, not doing it doesn't fit my domineering persona, does it? Fang Mo tilted her head, perplexed. So the reason for offering Sister Hong 5 times her salary is because of Tisk? Why are you tilting your head, you brat? Hichi glared at Fang Mo through the rearview mirror. If it weren't for her knowing you are both Fang Mo and He Xiaoyan, why would I waste so much money to get her to leave? And don't even mention how high the current labor costs are. Who told you to put me in that VIP ward at the time? Fang Mo couldn't help but retort softly, isn't it all your fault for being meddlesome? Hichi was momentarily speechless, seeing Jin Yushi sighing beside him. He turned to Jin Yushi and tried to lighten the mood. Jin, don't be disheartened. You're so capable, and Xian Feng has so many talented people. Just a little packaging, create some impressive concepts, and rest assured you will definitely see returns. It's just a matter of how quickly the money comes back. The projects I Hichi am interested in can't possibly lose. He reached out to pat Jin Yushi's shoulder, but she immediately swatted his hand away. Unperturbed, Hichi continued to S. Even if the nursing home doesn't make money in the short term with our Oriental Iron Man's influence, we can make a seemingly legitimate PPT, feigning internal employee leaks, spin the concept around in the cancer stocks for a couple of days, and lure out some small targets right away. Wouldn't that be enough to pay her salary until death? Don't you think? Hichi rambled on, increasingly losing his train of thought. Jin Yushi shot him a sideways glance, coldly snorting. Then go ahead and do it. I'm curious to see if you really do, whether your parents will skin you or pull your tendons first. Ladies, before you continue your argument, I'd like to ask, where are we going? Fang Mo in the back seat couldn't help. To a safe house. Hichi and Jin Yushi replied in unison. Hichi glanced at Jin Yushi, who was glaring at him, and shrugged. Okay, you say it. Fang Yamo watched the two, unable to suppress a smile. These two always seemed to dislike each other, yet at certain moments their coordination was inexplicably in sync, resembling an old couple who had been married for decades. Hichi obediently kept quiet, while Jin Yushi, sitting in the passenger seat, patiently began to explain to Fang Yamo. Fang Yamo, in the coming year you cannot always pretend to be Xiaoyan, you must also have time to be Fang Yamo. Jin Yushi always spoke softly when facing Fang Yamo, as if she threw all her negative emotions onto Hichi. So you need a place to transition your identity, a place just like a safe house in a spy movie. Fang Yamo understood immediately, but still paused, surprised. Do I still have my own time? Do you want to live as he Xiaoyan forever? Jin Yushi countered. Fang Yamo shook her head repeatedly, as she certainly didn't want that. She wanted to have surgery and return to being a man as soon as this matter was over a year later, though she knew that even after surgery, she wouldn't be a complete man. Then you wouldn't want to be confused about who you are at the end, right? Jin Yushi paused, gazing steadily at Fang Yamo, speaking earnestly. So you need your own time. It will serve as your anchor, reminding you to distinguish between acting and reality. It's good to be deep into a role, but if you go too deep and can't get out, then it's bad. You know about Leslie Chung and Heath Ledger, right? Fang Yamo was taken aback, nodding seriously. Thank you, Sister Yushi and Mr. He. Jin Yushi was right. Fang Yamo knew she faced situations that could be even more dangerous than those actors. Actors can clearly understand that everything around them is a backdrop, props and fellow actors, but Fang Yamo had stepped into a real world of the wealthy. The scene today where she was treated like a queen in the hospital might repeat itself in the coming year. Fang Yamo knew the scene today existed because of Hizoyan's identity, her family background, and Hichi standing beside her at that time, rather than because of Fang Yamo herself. Those expensive clothes, luxurious jewelry, high-end bags, luxury cars, mansions, the so-called upper-class circles, and the adoration she received from others were all real for Hizoyan, but for Fang Yamo, they were merely fleeting illusions. Fang Yamo had to always remember to differentiate which things were brought about by Hizen's family halo, so she wouldn't lose herself when returning to her identity as Fang Yamo, and subsequently come to loathe her original life. Not being able to see oneself clearly brings misfortune. Fang Yamo understood that Jin Yushi didn't want her to fall into such a state of misfortune, so her gratitude was sincere. Please don't thank me. Hearing Fang Mo's words before Jin Yushi could speak, Hichi quickly waved his hand. From my standpoint as your employer, I don't want to give you even a day off. I'd rather you be Xiaoyan 24 hours a day. Switching back and forth is too troublesome and increases the risk of exposure. It's Jin who's worried you'll become too immersed in the role and go crazy, insisting on this unnecessary step. Finally, unable to bear it, Jin Yushi reached out to pinch Hikai's arm. Jin, you've been calling me that all day. I've been holding back for a long time. Hey, are you trying to get us killed? We're on the expressway right now. Seeing the two of them pulling at each other, Fang Mo's heart jumped to her throat. Maybe she shouldn't ride with them in the future, but felt too dangerous, Fang Mo thought. Suddenly, she felt the cold air from the front air conditioning vent blowing onto her calves, making her legs feel chilly. She was tempted to pull the hem of her dress down a bit more, but recalling what Hichi said about how much this piece of fabric cost, she immediately suppressed that impulse. Half an hour later, when Fang Mo followed Hichi to the safe house, prepared for her jaw dropped in disbelief. The top floor of a luxurious Sigma residence, a spacious flat with 3 sides open 2 to 300 square meters, with 7 or 8 rooms. Is employee welfare this good? Fang Mo quietly opened a housing app to check the listing price for this building, staring at the zeros she could hardly count before quietly closing the app. Thinking of the villa in Shiyuan that Hichi was currently using for Hizoyan's personal hospital, Fang Mo felt that it wasn't strange for Hichi to use such a small-sized house as a safe house and her personal employee dormitory. It just seemed to Fang Mo that the world appeared increasingly jumbled. The Sigma building is located in the prime area of Huading City. This building is quite distinctive, slender like a pencil, standing over 300 meters tall, with an unobstructed view from the top floor. The panoramic view is breathtaking. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, one can see Jiang Park and Bund Square lined up in a row, while the emerald green Qing Shui River winds through the city, merging into the mighty river that flows into the sea. Such a scene is truly unique in Huading. Fang Mo stood by the window, lost in the view for a moment, then bitterly smiled at Hichi and said, "Could you move me to another place? I'm afraid I'll feel a psychological gap when I have to move to a different place." Looking around the vast living room, she added, "Besides, with such a large area, I can't possibly use it all by myself." The size of the living room alone was nearly comparable to her 2-bedroom apartment in Yuqing. Fang Mo couldn't even imagine what to do with such a large space. Poverty is truly frightening, it can even stifle one's imagination. Hichi raised his hand and playfully flicked her forehead, saying, "Do you think this place was just randomly found?" Fang Mo yelped in pain and covered her head, but before she could speak, Hichi walked into the cloakroom directly opposite the entrance. "Come in." Hichi called from the cloakroom, and Fong Mo hurriedly followed him inside. She entered the cloakroom to find He-Chi standing in front of a full-length wardrobe. Seeing Fong Mo enter, he pointed to the wardrobe and instructed, "Remember, it's this wardrobe." With that, he pulled open the wardrobe door, revealing a hidden door with a numerical control password lock inside. The password is 28879-414. He-Chi said, inputting the code on the control panel, and the hidden door clicked open. He-Chi pushed open the shiny hidden door and walked through it. Turning back, he saw Fong Mo still standing there staring at the hidden door in the wardrobe and impatiently urged her, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come over." "Oh, okay." Fong Mo quickly followed him in. Once inside, she was surprised to find another cloakroom that mirrored the previous one. The difference was that this cloakroom had glass doors on all the wardrobes. Through the glass, one could see each cabinet neatly filled with various clothing and accessories. At a glance, most of the items were dresses of various styles, almost resembling the stockroom of a women's clothing store. Snapping back to reality from the shock of the sea of dresses, Fong Mo saw that He-Chi had opened another door and walked through. She hurriedly followed, and her eyes brightened. What appeared before her was a foyer and a large living room that were completely identical to the previous ones except for the stark difference in decor style. The previous living room featured a minimalist design with snow-white walls and simple furniture exuding a sense of emotional detachment. In contrast, the current large living room was decorated in sweet candy colors with sofas, furniture, and chandeliers, all leaning towards a cute, dreamy style, creating an overall impression of an adorable young girl's room. While Fong Mo was mentally sketching the layout of this apartment, the entrance door suddenly beeped and then clicked open, revealing Jin Yushi entering. Seeing Fong Mo looking at her with confusion, Jin Yushi smiled and said, "Your things just arrived. I've placed them next door. Later you can go over to check if anything's missing, and your potted flowers are arranged in the bedroom." Fong Mo quickly thanked her while keenly catching the key phrase in Jin Yushi's words, "next door." She immediately understood the layout of this apartment. Strictly speaking, this shouldn't be considered one apartment, but rather two mirror image units. A hidden door had been opened in the wall between their cloakrooms, connecting the two apartments, which is why there were two identical foyers, living rooms, and cloakrooms. It stands to reason that the layout of the other rooms on both sides should be largely consistent. He-Chi picked up a photo frame from the TV cabinet opposite the sofa, glanced at it, then returned it to its place, casually mentioning to Fong Mo, "This apartment is usually used as a cloakroom by Zhao Yan. She occasionally stays here for a few days, and sometimes brings friends over to hang out." Fong Mo felt a string of question marks floating above her head. Is the boss being polite? A cloakroom worth tens of millions. While I was considering selling my house for my grandfather's surgery, your family uses tens of millions of mansions as cloakrooms. Right now, she desperately wanted to hang the person who just spoke on a lamppost. He-Chi ignored Fong Mo's incredulous expression and pointed to the entrance door to talk business. "From now on, only Zhao Yan can enter and exit through this door." He then pointed to the next door. "Only Fong Mo can enter and exit through the entrance door next door. Do you understand what I mean?" Looking at He-Chi then at the entrance door and cloakroom, Fong Mo pondered for a moment and understood his meaning. These two apartments are connected, so as long as I enter from this side as Zhao Yan and leave from the other side as myself, it achieves the identity switch. The reverse is also true. Fong Mo expressed her understanding, and He-Chi nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad today, or I thought it would take you 3 to 5 minutes to grasp my meaning with your intelligence." Fong Mo immediately felt displeased. "I apologize for my low intelligence to you. You meticulously arranged this identity switch, spending several million to buy the next door. You are indeed much smarter than me." He-Chi looked at Fong Mo with a sympathetic gaze. "That's why I say you're both poor and foolish." Fong Mo's face darkened. "Mister, he's saying I'm poor is stating facts, but calling me foolish is a personal attack. Moreover, this has nothing to do with my poverty." He-Chi replied, "Who said the next door was bought specifically for you to switch identities? You see, you are so poor that you lack imagination about the world of the wealthy." Fong Mo questioned, "Then what?" The stark difference in decor styles between these two apartments. He-Chi replied, "This entire floor is under Zhao Yan's name. It's my wedding gift for her." He-Chi casually said, "I stayed in the next apartment for 2 days when it was first handed over. Since the view is no different from my office and my parents and grandfather are terrified of earthquakes, fearing that the building might collapse one day, I moved out." Fong Mo felt utterly speechless. She wanted to hang this person on a lamppost again, feeling he was insulting her as an ordinary working-class person. "You spent tens of millions on a house, then went through all the trouble to decorate it only to live there for 2 days. He-Chi looked at Fong Mo as if she were a fool. "You're the silly one, not me. Why would I spend tens of millions on such a thing? The entire building was constructed by my family's real estate company." He-Chi began to boast proudly. "Speaking of which, this idea was mine. Hey little sister, do you want to know how much profit I made when I speculated on this building, including selling the surrounding commercial areas? It would shock you." "I don't want to," Fong Mo exclaimed, covering her ears. She didn't want to hear about it. After being stimulated by Hichi every day, Fong Yemo felt that she would eventually come to hate this world. She didn't want to live in constant complaint about the unfairness of fate. Hichi circled around Fong Yemo, eager to share his business achievements, while Fong Yemo squealed and spun. Seeing Hichi behave like this, Jin Yushi sighed and sat down on the sofa. Hichi, can you stop messing around? We're all adults here. Her tone and demeanor resembled that of a weary mother. Fong Yemo noticed Jin Yushi and quickly hid beside her. Seeing the stiff look in Jin Yushi's eyes, Hichi reluctantly spread his hands. Look how much fun it is to tease her. It's more interesting than teasing Zhao Yan. I don't see the fun in it, Jin Yushi coldly replied. What you're doing is just flaunting wealth and seeking is that all? Hichi exclaimed in shock. I worked hard to earn so much money, isn't it for the sake of flaunting wealth? You actually say just. Boss, you have such a narrow perspective, Fong Yemo commented, clutching Jin Yushi's arm, hiding aside to criticize. With your wealth, shouldn't you say, I never liked money? Well, I'm not interested in it. Hichi looked at Fong Yemo with disdain, deeply gazing at her as he solemnly educated her. From my observation, those who claim they don't love money and aren't interested in it are either pretending or like you are fools. Before Hichi could finish his sentence, a cushion flew and hit his face, interrupting him. Lying on the 2-meter-wide bed, Fong Yemo flipped through a document sent by Hichi before his departure. This document was titled Fong Mo's Code of Conduct, outlining Hikai's requirements for Fong Yemo when acting in her own identity. Control the time spent outside in Fong Mo's identity, which should not exceed 5 hours a day. When going out as Fong Yemo, she must carry Hizoyan's phone to ensure she can handle emergencies at any time. When going out as Fong Yemo, she must not show her face and must disguise herself to create a noticeable difference from Hizoyan's image. Hizoyan's activity trajectory must be complete and coherent, so switching identities and changing outfits must in principle be conducted in this safe house. If an emergency identity swap is needed outside the safe house, it must be applied for with Hichi. When encountering acquaintances of Fong Yemo while acting as He Zhaoyan, she must pretend not to know them, and vice versa. Within a year, she is prohibited from taking recognizable photos with strangers in Fong Mo's identity. The identity used for travel must match the corresponding documents without mixing. She must not disclose any information about her current work to anyone. She had never considered using Hizoyan's identity for any unethical gain. If it weren't for Hichi writing it that way in the document, she wouldn't have thought of it at all. The big boss truly thinks of everything, but it's just unclear why he would hand over Hizoyan's documents to her knowing that she might misuse them. Thinking of this, Fong Yemo put down her phone and picked up Hizoyan's ID card to examine it closely. This was given to her by Hichi before he left, along with Hizoyan's passport and European visa. Looking at the smiling girl on the ID card, Fong Yemo couldn't resist taking out her own ID from behind the phone case to compare. Indeed, it seems that even when they were children, she and He Zhaoyan did not look too different. Hizoyan's ID was issued when she was 16 during her first year of high school, but her appearance was already indistinguishable from now. Fong Mo's ID showed her appearance when she was still a boy, looking basically the same as He Zhaoyan except for her medium-length hair, slightly darker skin compared to He Zhaoyan, and the baby fat on her face at that time. Although it was also an ID issued when she was 16, it could easily pass as a picture of He Zhaoyan when she was 13 or 14. It was truly extraordinary that such magical things exist in the world. After marveling at the wonders of the world, Fong Yemo got up, put away Hizoyan's ID along with the passport and European visa, and walked to the window to enjoy the view. Looking at the unique scenery outside the window, Fong Yemo thought how wonderful it would be if her grandfather and Yuan could also come here to experience it. Unfortunately, Hichi did not agree. While feeling regretful, Fong Yemo also felt sorry for the He family. 3 out of 5 members were afraid of earthquakes and did not dare to live in high-rise buildings. Despite being so wealthy, they could not enjoy such a beautiful house in view. Speaking of the He family's fear of high-rise buildings, it actually could be connected to Fong Yemo in some way. 19 years ago, an 8.0 magnitude earthquake struck Gon City adjacent to U City. Although U City also experienced building collapses, Gon City at the epicenter became a hell on earth. Hizoyan's parents personally experienced that earthquake. They were in Gon City at the time. The day before, his mother had just given birth to He Zhaoyan, and the next day Gon City was struck by the earthquake, leaving the 3 elders of the He family with a lasting trauma regarding high-rise buildings. The impact of that earthquake was greatest on his mother, as the devastation of the disaster had a profound effect on her. After coming out of the disaster area, she suffered from postpartum depression for a long time, almost crying every day while holding He Zhaoyan. For this reason, she gradually stopped participating in the management of the Xinfeng group and devoted herself entirely to taking care of He Zhaoyan. After He Zhaoyan grew a little older, his mother became involved in charity work, advocating for children's welfare for many years, transforming from a career-oriented strong woman into a philanthropic figure. Compared to the nationally renowned young entrepreneur, Hichi, Fong Yemo genuinely felt that his mother was the one truly deserving of respect, and she could empathize with her more. Because Fong Yemo also experienced that earthquake with her family being victims of it, Only her grandfather herself and Fong Yuan survived. Although Fong Mo was only 2 years old that year and had no memory of the earthquake and later moved to U City with her grandfather and Fong Yuan, every time she saw information about the earthquake in Gon City, she felt a deep sadness. That earthquake changed many people's lives and destroyed many families, including her own. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, experiencing the luxury of a wealthy person's scenic view, Fong Mo pulled her suitcase back to her bedroom and began to pack her things. Fong Mo had already vacated the semi-basement she was renting, and her belongings were packed by Jin Yushi at her request. After working in Huading for so many years, she didn't have much stuff, and her suitcase wasn't even full. After all, she came to Huading just to work and earn money, not to live, so she had always adhered to the principle of keep. She frequently changed rooms, making it easy to move with just one suitcase. She could just grab a suitcase and take the subway to move her home. Fong Mo rummaged through her suitcase for her clothes, found a t-shirt and a pair of long pants, and quickly changed after pulling the curtains closed. Although her body had changed significantly this month, fortunately, the men's t-shirt sizes were generally large, so she could still wear it despite her breast development. After changing back into her familiar clothes, Fong Mo felt much more at ease and grounded. Thinking of those various skirts in the neighbor's dressing room, she couldn't quite understand why Xiaoyan liked skirts so much. They were so light and airy, and if she wasn't careful, she could expose herself, but felt too insecure. Shaking her head, Fong Mo took her belongings out of the suitcase and quickly organized them, categorizing them neatly. After tossing the suitcase into the empty dressing room, it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was almost time for dinner. Fong Mo entered the kitchen, opened the large 4-door refrigerator, and was instantly delighted as she began to check the kitchen's storage cabinets one by one, smiling even more. The refrigerator was filled with ingredients, and the cabinets were stocked with pots, pans, cooking utensils, and seasonings. Such careful preparation must have been done by Sister Yushi in advance. Great. Since everything is complete, and today is a celebratory day for her discharge, she should make something delicious to reward herself. Looking through the frozen compartment at the bottom of the freezer, seeing the hard frozen pig's trotters in her hand, Fong Mo decided on tonight's menu. Trotter soup is delicious. As for controlling her figure, she could indulge a little today. After all, moreover, she was about to meet the old master of the He family. It was essential to have a full meal before undertaking significant matters. Determined, Fong Mo tied on an apron, pulled her hair up with a hair tie, and began to get busy. Soon the sound of the knife and cutting board under her delicate hands resonated like a musical instrument. The high-pressure cooker on the gas stove hissed, releasing white steam as the pressure valve spun around. The setting sun, reluctant to leave, cast the last few rays of light, illuminating the young girl's fair profile in the kitchen with a rosy glow. In that golden red light, the small beads of sweat on the girl's face sparkled, reflecting her earnest approach to life. The Maybach glided smoothly along the expressway of the West 4th Ring Road, with He-Chi in the passenger seat engaging in a rapid-fire QA with Fong Mo in the back seat. He-Chi, what does your grandfather do? Fong Mo, he is a retired professor of international relations at Yen University. He-Chi, what is your father's name? Fong Mo, He Hongjun. He-Chi, where does your family live? Fong Mo, 9th Building, Tanshi Yunjing Mansion, Wincy Road, Tingdong District, Huading City. He-Chi, how many children does Aunt Yen have? Fong Mo, for brother Xiao Wu, sister Xiao Wan, and you and me. He-Chi, what is Aunt Yen best at cooking? Fong Mo, Aunt Yen is good at all kinds of dishes, but Grandpa loves the Westlake vinegar fish she makes the most. He-Chi, how old is Xiao Wu? Fong Mo, half a year younger than you. He-Chi, how old is Xiao Wan? Fong Mo, 1 month older than me. He-Chi, why do we call Aunt Yen that? Fong Mo, because we have all been fed by Aunt Yen. He-Chi, why does Grandpa call Asta Big Yellow? Fong Mo, because it is yellow, of course. He-Chi, why can't Asta beat Beelzebub? Fong Mo, Asta is only 2 years old this year, so it can't beat 5-year-old Beelzebub. He-Chi, what dish are you best at cooking? Fong Mo, braised pork bones. She instinctively started to blurt it out, then suddenly realized it was wrong, quickly corrected herself. No, I never need to cook at home, I just need to eat. He-Chi shot her a glare, and seeing Fong Mo's guilty expression as she stuck out her tongue, he continued with the questions. He-Chi, what do you call Grandpa? Fong Mo, Yi. He-Chi, why? Fong Mo, from Chibi Marukakan. He-Chi, who gave you the name? Fong Mo, of course it was Grandpa. He-Chi, what is your favorite dish? Fong Mo, stir-fried river shrimp. He-Chi, if Aunt Yin makes stir-fried river shrimp, how will you deal with it? Fong Mo, 2 for Aunt Yin, 2 for Grandpa, and the rest are all mine. He-Chi, why? Fong Mo, because this dish is made for me. He-Chi, what gives you the right to say that? Fong Mo became more animated, even proudly crossing her arms. Humph. Because I am the cutest in the family and Grandpa loves me the most. He-Chi casually asked, so what did you eat last night? Fong Mo casually replied, pork trotter soup. He-Chi showed curiosity. Which takeout did you order from? Fong Mo quickly retorted, what takeout? Of course it was made by us. He-Chi frowned in confusion. Can that greasy food taste good? Fong Mo's eyes sparkled. With dipping sauce it tastes amazing. I even had 2 bowls of rice. Hey. He scowled. Did you forget that you can't consume so much fat and carbohydrates at night? Anyway, you weren't here. As she spoke halfway, Fong Mo quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had slipped up. Seeing the anger on Hikai's face, she pouted and blinked her eyes to feign innocence. Brother, Yin knows she was wrong. Please don't be mad at Yin, okay? He Xiaoyan, you can't always play dumb when you make mistakes. Hikai's emotional outburst was suddenly cut off, his face filled with horror as he stared at Fong Mo, who had unknowingly transformed into He Xiaoyan. The acting prowess was terrifying. He had almost mistaken this imposter for his real sister. The black Maybach stopped outside a quaint little courtyard by the Clearwater Lake. Clearwater Lake is far from Huading City, truly a rural area. The little courtyard before him was not much different from other farmhouses nearby, with brick walls, a black iron gate topped with spikes, a persimmon tree laden with fruit, and lush green bamboo, growing vigorously, while a plain 2-story white house could be seen peeking through the foliage. The car honked at the gate, and a burst of barking followed. Soon the barking subsided, and a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and curly hair appeared behind the gate. She squinted to get a better look at the car parked at the gate, and upon recognizing the Maybach's logo and license plate, a smile spread across her face. She hurriedly opened the gate to let the sedan into the courtyard. Once the car was parked in the courtyard and the engine was turned off, the back door opened first, and a figure joyfully jumped out of the car. When the middle-aged woman saw the person, her smile grew even wider. Aunt Yin. With a sweet and melodious call, He Xiaoyan had already dove into her embrace like a swallow returning to its nest. Aunt Yin reached out to touch the child's hair. Despite being a 19-year-old young adult, she still loved to act spoiled, as if she was trying her hardest to resist growing up. Let me see, it's been a few months. What new hairstyle has our Yin gotten? Aunt Yin said with a smile, gently resting her hands on the girl's shoulders, carefully admiring this child, who could be considered her granddaughter. How does it look? Is it pretty? He Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face slightly anxious but filled with anticipation. As she spoke, she wriggled out of Aunt Yan's hands and spun around in place. Today she was wearing a black spaghetti strap tulle dress, which made her fair skin appear luminous. The knee-length skirt flowed in layers, swaying gracefully, with her lively movements blooming like a flower. Beautiful, Aunt Yin answered without hesitation, her words full of affection. Our little fairy looks good in any hairstyle and outfit. The little fairy giggled adorably, allowing Aunt Yin to gently pinch her cheek. Suddenly a whimper from her feet startled the girl. The family's guard dog Big Yellow had somehow come to their side. It circled around the two of them twice before stopping a few steps away, letting out a series of unintelligible whimpers. Big Yellow's reaction was a bit unusual today. Normally, if it saw Xiaoyan, it would run up excitedly to sniff her and happily wag its tail against the little girl. But today it seemed somewhat distant. Aunt Yin understood people, but not dogs. Seeing Big Yellow's hesitation, she thought to herself that it must not recognize the little master since it hadn't seen Xiaoyan for a while. Looking at the golden dog not far away, Xiaoyan squatted down eagerly, waving her hand and softly calling, "Asta, come here to sister." Silly dog, you don't remember people. He, who had just gotten out of the car, walked over and pretended to kick the dog. In the moment He lifted his foot, the dog quickly dodged to stand beside Xiaoyan, barking at He. After barking a few times, it approached the girl, sniffed her, and then happily wagged its tail, as if confirming that she was a trusted acquaintance. Jin Yushi, who was taking things out from the trunk, saw this scene and walked over to He, teasing him softly. "Look at them now, look at you. How many people dislike dogs?" As she spoke, she stuffed everything into Hikai's arms and turned to close the trunk. Meanwhile, He Xiaoyan was hugging Big Yellow, who was licking her face, filled with joy, shouting to He, "Brother, look, Asta remembers me now." Seeing this scene, He was both surprised and irritated, muttering softly while holding the things, "What is this? Even the dog? Ugh, terrifying." Shaking his head, He then noticeably relaxed, turning to look at Aunt Yin, who was smiling at the little girl playing. "Aunt Yin, where's the old man?" He casually asked. "Oh, the old man is upstairs practicing calligraphy," Aunt Yin said, glancing at He, and seeing the pile of items in his arms, she hurriedly stepped forward to take them, chiding him. "You could have come without bringing so many things. The old man will scold you again when he sees them. Let him say what he wants. He can say whatever he wants. He's old enough to be easily fooled." He replied dismissively, "I'll bring even more next time." "What are you saying, you brat? The old man you speak of is old, but his ears aren't deaf." A booming reprimand came from the second-floor balcony. He quickly looked up and saw that an old man wearing a gray button-up shirt and with gray hair was standing on the balcony, one hand holding his reading glasses and the other wielding a large brush, glaring at He. Seeing his grandfather, He was momentarily stunned, then quickly put on a silly grin. "Oh, Grandpa is practicing calligraphy." "Practicing?" the old man replied irritably. "I can hear your broken horn from 800 miles away. What are you practicing? Disturbing my peace." "Grandpa, you've misunderstood me. Today this car was driven by Jin Yushi, and she honked the horn too." Hichi said, pointing his thumb at Jin Yushi, who had just taken down several backpacks from the car. Jin Yushi also noticed the old man emerging from the house and stood on the second-floor balcony, smiling gently at the old man. Hello, mister. I hope you are well. How has your health been lately? Upon seeing Jin Yushi, the old man's expression softened immediately. Good, very good. I've told you many times, don't just call me mister. It feels distant. Call me grandpa. This was Fang Mo's first visit to Elder He's residence. Yet she strode in with unwavering confidence, as if she could find the old man's study blindfolded. Her professionalism and meticulous preparation were undeniable, but much of her ease stemmed from Hichi, who had not only compiled exhaustive illustrated documentation, but even constructed a detailed 3D model of the house and its surrounding neighborhood, urging Fang Mo to immerse herself daily in its virtual layout. Though he could be insufferably sharp-tongued, his words laced with the acrid bite of cinnabar, he was without question impeccably reliable in execution, a true tycoon whose wit might falter, yet whose diligence never wavered. With such exhaustive preparation, Fang Mo moved through the house as though returning home, ascending directly to the second floor the moment she crossed the threshold, then locating Elder He's study with effortless precision. The elderly man sat immersed in calligraphy, brush dancing across paper with swift, masterful strokes, and as Fang Mo tiptoed silently behind him, he completed his final flourish. Rising onto her toes, she reached forward and gently covered the old man's eyes. Guess who I am. This playful ritual, irreplaceable, unskippable, was the cherished greeting between He Xiaoyan and her grandfather, observed without fail no matter the circumstance. Even knowing full well that her grandfather sensed her presence, Xiaoyan would still cover his eyes and adopt a deliberately exaggerated sing-song voice to prompt his guess. It was never truly about guessing. It was a theatrical entrance, a flourish of affection. Tada. Grandfather, your most treasured granddaughter Yin has arrived. As anticipated, the elder smiled warmly, swaying his head thoughtfully before chuckling. Has my little crybaby? Fang Mo snorted softly, releasing his eyes and feigning indignation. Grandfather, Yin hasn't been a crybaby for ages. Oh. His smile deepened. So cutting one's hair banishes tears. Without waiting for her reply, he gestured proudly toward the freshly inked characters on his desk. Come, Yin. Admire your grandfather's hand. Fang Mo blinked, then nestled close to Elder He, resting her chin lightly upon his shoulder as she gazed down at the writing desk before them. Judging by his calm, familiar response, he had not yet discerned that the girl before him was not his true granddaughter. Fang Mo's initial tension gradually eased, melting into quiet relief. The scholar's desk in Elder He's study was vast, strewn haphazardly with old newspapers and rice paper, each sheet densely covered in inked characters clearly used for daily practice. Atop this layered chaos lay a single pristine sheet of rice paper, neatly divided into two lines. The upper bore the characters Qinzi, the lower Xiaoyan. The ink on Xiaoyan remained fresh and glistening, evidently written only moments after their arrival. Elder He, formerly a professor of international relations at Yin University in the capital, had devoted himself to calligraphy after retirement. Xiaoyan too had studied it for several years. So Fang Mo had recently undergone an intensive crash course. She could not yet write with mastery, but she could now discern subtleties, reading meaning and nuance where once there had been only blank uncertainty. All four characters were rendered in running script, bearing faint echoes of Zhao Mengfu's style, yet softer, more refined, and far more liberated than typical Zhao imitations, already imbued with a distinct, unmistakable personal voice. Qinzi, Xiaoyan. Fang Mo murmured the characters aloud, then smiled warmly. Your brushwork has improved since last we met. This praise was neither hollow nor flattered. It rang true. His calligraphy was genuinely exceptional, soaring far beyond her own fledgling skill. Hearing his granddaughter's admiration, the elder beamed, stroking his sparse beard with evident pride, then thrust the brush into Fang Mo's hand. Now, Yin, write something yourself. Let us see how our talents compare. Though Elder He seemed playfully eager to measure their skills against one another, Fang Mo felt icy sweat prickle her spine. She could mimic Xiaoyan's mannerisms flawlessly, but calligraphy, that remained perilously out of reach. After decades of shared life, Elder He might well detect inconsistencies, not just in technique, but in the subtle, unconscious signatures of handwriting. Staring at the brush now pressed into her palm, and meeting the elder's expectant gaze, Fang Mo found no graceful escape. Xiaoyan, after all, would have leapt at the challenge with unrestrained delight the moment it was proposed. She cursed herself inwardly. How foolish to have rushed up alone. Had Hichi accompanied her, he might have deftly steered them away. Now panic surged, demanding immediate ingenuity. What could possibly save her? As she lingered, dipping the brush deep into ink and hesitating over the paper under Elder He's watchful gaze, Fang Mo faintly heard Aunt Yin call downstairs, go fetch them for watermelon, followed by rapid footsteps ascending the stairs. Her mind raced, then flashed with sudden inspiration. She steeled herself, let fate decide. Resolving inwardly, she centered her breath, gathered her focus, and struck the paper with decisive rhythmic strokes. A single perfectly balanced character, Yong, settled firmly beneath Xiaoyan. Lately she had practiced nothing else, it was the sole character she could render with credible fluency. Elder he raised a brow at the character, but said nothing, merely waiting patient and poised for her next stroke. Having completed, Yongfang Mo assumed the posture of thoughtful appraisal, though her ears were straining intently for the approaching footsteps. The moment those footsteps halted outside the study door, she instantly resumed the pretense of writing, praying fervently that events would unfold precisely as she'd foreseen, otherwise she would have no recourse but to feign cramp and resort to childish pleading. And indeed, as Fang Mo had calculated, the very instant the brush tip hovered above the paper, He-Chi's voice rang out from the doorway, "Grandfather. Yin, watermelon's ready." To Fang Mo that voice was salvation incarnate. A silent shuddering sigh escaped her, while her face froze in wide-eyed astonishment, then blossomed into radiant delight as she lifted the brush. Watermelon. Wonderful. With that, all interest in calligraphy vanished. She dashed off a few hasty childlike scribbles across the page, dropped the brush, and tugged Elder He eagerly toward the stairs, off to savor the sweet chilled fruit. "Grandfather, Yin wants watermelon," she cooed, clinging to his arm as they descended. "Writing is dull, and suddenly asking me to write after so long. My hand's gone stiff." "Umph, I noticed. You labored over that single yong for ages. Oh dear, you've seen right through me. School's exhausting, no time left for practice. But Yin will train diligently, regain her touch, and soon challenge you again." Listening to the exchange, He-Chi instantly grasped what had transpired. He slipped into the study and found the scroll on the desk, the very one Elder He and Fang Mo had just used. There in bold fluid strokes stood the four characters Qinsi and Xiaoyan, masterful, dynamic, exuding quiet authority. Beneath them sat the Yong, clean, upright, modest in strength, yet undeniably competent. Following it trailed several whimsical scribbled characters, childlike, spontaneous, forming the phrase Xiaoyan forever, grandfather, with an arrow piercing the heart-shaped radical in forever. He-Chi paused, staring at the still damp ink, then broke into quiet laughter. This girl is clever indeed, just like Xiaoyan herself. Yet his gaze lingered on Qinsi. Xiaoyan was clear, his sister's name, but Qinsi, what did it signify? Had grandfather risen early to witness sunrise? He rubbed his chin, lost in quiet contemplation. In the ground floor living room, a low wooden tea table held a neatly sliced watermelon. Beside it lay Hasta the yellow dog, her tail swishing like an electric fan. Hasta gazed longingly at the plate, yet she was a well-mannered dog. Even unwatched, she remained obediently still, saliva dripping in torrents. Fang Mo descended the stairs arm in arm with grandfather He. Seeing the scene, she burst into laughter. "Look, Grandpa, Da Huang is so well-behaved. She's starving yet holds herself back." Hasta had been purchased by He-Chi for grandfather He as a guard dog, 2 years earlier after thieves broke into the old man's home. The intruders, lacking discernment, stole little of value, but ruined several treasured calligraphy and ink paintings the elderly man prized most. Grandfather He raged at their ignorance. "How dare they vandalize my masterpieces? At least if they'd stolen them, I'd know my art was appreciated." He-Chi, deeply concerned by the break-in, upgraded security, and even proposed hiring 2 guards. Grandfather He dismissed the idea outright, sending his grandson packing with a sharp kick. Unconvinced, He-Chi bought the old man a dog instead, to stand watch over the courtyard. The pup's golden fur lent him a fierce, imposing air. He-Chi named him Hasta, a name both bold and resonant. Yet upon delivery, grandfather He paid no mind to Hasta Hamas or Haswell. With a sweeping gesture, he declared the dog simply Da Huang. To He-Chi, Da Huang sounded hopelessly rustic. The dog's coat was already earthy enough, saddling him with such a plain name would shame him before his canine peers. So He-Chi persisted in calling him Hasta, hence the dual names for one loyal hound. "Haha, little one, don't you realize who raised Da Huang?" Hearing Fang Mo praise the dog's disciplined grandfather, he swelled with pride. Not for the animal, but for himself, her compliment was truly an ode to his training prowess. Moved to show off, he stepped to the tea table, picked up a slice of watermelon, and waved it before Da Huang. The dog surged upright, tail whipping with ecstatic fervor. "Grandfather," he then tossed the slice through the open front door. Though eager, Da Huang stayed seated, eyes locked on her master, until he commanded, "Go." With a soft whine, she shot forth like lightning. She devoured the crimson flesh in a whirlwind, then retrieved the rind, and deposited it neatly into the courtyard's trash bin. Fang Mo had heard tales of grandfather He's uncanny skill with dogs, but a canine that understood watermelon rinds were inedible and voluntarily disposed of them. Her pupils contracted in stunned disbelief. She recalled a retired police dog featured on short video platforms, trained to open doors, fetch parcels, even deceive parents for children. Da Huang, with just a few more years' refinement, might rival him. Just then He-Chi descended the stairs, pulled up a woven bamboo stool, and sat beside the tea table, grabbing a watermelon slice and eating without ceremony. Noticing Fang Mo and grandfather He still standing, he urged, "Go ahead, eat. Standing there makes me awkward." "Brother, really? You should let grandpa eat first." Fong Mo gently chided him, guiding grandfather he to sit, then selecting a perfectly shaped slice from the plate. Hearing Yin Mama's and Jin Yushi's voices drift from the kitchen, Fong Mo asked He-Chi, "Have Yin Mama and Sister Yushi eaten yet?" He-Chi froze mid-bite. "No, not yet." "Then I'll take some to them." Watching his beloved granddaughter hurry toward the kitchen, grandfather, he lost all appetite. He placed his slice on the table and tapped He-Chi's foot sharply with his cane. "TSK, what's this for, Grandpa? Just let me eat in peace." He-Chi grumbled, glancing askance at his, "Look at you. 30-something yet less perceptive than a girl half your age." "Grandfather," he scolded in a hushed, stern voice. "Oh, spare me. Half-grown girl. She's 19, legally adult. Next year she could marry." He-Chi muttered, "We're family. Plenty left for Yin Mama and Jin Yushi. In social grace alone, Yin Yin already outshines you. Tell me honestly, when was the last time you visited me first? Are you even my eldest grandson? Empty formalities. Family doesn't need those. I'm working hard to support you in retirement. My heart's exhausted. I simply can't keep up with such niceties. I don't know how Hong Jun raised you. How did you become so obsessed with money?" "Grandfather," he lamented strict. He-Chi tossed his half-eaten rind into the bin, pulled a tissue from the box, and wiped his mouth, then turned wide-eyed. "What do you mean obsessed? Money is glorious. My dream, to drown in an ocean of wealth." His expression mirrored his grandfather's, identical in every defiant line. His words left grandfather he speechless. They stared, eyes locked, until the old man raised his cane to strike. He-Chi scrambled away, shouting, "Grandpa, I'm 35, CEO of a major firm. I have dignity." Grandfather, he dropped the cane with a huff, glaring. "Enough nonsense. You haven't visited in ages, so what brings you here today?" He-Chi blinked, lips twitching. "What are you talking about? I didn't catch that." "Still pretending?" "Grandfather," he scoffed. "You announced in early August that Yin Yin would teach in rural areas. Do you think I'm easily fooled? Summer teaching assignments end by late July. Your story collapses under scrutiny. It might fool your parents, but not me. All right, fine. You've seen through us. Yes, Yin Yin never went teaching. We lied." As he spoke, Fong Mo returned bearing the watermelon platter, now noticeably lighter. Spotting her, He-Chi waved urgently. "Come here. You explain your mess to Grandpa. I can't cover it anymore." Fong Mo glanced between He-Chi and grandfather He, who watched her keenly, and instantly grasped the situation. She set the platter down and nestled beside grandfather, he slipping her arm around his. "You already know? You told me nothing." "I know nothing," he replied, face stern. "About the teaching assignment?" "Moi." He offered no confirmation, but his gaze and He-Chi's subtle glance confirmed Fong Mo had struck the right chord. "Oh, Grandpa." She blinked, eyes dewy. "I'm sorry. Yin Yin didn't go teaching anywhere. She had an accident last month, spent time in hospital, and just got discharged, so she came straight to see you." "An accident?" Grandfather, he sat bolt upright, gripping Fong Mo's arms, scanning her anxiously. "Where were you hurt?" "Just a few broken ribs, but I'm perfectly fine now, truly." To prove it, she started to rise, only for grandfather he to grip her wrist firmly. "Broken ribs are not fine. Bones take 100 days to heal. Don't move recklessly." Rare gravity hardened his features. "Now tell me, exactly what happened." Fong Mo recounted the incident, every detail carefully rehearsed beforehand. She casually showed him a few photos of the crash site, selected for their mildness, avoiding graphic severity. Grandfather, his face darkened. After viewing the images, his voice lowered sharp with reprimand. "Why wasn't I told immediately?" "Well, look, I'm healthy now telling you here, and you're already frantic. If you'd seen me better than you'd have suffered a heart attack." Yin Yin feared exactly that. She cried in pain for days, and how could she burden you and Mama? Her words softened his scowl into tender concern. "So, you and your brother plan to stay silent unless I asked?" "Better fewer complications than more," she teased, tongue playfully darting out. Who knew Grandpa's insight was so piercing? "Since you saw through us so quickly, why wait until today to ask?" "I assumed it was childish mischief. Never imagined you'd conceal something so grave. You were right not to tell Hong Jun and Xiaoyan, but hiding it from me. Unforgivable. We worried you'd accidentally slip up." He-Chi murmured. "Nonsense. Do you think my lips are loose?" Grandfather, he slammed his cane, bristling. Fine, you're discreet. But consider your age, and your health isn't stronger than Mama's. If this news gave you a stroke, Dad would beat me senseless. Your cane only frightens me, his belt leaves scars." "Oh, so you want my cane across your back?" No. Grandpa, you're 7 typeless, and I'm a robust 35. If I sprint, your aging knees won't catch me, and you'll throw out your lower back." Fong Mo stifled laughter. He-Chi's wit flowed freely even before elders. She interjected, pleading softly, "Grandpa, please, don't tell Papa and Mama about Yin Yan's accident. Not until Mama recovers, at least." His heart melted at her vulnerable, beseeching gaze. He pinched her cheek and nodded without hesitation, agreed. "I'll be your ally." Relief washed over Fong Mo and He-Chi, until grandfather he's tone sharpened. "But henceforth, no more secrets from me." "Understood." They exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. If he knew the truth, that the real He Xiaoyan was gone, what would he do? Fang Yimou wondered silently. So far He Kai's plan has been executed quite smoothly. Though there were some minor setbacks, he has managed to navigate through without significant danger. Before coming to Old Man, He Chi had already made some plans. When He Xiaoyan had just been in a car accident, the situation was too urgent, and he hastily found a reason to deal with his family, claiming that He Xiaoyan had gone to teach in a poor area. The idea of teaching was something He Xiaoyan had mentioned the day before the accident during a casual chat with He Chi. She said that every summer the school would recruit volunteers to go to impoverished mountainous areas for short-term teaching, and she wanted to participate in the teaching activities next summer to experience life. After the accident, He Chi was at a loss on how to handle his family. Remembering that his sister had casually mentioned this during their chat the night before, he used that as an excuse, saying that He Xiaoyan had gone to teach. Looking back, he realized that this lie had many flaws and could easily be uncovered, especially in front of After all, Old Man, he had spent many years in university. He would have a general idea of when schools organize volunteer recruitment and when they set off. Even if he wasn't completely clear on the details, he would definitely have some understanding. So rather than stubbornly holding on to a lie full of holes in front of him, it would be better for He Chi to voluntarily expose it and give the old man a more logically coherent lie. Of course, it couldn't be considered a complete lie aside from the fact that the current He Xiaoyan is an imposter, while the real He Xiaoyan remains in a coma. The accident, injuries, and hospitalization are all true events, with hospital records, medical files, and eyewitness accounts, now almost seamless. As it turns out, everything unfolded just as He Chi had anticipated. Old Man, he had long seen through the supposed teaching excuse as a deception. Upon hearing his granddaughter admit that she had actually been in a car accident, but had fabricated a clumsy lie about teaching to avoid worrying the family, the old man believed her entirely, not probing any further nor considering that the granddaughter before him had actually been replaced. Fang Yimou now resembled He Xiaoyan almost perfectly, and with Fang Mo's superb acting skills combined with He Kai's cooperation, even the most experienced old man wouldn't think to suspect anything amiss. He Chi was very satisfied with the current situation. It was as if he had brought the old man onto the same boat. With Old Man he's backing, they could continue to use the so-called teaching excuse to deceive He Dad and He Mom, perfectly deceiving both sides. Thus, with He Dad and He Mom, He Chi had two safety valves. Even if one day they discovered the teaching story was a complete lie, there would be another, even harder to uncover lie waiting for them. He Chi was rowing with effort, glancing at Fang Yimou sitting opposite him, and he began to drift into a trance. The girl before him wore a large straw hat borrowed from her grandfather's house and oversized rubber boots, diligently applying sunscreen to her arms, neck, and face. This scene was one He Chi had experienced countless times. Every summer, He Chi would occasionally bring his sister to see Old Man. After lunch, playful Xiaoyan would insist on dragging him to Qingshui Lake to row boats, pick lotus seeds, and gather water chestnuts. Because she was too weak to row the boat and feared falling into the water, she needed her older brother to keep an eye on her in case she fell in. If it weren't for that accident, the girl sitting opposite him should be the real He Xiaoyan. Even knowing that the person before him was an imposter, He Chi found it hard to distinguish between the two. He even had the illusion that his sister's car accident and coma was just a dream he had, that she had always been fine. Can someone's acting skills really be this superb? He Chi wondered to himself. She wasn't even a professional actress, just someone who had taken a crash course with a fallen star for a couple of days, and yet she could embody Zoyan's character so well. Could she be a natural talent for acting? He Chi stared blankly at Fang Yimou, who noticed his dazed expression and asked, "Boss, what's wrong? Did you drink too much at lunch? Should we head back?" During lunch, He Chi had gotten Old Man to drink some, and the old man had fallen asleep after drinking a bit too much. He Chi had drunk even more than the old man, but after resting for a while he came back around 3 o'clock as originally planned to accompany He Xiaoyan in rowing and gathering water chestnuts. On one hand, to maintain the illusion that He Xiaoyan was still the same, and on the other hand, as the director, He Chi needed some space to communicate privately with the lead. Rowing was a perfect compromise. "Humph," He Chi scoffed, "you underestimate me. I can drink a bottle of white liquor and still handle a case of beer. This is just the beginning." As He Chi spoke, seemingly to prove his point, he began to row harder, causing the small boat to surge forward towards the center of the lake, but the increasingly violent rocking of the boat made Fang Yimou hurriedly grip the side. Seeing Fang Mo's pale face, He Chi laughed. "Hey, you little brat, you're so good at acting. Once we're done with this job, I'll find a production crew for you and help you debut." Upon hearing the term little brat, Fang Yimou rolled her eyes. Without hesitation, she shook her head. "Please don't make fun of me. If I had to act in front of so many people, I'd be shaking all over." After a pause, she fell into contemplation, and after a moment she added, "Moreover, I know very well that if I had to act as someone else, I really wouldn't do well." He Chi raised an eyebrow. "Such humility. I'm not as confident as you are. It's a bit mystical to say, but every time I immerse myself in the role of Xiaoyan, I feel like I am her. I clearly know how to behave in various situations, so most of the time I'm not really acting, I'm just following my instincts like a conditioned reflex, you know." Fang Yimou smiled. When I immerse myself, I feel like you are my real brother, and old man, he is my real grandfather. Don't say that. Hichi rode while gazing intently at Fang Mo's face. If I didn't know you were 2 years older than Zhao Yan and had that illness, I might just want to take you for a paternity test to see if you are Zoyan's long-lost twin sister. Twins are rare, and your illness is also rare. It's even rarer for a pair of twins to be separated at birth in real life. I think the odds of encountering these 3 low-probability events are lower than winning the lottery. Upon hearing Hichi mention her illness, Fang Mo's expression darkened, but she still pretended to be unconcerned, jokingly saying, "Boss, will you really arrange for me to have surgery to change back in a year? You won't abandon me after I'm no longer useful, will you? If you do, just give me a heads up so I can find a hospital myself." Hearing Fang Mo say this, Hichi instantly grew unhappy. "I've already transferred 5 million into your account. Is one surgery too much to ask? It's just a matter of a word at my family's hospital." Hichi looked Fang Mo up and down with a grin. "I'm just afraid that you won't want to be a man anymore by then. Just think about it. Even if you undergo surgery, it's still fake. Your body didn't originally have that function, and once it's cut off, even if you try to become a man again and look presentable, you'll lose a significant joy of being human." Fang Mo was left speechless, muttering vulgar. Thankfully, after spending so long together, if it had been a month ago, she would have already kicked him off the boat. Hichi rode vigorously, but his mouth didn't stop. "Just think, what if in the coming year a bunch of guys pursue you? With such high levels of male hormones, can you handle it? Hey, don't look at me like that. If you doubt me, you're doubting my sister's charm as well. Let me tell you, my sister has at least a whole reinforced company of admirers." "I want like men," Fang Mo retorted fiercely, her answer resolute. Even if a whole reinforced company of men pursued her, she would steer clear of them. Hichi dismissed it as nonsense. "You lived as a man before and haven't interacted with men as a woman. You can still say that now. But give it some time. When those smooth-talking little brats start bombarding you with gifts, love letters, and sweet nothings every day, I don't believe you'll still say that then. Let's wait and see. If I ever like a man, I'll take your surname." Hichi laughed heartily. "You said it. You've already taken my surname once. I'm curious how many times you'll take it in this lifetime, ha. You're truly an ignorant little brat. You don't know how powerful hormones can be." "Bossy, can we talk about serious matters?" Fang Mo said, exasperated, looking at Hichi. Hichi, feeling tired from rowing, glanced around and noticed they were already a good distance from the shore, surrounded by a number of green floating leaves, and then he dropped the oar. "I am the boss. Whatever I say is the serious matter," Hichi replied as he picked up a large net from the boat and scooped it into the water a couple of times, pulling up a big bundle of water chestnut stems. He nodded, saying, "This will do, let's get to work." As he spoke, he tossed the net to Fang Mo while he picked up his fishing rod, opened the bait jar, and prepared to fish, leaving Fang Mo dumbfounded. "What are you daydreaming about? They'll fish, and you go for the water chestnuts." Hichi pointed behind Fang Mo and then poked at his own back, saying, "Be a bit quieter, don't scare the fish away. Whether we get to eat West Lake vinegar fish tonight depends entirely on me." Fang Mo pouted. "Do you have any gentlemanly demeanor? I want to fish. I've never fished before." Hichi chuckled, "Just obediently gather them. Zhao Yan loves collecting water chestnuts the most. Right now you are her, and you need to learn to love what she loves. Besides, aren't you a gentleman?" Fang Mo was left speechless by Hikai's words, feeling as though she had been hit by a boomerang. "Fine, I'll gather," she said angrily, and began to scoop up the water chestnuts with the net. "Be gentle. If you capsize the boat, we won't have anything to eat tonight." Fang Mo was gathering water chestnuts for the first time. Born in Gon City and raised in Rain City, she had never lived near large rivers or lakes, and had never stayed in the countryside growing up. Consequently, she was quite clumsy, her small hands occasionally getting pricked by the sharp water chestnuts, causing her to cry out in pain. It wasn't until Hichi gestured at her feet that she saw a pair of protective gloves on the boat. Blushing, she hurriedly put them on, and then she slowly became more adept. The two siblings navigated the small boat, with Fang Mo gathering water chestnuts while Hichi fished and watched her antics. However, after a short while, the situation reversed. Fang Mo's movements became increasingly skilled, and the basket filled with water chestnuts grew heavier, while Hichi had caught nothing at all, his expression darkening. "It must be your movements that scared the fish away." Hichi blamed Fang Mo. Fang Mo replied with a cold smile, "Bossy, take a look at where your fishing float is, and then at where we are." Hichi cleared his throat and began to change the subject. "Enough of the chit-chat. You performed quite clever today, so you should have passed grandfather's test, but don't let your guard down." Hearing Hichi discuss serious matters, Fang Mo immediately focused her attention. "Actually, I wasn't too worried about grandfather from the start. He's an intellectual." Hichi continued, "His thinking is logical. As long as the lies fit his logic, it will be easy to deceive him. What I'm more worried about are Hastur and Beelzebub." Fang Mo was taken aback by Hikai's words, unable to comprehend. Hastur was the big yellow dog, and Beelzebub was a black cat. That cat was 5 years old this year. Zhao Yan had started raising it when she was in middle school, keeping it for over 3 years. After entering high school, she became too busy to care for it, so she sent it to old Mr. He providing company for the puppy Haster at the time. Upon arriving at old Mr. He's today, Haster immediately came over, and with Hikai's teasing assistance began to play excitedly with Fong Mo. However, the cat hardly showed itself, and had no interactions with Fong Mo. The only time she caught a glimpse of that little creature was when it was hiding far away in the shadows observing her. I don't know if that foolish dog Haster has a problem with his nose, he didn't even realize you're not Zhao Yan. But looking at it now, it's still a good thing. Hichi said with some concern. Now the only issue left is Beelzebub. Zhao Yan has raised it for 3 years. If it doesn't show up in the next few days, that would be best. But if it comes out, and you don't play with it, that would be a bit difficult to explain. But if you do play with it, that grandson will definitely scratch you, and that will be troubling. Hichi couldn't help but grit his teeth as he said this. That grandson doesn't recognize anyone except Zhao Yan. Getting scratched by it hurts. Fong Mo felt her heart tighten at Hikai's words and nervously asked, what should I do? Pretend to call it. If it doesn't come out, that would be best, but if that grandson comes out, don't be too proactive in trying to tease it, and definitely don't think about hugging it. You can say you think it's dirty now. Maybe, just maybe, that won't raise suspicion from grandfather and Yenma. Right. But if you try to tease it and get scratched, grandfather and Yenma will surely start to suspect. Fong Mo pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The cats in the village wander around everywhere. Zhao Yan wouldn't touch it if it's not clean, which fits her character, and shouldn't raise any suspicion. Got it, don't worry, boss. Fong Mo said, giving Hichi an okay gesture, and asked, is there anything else to instruct? Go to bed early today to reduce time spent with grandfather. Fong Mo nodded repeatedly, happy to comply. After all, the more one says, the more mistakes can be made. There's nothing else for now. You performed well today, I'll keep it up, and I'll strive to give you a score of 5 for the year-end performance. Fong Mo was puzzled. I worked so hard for only a score of 5. I'm not even asking you for a year-end bonus, and you're being so stingy with the scores. Hikai's face darkened. A score of 5 at Xin Fong is already a perfect score. Oh, okay, boss is generous. Just as Fong Mo was giving a thumbs up, suddenly the fishing float in the distance moved, causing the fishing rod to nod. Hichi was overjoyed. After such a long time, he finally had a silly fish on the line. He quickly raised his hand to signal Fong Mo to be quiet. Fong Mo hurriedly shut her mouth, and the net she had just extended was quickly pulled back. Hichi waited cautiously for a long time, but the fishing float ceased to show any movement. He frowned and reeled in the hook, only to find that most of the worm on the hook had been eaten, leaving only a small piece of flesh. Hikai's expression darkened instantly. Fong Mo couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? If you're so capable, you do it. Hichi retorted angrily. Fong Mo quickly stifled her laughter and refused with righteous indignation. I can't do it. The fish in this lake are too clever and clumsy, and I can't outsmart them. You're their match. It has to be you. As she spoke, she extended the net into the lake and scooped at a dark shadow in the water. Upon feeling a heavy tug on the rod, she exclaimed and pulled the net back. To her surprise, the net violently shook in midair, splashing water all over her face. Confused, she looked in and was stunned to see a large catfish struggling fiercely, just a bit shorter than her forearm. Hichi stared at the thrashing catfish, his jaw dropping. It was as if the fish was deliberately slapping him in the face. This was a life-threatening slap. Boss, what do we do? What do we do? It's so strong, I can't hold on to it. The fish in the net struggled more violently, and Fong Mo was momentarily at a loss, only able to shout in panic. Hurry! Throw the net into the boat, and come over here, don't let it jump out. Hichi hurriedly instructed. Compared to his momentary pride, grandfather's dish was far more important. Westlake vinegar fish is made with catfish, which tastes exquisite. Fong Mo quickly complied, handing the fish and net to Hichi, but just as Hichi reached out to grab it, the fish jumped out of the net, landing in the boat, and began thrashing vigorously, seemingly about to jump back into the lake. Boss, quick, catch it, it's going to get away. Fong Mo stood up in a panic, wanting to help Hichi. Let me do it. Hichi waved his hand, rolled up his sleeves, and began to engage in battle with the catfish. The man and the fish had a fierce struggle, and the small boat rocked left and right in the shimmering waves. Hichi was so focused that he didn't notice Fong Mo's startled exclamation, followed by the sound of a splash. When Hichi finally subdued the catfish with the fish hammer, he looked up, but Fong Mo was nowhere to be seen. Fong Xiaomo. Hichi looked around in confusion, as she was not on the boat. Where is she? Hichi leaned over the boat, and when he saw the ripples still not settling in the net and straw hat floating on the water, he couldn't help but frown, a ridiculous thought crossing his mind. This girl is too greedy, one fish isn't enough, and she wants to dive down for another. But when he saw a stream of bubbles rising from the bottom of the water, Hichi suddenly realized. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. He tossed the fish aside and dove straight into the water. His real sister was now unconscious. This fake sister couldn't afford to have any more problems. The small boat slowly docked at the lakeside pier, and Jin Yushi looked at Hichi and Fong Mo, drenched like drowned rats, with a puzzled expression. How did you fall into the water? She asked. Despite being soaked, the handsome pair of siblings did not appear particularly disheveled. One's white shirt clung tightly to his strong physique, while the other, looking like a little mermaid just out of the water, exuded an enchanting aura of moisture, captivating and pitiful. Hichi secured the boat, jumped down, while holding a large green fish, a fishing rod, and a bait bucket. His face was stern with a slight flush on his right cheek. Fong Mo cautiously followed him down, one hand carrying a plastic basket containing water chestnuts, and the other holding a large net, her expression equally displeased. The two drenched siblings walked home like two mutes, neither of them responding to Jin Yushi's earlier question. Jin Yushi paused for a moment and hurried after them. She wanted to take the half-filled plastic basket from Fong Mo's hands, but Fong Mo smiled awkwardly and refused. The strange atmosphere between the two left Jin Yushi feeling confused, and she couldn't help but ask Fong Mo, "What's wrong with you two?" Fong Mo bit her lip, glancing at Jin Yushi, and then at Hichi, walking ahead, hesitating for a long time, but ultimately not saying anything. Seeing that she couldn't pry anything out of this shy girl, Jin Yushi quickened her pace to catch up with the large "Did you bully Xiaomo?" Before Jin Yushi could finish her sentence, Hichi exploded like a firecracker. "I bullied her. How novel. Look at my face. This slap is on my face, not hers." Hikai's eyes were filled with resentment as he turned back to glare at Fong Mo. "I saved her life, and this ungrateful girl gives me a hard slap." Jin Yushi glanced at the displeased Hichi and then at the embarrassed Fong Mo, narrowing her eyes. "How did you save her?" "She fell into the water with a splash, and I struggled to fish her out. She choked on some water, and then I—" "Stop talking." Fong Mo, who was trailing behind, yelled, rushing up to interrupt Hichi. "Hitting you was my fault. I was scared at that moment. Do I apologize? Please just stop." She bowed and apologized repeatedly, looking at Hichi with a flushed face and a pitiful expression. Hearing this, Hikai's expression softened a bit, and he grunted in acceptance of the apology. "I am your brother now. A young girl like you shouldn't have such twisted thoughts all the time." After sternly admonishing Fong Mo, Hichi turned leisurely and continued walking home. Listening to their conversation, Jin Yushi began to piece together what had transpired between the two. She looked curiously at Hikai's back, and then at the dejected Fong Mo, gently patting her on the back. Fong Mo raised her head to look at her, her eyes shimmering with tears. Seeing her reaction, Jin Yushi raised her hand to cover her lips, but couldn't hide the smile at the corners of her eyes. "Xiao Mo is indeed pure-hearted. That was just first aid, it doesn't count. Your is still there." Upon hearing this, Fong Mo's cheeks flushed again, and even the tips of her ears turned as red as a hot iron. She quickly looked down and chased after Hichi. Soon the three returned to Old Master He's small courtyard. After Hichi fished Fong Mo out of the water, he received a slap from her, and upon returning home, he was almost beaten by his grandfather. "Grandpa, you can't do this. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have any fish to eat tonight." Hichi dashed into the yard from the house, nearly climbing up the wall. "I told you to take good care of your sister, and this is how you do it." Old Master He stood at the door of the living room, fuming. "You heard her as she just got out of the hospital and isn't fully recovered, and you let her fall into the water." "Grandpa, please don't be angry. It was Yan Yan's own fault, but it has nothing to do with her brother. Besides, isn't you?" Fong Mo clung tightly to the old man's arm, helplessly trying to reason with him. Just after she had changed into dry clothes, she heard a commotion downstairs. Without even drying her hair, she rushed down and saw this scene. Looking at Old Master He's fierce expression, Fong Mo thought to herself that if he knew Yan Yan's true situation, he might have a heart attack, but would still definitely give Hichi a good beating. With her precious little sweetheart coaxing him, Old Master He's anger gradually subsided. He waved his cane at Hichi, who was squatting in the yard, and then turned to go back inside. "Li Juan, hurry and make a pot of ginger and cola for these two unfortunate children. Don't let them catch a cold." As he walked, Old Master He called to Aunt Yin, who was busy in the kitchen. A moment later, Fong Mo and Hichi were served steaming ginger cola. After downing 2 bowls, Fong Mo, who had fallen into the lake and been in wet clothes for quite a while, felt warmth rising inside her, and her whole body felt extremely comfortable. If it weren't for dinner being served soon, and Hichi giving her a warning look, she could have had a couple more bowls. Dinner was especially lavish, with Aunt Yin cooking and Jin Yushi helping out. They prepared a large table full of dishes. The big green fish Hichi actually Fong Mo caught was naturally made into a plate of West Lake vinegar fish, while the water chestnuts picked by Fong Mo were made into 2 dishes, one stir-fried, and the other a water chestnut and lotus root rib soup. Yan Yan's favorite oil-fried river shrimp was of course essential. As everyone sat down to eat, Old Master He took the plate of oil-fried river shrimp, put 2 on his own plate, then asked Aunt Yin and Jin Yushi to take a few each, and finally had Hichi place the plate directly in front of Fong Mo. "I didn't do it," Hichi exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Ask your sister if she'll give you some." Old Master He snapped, then rapped the table, signaling Hichi to pour him some wine. "Still drinking?" Hichi was speechless and had no choice but to go get the wine to pour for Old Master He. "I see you've been drinking nonstop since retirement." Seeing that Hichi did not bring himself a wine glass, old master, he frowned. You're leaving tomorrow, and you want me to drink alone tonight? I still have to drive. Hichi looked pained. What does drinking tonight have to do with driving tomorrow? Besides, I see Xiaoyu is driving just fine now. Alright, I'll drink. You're the boss here, what you say goes. Hichi had no choice but to obediently fill a glass and drink with old master He. Seeing this situation, Fong Mo felt delighted. Without Hichi watching her, she could indulge a little. Aunt Yan's oil-fried river shrimp was truly delicious, fragrant, and flavorful. Fong Mo barely touched the other dishes, focusing solely on the shrimp. The shrimp shells in front of her quickly piled up like a small mountain. She didn't even need to pretend. Seeing Aunt Yan looking at her with a smile, Fong Mo felt a bit shy, and her movements unconsciously slowed down. Just then a tickling sensation at her feet caught her attention, accompanied by a fuzzy touch. Fong Mo hurriedly looked down, only to meet a pair of floating blue eyes, instantly sending shivers down. Suddenly looking over, a pair of seemingly glowing blue eyes floated in the darkness, which was rather frightening, and Fong Mo was startled. In old master He's restaurant, there was only a yellow lamp hanging above the dining table, casting no light under the table. Fong Mo glanced down, and could only see the two glowing blue eyes. Once she calmed down, and let her eyes adjust to the darkness under the table, she realized it was not a supernatural phenomenon, but a completely black cat rubbing against her calf. The cat's fur was sleek and black, with only the hair inside its ears, its eyebrows and whiskers being white, and its pair of azure eyes were wide open. Fong Mo recognized that this was Hebei Yan's pet cat Bike Sibo, and she immediately felt a bit nervous. She recalled what Hichi had specifically instructed during the day on the boat. This cat only recognized He Xiaoyan, and anyone else who tried to touch it would definitely be scratched. Fong Mo decided to pretend not to see it, and continued eating shrimp. What's wrong, Yin Yin? Aunt Yin noticed Fong Mo peering under the table, and asked. Fong Mo quickly smiled. It's nothing. Bike Sibo is by my feet, probably smelling the shrimp, and coming for food. I hadn't seen it all day, and thought it didn't recognize me anymore. As she spoke, she mustered the courage to greet the cat under the table. Bike Sibo, if you're bored, you can go home now. Meow. The little cat looked up at Fong Mo, and meowed softly, its voice sounding delicate and sweet, making Fong Mo's heart melt. She wished she could immediately hug this adorable little creature. Who wouldn't like such a cute cat? However, Fong Mo remembered Hikai's warning and did not reach out to touch the cat. Instead, she spoke softly to it, as if coaxing a child. Sister is eating. Let's peel some shrimp for you after I finish, okay? Meow. The little cat meowed again. Then before Fong Mo could react, it leaped directly onto her lap. Fong Mo was completely stunned. Hichi only told her not to actively tease the cat, but he didn't mention what to do if the cat jumped onto her lap. Fong Mo held her chopsticks, looking at the black cat standing on her legs, curiously peeking at the dining table, feeling a bit at a loss. She could only smile wryly at the cat, saying, Get down, Bike Sibo, everyone is eating, don't cause trouble. However, Aunt Yin seemed unbothered by this, and quickly got up to go to the kitchen, soon bringing a bowl of fresh water and placing it beside Fong Mo. If it wants shrimp, just give it some. As long as it doesn't get on the table, it's fine. Old master He, who had already turned slightly red, caught sight of this scene, and casually said to Fong Mo, then continued his conversation with Hichi and Jin Yushi, discussing business operations and some principles of dealing with people, occasionally urging them to settle down on important life matters. Fong Mo could only grit her teeth and peel the shrimp. She rinsed the peeled shrimp in clean water, cautiously attempting to feed the cat. The cat sniffed at the shrimp and then began to nibble, without hesitation, quickly devouring a large piece of shrimp. It didn't scratch me. It ate the food I offered it. Fong Mo was both surprised and delighted, realizing that Hichi's information was inaccurate. Bike Sibo looked at Fong Mo with clear and innocent eyes, then glanced at the plate of shrimp and meowed again. Understanding that the little cat wanted more, Fong Mo felt relieved and grew fonder of this furry little cutie, thus cheerfully continued peeling shrimp. Cats digest differently from humans. They shouldn't eat too oily or salty food, and common seasonings are too stimulating for them. Therefore, the peeled shrimp had to be rinsed clean with water before being fed to Bike Sibo, and it shouldn't be overfed. After feeding the cat 3 pieces of shrimp in a row, Fong Mo stopped. Although the little cat seemed to want more, seeing that Fong Mo had no intention of giving more, it appeared to understand it couldn't eat too much. It licked its fur, then rhythmically kneaded Fong Mo's leg for a while, and finally curled its tail around, forming a black lump on her lap. Fong Mo looked at the little cat squatting on her lap, her heart filled with joy and affection. At that moment, her fondness for the cat overpowered Hichi's warning. Bike Sibo didn't seem to have any wariness toward her. Even if she touched it, she probably wouldn't be scratched. Fong Mo wiped her hands clean with a wet tissue, then cautiously tried to reach out and touch the black lump on her knee. She first stroked its back along the fur, feeling it smooth, fluffy, and warm, with the little cat showing no resistance. Fong Mo was overjoyed and attempted to pet the little cat's head. This time, Bike Sibo not only did not resist, but even actively nudged its head against Fong Mo's hand. Perhaps it smelled the shrimp scent lingering on her hand as it extended its barbed pink tongue and licked a few times, causing Fong Mo to feel a ticklish sensation. Fong Mo became even more excited. She reached out to scratch the cat's chin, and Baixibo surprisingly lifted its chin and extended its head, comfortably squinting its eyes while emitting soft purring sounds. Aunt Yin, noticing Fong Mo giggling foolishly, couldn't help but laugh, and said, "Even though I fed it for so long, this cat is still closest to Yin Yin. How enviable." On the other side, He-Chi, who was drinking with Old Master, he turned his head upon hearing Aunt Yan's words and looked over at Fong Mo. Seeing Fong Mo happily interacting with the black cat Baixibo, He-Chi was momentarily stunned. With a bit of alcohol on his face, he was dazed for a moment, suddenly shivering all over, and abruptly sobered up. "What is this?" He-Chi pointed at the cat on Fong Mo's lap, and then at Fong Mo, looking shocked. At this moment, Fong Mo had completely set her mind at ease. She affectionately petted the black lump on her lap, and looked up at He-Chi, her face full of suspicion. "Brother, what's wrong? This is Baixibo. Are you drunk? You can't even recognize Baixibo. Earlier you boasted that you could drink 2 bottles of baijiu and a case of beer." Old Master, hearing Fong Mo mention He-Chi's claim, immediately chuckled and said, "You really dare to brag with your little drinking capacity. Come on, let's see if you can handle a bottle of baijiu tonight, alright? Oh, Grandpa, don't cause trouble right now." He-Chi put down his wine glass and waved his hand. As he spoke, he took a wet tissue to wipe his face, then grabbed the bowl of fresh water next to Fong Mo, glancing over the dining table. Upon seeing the plate of Westlake vinegar fish, he directly picked up a piece of the fatty belly meat. "I have to try this today," He-Chi muttered, rinsing the fish in water multiple times before offering it to the happily purring black cat on Fong Mo's lap. The other 4 paused their actions, curiously watching this scene. "Come on, black brother, eat some fish," He-Chi said to the cat in a flattering tone. Seemingly catching the scent of the approaching fish, Baixibo opened its eyes wide. But upon seeing He-Chi's face, it instantly transformed, its black fur bristling eyes wide, and its nose wrinkling to reveal sharp, cold teeth, letting out deep and low growls from its throat. Under everyone's gaze, the cat raised its paw and swatted the piece of fish away. Then, as if remembering something, it looked up at Fong Mo, let out a delicate meow, and nudged Fong Mo's hand. He-Chi, startled by Baixibo's swat, reflexively recoiled, confirming that the cat didn't intend to chase and scratch him. He finally calmed down and muttered, "Even cats and dogs. Hiss. This is really eerie." Upon hearing this, Jin Yushi couldn't help but laugh, followed by Old Master, he bursting into laughter, Aunt Yin shaking her head with a smile, while Fong Mo gently petted the now quiet black cat on her lap, her face filled with joy. The restaurant was suddenly filled with a joyful atmosphere. Only He-Chi's injured world remained unchanged. After dinner, Jin Yushi and Fong Mo helped Mama Yin clear the table and wash the dishes. He-Chi kept signaling Fong Mo with his eyes, but Fong Mo was completely oblivious. Just as he was about to pull the girl over, he was tapped on the back of his head by Old Master. "What are you dawdling for? The young ladies are all working, and you, a grown man, have the nerve to just watch." Old Master, he reprimanded his unobservant grandson. "Go sweep the floor." "Oh." He-Chi shot a glare at Fong Mo, and seeing that Old Master, he and Mama Yin were not paying attention to Fong Mo's diligence, he reluctantly picked up a broom and started sweeping the dining room, muttering, "I say, you really are something. You would rather let the floor cleaning robot I bought with my hard-earned money go to waste than let it do the job. You insist on using a broom. Isn't that redundant? And what about the dishwasher? Just take it out and use it. Enough nonsense. What's wrong with sweeping the floor? How can a young man be this lazy?" Old Master, he glared at his eldest grandson, then looked at Fong Mo, who was joking and chatting with Jin Yushi and Mama Yin while washing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen. The old man's expression instantly softened, and his fondness for Fong Mo grew even stronger. The family quickly finished tidying up, and Old Master, he took the 3 children and Mama Yin outside, each dragging a bamboo lounge chair to enjoy the breeze in the courtyard. Though it was late September, and the temperature hadn't begun to drop yet, the evenings had already grown a bit chilly. Fong Mo and He-Chi had both gotten wet today, so they wrapped themselves in coats to avoid catching cold. The night sky in the countryside was beautiful tonight. Looking out, there was not a cloud in sight. The multitude of stars sparkled like spilled diamonds spreading across the deep night sky, while a half-moon cast down a light akin to morning frost. Fong Mo couldn't remember the last time she had seen such a night sky. Lost in the trivialities of life, one could even miss the beauty of the starry sky, even though it had always been there. The few of them lay on the lounge chairs wrapped in a blanket woven from stars, and the moon enjoying the breeze while engaging in idle chatter. Tomorrow, He-Chi, Fong Mo, and Jin Yushi would head back to Huading. Fong Mo was also going to meet He family's parents in Europe. Old Master, he naturally gave her a good deal of earnest advice, urging her to accompany her father and mother well, and to ensure they didn't find out about the accident, while also reminding her to pay attention to safety in the future. Fong Mo hurriedly agreed, and the old man then turned to He-Chi and Jin Yushi, discussing matters of the company character, marriage, and raising children. Listening to the elder's words, Jin Yushi was smiling the whole time, while He-Chi had a pained expression. Seeing Hikai's expression, which resembled that of someone constipated, Fong Imo couldn't help but chuckle. This big boss was just like an ordinary person. No matter how commanding he was in the company, he still had to play the obedient grandson at home, unable to retort when scolded and standing straight even when hit. Looking at this family of four, Fong Imo felt envious, but a wave of desolation also gradually rose within her. There was no need to mention Hichi and Old Master, he who were a pair of blood relatives. Although Mama Yin was a nanny, she had a deep connection with the He family. She had long helped Hima Su Xiaoyan take care of children, and Hichi and He Xiaoyan had been raised on her milk. After Old Master he grew older, she took care of him for a long time, so in his eyes, she was like a foster daughter. In Hichi and He Zoyan's eyes, she was like a second mother, and in He and Hima's eyes, she was also family. On the surface, Jin Yushi was Hikai's secretary and ex-girlfriend, but in the eyes of the elders of the He family, she was already considered the designated daughter-in-law, and when she would officially marry was just a matter of her nodding. Hichi himself had no say in the matter. He could do whatever he wanted in the company, but if he dared to oppose this, he would face a mixed-gender double team from the old man, and afterward the old man would add a few more hits. Among the five present, the only exception was Fong Yamo. Her current identity was that of a daughter of the He family, seemingly loved by everyone, but all this affection belonged to He Zhao. In reality, she was utterly unrelated to this family. Looking at the members of the He family, Fong Yamo couldn't help but think of her own family. Just thinking of how her originally large family now only had her grandfather and Yuan remaining, and they were no longer by her side, a strong sense of loneliness surged from her heart, one that she couldn't dispel or dissolve. With thoughts of sorrow swirling in her mind and her interest waning, Fong Imo suddenly felt a sense of boredom and meaninglessness. Yet she concealed her sadness, appearing relaxed as she listened to the others talk, while also looking at the starry sky, for herself feeling the warmth of family through He Zhaoyan. The merriment belonged to them, and I had nothing. That was the truest feeling in Fong Mo's heart at that moment. Oh no, she actually didn't have nothing. The big yellow dog Asta was squatting beside her, wagging its tail like a propeller, while the little black cat Beishi was curled up in her lap, purring softly. Perhaps sensing Fong Mo's genuine emotions, Beishi blinked, its eyes licked Fong Mo's hand, then jumped down from her lap and quickly disappeared into the night. Seeing its feline companion leave, the big yellow dog Asta curiously raised its head, ears perked up, gazing in the direction where Beishi had gone, its mouth panting softly. After a while, the little black cat returned carrying something in its mouth. It nimbly jumped onto Fong Mo's lap and placed the item it was holding next to her hand. Fong Mo got up, looking at the item Beishi had brought over, feeling puzzled. Meow, the little black cat tilted its face up, calling out sweetly to Fong Mo, then began to nudge the item it had just brought. Is this for me? Fong Mo curiously picked it up, and upon closer inspection it turned out to be a piece of dried fish about the size of her palm. Just then Mama Yin noticed the dried fish in Fong Mo's hand and smiled wryly. I was wondering why the last time I dried fish it seemed like several pieces went missing. Looking at the little black cat that was blinking its eyes at Fong Mo's lap, Mama Yin felt both amused and exasperated. So it was this little rascal who took them away and hid them. Fong Mo couldn't hold back any longer and chuckled, her myriad worries fading away. Was this the cat's gratitude? Was it repaying her for the shrimp she had peeled for it? Thank you, Beishi, but this is raw, I can't eat it. You should take it and hide it. Hide it where Asta can't find it. Fong Mo held out the dried fish to Beishi, but the little cat remained indifferent. Upon hearing the name, Asta, the big yellow dog, immediately stood up, drooling at the sight of the dried fish in Fong Mo's hand. Seeing its greedy expression, Fong Mo smiled again and shook the dried fish in front of Beishi. If you don't want it, I'll give it to Asta. The little cat still remained unmoved, but when it heard the name Asta, its ears perked up slightly, as if to say, well, I've already given it to you, do whatever you want with it. In light of this situation, Fong Mo extended the dried fish towards Asta. Although the big yellow dog was eagerly salivating, it merely gazed at Fong Mo with longing, not daring to snatch it. Only when Fong Mo said, eat, did the obedient dog quickly snatch the piece of dried fish into its mouth, and in a few moments it had devoured it entirely. Indeed, a well-mannered dog. Just as Fong Mo was praising the good dog, Beishi, who had been resting on her lap, suddenly fluffed up its fur. Its eyes widened in surprise as it let out a fierce yowl at the big yellow dog Asta, then leaped down from Fong Mo's lap, charging at Asta and delivering a flurry of cat punches to its head. The big yellow dog, which was several times larger than Beishi, acted as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Even after taking a beating, it did not dare to retaliate, tucking its tail between its legs and retreating, whimpering pitifully at the little black cat. Beishi continued to yowl at the big yellow dog, which hesitated for a moment before turning to run, quickly vanishing into the night. After a while, Asta returned, also holding something in its mouth. It trotted up to Fong Mo, dropping the item at his feet, puffing and panting as if presenting a treasure. This is a dried fish caught by Beelzebub, and now it's bringing its own treasured possession as a gift. Fong Mo looked at what Asta had dropped in front of him, and instantly he froze. It was a plump field mouse half dead from Asta's bite twitching on the ground. Asta looked at Fong Yemo, then glanced at the little black cat Beelzebub with a proud and silly expression. Before Fong Yemo could react, Jin Yushi, who inadvertently looked down at Asta, let out a sharp scream, jumping up from her recliner. However, her sudden movement caused her to twist her ankle due to her thin-heeled shoes, and she cried out in pain, falling toward the ground. Hichi was startled by her scream. Seeing Jin Yushi about to fall, he quickly got up to catch her, enveloping her. And "What happened? What happened?" Hichi gently patted the girl's back in his arms, asking with uncertainty. "A huge mouse." Jin Yushi was terrified, her face pale, as she burrowed into Hikai's embrace, pointing at the ground behind her, without daring to look back. At this moment, Fong Yemo also reacted, letting out a scream as she hurriedly jumped down from the recliner and hid behind Hichi. She wasn't that afraid of mice, having delivered takeout before. She had encountered all sorts of shops, and no matter how arrogant the mice were, she had seen them all. A half-dead field mouse in front of her hardly scared her. Mainly it was He Xiaoyan who was scared, so she had to act afraid. Hichi lifted Jin Yushi horizontally, carrying her to the doorway of the main room, using his foot to pull over a small stool for her to sit. He casually picked up a bamboo broom that was by the door and walked over to the mouse, poking at it with the broom. How can there be such a big mouse? And a half-dead one at that? Hichi looked around in confusion, finally locking his gaze on the large yellow dog Asta, who was puffing and looking proud next to the mouse. Fong Yemo couldn't help but recount the events that had just unfolded, causing a dark line to appear on Hikai's face. "You fool, can this thing be given as a gift? If you're going to give something, at least give something good." Oh, it's no wonder it got bullied by a cat. As he spoke, Hichi raised the broom to hit the silly dog in front of him, but was stopped by Fong Yemo. "Old master," he snatched the broom from his hand, glancing at Jin Yushi, who was rubbing her ankle under the eaves, and said, "All right, look at you getting angry at a dog. Hurry up, Xiao, you twisted her ankle. You need to take her back and handle it quickly." After looking at the large yellow dog that continued to poke at the field mouse, and then at Jin Yushi under the eaves rubbing her ankle, Hichi nodded and walked over to Jin Yushi. Yin, it's getting late. You should wash up and sleep. You'll need to adjust to the time difference, and you might not get good sleep for a while." "Old master," he said kindly to Fong Yemo, then instructed Aunt Yin to tidy up the half-dead field mouse and throw it away before retreating back into the house. Fong Yemo helped Aunt Yin bring the recliners back inside, checked on Jin Yushi's injury, said good night to everyone, and then returned to He Xiaoyan's room. After showering, drying her hair, and completing her skincare routine, she collapsed onto her bed, and the time was already 10 o'clock. After a hectic afternoon filled with picking lotus falling into water and the commotion with Asta, Fong Yemo felt a bit tired, glanced at her phone for a while, and then fell into a deep sleep. Fong Yemo dreamed that her family was still alive, her grandfather was not sick, and both she and Yuan Yuan were studying. She dreamed of herself in college, bringing her partner to meet her parents, who made oil-fried river shrimp and pig trotter soup. Just as Fong Yemo was deeply asleep, with a soft click, the door was gently opened from the outside, and a small black shadow darted into the room through the crack of the door. It ran to the back of the door, stood on its hind legs, using its weight to close the door, then silently approached Fong Mo's bedside, leaping onto the bed. The bright moonlight streamed into the room through the uncurtained window, illuminating the bed, and the little black shadow revealed its form in the moonlight. It was the little black cat Beelzebub, raised by He Xiaoyan. The kitten stood by Fong Mo's pillow for a moment, let out a big yawn, curled its tail, and lay down. Beside it, the girl let out a dreamy murmur, then smacked her lips twice. "Mom, the oil-fried river shrimp is delicious." A tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. On the second floor, in Old Master He's study, the old man stood in front of his writing desk, looking down at the calligraphy he had written during the day. When he saw the line, Xiaoyan, followed by "Forever Grandpa," he couldn't help but smile knowingly. But upon seeing the two characters, Chun-Shi above Xiaoyan, he couldn't help but silently sigh. He picked up a paper cutter, slicing the paper in half. One half bore the characters Chun-Shi, while the other half read, "Xiaoyan, Forever Grandpa." A knock sounded at the door, and Old Master he looked up to see Aunt Yin entering with a cup. "Here, Old Master, have some honey water." Aunt Yin handed the cup to Old Master, he who took a sip, then set the cup down on the table, lowering his head to mount the calligraphy work he had created with his granddaughter earlier. Aunt Yin saw the somewhat quirky characters and couldn't help but laugh, but her smile instantly faded when she saw the half sheet of paper with Chun-Shi written on it. "Old Master, it's been 19 years. Seeing Old Master he's gloomy expression, Aunt Yin couldn't help but comfort him. "You should let it go." Old Master he smiled bitterly, his hands still busy. "Let it go. Liwan, how can I let it go? You say a good child. If you clearly told me they were dead, I would have accepted it. But I can't see them alive or dead. I often advise Xiaoyan to let it go, but I still think about it. Always wondering what that child would be like if they were really alive, what they look like now. Every time I see Yin, I feel like I'm seeing the two siblings." Old He, I think what Ajun said is right. In such a severe disaster with such chaos, a child in an incubator, even if rescued, would find it hard to survive. Old Master he raised his eyes to look at the sheet of paper with Chun-Shi, written on it, remaining silent for a long time before finally letting out a long silent sigh. After a moment he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Li Wan Yu and Hong Jun are right. Take it to the kitchen in a bit and burn it. Aunt Yin nodded in agreement, folding the paper with Chun Shi written on it and putting it away, then showing a slight smile. Old master, you should think positively. Our Yin is still here, right? This time back I see that girl has grown up. Although she is still very childish, she actively helped me work today, starting to become sensible. This child really seems to have grown up in the blink of an eye. It's wonderful. Children will always grow up. There are no eternal things in this world, and people are no exception. Alright, you go about your business, I'll finish this, and then go to sleep soon. Okay, but don't stay up too late, I will come check on you tonight. Aunt Yin said with a smile before turning to leave old master. He studied tiptoeing toward the first floor. After her figure disappeared around the corner of the staircase, a shadow quietly emerged from a room on the second floor. That night, Aunt Yin burned a piece of paper. Old master, he mounted a piece of calligraphy, and Fong Mo had a dream. As for He Chi and Jin Yushi, aside from themselves and the moonlight outside, no one knew which room they slept in that night or what happened between them. In New York City near Central Park, there was an apartment. After Lin Lang unpacked the luggage and boxes he had spent the entire day organizing, he confirmed that his wallet was truly lost. He recalled the itinerary of the past 2 days. He met with his former employer yesterday, had dinner with a few friends at Rouse, and was bumped into by a ragged little black kid on his way back. Lin Lang was taken aback, then raised his hand to slap his forehead, unable to help but curse in American slang. That little black kid was not the one who lacked awareness. Clearly it was a meticulously planned and well-trained operation. Lin Lang was extremely frustrated. His face was as exquisitely beautiful as a woman's, yet at this moment his charming features were twisted in anger, lacking the grace and elegance of a Wall Street figure, resembling a furious female warrior instead. In fact, Lin Lang's wallet didn't contain anything of great value. Just a few $100 bills, a credit card, a health insurance card, a driver's license, and a water margin card. None of it was particularly valuable. Over $1,000 might not even cover a meal. Losing it could be seen as contributing to alleviating the wealth gap in America. The credit card could be reported lost, and the health insurance card and driver's license could be replaced anytime. Moreover, he was about to leave and wouldn't likely return in the short term, so he could take his time. However, that water margin card was different. The set was long out of print, and the one in his wallet was the rarest of all, the legendary Dao Guansheng. Even if he had bought every little raccoon in Rain City back, then he might not have been able to find one. Lin Lang felt immense regret. Why did he carry such a precious item with him? He should have known to return it to the card holder and keep it safe. During countless sleepless nights in a foreign land, it was the imposing Dao Guansheng that had provided him comfort, allowing him to persevere until now. It was the valiant Dao Guansheng who had given him the courage to face the intrigues and treacheries of the financial world. Over the years, Dao Guansheng had become a part of his life, his best companion, yet now he had lost his partner. Perhaps that damn little black kid would take a few stinking green bills. What brand was that genuine leather wallet? Maybe it could fetch a few $1,000s. Losing the credit card, social security card, and driver's license was trivial. But he could imagine that the little black kid would stare at the plastic-encased card, puzzled for a long time before disdainfully tossing it into the trash. Just the thought of his best friend being thrown into the garbage, mingling with stinking kitchen waste, being gnawed on by rats the size of cats that crawled out of the sewers and ultimately buried in a landfill to rot and stink, filled Lin Lang with immeasurable sorrow. His friend had been insulted, his friend had been trampled. Oh God, no, no, no. Lin Lang held his head and paced frantically around the room, continuously cursing the little black kid who had stolen his most precious possession. Lin Lang even picked up the phone and pressed 911, but ultimately despaired and gave up. In the eyes of others, the most cherished thing he owned was just a scrap of paper. If he really reported it, the New York police might think he was making fun of them and lock him up for a few days to cool off. Moreover, he had absolutely no confidence in the efficiency of the police worldwide. Damn little black kid. Damn Rouse. Damn New York. Damn America. Return my Dao Guansheng to me. After half an hour, Lin Lang finally calmed himself down and began to repack his belongings. At this moment, his phone in his pocket rang. He took out his phone and glanced at it. It was Josh Belfort, Lin Lang's friend, the owner of an investment firm and a ravenous stock investor engaged in legal gray and illegal businesses. Hey Lang, I heard you quit. As soon as Lin Lang answered, Josh's raspy voice erupted, causing Lin Lang to frown and hold the phone further away. Yes, I became a free man last week and had a final chat with the boss yesterday. Lin Lang switched the phone to speaker and put it on the glass coffee table with a pyramid-shaped leg in the living room. Wow, that's amazing. In your country's words, this is truly finding a needle in a haystack. What was it again? Finding a needle in a haystack, everything comes effortlessly. Lin Lang recited it in both clear Mandarin and standard American accent. Oh, right, that's how it goes. I'm actually short on hands here, why don't you come help me out? Bobby Axelrod has been targeted by Chuck Rhodes. I feel pretty endangered myself now. Money is negotiable. It will be at least double what you made at the Tycoon Group, and if you think it's too little you can negotiate. Forget it, bro. Your business indeed has high returns, but the risks are too great. I don't want to get caught in the sights of both Chuck Rhodes and the Mafia at the same time. Lin Lang directly rejected the invitation while sealing boxes with transparent tape. Besides, I'm going back to my country. All right. I guess you would refuse. Josh's tone carried a hint of regret, but once he realized Lin Lang was going back, he couldn't help but ask, why are you? The way things work there is very different from Wall Street. You thrive here, but you have no foothold there. Be careful not to capsize in a ditch. You don't need to worry about that, Lin Lang replied with a smile. You know I like to challenge myself. Oh yes, that is indeed your character. When do you plan to leave? Tomorrow to Zurich, then I'll just head directly over. Tomorrow? Hey, screw you, you yellow-skinned monkey. You didn't even plan to tell me, and just sneak away. I even thought of you as a brother. Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh. I haven't told anyone about going back, not just you, Josh. A poet from my country once wrote softly, I leave just as I came softly. I just want to depart quietly like the poem says. You really do have a hint of romanticism. Josh laughed heartily but then changed his tone to ask in confusion. But I still can't understand, you have almost everything here. The big bosses of Wall Street are eager to invite you as a guest of honor. What are you going back for, my friend? Money, fame. Wow, I see. Women. Once Josh finished speaking, Lin Lang's expression froze for a moment, then he casually replied, I'm going back to face my destiny. If you have any money-making projects, be sure to let me know. I'm very interested in your plans. Rather than facing destiny, Josh was more interested in making money. Upon hearing this, Lin Lang's eyes narrowed. He squinted and thought for a moment, then a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, asking, have you heard of the MacGuffin Group? The famous real estate company in your country? Josh, on the other end, fell silent for a moment. Yes. Lin Lang's tone sounded quite confident. What do you think if we were to go for it? How much could we make? Yes. Josh gasped on the phone, sounding both surprised and delighted. Is this your purpose in going back? Lin Lang remained non-committal. Are you interested in joining me? Of course. Josh said excitedly. Let's discuss it in person. Are you free tonight? Lin Lang glanced at the time on his phone and nodded sure. Then it settled. I made a new friend who can book a table for us at Rouse tonight. After saying that, Josh hung up the phone. Upon hearing the name Rouse, Lin Lang's expression darkened, instantly thinking of the wallet stolen by the little black kid and the precious Dao Guansheng card that was in it. Damn Rouse, damn Italian food, what a jinx. Lin Lang cursed under his breath, put away his phone, walked to the window, and pulled open the blinds. The complete scenery of Central Park suddenly came into view, with the flag on the castle's spire opposite his apartment fluttering in the wind. The sun slowly descended towards the dense buildings across the street, and Lin Lang's gaze seemed to follow it to the distant eastern hemisphere, to Huading, to Rain City, as his memories returned to that land he longed for. Is that clinic still open? Is that little girl who gave him the Dao Guansheng still there? At the East Pavilion International Airport, Fong Mo stood in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window in the waiting hall, curiously gazing at the tarmac. Before August of this year, Fong Mo had never flown on an airplane. Every year she traveled back and forth between Huading and Yuqing several times, mostly taking the green trains, and at most she had taken a Zape train. In August she flew twice in a row, but the first time was at midnight when she was in a hurry and had no mood to enjoy it. The second time an ambulance drove directly onto the runway, and she boarded a small medical private jet. Therefore, strictly speaking, this was the first time she had such a clear view of the airport's tarmac and runway, witnessing so many airplanes densely parked next to the boarding bridges. Continuously, various aircraft slid out from the tarmac and boarding bridges, lining up to enter the runway, taking off one after another, while flights from all over the world consistently circled and landed in an orderly manner. Seeing such a scene for the first time, Fong Mo found it incredibly interesting. During her previous flights, she hadn't really looked down at the ground from above, and thinking of this brought her spirits to an unexpected high. This time she was determined to take a good look, not only to see but to take photos, to record many images and videos to show Yuan and Grandpa when she returned. Just as Fong Mo was eagerly watching the tarmac and runway, a voice suddenly sounded behind her, followed by a hand resting directly on her shoulder. Fong Mo turned her head and was instantly startled. She saw two tall, burly foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes standing on either side of her. Both had beards, and one of them had a beard long enough to be tied into a small braid, giving him a somewhat fierce appearance at first glance. As they moved closer, a strong, pungent scent wafted over, leaving her unsure whether to call it fragrant or foul. The two foreigners cheerfully greeted Fong Mo with a hi, followed by rapid speech that she could only discern was largely in English. However, the speed was too fast and the accent too heavy, so she could only vaguely catch that they were introducing themselves, while the rest was completely incomprehensible. Seeing Fong Mo's confusion, one of the foreigners spoke in broken Chinese. Hello, my name is Henry, he is Pierre. Fong Mo was sweating all over. This was her first face-to-face encounter with a foreigner, and it was them who had approached her to speak. Noting their eager expressions, Fong Mo thought though they looked somewhat fierce, this was still a domestic airport. Surely these two had no ill intentions. Perhaps they were foreign friends encountering some difficulties and seeking help. Thinking this, Fong Mo quickly forced a smile. Her face flushed as she stammered, "You. What can I do for?" The two foreigners exchanged glances, both looking pleasantly surprised. One of them pulled out a phone, unlocked it, and pointed at a blue app icon on the home screen, asking in a very slow tone, "Do you have FaceApp?" Fong Mo roughly understood that he was asking if she had this app. She looked closely and saw it was an application she had never seen before. Uncertain of its purpose, she naturally shook her head. The foreigner then showed her another black icon with a white letter X in the center, and Fong Mo shook her head again. The foreigner seemed a bit helpless and pulled out an icon for a messaging app, showing it to her. This time Fong Mo nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, I have." The foreigner smiled, revealing his QR code. He pointed at Fong Mo, gave a thumbs up, and then pointed at himself, asking in simple Chinese, "You. Pretty. We be friends, okay?" Fong Mo stood there stunned, thinking she was being approached by a foreigner. They were complimenting her beauty and wanting to add her as a friend. Her face instantly turned red. Recently, she had interacted with very few people, and given the reserved nature of her fellow countrymen, it was rare for someone to approach a beautiful girl to compliment her. This was the first time she encountered such a situation where strangers openly approached her to compliment her beauty and asked for her contact information. Seeing Fong Mo at a loss, the two foreigners excitedly conversed in rapid chatter and then eagerly presented their QR codes to her. Fong Mo instinctively wanted to refuse, but worried that declining might embarrass them and make the foreign friends uncomfortable, she found herself at a loss. Just as Fong Mo was sweating profusely, a light, quick footstep approached. She could tell it was a woman in high heels running toward her. Quickly, she turned to see Jin Yushi striding over with her handbag, and she let out a sigh of relief. Fong Mo hurried to greet Jin Yushi, while the two foreigners, upon seeing the radiant Jin Yushi, looked delighted and followed along. Before the two foreigners could say anything, Jin Yushi grabbed Fong Mo's hand and pulled her behind her. She raised her left hand, showcasing a dazzling diamond ring on her ring finger, to the two men, and then spoke to them in a language that didn't sound like English, her tone quite intense. The two foreigners awkwardly smiled, each saying sorry, before turning to leave. Watching them go, Fong Mo let out a long breath. "Sister Yushi, what did you say to them?" Fong Mo curiously asked. "I told them to get lost," Jin Yushi said, glaring at the backs of the two foreigners with gritted teeth. Fong Mo was taken aback, tilting her head, thinking they were just asking for her contact information. Although she herself did not want to add strangers, was it really necessary to be so fierce to tell them to go away? Jin Yushi noticed Fong Mo's bewildered expression and chuckled, saying, "I heard them from far away. Those two foreign rascals said you were an easy girl." At this, Jin Yushi couldn't help but poke Fong Mo's nose, patiently explaining, "That is not a good term. In our country, some women do not know how to love themselves, eagerly offering themselves to foreign men. Our population is so large that even if it's just a very small number of people, it leads these foreigners to believe that all our girls are easy to bed, hence they use easy girl to refer to our women. Do you understand? In short, those two rascals wanted to hit on you, silly girl. Do you still think I was being cruel to make them leave?" Fong Mo processed this and immediately understood, her face flushing bright red, this time out of anger. She glared at the two foreigners who had sat down facing her, and Jin Yushi on a bench near the boarding gate. Seeing Fong Mo staring at them, one of them even waved cheerfully at her. Fong Mo felt an impulse to punch that person in the face. "The air feels unclean. Let's go, we'll take you to the VIP room." Fong Mo nodded repeatedly, allowing Jin Yushi to lead her forward. Suddenly recalling that Jin Yushi had just shown the two foreigners the diamond ring on her left hand, Fong Mo couldn't help but look down and curiously asked, "Sister Yushi, why did you show them your ring?" "I wanted to let them know I'm engaged, and you also have a boyfriend." "That's to make them back off," Jin Yushi replied. Fong Mo's eyes widened. Saying she had a boyfriend was obviously a lie, but the phrase "I'm engaged" sounded a bit proud. "Are you engaged? Did Bossy propose to you yesterday?" Fong Mo asked curiously. Jin Yushi was taken aback, realizing she had let something slip, a flush appearing on her face. "He proposed, but I haven't agreed yet." "But you're already wearing the ring." "I'm just wearing it for fun, is that wrong? Besides, see, it's useful right now." "You little girl, you're starting to become less innocent." "Hee, I'm really happy for you guys." As she joked, looking at the shining diamond ring, Fong Mo wondered how it would look on her own left ring finger. Would it be beautiful? But she shuddered and immediately chased that thought out of her mind. What the heck? No. As she boarded the flight to Zurich and settled into her window seat in the first row of business class, Fong Mo's eyes scarcely left the view outside the porthole. Jin Yushi, seated beside her, merely smiled and refrained from disturbing her. The plane was pushed away from the jet bridge, gliding slowly onto the runway. The engines roared to life, and shortly after, the sensation of acceleration enveloped them. The terminal buildings and control towers outside raced past Fong Mo's view, accompanied by a slight feeling of weightlessness as the plane lifted into the sky. Her previous experiences flying had not been particularly pleasant, but this time was different. Not only did she have motion sickness medication, pain relievers, and cold medicine on hand, but Jin Yushi had also thoughtfully prepared her a heated blanket and hand warmers, ensuring that even if her distant relatives unexpectedly showed up, she had nothing to fear. Before long, the plane pierced through thick clouds, reaching cruising altitude, and began its flight northwest. As the airplane soared, Fong Mo gazed down, capturing photos and videos. She saw the thick clouds floating beneath the airplane, transforming the world below into a massive, appealing mound of fluffy cotton candy. She witnessed the lush green hills gradually yielding to majestic mountains and plateaus. She observed sinuous rivers weaving through the cracks in the continental plates, stringing together the lakes into an emerald necklace. She beheld the Darim deserts, sand waves solidified by the wind, and the eternal glaciers atop the Tian Shan mountains shimmering in the sunlight. The sun hung high in the sky, and Fong Mo felt like she was a fu chasing the sun. Finally, after waking from a brief nap and pulling up the sunshade, she beheld a breathtaking view that she would likely remember for a lifetime. The surrounding clouds stretched endlessly, resembling a tumultuous sea, as the golden-red sunset struggled to cast its dazzling light from the horizon, dyeing the entire expanse of clouds in golden hues, transforming the cloud sea into a splendid celestial palace. As the sun slowly sank into the horizon, its light shifted from gold to red, igniting the celestial palace in a fiery blaze reminiscent of the city set ablaze by Nero. So beautiful! Fong Mo could only exclaim in awe, beginning to understand Fu's relentless pursuit of the sun, i.e. perhaps he was initially drawn in by the allure of such a sunset. At around 8 o'clock local time, the flight landed at Zurich's Kloten Airport. Led by Jin Yushi down the jet bridge into the terminal, Fong Mo gazed at the distinctly foreign faces and incomprehensible signs within the terminal, listening to the unfamiliar language on the announcements, feeling dazed, as if the jet bridge were a rabbit hole pulling her into a strange, yet fascinating world. Is this going abroad? Following Jin Yushi closely, she widened her eyes, curiously observing this foreign land. We will have to transfer here on the way back. If time permits, I will take you for a proper tour of the city then. Jin Yushi remarked, noticing Fong Mo's longing for the world outside the airport. Fong Mo smiled and shook her head. I came here for work, so I should focus on completing the tasks entrusted by Mr. He first. Jin Yushi chuckled and nodded. The two needed to transfer to Bern, so they first retrieved their luggage and checked in for their next flight. Jin Yushi even managed to take Fong Mo for a quick dinner in the terminal before their flight. To Fong Mo's surprise, there was a newly opened Chinese restaurant in the terminal, and it was quite busy. However, having just arrived from China, they naturally skipped it. Jin Yushi chose a local Swiss restaurant in the airport, ordering several local specialties. The region had a well-developed livestock industry, so the locals genuinely enjoyed dairy products. Even hot pot was made with cheese melted in a hot pot mixed with white wine, fruits, and vegetables. In Fong Mo's imagination, this seemed like a rather peculiar way of eating, but after a small taste, she unexpectedly found the combination of pickles and local ham quite enjoyable. The Zurich veal and golden potato pancakes were also pretty decent, yet recalling Hikai's instructions, despite her strong cravings, she only sampled a bit, refraining from indulging too much. Having finished this sumptuous airport meal, it was almost time to board. The flight to Bern was operated by a small regional jet without a first class, so upon boarding, Fong Mo and Jin Yushi found themselves squeezed in with a group of foreigners. Wait, they were the foreigners now. This flight was quite short, taking about an hour from takeoff to landing, and Fong Mo felt that after taking off, she merely dozed off for a bit before being gently awakened by Jin Yushi, at which point the passengers were already lining up to disembark. By the time they left Bern Airport, Fong Mo felt quite exhausted. On the previous flight, she had been overly excited, constantly watching the scenery outside, taking photos and videos, and feeling nervous about meeting Izoyan's parents, but after enduring over 10 hours, that excitement had waned, and she could no longer hold on. Jin Yushi, on the other hand, was full of vitality. Having already grown accustomed to the novelty of the surroundings, she had long been asleep, while Fong Mo joyfully captured the sunset. Just hang on a bit longer, we will arrive at the hotel soon, Jin Yushi said, softly glancing at Fong Mo in the back seat, who looked uncomfortable. They had rented the car after leaving the airport, and since Jin Yushi could drive and her license was recognized here, having a car made things a lot more convenient. Fong Mo nodded, forcing herself to stay alert, though she was feeling quite unwell. Jin Yushi tried to keep the car steady, but it was inevitable to encounter traffic lights and uneven roads. After over 20 hours without rest, Fong Mo surprisingly began to feel car sick. What a miscalculation. She hadn't taken motion sickness medication before the flight since she had been fine, and now it was too late to take any. Fong Mo intended to capture the night scenery of Bern, but ultimately, she felt too uncomfortable and lay down sideways in the back seat, closing her eyes in despair. Fortunately, after a long wait filled with agony, the car finally arrived at the hotel, where they would be staying for the night. Fang Yimou had no mood to admire the authentic palace-like European architecture before her. Dazed, she rushed to the nearby fountain, and as the cool mist from the water hit her face, the nausea she had been struggling to control eased significantly. Sitting by the fountain for a while, preparing to return to the car to assist Jin Yushi with the luggage, a voice from across the fountain caught her attention. It was a clear male voice, speaking perfect Mandarin, seemingly on the phone with someone, though it sounded like an unpleasant conversation. "Who is your brother?" "My surname is Lin, yours is Yi." "My mother is Lin Xiao, not your mother, Madame Huang." "I don't have siblings with the surname Yi. The old master of the Yi family is celebrating his birthday." "How, what does that have to do with me?" "In a few days it will be my mother's death anniversary. Do you care? If you really care about me, please do not disturb me with such matters. Let's leave it at that, and may we each find peace in our own ways from now on." This person's voice is truly pleasant, Fang Yimou thought. Maybe it's because I've been surrounded by a foreign tongue for almost a day, unable to comprehend anything. Despite this person's cold tone and slightly sarcastic remarks to the person on the other end of the line, it sounded particularly friendly to Fang Mo's ears. At this moment, even if two tough guys were arguing in front of him, Fang Yimou would probably think their curses sounded like heavenly music, not to mention this person's voice was exceptionally clear and melodious. The person quickly hung up the phone, followed by the sound of a rolling suitcase. Fang Yimou suddenly felt a surge of curiosity about this person. With such a pleasant voice, what would they look like? She got up to see the person at the fountain, but caught sight of Jin Yushi already opening the trunk of the car and struggling to pull out the luggage. Fang Yimou hurried over to help, assisting Jin Yushi in dragging down two heavy suitcases and their travel bags from the trunk. After Fang Yimou slung her bag over her shoulder and turned back, where could she still see the man with the suitcase? Jin Yushi closed the trunk, noticing Fang Yimou was looking around in curiosity, and asked, leading Fang Yimou toward the hotel lobby not far away. "I just heard someone speaking on the phone in Chinese." Fang Yimou dragged along the suitcase belonging to He Zhaoyan, catching up to Jin Yushi with a smile, saying, "How amazing, Yushi. We traveled so far and still ran into a compatriot. I wanted to go over and say hello." "What's so strange about that? You can encounter Chinese speakers anywhere nowadays. Once you visit more places, you'll get used to it," Jin Yushi replied with a chuckle. As they joked, Jin Yushi and Fang Yimou entered the hotel lobby and approached the front desk. But when Fang Yimou saw a tall figure in front of the hotel front desk, she couldn't help but pause. With black hair and a height just over 1.8 meters, dressed in a dark green long coat and black casual pants, the figure looked like a young East Asian male from behind. Coupled with the suitcase at his feet, Fang Yimou couldn't help but think of that melodious male voice she had heard outside. Could this person be the compatriot who had been making sarcastic remarks on the phone earlier? As Fang Yimou and Jin Yushi arrived at the front desk, that person had finished checking in and was receiving their identification and room key from the receptionist, then gently said, "Violent Dank." Fang Yimou didn't understand the meaning of that foreign phrase, but the voice sounded very familiar, and her conviction grew stronger that this must be the person she had heard on the phone by the fountain. Perhaps hearing the footsteps of Fang Yimou and Jin Yushi, the man turned to glance at them. His gaze lingered on Jin Yushi for a moment before settling on Fang Mo's face. When that person turned to look, Fang Mo's suspicion was confirmed. He was indeed a compatriot. The man had an East Asian face, gentle features, and strikingly beautiful peach blossom eyes with skin that glowed with radiance, but his eyebrows and high nose bridge appeared overly masculine. Despite having such a handsome face, he had cropped his hair short and was dressed in men's clothing, presenting a distinctly masculine appearance. This left Fang Yimou a bit perplexed in her impression. She had never encountered a man who was this good-looking. Could this be a beauty who loves to dress in men's clothes? It was possible, though the voice sounded like a clear male voice who couldn't pretend to be male or female. Fang Yimou herself spoke with a voice slightly leaning towards masculine. Or perhaps this person, like her, suffered from a condition of female pseudo-hermaphroditism and at the DNA level was actually a woman. Fang Yimou pondered. Some people tend to project their own issues onto others, perceiving everyone else as flawed. After staring blankly at the person for a moment, and noticing the gentle smile at the corner of their lips, Fang Yimou quickly regained her composure, realizing that staring so intently at someone and making such assumptions was quite impolite. She quickly smiled apologetically at the person, who merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement before dragging his suitcase towards the elevator. Watching the person's departing figure, Fang Yimou unconsciously compared this male compatriot. Let's just consider him a man. With the foreigner who had chatted her up not long ago at Huading Airport, indeed a more reserved Eastern man was more accustomed to her. Meanwhile, Jin Yushi had finished her conversation with the front desk, and while the receptionist was processing the registration, she turned to glance at Fang Yimou, who seemed lost in thought, and followed Fang Mo's gaze. "What are you looking at? So focused?" Jin Yushi asked curiously. Fang Yimou quickly snapped back to reality, smiling as she replied, "I just saw that compatriot." Jin Yushi paused for a moment, but quickly reacted, and joked, "Very handsome, right? He's okay." Fang Yimou didn't catch the teasing tone in Jin Yushi's words. She simply felt that the person didn't seem to fit the description of handsome, and after some contemplation said, "He's quite beautiful." Jin Yushi looked somewhat disappointed, her excitement visibly dwindling. "A woman?" Fang Yimou shook her head. "I don't know. Looks like a beauty, but based on his outfit and voice it's a man." Jin Yushi tilted her head, frowning in thought, and after a moment shook her head, decisively giving up. She really couldn't imagine there had been a gentleman who fit that description earlier, and now that gentleman was already an exceptionally cute girl. At this moment the front desk had completed the registration and handed their identification and room keys to Jin Yushi and Fang Yimou. "Thank you," Jin Yushi said softly to the receptionist, dragging her suitcase with one hand, while holding Fang Mo's hand with the other as they headed towards the elevator. "Yushi, what does thank you mean?" It means thank you, equivalent to the English thank you." "Wait, isn't it English?" "It's German." Bern is in the German-speaking area, and the people here speak German." "Wow. Yushi, you're amazing. You can speak English and German, and you even understood what those two French thugs. No, I'm just mediocre at a bit. Nowadays translation software is so powerful that I sometimes regret spending so much time learning these." "How can that be? This way you don't need translation software. I believe that only what you earn through your own efforts is truly yours. What others give you isn't." Lin Lang took off the dark green casual coat he was wearing and tossed it onto the sofa. He opened his suitcase and carefully retrieved a jade-white porcelain jar. Bringing the jade-white jar close to his eyes for a careful inspection, confirming there were no damages, Lin Lang let out a long breath, hugging the small jar as he sat down on the sofa. Gently resting his forehead against the jar, Lin Lang began to murmur, as if in prayer, "Mom, in a couple of days I will fulfill your wish and let you rest beneath the snow-capped Alps. You will no longer have to accompany me through hardships. Mom, I'm going back to my country to do that big thing. I know if you were still alive you would definitely stop me, but now you're in heaven, so please bless me with success. Mom, today I saw a girl whose eyes resembled that little girl, but I know this is Bern. She couldn't possibly be here. She must still be in U City. Mom, please bless me that I can see her when I return. Amen." In this sleep, Fang Yimou rested particularly well, not troubled by the unfamiliar environment, nor waking up suddenly in the middle of the night. The next morning, when Fang Yimou was awakened by a knock on the door, she even thought she was still in her home country until she saw the exotic furniture, paintings, and decor in the room, reminding her that she was already in Bern. She truly did not expect to adjust to the time difference so smoothly. The knock on the door sounded again, accompanied by the voice of Jin Yushi. "Fang Xiaomao, it's time to get up." Still somewhat drowsy, Fang Yimou instantly woke up. She hurriedly got out of bed to open the door, seeing Jin Yushi yawning outside, and promptly greeted her with a good morning. Jin Yushi wore a knee-length bean paste-colored silk camisole nightgown, draped with a matching silk cardigan. Her honey-brown hair flowed casually, and with her natural unadorned face, she exuded a sense of laziness and purity. Although she lacked the dazzling charm of the daytime, she possessed a unique beauty and sensuality. This was Fang Mo's first outing with Jin Yushi, and it was also her first time seeing her dressed like this. Even without makeup, Yushi Jie looks so stunning. Fang Yimou thought to herself. Talented, kind-hearted, and strikingly beautiful, it was no wonder that in Hezong's eyes, besides family, there was only her. Oh wait, that boss also saw money, and it was hard to say whether making money or Jin Yushi was more important in his eyes. Speaking of which, boss, he was not only good at making money, but also an expert in treating injuries. A couple of days ago, Jin Yushi had just sprained her ankle, yet the next day, she was able to stride confidently in high heels. How did she manage that? As Fang Yimou marveled at Jin Yushi, she noticed that Jin Yushi was staring at her face in a daze. "What's wrong?" Fang Yimou, coming back to her senses, noticed the unusual expression on the beautiful older sister's face, and couldn't help but ask. Jin Yushi chuckled, raised a hand to point at her own face, and playfully asked, "Did you really look that tired?" Fang Yimou was confused. Seeing Jin Yushi's gesture, she raised her hand to touch her own face, and was instantly speechless. Last night, she had been so exhausted that after entering the hotel room, she had almost removed her makeup, taken a shower, and done her skincare in a half-dream state, eventually falling asleep with a face mask still on. Upon waking up, the face mask had already dried and was tightly adhered to her face. It was only after Jin Yushi's reminder that Fang Yimou felt her face stiffening. Hastily tearing the mask off her face, Fang Yimou glanced at the two eyebrows that had been pulled off with it, and quickly ran to the bathroom to check in the mirror for any acne. Watching this girl skillfully examine her skin, Jin Yushi felt a wave of nostalgia, and after a moment shook her head with a smile and returned to her bedroom. Through the mirror, Fang Yimou saw Jin Yushi throwing her a flirty wink before leaving, causing her to feel a rush of embarrassment. Fang Yimou and Jin Yushi shared a suite that had a living room and 2 bedrooms, with each bedroom having its own bed. Last night, Jin Yushi had jovially informed Fang Yimou in the elevator that they were only getting one room and would sleep together at night. Hearing this, Fang Yimou thought they would have to share a bed and insisted on getting another room, even if she had to pay for it herself. She had only shared a bed with her sister Fang Yuan when they were little, and had never slept with any other woman in her lifetime, nor with any man. Until Jin Yushi pulled her into the room revealing that it was actually a suite with 2 bedrooms. Fong Imo realized her ignorance, feeling both shy and embarrassed. Looking over at Jin Yushi, who was covering her mouth and laughing, Fong Imo immediately realized that this bad woman had deliberately left that ambiguous, intending to tease her. As they spent more time together, Fong Imo gradually discovered that while Jin Yushi was indeed wonderful, sometimes this older sister also had a mischievous side. Initially, she thought Jin Yushi was like a piece of sweet candy, but just as it began to melt in her mouth, it turned out to be popping candy. Sweet yet playful. After washing her face, Fong Imo began her morning skincare. The various bottles and jars had been carelessly left on the bed, and she had fallen asleep without tidying them up. After a night of tossing and turning in her dreams, they were now scattered everywhere. Luckily, she had brought travel-sized versions, and the floor was covered with a thick wool carpet. Otherwise, she would have been heartbroken if she had broken a bottle. Although these expensive skincare products could be reimbursed as production materials, she still didn't want to increase Bossy's project costs due to her own mistakes. After completing her full skincare routine and applying sunscreen, Fong Imo then lightly applied some makeup, giving herself a subtle look. Since he dad was quite traditional and disliked heavy makeup on Xiaoyan, and Fong Imo wasn't very confident in her makeup skills. She feared that if she applied too much, he mom might notice the flaws, which was quite possible in front of a woman who had been a mother for decades. Once Fong Imo finished her makeup and started pondering what to wear from a pile of clothes, the room service arrived with Jin Yushi already done with her makeup and dressed, went to open the door. After seeing off the tall, blonde, blue-eyed delivery girl, Fong Imo held a cream-colored floral collared shirt in her left hand and a plain half-skirt in her right, eagerly watching her and asking for her opinion on whether they looked good together. Jin Yushi took a moment to assess, then grabbed the shirt from Fong Imo and went into her room, rummaging through Fong Mo's suitcase. Finally, she picked out a dark green plaid suspender skirt with a bow at the waist. She held up the 2 pieces of clothing in front of Fong Imo, nodding in satisfaction, and stuffed them into Fong Mo's arms, saying, "This will look better." As Jin Yushi said this, she tilted her head and scrutinized Fong Mo's face. After a while, she said, "Wait a moment," and went to find some blush to apply a touch to Fong Mo's cheeks. Fong Imo, puzzled, turned to check her reflection in the living room mirror. The girl in the mirror now had a naturally rosy hue on her fair, flawless face, making her look even healthier. "If your complexion looks off, your mother might worry too much." After explaining, Jin Yushi urged Fong Imo to hurry and change clothes as they had to leave after breakfast. Fong Imo nodded silently, exclaiming that she had learned something. He dad and he mom were currently not in downtown Bern, but at a private medical facility in the suburbs. It wasn't too far, but it wasn't exactly close either, with some mountain roads involved. To be safe, after feeling carsick yesterday, Fong Imo took some motion sickness medication after breakfast. After breakfast, and packing their bags, Fong Imo and Jin Yushi had another remote video call, with He-Chi finally confirming that everything was in order according to their checklist. After reminding each other of the precautions, a visibly tired He-Chi, who had worked all day, seriously told Fong Imo, "Little sister, remember, now my mom is your mom and my dad is your dad. As long as they weren't found out today, everything else would be easy. If they handled this perfectly, it'll give you a perfect score when we get back." Fong Imo nodded, but quickly got into character, pouting and saying in a delicate voice, "What are you talking about, brother? The company's resources are all Yin Yan's dowry. Even if we get a performance bonus, that's Yin Yan giving others a performance bonus." He-Chi opened his mouth in surprise, then clasped his hands together, bowing deeply to Fong Imo through the phone. "My dear sister, please maintain this state. Please." The Fürstenberg-Meyer Medical Center is a private healthcare and wellness institution, with its core facilities built on a small hill on the outskirts of Bern, surrounded by mountains and waters, lush green grasslands, and distant forests. From the balcony of the hospital ward, one can even catch a glimpse of the eternal glaciers and snow atop the majestic peaks of the Alps, such as the Jungfrau and Eiger. Truly a perfect place for recuperation. The center was founded by Dr. Heinz von Fürstenberg, a world-renowned expert in cardiac surgery, and his partner Dr. Friedrich Meyer, a leading figure in cardiology. Together they established this institution 18 years ago. As for why Dr. Fürstenberg, who was then employed at a well-known hospital, suddenly abandoned his high-paying job, or where he acquired the substantial startup capital, he still smiles and remains silent about it. Rumor has it that 19 years ago he saved a woman suffering from a heart attack after an 8.0 magnitude earthquake, thus forming a bond of kindness. With the reputation built over the years by the 2 prominent figures, state-of-the-art facilities, and a beautiful natural environment, this medical center enjoys considerable fame worldwide for its unparalleled cardiac treatment standards, attracting wealthy individuals suffering from heart diseases every year. Mr. He Hongjuan, a well-known tycoon from the distant east, and his wife Ms. Su Xiaoyan are regular visitors here, with Ms. Su even having a specially designed room with an excellent view due to her severe heart condition. At this moment, Su Xiaoyun was draped in a light cashmere blanket, half reclining on a white wicker lounge chair, gazing distant at the Jungfrau. Su Xiaoyun had a slender figure and delicate features. Though she was over 50, it was evident that she had once been an extraordinarily beautiful woman in her youth. However, the torment of her chronic heart condition had etched weariness onto her face. Lost in thought, Su Xiaoyun stared at the millennium-old snow atop the Jungfrau, while her husband, He Hongjuan, hung up a phone call in the room and came to the balcony, gently placing his hand on his beloved wife's shoulder. He Hongjun possessed an atypical East Asian visage with high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose that gave him a strikingly profound appearance. He was also tall, with only his yellow skin, black hair, and a pair of brown eyes indicating his Eastern heritage. Yuna Yin and Xiaoyu are almost here, He Hongjun said gently. Su Xiaoyun raised her face to look at her husband, attempting to force a smile to alleviate his worries, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not hide the thread of melancholy between her brows. Seeing his wife's expression, He Hongjun sighed softly. Did you dream about it again last night? Su Xiaoyun nodded. Yes, it was the same as always. Yin is always asleep, and no matter how I call her, she won't wake up. Just when I finally manage to wake her up, she suddenly disappears, and all I can hear is her distant, yet near laughter. As she spoke, Su Xiaoyun tightly grasped He Hongjun's hand, her voice choking with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. Jungo, I'm scared. I'm scared that even Yin. You're just letting the illness play tricks on you. Yin is perfectly fine right now. She'll be here shortly. Don't think too much about it. He Hongjun also held his wife's hand tightly, smiling gently. And besides, haven't you always believed that she is still alive? Rest assured, not only is Yin doing well right now, but we will also find Chunxi one day. When we find that child, we will give him the best life and make up for everything he has missed over the past decade. He Hongjun spoke words he himself did not fully believe, as if he had been convinced of them from the very beginning. That little money grubber Chi Zi has made a lot these past few years, so he should put it to good use. As he spoke, He Hongjun raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of his wife's eye, smiling. Don't cry, or the kids will see and tease you. His attentive comfort eased Su Xiaoyun, who had been plagued by nightmares recently. She leaned her head gently against her husband's waist, feeling as if she had found a solid support. Junga, thank you, she said apologetically. I know you could have had a broader world, but you are bound to me because of my illness. The foundation still spends so much money every year. He Hongjun raised his hand to stroke his wife's hair. What broader world, what binding? The reason I worked so hard to earn money was to provide a good life for our family, wasn't it? As for me, I'm already old, fearing that each day passes by too quickly. As for the money, I've earned enough. Let Chi Zi and Xiaoyu have their fun. As for the foundation, you always say that if Chunxi is still alive, what will happen if he can't afford food? What if he can't stay warm? What if he is bullied by classmates? What if he has favorite stationery backpacks and toys, but can't buy them? I am the child's father. The things you worry about, I worry about too. Spending that money is just a way to compensate for our regret as parents for not being able to witness him grow up. The Shi-Yin Children's Foundation is a clumsy yet good method. Worried that the beloved child, unknown if alive or dead, might go hungry, the Shi-Yin Children's Foundation provides nutritious meals to all children in similar situations. Worried that the beloved child, unknown if alive or dead, might suffer from the cold, the foundation regularly delivers new clothes to children who cannot wear new garments. Worried that the beloved child, unknown if alive or dead, might be bullied by peers, the foundation conducts regular anti-bullying campaigns to offer care to those affected by school violence. Because of worries that the beloved child, unknown if alive or dead, might not receive new stationery backpacks and toys, the foundation regularly provides these gifts to eligible children. As long as that child is truly still alive, he will surely receive the insignificant gifts from his unseen mother and father. Perhaps, if not, that would mean that child is living well and he is loved. Of course, if he really is still alive. He Hongjun sighed, softly, a deep sorrow flickering in his eyes. But he quickly concealed his sadness, lowering his gaze to look at his beloved wife. His beloved woman's eyes were shimmering with tears again. He Hongjun hurriedly reached to wipe them away. You're going to be a grandmother soon, and why do you still cry so easily? Becoming a grandmother. Jungo, am I that old? Su Xiaoyun raised her hand to wipe away her tears, suddenly realizing something, and a joyful smile spread across her face. Chi Zi and Xiaoyu. He Hongjun smiled and nodded. That stubborn kid finally bowed his head. He proposed the day before yesterday. Although Xiaoyu didn't say yes, she accepted the ring. A girl like Xiaoyu wouldn't refuse a proposal, would she? Don't worry, I will just wait to hold our grandson. As He Hongjun spoke, Su Xiaoyun's face grew increasingly radiant. With Chi Zi's temperament, only a girl like Xiaoyu can keep him in line and prevent him from going astray. As a mother, I have not accompanied him well while he grew up. Only after Chunxi was gone did I realize how much I owed him, yet now he has grown up. That's good, that's good. You shouldn't just keep saying that's good. Quickly think of something to give her when we meet up later. After all, this is her first time meeting her future in-laws. You're right, Jungo. We can't let this child feel wrong. Chi Z is really something, such a big matter, and he doesn't even tell us. As they conversed, the gates of the medical center slowly opened and a white SUV gradually drove along the black ribbon-like asphalt road into the courtyard. Sitting in the passenger seat, Fong Mo clutched her chest, watching as the beige building drew nearer, her anxiety mounting to the point where her heart felt like it might leap from her throat, her hands trembling slightly. Jin Yushi, driving the car, turned her head to comfort her, saying, "Everyone's attention is focused on Aunt Sue's condition. You've prepared thoroughly, and even Grandpa didn't notice. Uncle and Aunt definitely won't either." Seeing that Fong Mo still couldn't relax, Jin Yushi continued to poke fun at herself to cheer her up, saying, "If anyone should be nervous, it's me. I have to work with you and cover for you. Who do you think should be more anxious?" As they spoke, the car had already stopped in the parking lot in front of the beige building. Fong Mo nervously picked up a mirror, checking her reflection one last time, mentally cheering herself on. "Fong Mo, you got this. You managed to deceive Hichi, who knows the truth, so there's no way you can't do this." Jin Yushi parked the car and checked Fong Mo again, noticing her lips looked a bit dry. She quickly rummaged through her bag for lipstick and lip gloss, smiling as she said to the nervous girl, "Come on, lean in." Fong Mo let out a long breath, complying, but in her mind, she kept repeating, "I am He Xiaoyan." Pout. "Now sister is infusing you with energy. Press your lips together. Anxiety go away. Smile. You are the cutest, He Xiaoyan." Perfect. Whether Jin Yushi's words were truly a spell, or the light-colored lipstick had some magic, or perhaps it was the effect of constant self-hypnosis, Fong Mo suddenly felt a surge of enlightenment. The same sensation she had described to Hichi returned, as if something flowed into her body. In that moment, Fong Mo felt she truly was He Xiaoyan. Her heartbeat gradually calmed, the tension vanished instantly, her expression returned to tranquility, and her hands stopped shaking. Jin Yushi looked at Fong Mo, who suddenly seemed like a different person, a hint of confusion on her face. "Fong Xiaomo." The girl beside her mischievously blinked and asked in bewilderment, "Sister Yushi, what are you talking about? Who is Fong Xiaomo?" "I am Yin Yin." Through the car window, Fong Mo saw a man and woman walking out of the main building of the rehabilitation center, arm in arm, accompanied by a blonde nurse, slowly making their way towards them. "Sister Yushi, Daddy and Mommy have come to pick us up," the little girl said, excitedly opening the car door and skipping toward the approaching man and woman, forgetting to close the door behind her. Huh. Jin Yushi watched as Fong Mo's back disappeared, feeling a bit dazed. How did she suddenly get into character? It's as if Xiaoyan has possessed her. After a moment of distraction, Jin Yushi suddenly realized she needed to cover for her, and hurriedly got out of the car to catch up. Su Xiaoyan looked at the familiar figure rushing towards her, a smile involuntarily spreading across her lips. Before she could fully open her arms, the figure, almost the same height as her, rushed into her embrace, bringing with it a faint scent. "Mommy, Yin Yin misses you so much." The child in her arms sweetly whined, as usual, like a piece of candy that would never go stale. Su Xiaoyan would never grow tired of it. In her eyes, this child, even while whining, carried the weight of two. Su Xiaoyan raised her hand to smooth her daughter's slightly disheveled hair from running, gently burying her head in her daughter's neck and taking a deep breath. The scent of her daughter's perfume, the fragrance of the shower gel, the smell of sunscreen. And buried deep within the subtle scent that only a mother could detect. That scent stemmed from the unique blood bond between a mother and her child, from the pheromones secreted by their bodies, so compelling that no sight was needed. With just a gentle whiff, Su Xiaoyan could be certain that this child was her precious treasure, whom she spoiled as if she were too. The nightmare that had lingered in her heart for days was swept away in an instant by the child in her arms, and a smile finally appeared on Su Xiaoyan's face, her brows free of any worry. "Why didn't Mommy come earlier?" Su Xiaoyan supported her daughter's shoulders, gazing at the girl's face, which resembled her own by 7 to 8 parts, feigning anger as she asked. But her daughter wore a look of great grievance. "Mommy, Yin Yin really wanted to come directly, but school is just too intense. You know, I failed so many subjects last semester, and now I have to retake them. I've been losing so much hair lately." Seeing her child's pitiful expression, Su Xiaoyan couldn't keep up the act any longer. She chuckled and playfully pinched her daughter's nose, saying, "All right, no more grievances, sweetheart. Mommy was just teasing you. I'm happy that my darling has been studying hard." She then cupped her daughter's face, gently resting her forehead against hers. Su Xiaoyan felt her child tremble, slightly, almost imperceptibly, and with confusion, she pulled back, looking at the familiar face she knew so well. She suddenly noticed a peculiar glimmer in her daughter's eyes, as if tears were welling up. "What's wrong?" Su Xiaoyan asked, somewhat flustered. "Why are you crying, darling?" The daughter vigorously shook her head. "Mommy, Yin wants to hug you again." Hearing her child's teary request, Su Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh. All right. Mommy will give you a hug. You can hug me for as long as you want." With that, she stepped forward, gently embracing her daughter, stroking her head while lightly patting her back. When embraced by Mother, Fong Mo felt a warmth she had never experienced before. The gentle aura emanating from Mother perfectly matched her past imaginations of her own mother. the woman who had tragically perished in an earthquake. Warmth, reassurance, and a profound sense of security enveloped her like a small boat that had weathered a storm at sea, finally returning to the calm harbor. At that moment, Fong Mo firmly believed deep in her heart that this woman before her was her mother. Regardless of the truth, she chose to believe it wholeheartedly, embracing this moment of warmth. "Are you only looking at mommy?" He father coughed lightly, his tone tinged with discontent. Hearing this slightly jealous remark, Fong Mo reluctantly stepped out of her mother's embrace, gazing up at he father, whose face resembled he cheese even more. Father and daughter exchanged a glance, and Fong Mo immediately smiled as she stepped forward to gently hug this tall, middle-aged man, though her movements were restrained, tinged with caution. Throughout his Oyen's growth, he mother had showered her with boundless love and indulgence, while he father corrected her behaviors at the right moments. Thus she held more respect for her father, expressing her emotions more restrainedly. After the embrace, he father squeezed Fong Mo's arm, quite satisfied. It seems this teaching trip wasn't in vain. Spending half a month hopping around with the kids in the mountains has at least made you a bit sturdier. Huh, really, Daddy? Then it seems yoga classes need to be scheduled soon. Hearing the typical Hijiayan response, he mother smiled without saying a word. Seeing that Fong Mo had not shown any flaws, Jin Yushi let out a quiet sigh of relief. At this moment, mother Su Xiaoyan had shifted her attention from Fong Mo to Jin Yushi. Looking at the dazzling diamond ring on Jin Yushi's left hand, her smile grew even more joyous. Feeling mother He's gaze on her left hand, and noticing the faint smile lines at the corners of her eyes, Jin Yushi's face suddenly flushed. "Su, Auntie, long time no see." Even Jin Yushi, who was usually calm in any situation, felt nervous at this moment. "Xiaoyu." Mother He smiled as she walked over, gently taking Jin Yushi's left hand to raise it and look at it, then frowned slightly. "It's a bit too mature. I wonder whose taste this comes from. Why didn't you ask me before buying it?" After speaking, mother He's brows relaxed immediately, and she smiled at the now blushing Jin Yushi. "This is the engagement ring he proposed with. It must not be counted. Auntie will accompany you to pick out a better one." Mother He inadvertently referred to herself as mom, which made Jin Yushi's face turn even redder, yet she shook her head shyly and said, "This one is quite nice. I like everything he gives me." Father He, who had just finished hugging Fong Mo, also noticed Jin Yushi. She quickly bowed slightly to him. "Chairman, long time no see." Father He put on a stern face. "What do you mean? It seems to me that you girl are not very sensible." Mother He chuckled and lightly punched her husband's arm. "Dear, speak nicely, don't scare the child." Jin Yushi quickly smiled and waved her hand. "Annie, the chairman. Uncle is just joking with me." Father He's stern expression melted away, instantly replaced by a warm smile. "That's more like it. We're not in that shabby boardroom. There's no chairman here, just the four of us in the He family. So Xiaoyu, when do you want to hold the engagement banquet? When will the wedding be?" Father He asked with a cheerful expression. Jin Yushi suddenly felt embarrassed. She looked at Fong Mo, who was naturally linking arms with Mother He, and noticed the girl mischievously winking at her. Jin Yushi was suddenly a bit dazed. Clearly she should be the one helping this girl cover up. Why was all the attention on her now? Jin Yushi recalled He Kai's somewhat handsome face and remembered that day when the idiot took out the ring, awkwardly saying, "This is also to help Fong Xiaoma attract firepower." She immediately felt a pang of resentment. This was not about attracting firepower. She had now become the main target of her future in-laws. Fortunately, Mother He took the initiative to help Jin Yushi out of this predicament. She shot a look at her husband and said, "Husband, don't put so much pressure on the child. It's a major event in a girl's life. How can you expect her to decide on the wedding date right after the proposal? That's too childish. Xiaoyu, don't listen to your uncle. Go back and think it over slowly. There's no rush for us. Write down your thoughts and what you want. In any case, this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and we must not leave any regrets." Father He had been chastised by his wife, but showed no sign of annoyance. Instead, he nodded along with a smile. Jin Yushi looked at these two elders, feeling somewhat touched, but when she saw Fong Mo grinning beside Mother He, she suddenly felt a bit irritated. "Yin Yin, don't just smile foolishly." Mother He turned her attention back to Fong Mo. She instinctively patted her daughter's arm and said earnestly, "In matters of love, one can never be certain. It's very common to encounter someone you like, but they don't reciprocate your feelings. There's no need to cling to a single tree when we have such good conditions. Are we really worried about not finding a suitable boy in the future? Who knows, we might meet someone in a couple of days, and when we look back we'll realize how unworthy the tears we shed were." Fong Mo's smile did not fade, but instead transferred to Jin Yushi's face. She turned red and looked embarrassed, recalling his Oyen's and Yi Rong's situations. She said softly, "Mommy Yin Yin doesn't want to find a boyfriend anymore. It's too tiring. So many men have ulterior motives. Yin Yin wants to stay with Daddy and Mommy for a lifetime." Alright, if Daddy and Mommy are no longer around, at least you have your brother and sister-in-law to take care of you. Mommy is at ease. No. Mommy mustn't say that. A Mommy's surgery will definitely be very, very successful. Daddy and Mommy will both live long lives. know they will live to be 200 years old. Yin will also live to be 100 even if I grow old. You both must be well. You greedy child. Who can live to be 200? In any case, don't be impulsive and cut your hair over such. Yin has already figured it out. Cutting hair for a blind person is not worth it. The family happily chatted while walking toward the off-white building nearby. The mother and daughter walked in front while father he and Jin Yushi lagged behind by about 2 paces, engaging in a quiet conversation. Who is that boy? Father he looked somewhat annoyed. Does he not have eyes to reject the daughter of He Hongjun? Uncle Yin has already moved on. Please don't be so angry. Jin Yushi quietly comforted the visibly angry chairman of the new Peak Group, her future father-in-law. He's the son of the Yi family Yirong. Father he raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The Yi family of Mage Fei. Jin Yushi nodded. Father he fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. I've met that boy once before, and my impression was quite good. Among the spoiled children of the Yi family, he was a rare steady one, yet he turned out to be blind. Even without looking at my daughter's appearance with the He family's grand estate, how could he not be tempted at all? Still involved in real estate, clearly his perspective is greatly flawed. Jin Yushi couldn't help but chuckle, but Yirong doesn't know Yin's identity. Yin didn't tell that boy. Father he was somewhat surprised to hear this. Yin said she wants to pursue the boy she likes based on her own abilities. She said that things obtained through external forces will fly away from your hands once the external force is lost. She is indeed my He Hongjun's child. Hearing Jin Yushi's words, father he nodded in appreciation. It seems she takes my words seriously. However, father he's expression quickly turned grim. Although it's somewhat understandable that boy from the Yi family, since he dared to make my daughter sad, shouldn't he bear some consequences? Jin Yushi looked at this elder who resembled He-chi by 6 or 7 parts and thought to herself that this father and son truly are alike, both thinking along the same lines. Chi previously notified our business partners with whom we have a good relationship to pause cooperation with Mage Fei. For a while, they were in a panic for a month or 2. It was Yin who knew about it and asked Chi not to make things difficult for them. Hearing this, father he looked at his daughter who was chatting and laughing with mother he ahead and smiled with satisfaction. Yin is right, it's actually me, the elder, who has not opened my mind. Hima's hospital room is a suite with 3 bedrooms and a living room, one of which is equipped with medical facilities, while the other 2 are for accompanying family members or caregivers. The living room and that hospital room are connected by an oversized outdoor balcony from which one can see the snow-capped peaks of the Alps in the distance. The towering peaks such as Jungfrau Eiger and Monch are scattered across the horizon, their snowy summits resembling cream or frosting atop an ice cream, particularly beautiful. If those mountains were indeed ice creams, they must be delicious. Nearby vast stretches of grassy land are connected to small patches of farmland and lush green woodlands where herds of brown and white cows graze leisurely, while vigilant shepherd dogs bask in the sun nearby. Fong Mo gazed at the picturesque scenery that looked like an oil painting, her eyes widening once more. When she was hospitalized in Huading, the VIP ward of that hospital was already astonishingly beautiful, but she never expected to find something even better. Wow, this is so extravagant. It's extravagance beyond humanity. Fong Mo felt a whirlwind of emotions, but this was where it ended. As a real bottom-tier person, Fong Mo had ample reasons to resent the wealthy, yet she could hardly harbor any resentment towards the He family, except for her cheap older brother. At this moment, as He Xiaoyan, she could only feel a profound sense of love from this family. Perhaps it was because she was inhabiting the identity of He Xiaoyan, but Fong Mo unconsciously felt that the He family was her true home, that He father and He mother were genuinely her parents, and that the old man, he was indeed her grandfather. And as Fong Mo, knowing the He family situation, she was even less able to feel any negative emotions toward. Firstly, the He family invested huge amounts of money during the earthquake years ago, and He father even participated in relief efforts in the disaster area for a long time. After the reconstruction of Ganqing, the He family donated a significant sum. Secondly, she was a direct beneficiary of the Xiyin Children's Foundation, led by He mother. Recently, during her free time, she checked and found out that the nutritious lunches she and her sister had in elementary school were all funded by that foundation. By calculation, she and her sister had practically grown up eating food provided by the He family. People resent the wealthy not just out of envy for not being one of them, but more so because many wealthy individuals resort to unscrupulous means to amass wealth and lack compassion, while the He family obviously does not fall into this category. Even He-chi, the money grabber. On the balcony, Fong Mo joyfully admired the scenery of the Alps, watching the frosting like snow atop the peaks with her mouth watering. In the living room, He father and He mother eagerly presented their first gift as future parents-in-law to their prospective daughter-in-law Jin Yushi. He mother placed a finely crafted jade Buddha pendant which she had worn close to her body around Jin Yushi's neck. This pendant was given to her by the He family matriarch before she married He father and had been passed down through generations of He family brides, making it not just a gift, but a solemn promise. Jin Yushi was destined to be the He family's daughter-in-law. He father's gift was much more ordinary, a finely crafted fountain pen. Since it was a gold pen, it might be worth some. This pen was a commemorative item specially customized for the 30th anniversary of the establishment of the Shinfeng Group, given to members of the board of directors and major shareholders, so it held little significance beyond that. Jin Yushi did not refuse the Jade Buddha, but she felt a bit at a loss facing the exquisite pen. She was a remarkably intelligent woman and immediately understood he father's intention. How could she dare to accept it? In the end, he father still forced it into her bag. I can't concern myself with how other families do things, he father said with a smile to Jin Yushi. But remember, our he family doesn't have so many ridiculous rules. Since you are about to marry into the he family, you will be the beloved daughter of he Hongjun and Yuner. Whatever Chi and Yin have, you shall have too. While enjoying the view on the balcony, Fong Yamo heard he father mention Yin Yin and quickly turned around, asking in confusion, "Dad, what's wrong?" "Adults are talking, children shouldn't interfere," he mother said with a smile. "You'll understand when you get married in a few years." Fong Yamo pouted at her words. Yin isn't getting married. She won't marry in this lifetime. He mother found it both laughable and pitiful. After presenting the gifts, he father and he mother took Jin Yushi to sit on the balcony, and the family basked in the sunlight and enjoyed the mountain breeze, chatting idly. They refrained from discussing company matters, since they had already delegated authority to He and Jin Yushi. They let the young ones explore on their own, knowing that if any major troubles arose, he father would naturally step in again. The conversation mainly revolved around their experiences on the journey to Bern Hezoyan's so-called teaching support experience and the recent condition of the old man. The two had prepared thoroughly and encountered no major issues. Perhaps he father and he mother were not very familiar with teaching support, or perhaps the old man, he was already helping them cover up, or maybe, because Fong Yamo had truly experienced a rather difficult life and spoke convincingly, the initially concerning teaching support experience surprisingly led the elders to believe her without any suspicion. It was he father who occasionally hinted at matters regarding Yi Rong, which gave Fong Yamo a headache. She could only pretend to be unhappy and remain silent. Seeing her like this, he mother assumed it was because her daughter's father had touched on a sore spot, frowning and incessantly nudging him with her elbow. After a while, a tall, blonde Caucasian doctor arrived with several nurses to examine Hima. She was scheduled for surgery the day after tomorrow, and her health status needed to be monitored closely before the operation. Any abnormality in certain indicators could lead to a postponement. After the examination, the doctor spoke fluently in Mandarin to he father and he mother, saying, "Aunt Sue's condition is very stable, and there are no issues." "Great. Thank you, William," he father said with a smile, patting the doctor's arm affectionately. "You're welcome, Uncle He. It's my duty, Dr." William replied. "Dr." William looked at Fong Yamo and Jin Yushi, showing a hint of confusion. Who are these two? He mother pointed at Jin Yushi, saying, "She is our daughter-in-law, Jin Yushi." "And this girl, can you guess who she is, eh?" he mother asked with a smile, pointing at Fong Yamo. "Dr." William greeted Jin Yushi and then looked at Fong Yamo with a puzzled expression, and after a moment he mother revealed, "This is our Xiaoyan, whom you met in Huuding when she was 8 years old." Upon hearing this, Dr. William's eyes widened in surprise. He took off his mask, revealing his typical Germanic face, and greeted Fong Yamo with a smile. "Hey, he Xiaoyan. You've grown so much. Do you remember me?" "I'm William. Big guy William. William brother. Long time no see," Fong Yamo cheerfully called out, embracing him warmly. William von Feisenberg, the eldest son of Dr. Heinz von Feisenberg, could be considered the young master of this private medical center. He had been studying and working in Germany until last year, when he returned home, now living nearby on a farm with his wife and child, which is also where Fong Mo and Jin Yushi would be staying for the next few nights. Dr. Feisenberg was a close friend of he father and he mother. Because of this familial connection, William had specifically studied Chinese and could speak fluent Mandarin. He had also met he Xiaoyan over a decade ago, as Fong Yamo was assessing the white young man before her and trying to connect him with the handsome German guy in her records. "Wow." William looked at Fong Yamo, still in disbelief. "You're really beautiful now. I never expected that such a small girl would grow into such a stunning beauty." "Thank you, brother William," Fong Yamo said somewhat shyly. "It's really great to see you again," William replied with a smile. "My son Oscar is 6 years old now, and I think he will love you very much. Now we have a headache ahead of us. How should Oscar address you when he sees you tonight? Sister Xiaoyan, or?" William's words made the others in the room laugh. Only Fong Yamo felt helpless. How did a trip abroad make her become an aunt? She should still be a sister at the very least. At noon, Jin Yushi drove, carrying Fong Yamo, he father and mother, along with a nurse who was always ready to respond to any sudden health issues, with he mother to the nearest town. He father and mother were quite familiar with the area, and under their suggestion the group had lunch at an Italian-style restaurant. After lunch, he father and mother took their daughter and daughter-in-law for a leisurely stroll around the town. This town has a long history, with a church in the town center that is said to have been established during the medieval period. It's also the oldest building still standing in the entire town. Most of the houses in the town are also quite old, some built from mountain stones 200 or 300 years ago, and on some walls one can still see shallow holes. Occasionally black lead bullets can be spotted in the wall crevices. It's said that these are remnants from the late 18th to early 19th century, when the fierce short-legged lion swept across Europe. Not long after that, this small nation nestled in the Alps declared permanent neutrality and has not been affected by. Perhaps due to over 200 years of peace, the townspeople appear exceptionally calm and friendly, and the pace of life is exceedingly relaxed. They resemble the hobbits from Tolkien's works, unaffected by the turmoil in Syria and Gaza or the bloodshed in Kursk. Here people leisurely bask in the sun, sipping coffee and hot chocolate, making it hard to connect them with their fierce mountain-dwelling ancestors. Walking through such a peaceful town, Fong Emo felt her heart become incredibly tranquil. Holding her mother's hand, she took pictures along the way, of houses, rivers, Hezoyan's parents, and of herself. Her mother watched her daughter beside her, a radiant smile permanently gracing her weary face. Some of the photos Fong Emo took were for her own keepsake, while others were to serve as material for Hezoyan's personal account. Fong Emo had recently begun receiving materials for Hezoyan's account. Her task was merely to shoot footage according to the script and then hand it over to Jin Yushi, who would either edit the footage herself or find someone to do it before posting on the account. Originally, this was supposed to be Fong Mo's responsibility, but she was completely at a loss. Despite her intentions, she felt utterly incapable. Each time she thought of this, she felt like a complete failure. After enjoying afternoon tea by the small river running through the town and leisurely exploring the compact town, it was nearly 5 o'clock local time, and her mother's face began to show signs of fatigue. The family then drove back to the medical center, but instead of returning to the main building, they went to a nearby farm, the residence of the Fürstenberg family. Tonight they were guests at Dr. Heinz's home, and Fong Emo and Jin Yushi would also be staying here for the next few days. The Fürstenberg family had chosen a rather cute name for their farm, calling it Pumpkin Farm, with a particularly large Halloween pumpkin sign at the entrance. As the car entered the farm and stopped behind the pumpkin sign, the Fürstenberg father and son had already heard the sound of the car's engine and came out to greet them. Dr. Heinz, with his blonde hair and blue eyes, though nearing 60, stood tall and full of vigor, showing no signs of aging. Fong Emo couldn't help but think he resembled the old lion of House Lannister. He approached them, first greeting his father and mother, then shaking hands with Jin Yushi, before finally setting his gaze on Fong Emo. Dr. Heinz appraised Fong Emo with a smile, speaking fluent Mandarin. "Long time no see, Xiaoyan. You've grown taller and even more beautiful. Long time no see, Uncle Heinz." Fong Emo happily stepped forward to embrace Dr. Heinz. Xiaoyan had visited Bern once during high school, accompanying her mother for a health retreat. That was the last time she had seen Dr. Heinz. Neither his father nor mother realized that their daughter was not the real Xiaoyan, and Dr. Heinz, who had only met Xiaoyan a few times, had no reason to suspect. After embracing Fong Emo, Dr. Heinz introduced his family to Fong Emo and Jin Yushi, his wife Mrs. Helena, their eldest son Dr. William, their eldest daughter-in-law Ms. Celine, and their eldest grandson Oscar. Dr. Heinz had other children, but they were all developing their careers in other cities or even other countries and were not present. Mrs. Helena and Ms. Celine politely embraced Fong Emo and Jin Yushi, while Oscar stood beside his mother, quietly observing Fong Emo. Typically, children aged 6 or 7 can be quite difficult, especially little boys, but Oscar appeared particularly quiet and shy. With his blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin, his chubby face resembled that of a lovely porcelain doll, and Fong Emo found him quite endearing. Noticing the child shyly observing her, Fong Emo crouched down, smiling as she greeted him in the plastic German she had just learned in the town. "Hi Oscar, I'm Xiaoyan. Can I be your friend?" The boy immediately shyly hid behind his mother, peeking out with just his eyes. After a long pause, he finally managed to say hello in a timid voice, without indicating whether he wanted to be friends with Fong Emo. Such a minor incident involving children would not concern the adults too much. The He family was soon welcomed into the house by the Fürstenberg family. Mrs. Helena and Ms. Celine had already prepared the evening's dishes, and both families entered the dining room in a lively manner, taking their respective seats. As soon as Fong Emo sat down with his mother and Jin Yushi, Oscar leaned towards his mother's ear and began whispering, glancing over at Fong Emo. Ms. Celine also glanced at Fong Emo, smiled, and quietly said something to Oscar. The child looked at Fong Emo with a conflicted expression, seeming to struggle for a moment before finally gathering his courage and running over to Fong Emo and Jin Yushi. Gently tugging at the hem of Jin Yushi's skirt, Oscar spoke to her in a soft voice. Jin Yushi, who was speaking with Mrs. Helena in German, was interrupted by him. Upon hearing his words, she couldn't help but smile and replied klar, while shifting her chair slightly to create a little space between herself and Fong Emo. Oscar politely thanked Jin Yushi, then turned around and gently tugged at Fong Mo's skirt, nervously speaking a long string of German. Fong Emo looked confused, noticing Dr. William speaking to Oscar. "Oscar, we have guests here who don't understand German. Could you please speak in Chinese?" Dr. William spoke in Chinese, which Fong Mo naturally understood. She quickly turned to the anxious Oscar and gave him an encouraging smile. Sister, can I sit next to you? Oscar said in a slightly accented Chinese. My mom said that as long as you and that big sister agree, I can sit here. After all, what did I say? Dr. William smiled at Fong Mo upon hearing the child's words. Fong Mo paused for a moment, then smiled happily, nodding at Oscar, and using the German she had just learned to say klar. In German, klar means of course. Just like how little Oscar couldn't refuse the beautiful He Xiaoyan. Who could bear to deny a child's request? Especially one as adorable as him. Madame Helena and Miss Selina brought several steaming hot dishes to the table, while Dr. Heinz retrieved 2 bottles of aged red wine from the wine cellar, and they all took their seats. The Fürstenberg family were all devout believers, and Dr. Heinz led his family in a prayer before the meal. Although Father He, Mother He, Jean Yushi, and Fong Mo did not share their faith, they fully respected others' beliefs, thus they quietly waited for the family to finish. Once the prayer was concluded and each of them made the sign of the cross over their chests, the atmosphere quickly shifted from solemnity to liveliness, marking the beginning of the welcoming banquet for Fong Mo and Jean Yushi. Fong Mo curiously glanced at the little boy Oscar sitting next to her. In his tender voice, he earnestly thanked God for the food, mimicking the adults as he pronounced Amen and solemnly made the sign of the cross. Having completed the prayer, he seemed to have finally conquered his shyness, bravely flashing a smile at the beautiful older sister before him, to which Fong Mo responded with a smile. Dr. Heinz and Dr. William opened the red wine and poured glasses for those drinking. The grapes were grown on their own farm, and the wine was brewed by the Fürstenberg father and son. The grapes from that year were particularly good, resulting in a fine wine aged for years, now served to guests as a show of sincerity. Neither Fong Mo nor He Xiaoyan were fond of drinking, but today the wine opened by Dr. Heinz was so special that Fong Mo insisted on tasting it. Thus, she asked Dr. William to pour her some. As for Mother He and Oscar, one was about to undergo surgery and the other was still too young, so they were both drinking mixed fruit juice. The 2 families of 9 raised their glasses at Dr. Heinz's suggestion, and Dr. Heinz delivered a toast. Welcome to Yin Yin and Xiaoyu, who have come from afar, to the friendship between our 2 families across half the globe. Dr. Heinz's gaze shifted from Fong Mo and Jean Yushi to Father He, and finally, with a confident smile on his face, he nodded at Mother He, saying, lastly, here's to health. Cheers to health, everyone said in unison in both languages. Fong Mo, who knew little about wine and had a low tolerance, could tell that the wine brewed by Dr. Heinz was indeed delicious, and before she knew it, she had drunk a bit more than intended, her pale face quickly turning rosy. Raising her hand to touch her daughter's flushed cheek, Mother He furrowed her brow slightly. While Fong Mo was deeply engrossed in a conversation with Oscar, she discreetly poured the remaining half glass of wine in Fong Mo's cup into Father He's glass, leaving only a small amount at the bottom. Father He looked at her in confusion, and she simply blinked, raising her index finger to her lips in a should gesture. When Fong Mo turned back to grab her cup, she found less than half a sip of wine left in it, looking a bit dazed. Fong Mo stared blankly at her cup, unsure if she had drunk the wine herself, and turned to Mother He, asking, Mommy, where's the wine? Did you not drink it yourself just now, eh? Mother He tilted her head, innocently blinking her eyes. While speaking, she reached up to feel Fong Mo's hot forehead, and with a hint of concern said, Sweetie, look at you, you've already started to forget how much you drank. Maybe it's best if you stop drinking now. Fong Mo was puzzled, having no recollection of when the wine in her cup had disappeared. But seeing Mother He's expression did not seem forced, she chose to believe that she had indeed drunk more than she realized. Fong Mo began to worry that if she continued drinking, she might say something foolish, so she cheerfully nodded to Mother He and said, All right, then switched cups, pouring herself some mixed fruit juice before continuing her conversation with Oscar. Fong Mo knew nothing of German, only having learned a few greeting phrases in the past few days. Fortunately, Oscar could speak Mandarin, so they had no issues communicating. Despite being only 6 years old, he had a good command of Chinese thanks to his grandfather and father's fluency, though he had a slight accent. Thus, Oscar and Fong Mo began to converse in Mandarin. Although Oscar was shy at first, he soon became quite lively once he warmed up to Fong Mo. He taught Fong Mo some German, and even secretly shared a few curse words he had just learned. Sister Yin Yin, you must not tell my dad, he doesn't allow me to say these things. Oscar leaned closer to Fong Mo, speaking mysteriously. Fong Mo nodded solemnly and whispered, Don't worry, Sister Yin Yin will never tell anyone. This is a promise between boys. This isn't a promise between boys, Oscar shook his head repeatedly. Sister, you are a girl, so this is a promise between a lady and a gentleman. Fong Mo instantly felt as if this little cutie had stabbed her heart. If your dad doesn't allow you to say these things, where did you learn them from? Fong Mo had initially intended to say Brother William, but now that Oscar called her sister, the hierarchy seemed a bit confusing, so she simply used your dad. Oscar glanced at his father, who was chatting happily with Jean Yushi in Chinese, then leaned closer to Fong Mo's ear, whispering even softer, I learned it from my dad. He doesn't allow me to say it, but sometimes he talks like that with the farm workers. After saying this, he pulled Fong Mo to a spot where Dr. William couldn't see and quietly mimicked the speech, his voice soft yet intense, and with his expressions and powerful gestures Fong Mo couldn't help but laugh. Hey Oscar, do you like to draw? Fong Mo quietly asked Oscar. Oscar immediately displayed a look of disgust. No, I hate drawing. Fong Mo chuckled and nodded. That's good, Europe is safe then. Confirming that Bern would not become the source of World War III, Fong Mo began discussing soccer with Oscar. Despite being only 6 years old, Oscar was a seasoned soccer fan, having watched Bundesliga matches with his dad for 6 years, and was a diehard Borussia Dortmund supporter, familiar with all their star players. As soon as soccer was mentioned, the little guy forgot about his meal, hurried upstairs to his room, and returned to the dining table with all his treasured collectibles to show Fong Mo. He had signed photos of various soccer stars, player cards, cartoon standees, and even a signed jersey of Lewandowski from his time at Dortmund. Though it was hard to say if it was genuine, perhaps the poor kid had been swindled out of his money. Sister Yin, which team do you like the most, eh? After showcasing his collection, Oscar excitedly inquired about Fong Mo, his bright blue eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fong Mo was momentarily taken aback by the question. After a brief hesitation, she replied, Schalke 0. This was one of the few Bundesliga clubs she knew. She had heard of Real Madrid, Barcelona, Paris Saint-Germain, and the Milan duo, but since little Oscar was a Bundesliga fan, mentioning teams from other leagues would be a letdown. Fong Mo knew about Schalke 04, because in middle school her only reasonable classmate was a Bundesliga fan, thus she had some understanding. That classmate was infatuated with the Spanish star Raul Gonzalez, while Fong Mo knew almost nothing about soccer, only thinking that Raul was handsome, and thus she was teased by that classmate as a fan of looks. Upon hearing Fong Mo say Schalke 04, Oscar's mouth dropped open in disbelief, and he quickly added disdainfully, Schalke 04 has been relegated to the second division. Fong Mo was at a loss for words. But the little boy did not give up, continuing to enthusiastically ask, then Sister Yin, which player do you like the most? Fong Mo opened her mouth, initially wanting to say Raul, but realizing that the Ring King had long since retired, mentioning him now might get her teased by the little boy for being out of date. So she cleared her throat and said, I like Mbappe the most. This time the little boy nodded, but then innocently asked, why eh? Fong Mo thought for a moment, recalling the video clips she had seen of the fast-running black stallion on the field, and replied, because he runs fast, is that a reason? Oscar. The two families chatted while eating, and the meal lasted until nearly 8 o'clock. Mr. and Mrs. He, along with the Furstenberg father and son, moved to the living room, sitting by the large floor-to-ceiling window, discussing the surgery that Mrs. He needed to undergo and the subsequent treatment plan, while also providing psychological support for her. Fong Mo also wanted to listen in, but she was playfully sent away by Mrs. He, who asked her to keep Oscar company. Oscar, squatting at the stairway with his treasure chest, lit up when he saw Fong Mo coming out of the living room. He took her hand and led her upstairs to his room. After returning to his room, the little guy suddenly appeared shy. Fong Mo tilted her head in suspicion and asked, what's wrong, Oscar? Do you have something to show me? Oscar mustered his courage upon hearing this, looked up at Fong Mo, and curiously asked, Sister Yin, do you have a boyfriend now? This abrupt question caused Fong Mo's mind to momentarily stall. Did such a young friend already know that? She quickly shook her head. Sister is currently single and doesn't have a boyfriend. Fong Mo stated with certainty, not only now, but also in the future. Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes instantly sparkled. He fidgeted for a moment, then straightened his back, took Fong Mo's right hand, and gently kissed the back of her hand with utmost seriousness, saying, Dear Sister Yin, could you be my girlfriend? Fong Mo was taken aback, almost dropping her jaw. Was she being confessed to by a 6-year-old? Are kids nowadays so mature? While shocked, Fong Mo also felt a deep sense of joy of being liked by a child, finding it quite amusing, but more importantly, she felt a heavy sense of responsibility. Being confessed to so earnestly by a child, Fong Mo knew she couldn't simply refuse, as that would hurt a child's tender heart. However, she also couldn't truly accept it, as this was merely a child's innocent affection for someone. He couldn't truly understand the love between adults, let alone the implications behind the term boyfriend and girlfriend. After contemplating for a moment, Fong Mo half squatted down, looking into the serious expression of the golden-haired little boy, and patiently asked Oscar, why do you want Sister Yin to be your girlfriend? Oscar answered earnestly, because I like you, and you also like Schalke 04. It's a Bundesliga team. Fong Mo couldn't help but laugh and cry, but Schalke 04 has already been relegated. They're now playing in the second division. Well, it used to be a Bundesliga team. Okay, Oscar, if Sister is your girlfriend, what would be different for you? Oscar shyly replied, if Sister Yin is my girlfriend, I can kiss you just like I can kiss my dad, mom, grandpa, and grandma. Moreover, all my little friends have girlfriends, and I'm the only one who's single. If you are my girlfriend, they will definitely be. This child wasn't overly mature after all. Fong Mo found it amusing while also feeling relieved. She smiled brightly and said, that's indeed great. But who said that Sister must be Oscar's girlfriend for him to kiss her? Oscar's eyes widened. Really? Of course you can, that's a little man's privilege. Fong Imo nodded, but then shifted the conversation, continuing, Oscar, your little friends all have girlfriends. Now that you don't have a girlfriend, don't you think that is actually pretty cool? Cool. Oscar tilted his head. Yes, think about it, while everyone else is still playing house, you are already grown up. Sister Yin, what is playing house? Well, it's when your little friends pretend to be couples, or a girl claims another boy is her boyfriend. They are just playing a game, one that only little kids play. Your lack of a so-called girlfriend actually shows that you are starting to become an adult. That's much cooler than playing house. Wow. As Fong Mo continued her persuasion, the light in the little boy's eyes grew brighter, and his posture straightened even more. You are so right, Sister Yin, they are so childish. I will go laugh at them tomorrow. After successfully dealing with the little boy, Fong Mo let out a sigh of relief. After playing with Oscar for a while, the two, despite a 13-year age gap, got along remarkably well. The delighted Oscar even gifted her a Lewandowski jersey, which then led to him being dragged away by his mother for a bath. As Fong Mo stared at the signed jersey in her hand, puzzled over whether it was genuine or fake, voices from outside the room reached her. It was Dr. William and Mrs. Helena speaking in German, which Fong Mo couldn't understand. Just after finishing his bath, Jin Yushi came to call Fong Mo to wash up. What happened to them? Fong Mo asked curiously. William lost a jersey. He suspects his mother washed it. Jin Yushi acted as a translator for Fong Mo. If the jersey is dirty, shouldn't it be cleaned? Fong Mo couldn't understand. Jin Yushi shrugged. It seems to be a signed jersey, something by Lewandowski from Dortmund, apparently a rare collectible that took a lot of effort to obtain. Lewandowski, Dortmund. Fong Mo suddenly realized, laughing and crying as she opened the jersey Oscar had given her, which still smelled of sweat, and asked incredulously, is it this one? Jin Yushi spread his hands. You might as well ask William. Fong Mo hurried out of the room, showing the anxious William the jersey, which indeed was the precious signed jersey he had lost. Fong Mo then explained the whole situation to him, realizing that her son had cleverly borrowed the item. William's face turned red and then pale. Dr. William rushed into the bathroom where Selin was washing the child, and soon William's voice scolding the child in German echoed from the bathroom, leaving Fong Mo in shock, worried that Poland might cease to exist by tomorrow. Jin Yushi laughed heartily, and seeing Fong Mo's bewildered expression, he began to provide real-time translation. Did Dad say that you shouldn't take other people's things without permission? Yes. Then why did you take Dad's personal items to give to someone else? I didn't. Was that jersey taken by Sister Yin herself? Could Sister Yin lie? Oh, I gave it to Sister Yin. She's also a Bundesliga fan and my best friend. She will also be my girlfriend in the future. I want to give her my most favorite things. Is that jersey yours? Isn't it? That clearly belongs to your father. But Dad, you said you would leave these things to me to inherit them, so isn't it mine? Hiss. Huh. This was the sound of William taking a deep breath, no translation needed. This matter that gave William a headache, however, made everyone else burst into laughter. Levin's signed jersey was ultimately returned to William by Fong Mo. William had even prepared a box to properly gift the jersey to Fong Mo, though it was actually sent by his family's willful child. In William's eyes, a gift given is like water spilled. However, Fong Mo eventually declined it. She truly did not understand football and was not a fan of Levon or Dortmund. To her, the jersey was merely a smelly piece of dirty clothing. He Xiaoyan, on the other hand, loved collecting various beautiful clothes and lovely skirts, but had no interest in the dirty clothes worn by sports stars. For something that held no significance to Fong Mo and He Xiaoyan, it was a priceless collectible in William's hands, and Fong Mo had no reason to take what others cherished. Moreover, the reason she accepted it when Oscar first gave it to her was simply to make the child happy. Even if the jersey held no significant collectible value, just based on the child's reluctant expression when giving it to her, she would find a chance to return the jersey to Oscar. Fong Mo rummaged through her suitcase, took a shower, and when she came out, Oscar excitedly ran to her, hugging her leg and expressing a desire to sleep together, only to be unceremoniously taken away by his mother. Seeing the child's pitiful expression that was on the verge of tears, the adults couldn't help but chuckle after the child. Fong Mo slept alongside his mother and was a bit worried about talking in her sleep at night, which could expose her true identity, but looking at his mother's hopeful expression and finding no suitable reason to refuse, she could only bite her lip and agree. Sleeping together is then at worst, she would be clever and hold on for a while, waiting until his mother fell asleep before seeking out Jin Yushi to share a bed for the night, returning before dawn. She didn't want to share a bed with Jin Yushi in the hotel because she felt it was inappropriate, but now she couldn't afford to care about that. After all, she couldn't let her host prepare a guest room for her. It would be a bother, and it might even upset his mother. After quietly discussing with Jin Yushi to leave the door open for her, Fong Mo returned to the room she shared with his mother, lying down beside her and chatting. The mother-daughter conversation was whimsical, talking about whatever came to mind. When faced with difficult questions, Fong Mo would find ways to change the topic or resort to cute antics, and his mother would just smile indulgently, not deliberately putting her in a tough spot. His mother told Fang Yamo that she had started having nightmares last month, saying that she often dreamt of calling He Xiaoyan to wake up, but couldn't wake her no matter what. These dreams repeated frequently, disturbing her sleep and causing her unrest. Upon hearing this, Fang Yamo immediately understood why she and his father had been urging He Xiaoyan to come over quickly. It turned out that after He Xiaoyan's accident, his mother had already sensed something and began having nightmares. "Mommy, what are you thinking? Isn't Yin doing well?" Fang Yamo comforted his mother playfully, insisting it was just a dream, yet she was bewildered. After He Xiaoyan's incident, his mother had somehow sensed it. This made Fang Yamo even more vigilant. It seemed that his mother had not yet noticed anything unusual about her, but she still needed to be cautious. The connection between a mother and child was so inexplicable that his mother might detect her true identity just by sensing her aura. However, after pondering for a while, Fang Yamo relaxed, slightly laughing at her own overthinking. She had deliberately used the perfume that He Xiaoyan loved, along with skincare products and shower gel that mixed in subtle scents. No matter how sharp his mother's sense of smell was, could it be more sensitive than a hound's nose? As Fang Yamo gradually relaxed, her eyelids began to droop. His mother turned to lie beside her daughter, and seeing her like this, gently hummed the lullaby she used to sing to He Xiaoyan when putting her to sleep. His mother's scent was truly pleasant, with a faint floral fragrance combined with an indescribable warmth that gave Fang Yamo a profound sense of security. Unconsciously, she completely relaxed and enveloped in the aura of someone else's mother, and the gentle lullaby felt herself transform back into an infant returning to her mother's embrace. She didn't need to think about work, about He Xiaoyan's troubles, about the responsibilities she had to bear, or about her own illness. She allowed herself to drift in this endless tenderness, letting go of her guard against this other mother, and then fell into a deep sleep. She slept soundly until dawn. When she groggily climbed out of bed and glanced at the empty pillow beside her, Fang Yamo was instantly startled awake. How careless! She had fallen asleep without realizing it. Just thinking that she might have talked in her sleep during the night made Fang Yamo feel overwhelmed. She hurriedly got up, slipped on her fluffy cotton slippers, and disregarding her messy hair, rushed to leave the room. Just as she opened the door, she bumped into his mother, who had just returned from washing up. "Sweetheart, you're awake. Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" It was only 6 or 7 in the morning, and seeing Fang Yamo up so early, his mother couldn't help but feel puzzled. Her delicate girl was notoriously known for loving to sleep in. I'm still adjusting to the time difference." Fang Yamo replied with a yawn as she headed to the bathroom, casually asking, "Mommy, did Yin disturb your sleep with any strange dreams last night?" "Indeed," his mother smiled as she replied. "Huh." Fang Yamo was taken aback. "Sweetheart, last night you kept saying to Mommy while hugging her, 'Yin really likes Mommy,'" his mother said with a smile. Seeing the uncontainable smile on his mother's face, Fang Yamo realized that his mother was joking, and she instantly relaxed, chuckling. "That's not just dream talk. It's Yin Yan's heartfelt words. As the saying goes, what you think about during the day will appear in your dreams at night." After saying this, Fang Yamo happily went to wash up. Watching her disappear into the bathroom, his mother's smile gradually faded, her face full of suspicion. Last night, when his mother got up, she had heard this child whispering in her sleep, "Mommy is also Moer's mommy. How wonderful it would be." These were the words the child murmured, though just incoherent dream talk. His mother heard them clearly. "Moer? Who is Moer? I hope she is also that Moer's mother. This girl. Could it be that she has recently developed feelings for someone else?" While she was glad that her daughter had moved on from the emotional hurt caused by that guy, Yiron, wasn't this a bit too fast? If this so-called MO is someone her daughter has taken a liking to, that would be fine, but it better not be some rogue trying to take advantage of her feelings. No. She needed to inform Chi-Zi. She couldn't let this girl suffer another heartache. His mother walked into her bedroom and closed the door. She took out her phone, opened WeChat, and initiated a voice call to Chi. "Hello, Mom, what's wrong? It's only 7 o'clock there. Why are you calling me this early? Chi-Zi, help Mommy keep an eye out. See if there's a boy named Mo around Yin lately." There was a brief silence on the other end of the voice call, and Chi cautiously asked, "Why this all of a sudden? Did something happen?" "It's nothing. It's just that this boy might be dating Yin lately. Help your parents keep an eye on things, and don't let your sister suffer another heartache." His mother whispered as she listened to the commotion outside. Oh, okay, Mom, don't worry. If I find that bad kid who dares to lay hands on Yin, I'll break both his legs. Is there anything else? Just keep an eye on it and don't do anything reckless." "All right, Mommy has nothing else. Goodbye." "Oh, Mom, I'll video call you tonight, or I have a meeting now, so I'll hang up." After the voice call ended, light footsteps sounded outside, and Fang Mo pushed the door open. Seeing Fang Mo's slightly messy bob haircut, his mother waved her over, smiling, "Sweetheart, come here. Your hair is so messy, Mommy will comb it for you." Outside, the sun rose, bright sunlight streamed through the window, and his mother stood by the window in the morning light, waving her hand like a glowing angel, making Fang Mo feel as though her heart skipped a beat. Looking at this other mother before her, Fang Mo felt as if her heart was melting into syrup from the warmth of her gentle smile and the soft, warm light. It made her feel light and sweet. Xiaoyan, I'm sorry for borrowing your mother for a few days, just a few days. Allow me, this impostor, to take a few days of love that rightfully belongs to you. Fang Mo responded happily and walked towards the person standing in the morning light. Late at night on the outskirts of Huading City, there stood an abandoned warehouse. The large lamp hanging from the steel beam was too old, casting a dim and yellowish light. In the center of that light, a bald man sat on a folding chair. In front of this man was an iron table made of angle steel, its surface covered with red rust. His arms were placed neatly on the iron table, much like a child just promoted to elementary school, earnestly adhering to classroom discipline. However, this bald man did not appear to be very honest. His right arm was covered in tattoos and his face was bloated, making it clear that he was no upstanding citizen. The reason he was behaving so properly now was simply because his feet and body were tied with ropes and his arms were shackled to the iron table, which was welded to the ground. The bald man struggled reluctantly, but to no avail. No matter how muscular he was, he could not break free from the chains with mere physical strength. Moreover, he had more fat on him than muscle. At the edge of the light behind him, a group of shadows formed a circle, and a series of piercing wails accompanied by shouts of 80 echoed from within the circle. Listening to the wails and the shouts of 80, the bald man lifted his head to look straight ahead. Though he struggled to maintain his calm demeanor and forced an intimidating expression, the sweat pouring down his forehead and his trembling legs betrayed him unmistakably, revealing to the red-haired young man across from him that he was merely a balloon, strong on the outside, but ready to burst at a poke. Zhang Yao sat beside a folding table, savoring a box of big plate chicken, which contained saucy potatoes, tender and juicy chicken pieces, crispy green and red peppers, and chewy hand-pulled noodles, all of which made one salivate just by looking. As he devoured the chicken, Zhang Yao cast a glance at the bald man struggling under the light and said, "Our brother Anan had his leg broken by your little brother. And there's also Erwin and Wu Tiao, they need to go a little easier. The medical fees, lost work, income, meal expenses, and the cost of car repairs all add up to 30,000 yuan altogether. I'm calculating it fairly right." Zhang Yao said this while lifting his chin toward the bald man across from him, waiting for a response, but all he received was silence. A short and thin youth dressed in a punk-style black jacket with grass-yellow hair sitting next to Zhang Yao was playing with a butterfly knife. Seeing the bald man remain silent in response to Zhang Yao's question, the youth immediately lost his temper and shouted, "FCKU. Don't know your place. Zhang Gu is talking to you, why are you playing mute?" Saying this, the youth abruptly stood up, tipped the folding chair beneath him, and was about to confront the bald man. Zhang Yao shot a glance at him, using only his gaze to freeze the youth's movements, then coldly spoke, "I'm talking to Brother Feng. Do you have a part in this?" "Yes, sir." Yao Ji saluted Zhang Yao with an American military salute, then turned to make a slicing gesture across his throat at the bald man. He reopened the folding stool behind Zhang Yao and sat down once again, fiddling with his butterfly knife. "Brother Feng, forgive me, all my brothers are from orphanages. Some have no one to teach them, and their main trait is a lack of manners. Please don't be angry." While saying this, Zhang Yao picked up a piece of chicken leg meat, slurped it into his mouth, and tossed the bone aside, all while keeping an eye on the bald man. Until Zhang Yao swallowed the juicy chicken leg, the bald man still didn't speak. Zhang Yao shook his head and said, "Since you're not talking, I'll take it that you agree with everything I just said, so I will continue calculating. I won't ask you for the 30,000 yuan I just calculated, since Bosnia is generous and will reimburse it. However, your people injured my brother, so you can't just leave without paying any price. I'm not a devil. If a stick equals 80 yuan, your 7 brothers just need to take 375 sticks. On average. Sorry, I'm not good at math. Let's say 50 each. As long as each of them takes 50 sticks, their debts with Anan, Erwin, and Wu Tiao will be cleared. Don't worry, my people are very measured and won't take lives, but it might. TSK. Hurt a bit, just like when Anan and the others got hurt." By this point, Zhang Yao was already full. He casually tossed the chopsticks aside, and Yao Ji immediately handed him a tissue. Zhang Yao took the tissue to wipe his mouth, then stood up to stretch his arms and legs, leisurely walking behind the bald man. He patted his shoulder and said, "But for the account with you, we need to change the calculation method." After saying this, Zhang Yao waved at Yao Ji, "Go get the watermelon knife, tourniquet, hemostatic powder, alcohol, and hydrogen peroxide, and ice packs, and a cooler, bring them all here." "Got it, bro." Yao Ji replied enthusiastically and left. Hearing Zhang Yao's instructions to his subordinates, the bald man finally spoke. "Zhang Yao, if someone dies, you won't be able to take responsibility for it. Just beat me up and we'll settle it." At first glance, his words seemed tough, but the dry tone betrayed a tremor. Zhang Yao shook his head. "Don't worry, there won't be any fatalities," Zhang Yao said as he stood in front of the bald man, leaning forward with his hands on the table, looking at the bald man's hands bound to the table with iron chains. A gleam of interest appeared on Zhang Yao's face. "Do you think I want to kill you? I'm not part of any gang. That term doesn't even exist in our country. I just want to chop off your hands. Since they dared to reach into Bosni's shop, I still stand by my words, you must pay a price, right? The bald man was instantly filled with shock and fear. Seeing Jiang Yao's calm expression, the flesh on his face began to twist and tremble. You dare. Upon witnessing the bald man's reaction, Jiang Yao smiled relaxedly and comforted him. Don't worry, after I chop off your hand, I will immediately send you to the hospital, giving the doctor time to reattach your severed hand. He paused and continued, this way, when your hand heals, if you don't behave yourself, I can chop it off again. Chop it off and reattach and chop it off in a cycle until you learn your lesson. At this point, Jiang Yao's lips curled into a smirk, his face falling into the dim shadows, with only his eyes shimmering with a ghostly light. As he spoke, Yao Ji had already returned, carrying a pile of items. The watermelon knife, about the length of a forearm, gleamed coldly, while the frozen ice pack in the foam cooler emitted a chilling air. The tourniquet, hemostatic agents, and alcohol disinfectant were all packed in a plastic bag. Yao Ji handed the watermelon knife to Jiang Yao, while the other items were unceremoniously tossed onto the iron table in front of the bald man. Seeing the bald man's terrified gaze fixed on the items on the table, Jiang Yao tapped the blade of the watermelon knife, listening to the metallic hum, and kindly explained, these are all for stopping your bleeding. The ice pack and cooler are for your hands, so it doesn't take too long to get stuck in traffic and end up not being able to reattach it. Brother Feng, it might hurt a bit, so bear with it. Jiang Yao said, walking to the side, raising the watermelon knife over his head, and as he finished the last word, he swung it down fiercely. Watching the red-haired youth smiling excitedly, the bald man completely broke down. As the watermelon knife began to swing down, he finally cried out in agony, spare me. Spare me. I won't dare again. The watermelon knife, which had been abruptly swung down, suddenly twisted midair, transforming its chop into a stab. The metal clashed with a piercing shriek, and looking again, the forearm-length watermelon knife pierced through the iron plate, embedding itself on the table between the bald man's hands, gleaming ominously. The bald man, startled by the shaking watermelon knife, quickly begged for mercy. I was blind. I shouldn't have disturbed Bosnia's scene. Nor should I have disrespected Jiang Yi. I was wrong. Spare me. Around them, laughter erupted, and the shouts of 80 had ceased. Ainin, leaning on a crutch and still somewhat bruised, arrived beside the bald man with Erwin and Wu Tiao. Weren't you quite impressive? Ainin slapped the bald man's bald head like a boiled egg, sneering, now who is the grandson after making me call you grandfather? The bald man, who had completely revealed his cowardly nature, looked at Ainin in fear, and then at Jiang Yao, who was staring at the watermelon knife in a daze. So what will you do in the future? Jiang Yao pulled the watermelon knife out, looking at the scratched blade, seemingly regretting the lost opportunity to sever the man's hands after he finally capitulated. If you don't satisfy me, your hands still need to be chopped off. You have to buy a ticket back home tomorrow, leave Huading, and never return. The bald man answered without hesitation. Jiang Yao shook his head. You don't have to leave Huading. If the people on the street find out, they'll think I'm bullying an old man like Brother Feng, which isn't good at all. The bald man looked puzzled, but Jiang Yao's next words made him break out in cold sweat. As long as you don't let my people see you in the future, that's fine. Jiang Yao said slowly, if you let my people see you again, they will beat you every time they see you. Don't let me see you again. If I see you a second time, I'll chop off your hands again, and then if I see you a third time, I'll chop them off again. Wow, this is so interesting. Won't that make him a vegetable? The person who gets their hands chopped off them. Ainin listened with great interest, patting the bald man's back excitedly. You should be tough, show your face in front of Jiang Gu from time to time, and let's create a Guinness World Record together. We might even make it into history. The bald man looked at Jiang Yao, who was smiling, then at Ainin, who was full of expectations, and began to cry. I have an elderly mother to support at home, and my grandparents are not in good health. I have to go back home. I want to go home. In the dilapidated warehouse, a neighborhood bully was crying like a 30-something child. Half an hour later, Jiang Yao got into a purple Porsche 911 parked outside the warehouse. In the driver's seat sat a long-haired girl with avant-garde makeup and a sexy outfit, video chatting with someone. That's great. Congratulations. Please send my regards to Uncle and Aunt. I will visit her when Aunt recovers. The girl said happily to the camera. Thank you, Xiaoying. I'll stay with Mommy for a couple more days, and then come back to find you. A beautiful female voice came from the phone, making Jiang Yao glance at it involuntarily. It was a strikingly beautiful girl, but for some reason Jiang Yao felt a hint of familiarity in her face. However, he didn't have time to look again to confirm, as the two girls had already exchanged goodbyes and ended the video call. So soon. The girl named Nie Xiaoying, next to Jiang Yao, was surprised, her eyes sparkling with doubt. Jiang Yao calmly nodded. I gave him a beating and scared him. He will leave Huading, and everyone on the streets will know that your shop is protected by me, and no one will trouble you anymore. Nie Xiaoying looked at Jiang Yao, her expression quickly changing from doubt to admiration. You're amazing, Yao. Nie Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with excitement. That bad guy who was so fierce, you solved him in just a few moves. The soft fear the hard fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't care for their lives. Jiang Yao finished speaking and fell silent. He seemed to be a bit overwhelmed by the unabashed admiration from the little girl. So which one are you, Yao? Nie Xiaoying's voice unconsciously turned soft and delicate. Nie Xiaoying's eyes sparkled even more. Mommy, don't worry with my sister-in-law here, everything will be fine. Yes, Yin Yin understands. You just read. Hima's surgery had been completed successfully, just as Dr. Hines had predicted without any surprises. Today marks the third day after Hima's surgery, and seeing her condition visibly improve through the video makes Fang Mo feel very happy. She actually wanted to spend more time with Hima. When she was by Hima's side, not only could she feel that Hima was in good spirits, but she also developed a strange attachment to her, experiencing a sense of relaxation when they were together. However, the day before Hima's surgery, Hichi called via video asking her to reduce her time spent with Hima. A bewildered Fang Mo also received a serious reprimand from Hichi. Are you aware that you're close to being exposed? Fang Mo was taken aback and upon questioning learned that Hima had video called Hichi asking him to keep an eye on whether there was a boy named Mo around He Xiaoyan. Of course there was such a person by He Xiaoyan's side, and that boy had already transformed into a girl now, playing the lead role in He Xiaoyan's life. Fang Mo's heart sank at that moment. She and Jin Yu, she would never voluntarily mention Fang Mo to Heba and Hima. It must have been something she said in her sleep that night when she shared a bed with Hima. Thinking of this, Fang Mo felt a chill run down her spine. Fortunately from Hima's reaction, she seemed to think her daughter was merely dating a boy named Mo and wanted Hichi to keep an eye on things to prevent her precious girl from being hurt in love again. After such an incident, Fang Mo naturally didn't dare to sleep with Hima anymore. Luckily, Hima was to return to the medical center the next day to prepare for surgery, and after the operation, she would have to lie in bed for a few days, so it was only natural that mother and daughter couldn't sleep together anymore, relieving Fang Mo of her anxiety. But Hichi was still not at ease. To reduce the risk of exposure, he suggested that Fang Mo go out with Jin Yushi for a while, instead of being glued to Heba and Hima all day. He was on edge back home and couldn't sleep well. Thus today's trip was planned. He Xiaoyan had visited Bern twice, but for some reason had never been to the Jungfrau. Before her incident, she had been insisting that she would accompany Hima for her surgery and must see the Jungfrau. So when she was talking to Hima in the hospital yesterday, Fang Mo naturally suggested going hiking, to which Heba and Hima agreed without surprise. Heba and Hima had asked William to help plan the itinerary and route for her with Jin Yushi, and they had bought the tickets. This morning before dawn, while Hima was still asleep, Fang Mo and Jin Yushi set off. At this moment, the car had been driving on the road at the foot of the mountain for over 40 minutes, approaching the town of Lake Town. Hima also called via video to check where they were, and naturally, there were more heartfelt reminders. Fang Mo and Jin Yu, she had arranged a day and a half for this short trip, planning to see the Jungfrau, and then stroll around Lake Town and Brienz, returning to the medical center by noon tomorrow. After spending a day or two at the medical center with Heba and Hima, she and Jin Yu, she would return home. Around 8 or 9 in the morning, Fang Mo and Jin Yu, she arrived at Lake Town. Lake Town is situated between two glacier lakes at the foot of the Alps. In late September, the entire town is surrounded by colorful mountains and crystal clear blue waters, with paragliders occasionally gliding through the sky. Noticing Fang Mo gazing at the paragliders, Jin Yushi, who was driving, explained Lake Town has beautiful scenery with winds year-round and no extreme weather. Many people come here to paraglide. If you're interested, I can take you to try it out. Fang Mo shook her head repeatedly, pretending to be uninterested, but she was actually concerned that engaging in such thrilling activities right after recovering from myocarditis could be dangerous. Given that Hima had developed such a serious heart condition, and with the family being so wealthy, if the treatment was still so painful, it was better for her to avoid unnecessary stress. I've just recovered, it's better to sit on a small train, walk, and enjoy the scenery. Fang Mo said. Yes, that sounds. Jin Yushi nodded in agreement and did not bring it up again. She parked the car and led Fang Mo to a cafe for breakfast. 2 freshly baked nut breads, a small piece of Gruyere cheese, a few slices of ham, a fried egg paired with a rich cup of coffee, and some fresh fruit made for a delightful meal. Fang Mo had been here for a few days, and although she still couldn't get used to the soy milk, she was starting to adapt to the local cuisine. This was one of her skills since childhood. She had always been able to adjust to different culinary tastes quickly, not only being undemanding, but also appreciating the intricacies of various cuisines. After eating, the two returned to the car. Following the navigation, Jin Yu, she drove towards the mountains. While waiting at a traffic light by the river, Fang Mo, who was eagerly watching the street scenery, inadvertently noticed a slender figure by the riverbank pouring something into the water. The person was wearing a dark green casual coat and holding a jar, scattering a grayish-white powder into the river. A gust of wind blew, and the grayish-white powder floated like snowflakes towards the center of the river. Is this someone baiting fish? Fang Mo was puzzled. She didn't see a fishing rod nearby, nor had she heard of any bait that resembled white powder. Or could it be that this person was actually a drug dealer busy destroying evidence because they were being pursued by the police? Fong Mo's imagination ran wild. She thought it was quite possible since Hong Kong crime movies often depicted such scenarios. Soon the green light turned on, and the car resumed moving, allowing Fong Mo to continue enjoying the street scenery and taking occasional photos. After driving for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at a train station on the outskirts of the city, where they would change trains to go up the mountain. The two girls changed into comfortable walking shoes and the car slung their bags over their shoulders and got out to buy tickets. Fong Mo and Jean Yushi chose a relatively less popular route up the mountain today. It was less popular because the route was complicated and took a bit longer, but they were not in a hurry to reach the summit. Both wanted some peace and quiet, so they opted for this less crowded path. There were not many trains on this less popular route, and the two waited for more than 10 minutes before a train slowly pulled into the station. The train going up the mountain had large panoramic windows on both sides, and Fong Mo could already imagine how beautiful the scenery would be. As Fong Mo was observing the carriage, a figure in a dark green coat suddenly entered, drawing her attention. The person was wearing a dark green casual coat and carrying a black backpack, searching for their seat. This outfit felt somewhat familiar to Fong Mo. When she looked towards the person's face with suspicion, she suddenly realized two figures merged in her memory. It was the ambiguous person she had encountered during her stay at the hotel in Bern, who was difficult to identify as either male or female, and the figure she had just glimpsed in Lake Town pouring white powder into the lake. Fong Mo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Ah, fellow countrymen, why did you choose to pour white powder into the river? Seeing that what a disgrace it is to the image of our people." As Thomas the Tank Engine started moving, Fong Mo's attention unknowingly shifted from her mischievous companion to the scenery outside the window. Today's sky was still a brilliant blue, with the larches beginning to turn yellow. The oddly shaped crowns of beech trees cast large patches of shade, while the grassland in the mountains remained lush and green, occasionally dotted with wooden houses, and clusters of maple trees added vibrant oranges and reds to this dreamlike scene reminiscent of a children's storybook. With enormous viewing windows on both sides, Fong Mo felt as if she were not on a train, but rather soaring through a fairy tale world on a magical flying carpet alongside Doraemon. Fong Mo's mouth hadn't closed the entire time. She was incessantly taking photos like. No, she was just a naive bumpkin who had never seen the world. Even Jean Yushi, who was well-traveled, had a look of wonder in her eyes. The two girls occasionally gasped in astonishment, drawing the attention of nearby tourists who smiled at the sight of the two beautiful girls. While Fong Mo was filming a particular scene, gray-white powder swirled up, captured by her phone's camera. Indeed, it was the mountains. The weather was so unpredictable. As Fong Mo lamented, she searched for the source of the snow, and then she saw that fellow wearing a dark green casual coat. His hand reached out of the window, and fine gray-white powder scattered from his hand as the train moved along at a leisurely pace. Is it this person again? Last time he dumped something into the river, and this time he's scattering on the train. What on earth is he doing? Is he warding off evil with salt? Adding flavor with cumins? What the hell? Fong Mo certainly wouldn't think at this moment that he was destroying white powder. If that were the case, he was displaying such calmness, he must be an incredibly composed and utterly ruthless drug dealer. But looking at the man's face, which was as beautiful as a flower, Fong Mo secretly shook her head. Someone so good-looking could not possibly be a wicked person. Perhaps, sensing Fong Mo's gaze, the handsome man turned his head, and their eyes met. Upon seeing Fong Mo's face, he was clearly taken aback for a moment. But it was just a fleeting moment. He smiled at Fong Mo in the back row, then nodded slightly, and withdrew his hand. It was not only Fong Mo who noticed this person scattering gray-white powder out of the window. Facing the puzzled gazes of those around, he seemed to calmly accept the scrutiny, as if nothing had happened. "Who are you looking at?" Jean Yushi curiously tugged at Fong Mo's arm. "No one." Fong Mo instinctively denied it, yet her gaze was glued to that dark green figure. She felt a bit resentful. Why didn't he throw anything out of the window anymore? At least he could have given a side profile. Some people, upon seeing a beautiful face, completely forget that they had just thought the person was mischievous and troublesome. Jean Yushi completely did not believe Fong Mo's denial. She leaned into Fong Mo's ear and whispered teasingly, "You're lying. Your eyes are all dreamy, clearly thinking about a man. Confess honestly, which handsome guy are you looking at?" The beautiful woman's breath brushed against Fong Mo's ear, failing to stir her heart, but her words made Fong Mo's heart skip a beat. "Am I thinking about a man? A dreamy gaze?" Fong Mo immediately found it utterly absurd. Why would a grown man like her think about men or be infatuated with some handsome guy? What a laughable thought. She wanted to laugh and tell Jean Yushi what a joke, I'm not gay, but she found she couldn't laugh at all. Then, the great terror descended. Hadn't she just been looking at a handsome guy? And for quite a while. Hadn't she just blushed because that person smiled? She felt she must have contracted some serious illness. Watching Fong Mo, who was in shock, Jean Yushi stifled a laugh beside her, but Fong Mo soon reconciled with herself. "I was just looking at a beautiful girl. The one in the green dress. I bet looking that good, she must be a woman," Fong Mo declared confidently to Jean Yushi, her back straightening unconsciously. Jin Yushi stared at Fang Yamo in astonishment, her eyes soon brimming with tears. I'm right next to you, and you don't look at me like that, yet you go look at other women. Does that mean? Am I very ugly? Seeing Jin Yushi on the verge of tears, Fang Yamo was immediately at a loss for words. She opened her mouth and closed it again, then took a deep breath. Embracing the spirit of if I don't go to hell, who will? She said with a twitching mouth. Fine, I admitted I was looking at men. Seeing Fang Mo's mournful expression, Jin Yushi burst into laughter. The two laughed and joked once again, immersing themselves in the intermittently romantic, gorgeous, majestic, and dreamlike scenes outside the train window. Not too long, not too short, as the passengers on the train were still savoring the journey, the little train stopped at a small village nestled in the mountains. This village is famous for its waterfalls, with over 70 waterfalls cascading down the cliffs, creating a magnificent picture with the winding river flowing below. Standing under one of the waterfalls and gazing at the distant scenery, Fang Yamo couldn't help but sing. I heard Snow White is running away, Little Red Riding Hood is worried about the big bad wolf. I heard the Mad Hatter loves Alice, and the ugly duckling will turn into a white swan. Jin Yushi, watching this duckling that had never been ugly turn into a beautiful swan, couldn't help but hum along lightly when she saw Fang Mo's joyful steps as she sang. By the climax, she joined in singing. Singing as she walked, Fang Yamo became a bit too carried away. She walked along the edge of the pool beneath the waterfall, not noticing the moss-covered rocks ahead, nor the dark green figure crouching beside, scattering gray-white powder into the clear pool. Fang Xiaomo, watch your step. Jin Yushi called out, but before she could finish, Fang Yamo stepped onto the slippery moss, slipped, and tumbled headfirst into the pool beside her. Disaster. Too happy it seemed that her luck had turned against her these days. She had just fallen into the water a couple of days ago, and was now coming to. In despair, Fang Yamo was about to close her eyes, surrendering to the coolness of the foreign mountain pool, when a strong support sensation came from her waist and back. Slowly opening her eyes, Fang Yamo found herself being held up, having not fallen into the pool. Fang Yamo was overjoyed, quickly thanking. Thank you, Yushi sister, you scared me. I thought I was going to fall into the water again. However, before she finished speaking, she saw Jin Yushi sitting on the ground, not far away, looking at her with great concern. Seeing that Fang Yamo hadn't plunged into the pool, Jin Yushi finally breathed a sigh of relief, her face suddenly showing a pained expression as she looked down at her ankle. Huh, did Yushi sister twist her ankle again? Fang Yamo immediately became anxious. She wanted to go check on Jin Yushi's condition, but suddenly remembered that she had just been helped and hadn't fallen into the water. She quickly turned around to look behind her, blurting out, "Thank you." But when she clearly saw the person who had supported her, Fang Yamo was instantly stunned. The person was wearing a dark green casual coat, and half of his lower legs were submerged in the water, like a cypress standing proudly in the water during midsummer. With peach blossom eyes, heroic eyebrows, and a high nose, it all combined to form a face so beautiful it resembled that of a woman. Fang Yamo stared blankly at the person in the water, and unwittingly the lyrics of the song she had just sung began to emerge in her mind. There is always a winding river in fairy tale town, infused with the whimsical breath of magic, yet twisted in love, flowing endlessly, and splashing water drawn into a curtain of time, letting all the moments long, long ago arrive at the moment of a happy ending. Inside the cable car compartment, Fang Yamo was taking pictures of the breathtaking scenery outside with her phone, occasionally glancing cautiously at Lin Lang, sitting beside her, eyeing the black camera bag hanging at his waist. Not long ago, Fang Yamo was engaged in a staring contest with Jin Yushi, who had just twisted her ankle, both lamenting the misfortune that had befallen their journey. Jin Yushi was injured and needed medical attention, making it impossible for her to continue climbing. Although Fang Yamo could theoretically go up alone, being abroad, Jin Yushi was worried about Fang Yamo encountering trouble and not being able to handle it, so she was reluctant to let her go to the summit alone. Fang Yamo actually wanted to reach the summit, as it would be her first and likely last visit here. However, Jin Yushi's injury was due to her, and she simply couldn't bring herself to leave her friend behind and happily run off to play. While the two girls were frowning in distress, Lin Lang, who had just changed into new pants and shoes, overheard their discussion about how to get down, and immediately proposed a suggestion: Jin Yushi should stay in the town for treatment, while he takes Fang Yamo further up. Needless to say, both Fang Yamo and Jin Yushi immediately rejected the idea. Fang Yamo was concerned about Jin Yushi's injury, while Jin Yushi had doubts about Lin Lang. Fang Yamo didn't understand German, and her English was poor, so she was uneasy about entrusting her future sister-in-law to a stranger they had just met. However, Lin Lang's subsequent actions dispelled Jin Yushi's concerns. In front of the two, he stuffed all his valuables, including bank cards, passports, ID cards, and his camera, into a mountaineering bag, then handed it to Jin Yushi, asking her to keep it safe, while he only took his phone and a heavy camera bag. Perhaps reassured by Lin Lang's honesty, Jin Yushi began to persuade Fang Yamo, who wanted to stay with her, to go up the mountain with Lin Lang. "It's not easy to come here, and since I can't go up anymore, Yin Yin, you must not miss this opportunity. Take some beautiful photos for me. Ooh, I still want to post them on social media." Jin Yushi grasped Fong Mo's hand, glancing at Lin Lang, who was winking suggestively at Fong Mo, and whispered, "You wouldn't want to miss this chance to be with a handsome guy, would you?" In the end, Fong Mo was persuaded and agreed to go with Lin Lang, not for the handsome guy, but because she truly didn't want to miss this possibly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Before parting, Jin Yushi pulled her aside and quietly reminded her, due to her history of myocarditis, that if she felt unwell at any point, she must return immediately and not push herself. Fong Mo glanced at Lin Lang, who was standing not far away, and absent-mindedly nodded. Lin Lang, saying his name felt like she was being taken advantage of. She thought, secretly admiring his charming profile. "Miss He, if you have any questions, feel free to ask directly." After a brief exchange of glances, Lin Lang said with a smile. Fong Mo, caught in the act, felt her face warm slightly and hurriedly averted her gaze. After glancing around, her eyes finally landed on the camera bag at Lin Lang's waist, and she suddenly felt curious. "What is that jar in your bag for?" she asked. Earlier, she had seen Lin Lang take his camera out of the camera bag and stuff it into the mountaineering bag, then put a jade white jar into the camera bag. Lin Lang glanced at his camera bag, then at Fong Mo, blinked, and smiled, suggesting, "How about this? For every question I answer, you answer one of mine, deal?" Fong Mo hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Seeing her agree, Lin Lang gently touched his camera bag and said softly, "Inside is the ashes of humanity." The ashes of humanity. Fong Mo had never heard such a term before, but after a moment's thought, she immediately grasped its meaning and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ashes." Realizing her voice was a bit too loud, she quickly glanced at the other passengers in the cable car. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, she lowered her voice and continued, "Were you scattering ashes by the river down the mountain?" Lin Lang paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's the second question. If I answer this, you must answer two of my questions in return. Are you sure you want to ask such an obvious question?" Fong Mo pouted and waved her hand repeatedly. "It's your turn to ask a question now." Lin Lang stroked his chin, still smiling, but his beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. "Is your name really He Xiaoyan?" Fong Mo was stunned for a moment, and after a brief moment of confusion, she understood Lin Lang's question. When she almost fell into the water earlier, Jin Yushi instinctively called out, "Fong Xiaomo," and Lin Lang must have heard it. For a fleeting moment, Fong Mo wanted to tell Lin Lang her real name. They had met by chance on the other side of the earth, so it probably wouldn't matter if she revealed her true name right. But Fong Mo remembered the rules Chi had set for her and suppressed that inexplicable impulse. Yet she blinked her eyes in response, her bright, sparkling eyes appearing incredibly sincere. Lin Lang squinted at Fong Mo for a moment, then nodded. "Oh, you can continue to ask questions." Fong Mo looked at the camera bag at Lin Lang's waist, curious, and asked, "Who does it belong to?" Lin Lang's smile faded, replaced by a hint of sorrow, and a trace of nostalgia crossed his eyes. "My mother," he said, looking at Fong Mo with a calm tone. Fong Mo suddenly realized, "Your mother is from here, so you want to scatter her ashes here." But Lin Lang shook his head with a smile. "My mother and I are both Chinese. We come from Yuqing, which has little connection to this place." Hearing a familiar name from Lin Lang caused Fong Mo to tremble slightly. Yuqing. She never expected to come abroad and meet a compatriot who looked like a fairy, and even a fellow townsman from Yuqing. Seeing a fellow townsman made her eyes well up with tears. But Fong Mo still remembered her current identity. She was He Xiaoyan, a person from Heping. She had no ties to Yuqing. So she blinked, forcing a calm expression. "Yuqing, I've heard it's a nice place." "It's so-so," Lin Lang replied vaguely, then continued. "Now it's my turn to ask a question. I answered two of yours, so you should answer two of mine." Fong Mo initially wanted to ask Lin Lang why he didn't let his mother return to her roots and instead scattered her ashes in a foreign land. But since it was now Lin Lang's turn, she decided to put that question aside and motioned for him to ask first. Lin Lang cleared his throat and curiously asked, "You are He Xiaoyan, and what is your relationship with He Qi, the executive president of Xinfeng Group?" Fong Mo froze for a moment, and upon realizing, her heart raced, and she was about to get up, but Lin Lang quickly pulled her back down. "Why are you so nervous?" He seemed a bit amused. "How do you know?" Fong Mo glared at Lin Lang. Lin Lang shrugged. "A woman like Secretary Jean, who is both beautiful and capable, is a star figure. It was rumored that the He couple adored her, and she was practically the lady boss of Xinfeng Group. And to travel with her being surnamed He, not only must one possess outstanding looks and temperament, but they must also resemble the legendary beauty Su Xiaoyan. It must be that He family's daughter, whose name is unknown to the outside world, but is said to be as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing you today, you truly live up to the reputation." After sincerely praising her, Lin Lang joked, "If one day your family is looking for a son-in-law, consider me. I've been without parents since childhood and wouldn't mind being a Livian son-in-law." After carefully observing Lin Lang, who appeared calm and showed no malice, Fong Mo gradually relaxed, but still refused to answer the question. "Change the question. I can't answer that one." "No need." Lin Lang smiled and shook his head. You didn't say it directly, but your reaction already in. He wasn't taking advantage of her and was rather decent. Fong Emo nodded. All right, you can ask one more question. Lin Lang just smiled and pointed to the surrounding tourists who were rising. Save it for later. Ask me again in a bit. Fong Emo hurriedly looked around and finally noticed that the cable car was approaching the destination station and beginning to slow down. Fong Emo and Lin Lang traveled by mountain cogwheel train and cable car, passing through a series of quaint mountain towns, and witnessed the breathtaking scenery. He Xiaoyan's phone had ample storage space, so there was no fear of running out of storage. Thus Fong Emo continuously took photos along the way, hardly putting her phone down. Lin Lang walked along observing the beautiful scenery, and whenever no one was paying attention, he would scatter a handful of his mother's ashes. If staff were present, he would have Fong Emo cover for him to divert their attention. At first Fong Emo felt somewhat uneasy about this, although Lin Lang was not scattering white powder or any toxic substance. After all, it was human ashes, and she thought it was quite inappropriate to scatter ashes along the way. However, after learning about Lin Lang's mother from him, she was deeply touched and no longer thought his actions were inappropriate, becoming increasingly dedicated while covering for him. Lin Lang was quite similar to Fong Mo. He was raised by a single mother, and when he was a teenager his mother passed away due to illness after years of hard work. My mom loved the scenery of the Alps. Her dream was to find a secluded place in the Alps to build a small wooden house, raise a few cows and sheep, and live a hermit's life. Lin Lang's eyes sparkled with fragmented light, yet his tone remained exceedingly calm. I couldn't fulfill her dream while she was alive, so I can only use this method to compensate for my own regrets after her passing. Hearing about Lin Lang's mother, Fong Emo genuinely felt sorrow for him. Being another child, without parents herself, few could resonate with Lin Lang like she did. Looking at the nostalgic expression on Lin Lang's face, Fong Emo felt a twinge of envy. After feeling envious, her heart also felt empty. At least Lin Lang had seen his mother and could reminisce, while she had no memories of her biological parents. Fong Emo stood beside Lin Lang, watching him scoop a handful of ashes from a pale white urn. A gust of wind swept by, carrying the human remains like snow powder from his hand towards the steep and magnificent Eiger wall. Lin Lang watched as his mother eternally merged into this painting in such a manner, and his dark green figure appeared particularly lonely and desolate in Fong Mo's eyes. What did your mother look like? Fong Emo couldn't help but ask. Lin Lang gazed at the gray-white powder dissipating in the wind, lost in deep memories, and after a moment he smiled and said, my mom was the most beautiful, gentle, and kind woman in the world. Lin Lang's smile was the brightest Fong Emo had seen on his face up to that point. His words were nearly unspoken, yet Fong Emo didn't feel he was being dismissive. Instead, she nodded in deep agreement. The earthquake not only took the lives of Fong Mo's entire family, but also destroyed everything her parents left behind, not even a single photo. Fong Emo could only imagine the appearance of her deceased parents based on her own looks, those of Yuan Yuan and her grandfather, as well as her grandfather's occasional descriptions. Fong Emo believed her mother must have been the most beautiful, gentle, and kindest woman in the world. Unfortunately, even in her dreams, her parents' faces were always blurry. Only in recent days did the two indistinct faces in her dreams begin to take shape, but upon waking, she realized they resembled He Xiaoyan's parents, which was deeply disappointing. Seeing that Lin Lang had already put away the urn containing his mother's ashes, Fong Emo said, it's your turn to ask. Lin Lang glanced at Fong Mo's face, but didn't ask anything, instead pointing at her face and saying, you don't look well, is everything all right? Perhaps feeling a bit fatigued, Fong Mo's complexion was not very good. Her already fair skin appeared even paler, lacking any blood color, and looking as white as a marble sculpture, with her originally rosy lips showing a slight bluish tint. Fong Emo rubbed her temples, and upon hearing this patted her travel bag behind her, casually replying to Lin Lang, it's probably just a little altitude sickness, but don't worry, I brought an oxygen tank, so even if I do get altitude sickness it won't be a problem. Hearing the clinking sound from Fong Mo's bag, Lin Lang hesitated, but nodded. If you feel unwell, let me know, and I'll take you down the mountain. Fong Emo wasn't too worried about altitude sickness. Her grandfather had taken her and Yuan Yuan to Daigu's Glacier once, where the highest viewing platform was over 1,000 meters higher than Jungfrau. She hadn't experienced altitude sickness then, and even now she figured it couldn't be too serious. So she smiled and shook her head, saying to Lin Lang, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Fong Emo herself had a strong desire to reach the summit. Now that she knew about Lin Lang's situation, she wanted even more to help him scatter his mother's ashes at the top of Jungfrau, letting the mountain winds carry her mother to every corner of the Alps. Fong Emo felt quite healthy lately, so she subconsciously dismissed Jin Yuzai's warnings. The two of them continued up the mountain, and Lin Lang stopped talking to her. But Fong Emo gradually changed from walking lightly at first to needing to rest after every stretch of walking. By the time they reached the summit, she could hardly do without the oxygen tank. Are you sure you're okay? Lin Lang looked at Fong Emo, whose steps were unsteady and whose figure swayed slightly, his expression growing serious. I suggest you go down the mountain now. Fong Mo found a spot shielded from the wind and sat down, without any grace, pulling out the oxygen tank from her pocket and taking several deep breaths. Only then did her complexion improve a bit. She endured the headache, adjusted her windbreaker that had been blown up by the wind, and forced a smile. I'm fine, just a bit of altitude sickness, breathing oxygen is enough. At this moment she didn't even want to take photos, let alone walk, just wanting to get down quickly, but she remembered Lin Lang's situation and waved her hand. Hurry up, don't dawdle. I'll keep an eye out for you here, and if any staff come by I'll cover for you. Lin Lang, seeing her determined look, nodded. You stay here, and don't move, or I'll finish up quickly and take you down. Go quickly, Fong Mo weakly urged. She felt a bit of palpitations and her chest hurt a little. Speaking another word would make her feel exhausted. Seeing her in such a distressed state, Lin Lang said nothing more, found a sheltered direction, and quickly walked to a less populated area. Fong Mo watched Lin Lang walk away, then pulled out her phone and randomly took a few photos that had no composition and lacked any technique, before focusing her attention on the staff dressed in work clothes nearby. Before long, gray-white powder began to rise like smoke in the wind from Lin Lang's direction. Just as Fong Mo was about to relax, she suddenly caught sight of a female staff member, seemingly noticing the unusual activity over by Lin Lang, stepping forward towards him. Seeing this, Fong Mo hurriedly got up, enduring the headache as she approached the staff member. Fong Mo staggered to block the staff member, shielding her vision with her body and breathlessly pleading in English, "Excuse me, I need help." She wasn't entirely lying as she felt extremely unwell, and just these few steps had left her breathless, with stars dancing in her vision and the palpitations and chest pain growing stronger, making her feel dizzy. Upon hearing Fong Mo's plea for help and seeing her extremely poor complexion, the female staff member forgot about the minor abnormality with Lin Lang and quickly reached out to support her. The female staff member expressed concern and said something in English to Fong Mo at a moderate pace, which she understood. This staff member was asking what assistance she needed. I have a headache. Fong Mo pointed to her head, speaking in her not so fluent English. I might have altitude sickness. The staff member nodded, quickly pulling out the microphone hanging at her collar, rapidly speaking a few sentences in German, then turned to Fong Mo and said in slow English, "Miss, please don't worry, I will help you get away from here. Everything will be all right." Saying this, she began to assist Fong Mo toward the cable car going down the mountain. Fong Mo understood the staff member's words as she glanced at Lin Lang's direction and saw him stuffing the urn containing the ashes into his camera bag, then nodded to the female staff member, "Thank you." After saying this and taking just a few steps, Fong Mo suddenly felt a more intense wave of dizziness wash over her. She felt her heartbeat, as if it would sometimes stop and sometimes pulse violently, so forcefully that it seemed it would leap out of her chest. She could even hear her erratic heartbeat, sounding like chaotic drumming, resonating with sharp tinnitus that erupted in her ears. Fong Mo pushed through and walked a few more steps, but ultimately couldn't hold on any longer. Her legs went soft, her vision darkened, and she fell straight forward. Fong Mo's vision was engulfed in darkness, but she heard a jumble of sounds. The shocked exclamation of the female staff member, her chaotic heartbeat, the howling wind at the mountaintop. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Mo felt herself being lifted by a pair of arms, followed by a clear male voice ringing in her ear with determination. "He Zhao Yan, I'm taking you down the mountain right now. You will be fine." It was Lin Lang's voice. Fong Mo blinked hard, wanting to see clearly if the person carrying her was indeed Lin Lang. But it was in vain, as she could only helplessly watch as the boundless darkness rushed in from all sides, completely engulfing her. "He Zhao Yan." Another shout, this one tinged with more urgency, sounding even more distant. Fog, such thick fog. Looking around, except for the vast whiteness, Fong Mo could see nothing. She felt utterly bewildered. Just a moment ago, wasn't she on the summit of Mont Blanc in the Alps? Where did she end up? Why was everything around her shrouded in fog? Fong Mo couldn't comprehend. Her mind felt like a muddled mess, unable to function, and she couldn't recall how she had arrived here. The endless white before her made Fong Mo feel a surge of panic. Suddenly, she heard what seemed to be the distant cries and sobs of many people, along with the sound of footsteps dragging along the ground. Fong Mo's heart leapt with joy, and she turned to follow the direction of the sound. "Chensi, you mustn't." A distant female voice rang out urgently, sounding somewhat familiar. The voice, drifting from who knows where, did not frighten Fong Mo. Instead, it puzzled her. Chensi. Who is Chensi? Surely she wasn't calling for me, Fong Mo. Thinking this, she merely slowed her pace slightly, while continuing toward the direction of the sobbing. Not far ahead, she suddenly saw several indistinct figures emerging from the fog, and her heart leaped with excitement as she took off toward them. "Don't go. If you go, you won't be able to return." The voice that had called out for Chensi sounded again, this time with even more urgency. Fong Mo was taken aback. Oh, was that voice speaking to her? Was Chensi calling her? She quickly halted her steps and began to observe the figures carefully. She saw that the figures were lined up, dragging their heavy feet slowly forward. At first, Fong Mo didn't think it was unusual, but a chill wind swept through, parting the thick fog slightly, and she instantly felt a cold sweat on her back. The line seemed endless, and each person in it was lifeless, moving with stiff, slow steps. Some even hopped forward with missing limbs, each step accompanied by cries of longing, sorrow, or despair. As the wind calmed, the fog swirled back, obscuring the eerie scene, and Fong Mo's vision returned to the vast whiteness with only a few shadowy figures slowly trudging along. Fong Mo took several steps back, feeling her scalp tingle at what she had just seen, and she no longer dared to approach those figures. "Chensi, don't be afraid, come here." The female voice rang out again, this time lacking the previous urgency. Fong Mo perked up her ears, confirming the direction of the voice, and stepped forward toward it. "Who are you? Why are you calling me Chensi?" Fong Mo asked loudly as she walked. However, the female voice did not respond to her question, only laughter echoed, guiding Fong Mo's way. As Fong Mo walked filled with suspicion, she slowly began to hear a faint sound of water. The further she progressed, the more intense the sound became, transforming from a gentle trickle to the roaring of a mighty river. Not knowing how far she had walked, Fong Mo suddenly felt a sense of clarity before her. Before her was a great river, its muddy waters flowing relentlessly, while along the riverbanks grew a type of red flower stretching endlessly toward the horizon from the direction she had come. On the riverbank, there was a girl with waist-length chestnut hair dressed in a white dress, who looked about the same age. The girl's feet and the hem of her dress were soaked by the river water, yet she paid no mind, instead using the sand smoothed by the yellow river as paper, drawing something with the stem of a flower. Fong Mo glanced at the girl's back, an instinct telling her that this girl was the one who spoke to her in the fog. "And aren't the flowers on this side of the river beautiful?" The girl heard Fong Mo's footsteps, but did not turn around, continuing to draw with the flower stem. Fong Mo looked at the boundless sea of flowers and nodded. "They are beautiful." After speaking, she followed a narrow path among the flowers toward the girl. She stood behind the girl and asked again, "Who are you? Why did you call me Chensi?" The girl did not immediately respond, but Fong Mo was captivated by the picture she was drawing. Simple lines formed a house, trees, and the sun. An old man with a long beard looked out from the house, a little boy peeked from behind a tree, and a woman with long hair and a dress, and a short-haired man each held a smaller child. A dog chased a cat, and everyone looked joyful. This drawing resembled a childish doodle, yet it appeared exceptionally warm. While Fong Mo was lost in thought at the sight of the drawing, the girl had already set down the flower stem and turned to face her. "I am your sister." The girl quickly approached with a light step, smiling as she took Fong Mo's hand. "Because you are Chensi." The girl looked at Fong Mo with a charming smile, and a gust of wind blew, lifting countless red petals from the sea of flowers into the sky, toward the eternally rushing river, as the girl's chestnut hair and the wet hem of her dress danced merrily in the wind. "Sister, Chensi." Fong Mo felt bewildered, but as she watched the scene unfold, and the girl's face, which was identical to her own, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat. Just a glance, and she felt a deep connection with this girl. The red petals of the resurrection flower slowly covered the sky with a crimson veil. The waves of the yellow river surged with greater intensity, and the girl's grip on Fong Mo's hand tightened, a hint of anxiety appearing in her eyes. The girl held Fong Mo's hand, pointing in one direction, and spoke to her solemnly. "Chensi, you've come to a place you shouldn't be. You must return quickly. Walk in that direction, do not look back." As she spoke, the girl reached out to touch Fong Mo's cheek lingeringly, saying, "Sister, time is short. You can't get into trouble again. You must continue to accompany Daddy, Mommy, and Grandpa for me." "Where's this place? Where are you going?" Fong Mo grasped the girl's hand tightly, asking anxiously. She didn't want to let the girl go. She had a premonition that if she released her hand now, they might never see each other again. "You will come back here again, but that will be a long time from now." The girl blinked and comforted Fong Mo, saying, "Sister won't go anywhere. I will always be by your side. We sisters are one." As she spoke, the girl abruptly turned Fong Mo's body toward the direction she had pointed, then pushed her from behind with all her might. Fong Mo stumbled, and by the time she regained her senses, the girl had vanished. The sea of flowers had disappeared, the rushing yellow river was gone, and the world once again became shrouded in fog. "Keep moving forward, don't stop." The girl's voice urged her in her ear. Fong Mo hesitated for a moment, but then nodded and walked ahead. The more she walked, the faster she became, gradually breaking into a full sprint. Soon she felt as if each step could leap dozens of meters. With each step she took, the events that had just transpired faded a little from her memory, yet she remembered the girl's admonition. "Keep moving forward, don't stop." Finally, Fong Mo burst through the endless fog and fell into darkness, followed by a dizzying spin and an endless plunge. Myocarditis, it's myocarditis again. Acute recurrence of myocarditis caused by altitude sickness. Sitting by the bedside, staring blankly at Fong Mo's serene sleeping face, Jin Yushi felt an overwhelming sense of regret. There were so many places around Bern. It was a huge mistake to drag the girl to climb a mountain. When she sprained her ankle, Fong Mo clearly wanted to accompany her. She had clearly asked Fong Mo's attending physician whether she could ascend to such heights after just recovering, yet how could she have forgotten about altitude sickness? As a result, the girl experienced altitude sickness on the mountain, which triggered an acute recurrence of myocarditis leading to a brief cardiac arrest. What a Mont Blanc, it was clearly a cursed peak. Even now Jin Yushi felt afraid. She truly didn't know how she would explain to Feng Mo's family if something happened to her. She also didn't know how the elders of the He family would react if they learned of Zoyan's actual situation. Fortunately, Lin Lang was there, and even more fortunately, when Lin Lang carried Feng Mo down from the mountain, a vacationing cardiologist happened to pass by, and the on-site medical team promptly delivered an AED. Professional doctors intervened with professional equipment in time, bringing Feng Mo back from the brink of death. After the regret, Jin Yushi felt another wave of heartache. Jin Yushi knew about Feng Mo's family situation, aware that she had been shouldering the burden of supporting her family of 3 since she graduated from middle school, with a younger sister still in high school on one side, and an elderly person suffering from Parkinson's combined with Alzheimer's on the other. Any one of them could weigh down a normal family, yet this girl had stubbornly persevered for several years. Even more incredible was that she was doing quite well. Her younger sister excelled in her studies, and if it weren't for her recent injury, the elderly person was actually managing quite well. What was even more remarkable was that despite the years of hardship, it had not extinguished the burning flame of kindness. Jin Yushi couldn't help but reach out to touch the girl's forehead, lying on the hospital bed contemplating what she... Just then, as Jin Yushi was pondering, the beeping of the heart monitor became rapid. Feng Mo's breathing suddenly quickened, and she let out a painful groan as if sighing. Sister. Sister. Feng Mo mumbled a couple of times before slowly opening her eyes. When Lin Lang hung up the phone with Josh Belfort, he caught sight of a tall, middle-aged man walking past, surrounded by several East Asian faces. With just one glance, Lin Lang had already linked the man's deep-featured profile to the well-known entrepreneur surnamed He and his impression. The man entered a hospital room ahead, while the East Asian faces following him remained outside. Looking at those left at the door of the hospital room, Lin Lang pondered. He could confirm without a doubt that He Xiaoyan was indeed the daughter of the famous entrepreneur He Hongju and the sister of the well-known emotional intelligence guru He Qi. Thinking of this, Lin Lang couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. He never expected that the daughter of such a business tycoon would be so earnest, saying she would help him cover up, and truly risking her life to do so. On the way down the mountain, He Xiaoyan even experienced a cardiac arrest. If Lin Lang hadn't randomly learned CPR, that stubborn girl would probably have remained on the summit forever with her mother. Thank heavens both He Xiaoyan and he were lucky, as they both survived. Rumors said that He Hongjun and his wife were renowned philanthropists in the business world, but no matter how kind they were in the past, it was still hard to guarantee that they wouldn't vent their anger on this roadside flower due to the loss of their beloved daughter. But now He Xiaoyan was safe and sound, and he had managed to survive as well. As thinking of this, Lin Lang let out a... However, Lin Lang couldn't understand why Jin Yushi referred to He Xiaoyan as Feng Xiaoma, and despite thinking for a long time, he still couldn't grasp it. Jin Yushi articulated clearly, and Lin Lang heard it distinctly. Oh, when he ascended the mountain with He Xiaoyan, he had even tested it. He was certain that he had not misheard, nor was it a slip of the tongue from Jin Yushi. His intuition told Lin Lang that this He family, especially that daughter of the He family, might have a shocking secret waiting for him to uncover. While he was deep in thought, a sound of footsteps approached, and Lin Lang quickly lifted his head to look in the direction of the sound, locking eyes with a pair of sharp sword-like gazes. He Hongjun moved with the wind. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Lin Lang, followed by the sweat-drenched Jin Yushi, who limped along. He Hongjun stood before Lin Lang, sizing up the strikingly beautiful young man, who at first glance was hard to distinguish from a woman. Jin Yushi introduced from the side, "Uncle, this is Mr. Lin Lang, who helped bring Yin Yin down from the mountain." He Hongjun nodded, extending his hand towards Lin Lang, speaking in a tone as gentle as a warm breeze. "Hello, Xiao Lin, I am He Hongjun." Lin Lang looked at He Hongjun, feigning shock. "Are you the He Hongjun I know?" He Hongjun calmly nodded. Receiving a confirmed answer, Lin Lang couldn't wait to grasp He Hongjun's hand, excitedly saying, "Mr. He, it's a pleasure to meet you. I previously worked at the Wall Street Tycoon Group and have resigned to return to my country for development and finance. I hope we can cooperate in the future." As Lin Lang spoke, he searched his person for something, but after a long while he found nothing. He awkwardly pointed to his rolling suitcase, set aside, saying, "Sorry, it's a personal trip, and I didn't bring any business cards." Before He Hongjun could respond, a subordinate behind him had already presented a business card with both hands to Lin Lang. Lin Lang quickly accepted it, respectfully examining it several times before carefully putting it away. He Hongjun studied Lin Lang intently, his smile remaining warm, though his gaze grew sharper. Seeing Lin Lang put away his business card, He Hongjun finally spoke, his tone still as gentle as a breeze. "Xiao Lin, thank you very much for your help to my daughter on the mountain." Lin Lang hurriedly waved his hand. "You're too kind, it's nothing to be thankful for. I believe anyone in that situation would make the same choice as I did." Lin Lang's words were half polite formality and half sincerity. This time Lin Lang truly underestimated the stubbornness of the He family's daughter and overestimated her physical condition. He never thought that someone could nearly lose their life due to altitude sickness, so half of his reason for saving her was for self-preservation. If it had been someone else in place of Hijiayan Lin Lang, might have eagerly set up a small stool, bought some sunflower seeds, and sat aside leisurely watching the excitement. But Hijiayan was the princess of the new summit group, and she had come up the mountain with him. If she had died, because of that he would undoubtedly bear the consequences. As for the other half of the reason, it was because that girl had a persistent spirit and an innocence in her eyes that was irretrievably pure. Whenever he thought of Hijiayan's eyes, Lin Lang felt her face gradually overlapping with the innocent smile of the child in his memory. This is also why he changed his flight to rush to the hospital for another look at that girl. Fong Mo awakened from her unconsciousness, her memories still lingering on the peak of the Maiden Mountain. She recalled that she had been suffering from altitude sickness there, and was preparing to descend when she fainted after only a few steps. She remembered vaguely that it was Lin Lang who had picked her up, reassuring her with the words, "You will be fine." She also recalled having a long dream, but no matter how hard she tried to remember, she could not grasp the specifics of what the dream entailed. All she could faintly remember was a sisterly figure in the dream telling her that she would stay by her side and encourage her to keep moving forward. Fong Mo felt as if she had forgotten someone very important and also a significant matter, leaving a void in her heart, a feeling of melancholy that lingered and would not dissipate. Seeing Fong Mo appear dazed after waking, Jin Yushi, who had been keeping watch by her side, grasped her hand gently and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, Xiao Mo, I'm here." Fong Mo remembered that she had called out sister as she woke, though she could not recall who that sister was. She was certain it was not Jin Yushi. Despite this, looking at the haggard face of Yushi by her bedside, Fong Mo still mustered her spirits and tried her best to offer a relaxed smile. "How is your foot, Yushi?" she asked. Jin Yushi hesitated for a moment, her brow furrowed, as she stared at Fong Mo before quietly saying, "Can't you show a little more concern for your own health? You almost lost your life, and yet you have the energy to worry about my foot." Fong Mo was taken aback and replied with a smile, "It was just altitude sickness, it can't be that serious." As she spoke, she attempted to sit up from the hospital bed, but was quickly pressed back down by Jin Yushi. Jin Yushi, who usually spoke gently, suddenly adopted a rare, stern tone. "Altitude sickness. Have you ever seen anyone with altitude sickness suffer cardiac arrest?" Seeing Jin Yushi's grave expression, Fong Mo obediently laid back down, the smile on her face gradually fading, replaced by deep confusion. "Cardiac arrest? How could that be? Altitude sickness triggered acute myocarditis." Jin Yushi exclaimed in distress. "If Lin Lang hadn't carried you down from the mountain, you would be in a morgue right now." Fong Mo felt a sense of relief, realizing that Lin Lang had brought her down when she was unconscious, and it was not in vain that she had helped him. However, the mention of morgue startled her, and she then noticed the familiar medical equipment around her, realizing she was in an ICU of a foreign hospital, a cold sweat instantly beating on her forehead. Fong Mo felt as if she had merely taken a nap and dreamed, yet the thought that she had unknowingly walked past the gates of death left her in disbelief. "It can't be. I've recovered, and didn't we ask the doctor? The doctor said I was healed, and I didn't engage in any strenuous activity on the mountain." Jin Yushi's gaze grew increasingly stern, while Fong Mo's tone weakened, eventually ceasing her defense. "I'm sorry, Yushi, I worried you. It's my fault. Did I not tell you that if you feel even a little unwell, you must descend the mountain? Why didn't you listen to me?" Fong Mo bit her lip, feeling guilty. "I just wanted to help Lin Lang." Thus Fong Mo recounted what she had heard about Lin Lang to Jin Yushi. After hearing her explanation, Jin Yushi was momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and sighed, extending her hand to gently tap Fong Mo's forehead. "What does Lin Lang's mother's last wish have to do with you? Stop empathizing with others all the time. Since he went up the mountain alone, he must have already considered what to do. Your help is not crucial. Honestly, at your age, you should know whether your health is more important or if scattering ashes for a barely acquainted stranger is. From now on, do not act like this again. Do you understand?" Fong Mo felt embarrassed and nodded obediently, declaring earnestly, "Don't worry, Yushi. My grades were indeed bad when I was in school, but I'm not really foolish. If I had known altitude sickness could have such severe consequences, I would never have gone up the mountain." Hearing Fong Mo's lingering anxiety, Jin Yushi's expression softened slightly. She took out her phone, fiddling with it as she said, "Since you're awake, I'll call Hichi for a video chat to discuss what to do next. Now there's a situation. After you fainted on the mountain, Uncle, he called, and the medical team's volunteers happened to take He heard you collapsed on the mountain and was about to come right away, but Aunt Sue's condition suddenly worsened." Jin Yushi said this, and Fong Mo immediately became tense. "Mom, what happened to Aunt He?" "It's nothing," Yushi stabilized. However, her expression quickly turned serious again. "But Uncle, he will still come later. If he finds out about your true condition, he will definitely transfer you to Dr. Fire Schinnenberg, and you will surely undergo a comprehensive examination." Fong Mo blinked, pondering suspiciously. "Will the surgical scars on my body be discovered immediately?" She had undergone gender reassignment surgery over a month ago. Although the incision site was very private, a comprehensive checkup could easily reveal it. Jin Yushi frowned and shook her head. "It's not just that. Aunt Sue is very worried that her heart condition may be hereditary, so Dr. Fierschenberg has long-established medical records for He-Chi and Zhao Yin, and the medical center has all their health information to date. If they conduct even a slight examination, they will find out you are not the real Zhao Yin. Fang Yimou immediately gasped, beginning to regret her reckless actions on the mountain, feeling increasingly ashamed. I'm sorry, Yushi, it's my fault for being willful and causing you all this trouble. She apologized, feeling embarrassed. Jin Yushi grasped Fang Mo's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Do not blame yourself. This is not entirely your fault. You must also blame me for twisting my ankle and being unable to accompany you up the mountain, and for not clarifying earlier that altitude sickness could trigger a recurrence of myocarditis. Hearing Hikai's sarcastic greeting, Fang Mo wrinkled his nose and glanced at Jin Yushi, who ignored it. Realizing he was entirely in the wrong, he drooped with disappointment, pouting as he blurted out an apology. I'm sorry. It's my fault. He'll take full responsibility. He-Chi, briefly taken aback by Fang Mo's ready admission, as if expecting some other outcome, showed a look of dashed hope. After a moment, he waved his hand with disinterest and snorted, admitting you're wrong will do. As for taking responsibility, I doubt selling you to me would even cover it. All right, back to the matter at hand. Madame Jean has explained the situation to you, hasn't she? Fang Yimou glanced at Jin Yushi. Though her expression was unhappy, she had not lost her temper, and he nodded. Very well. They'll be brief. 2 things. He-Chi rubbed his temple and composed himself. First, Zhao Yin never had myocarditis. You're in the hospital because you suffered an altitude reaction on the mountain. Jin Yushi will temporarily transfer you to an ordinary ward shortly. Remember that. Fang Mo nodded. Second, in your current condition, you certainly cannot stick to the original plan to return home. You must choose. Either pretend to go back and actually find a hospital there to be treated before you return, or I send a medical jet to bring you home for treatment. Fang Mo asked in confusion, why not just buy a plane ticket home? He-Chi looked at him as if he were foolish and scolded without mercy. Are you out of your mind? With your condition, you want to take a regular commercial flight. Do you not care about your life? What if your condition worsens mid-flight, and you have another cardiac arrest? Do you expect that pretty-faced man to teleport over and save you again? That pretty-faced man is Lin Lang. Lin as in Lin Daiyu Lang, as in the Lang of Lin Lang. Fang Yimou quietly corrected. I don't care what he calls himself. Even if he's a lecherous wolf, that's not my concern, He-Chi said angrily. That fellow almost ruined a man's prospects. If this were back home, I'd deal with him properly. It was my idea to go up the mountain in the first place, so there's no need to blame anyone else, Fang Mo muttered meekly at Hikai's fierce expression. Hikai's tone turned teasing and cutting, and you still have the face to speak. At a time like this, you prove yourself such a man. Dazzled and bewildered by anyone pretty, you lose all sense of direction. That fawning one. Do you even remember your own surname? My surname is He. No wait, it's Fang. Jin Yushi couldn't help a snort of laughter. He-Chi clicked his tongue in amusement. Fang Mo shot a resentful look at Jin Yushi, who hastily covered her mouth and let her gaze drift to the ceiling. Having made a great embarrassment of himself, Fang Mo brazenly pretended nothing had happened and turned to consider the question He-Chi had put to him. Fang Mo wanted to return home as soon as possible. She had asked He-Chi for leave to go to Yuqing during the National Day holiday. But even if she hurried home now, she would need hospitalization and could not visit Yuqing, and sending a medical jet would cost a great deal. Hikai's decision not to press charges was generous. She could not let him suffer greater loss. The right choice. Missing the National Day holiday meant she might not know when she could see her sister again. At that thought, Fang Mo could not help feeling disappointed and regretting her rashness, yet she still smiled and said, I'll be treated here and then go back. He-Chi nodded and fell silent for a long while, as if switching off the video to reply to other messages. After a time he said, then it's settled. Tomorrow afternoon a medical jet will go to Borneo to pick you up. My father will come see you in a while. Don't mess this up. Fang Mo nodded automatically, but then the thought returned to her. Hold on. I said I'll be treated here first, and then go over. He-Chi replied, lightly, plans have changed. A business team from the group must urgently go to Bali. They'll have the medical jet take them there, then fly to Borneo on the return, and bring you both back. Fang Mo muttered, hospitals in Europe are terribly expensive. It's better to be treated at home. He-Chi grumbled with exasperation, I must keep you under my watch to feel at ease. Who knows what trouble you'll stir up, if I'm not careful. Oh, don't owe me, you fool. When my father arrives, let Jin Yushi speak. You keep quiet. Madame Jean, come, let's go over the details again. He-Chi urged. If you call me Madame Jean one more time, when you go back, Jin Yushi ground her teeth, her anger visibly rising. He-Chi asked, how is your foot? At that single question, Jin Yushi's anger vanished, though she put on a show of displeasure and stammered, Apart from difficulty walking, everything else is fine. Tisk, when it comes to treating feet, it's still me, He-Chi said smugly, which made Jin Yushi flush from face to ears. Nonsense. Jin Yushi snapped with a trace of annoyance. She added with thin displeasure, can we speak about the matter at hand? Ahem. Back to business. The young couple rehearsed their story to fool Hikai's father while Fong Mo sat up leaning forward to listen. By the time they had agreed on their lines, the night had grown late. On Hikai's side, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning. Hichi normally went every night to speak to the comatose Taoyan, believing it might help her awaken. Tonight, he had not slept at all because of Fong Mo's sudden illness. Hichi fretted without rest. To quiet him, Jin Yushi and Fong Mo cut the call and urged him to get some sleep, then turned to prepare for Hikai's father's visit. Jin Yushi had paid to bribe hospital staff, and with the help of a few blonde blue-eyed nurses, Fong Mo was moved into an ordinary single room. While changing rooms, Jin Yushi happened upon Lin Lang, dragging his suitcase, come to visit the supposed Hijiaoyan. Jin Yushi had no time for more than a brief greeting, and then returned to the ward to continue preparations with Fong Mo. After a while of practicing their responses, Hikai's father called. Jin Yushi quickly showed the incoming call to Fong Mo. When Fong Mo nodded in understanding, she put the phone on speaker and answered. An hour later, after sending Hikai's father away, Fong Mo and Jin Yushi breathed a sigh of relief in the ward. Lin Lang came to see you, Jin Yushi told Fong Mo gravely. Fong Mo was startled and looked toward the door. Where is he? Don't bother. He's already gone, Jin Yushi replied. Fong Mo sighed. He saved my life, and I haven't even thanked him in person. How did he leave so quickly? After thanking him, uncle, he personally saw him off, Jin Yushi said in a lowered voice, her expression grave. You do best to keep as far from Lin Lang as possible. Fong Mo was puzzled. She had not seen Lin Lang as a bad person. Why did Jin Yushi speak of him as if he were some dreadful beast? Jin Yushi's face filled with worry. Lin Lang's instincts are alarming. When you nearly fell into the water, and I instinctively called your name, he heard it. He even tested me earlier in front of Uncle He. This man is not simple. He may already have realized something. She then softened her tone and relaxed a little. But this is a foreign land, and your meeting was a chance encounter. Jiayan is a college student, and Lin Lang is a finance professional. It's unlikely you'll have much contact in the future. Still, if you meet him again, do not get close. Keep as much distance as you can, Jin Yushi warned solemnly. Fong Mo remained half skeptical, but seeing Jin Yushi's serious expression, she acquiesced. On October 1st, the cold air from Siberia crossed the towering mountains, bringing the first rain of October to Ganqing. At Ganqing Airport, a snow-white small private jet sliced through the rain curtain gracefully, landing on the runway. Just waking up, Fong Mo peered through the oval window, groggily surveying the brightly lit terminal, in stark contrast to the architecturally striking terminal of Tingdong International Airport. The terminal before her appeared quite old-fashioned and plain, even somewhat shabby. After staring for a while, Fong Mo finally discerned the red characters Ganqing shining atop the terminal through the hazy rain. Ganqing? Why did I come to Ganqing? With a question mark floating above her head, Fong Mo looked at Jin Yushi beside her and asked, aren't we going back to... Jin Yushi was momentarily taken aback, neither crying nor laughing. Are you still half asleep? Hichi promised you that during the 11th holiday you would go to Yuqing, so he arranged for you to go home to Yuqing to recuperate. She explained. Fong Mo sat there dazed for a while, and as her mind gradually cleared, she suddenly recalled what had happened earlier, and she couldn't help but slap her forehead, scolding herself idiot. Early the next morning, after seeing off his father, Hichi called his parents, saying that a company jet happened to be flying to Bern and would return empty to the country, asking if they would like to fly back with Zhao and Jin Yushi. Of course, this was Hikai's script. Based on his calculations, his father and mother would surely choose to stay and recuperate, but they definitely wouldn't feel at ease letting their precious daughter and the injured Jin Yushi go elsewhere for a transfer, so they would inevitably have them take the company's private jet back home. It turned out that Hichi truly understood his parents' temperament perfectly. As soon as Hichi finished the call with his father and sent a done message to Jin Yushi, his father immediately called Fong Mo, instructing her to take the company's plane back to the country directly from Bern. Everything went so smoothly that there was no need for Plan B. Everything thereafter proceeded logically. Fong Mo and Jin Yushi hired a local driver to take them to Dr. Fei's medical center. Fong Mo mustered her spirits and quickly bid farewell to his father and mother, and the two headed straight to Bern's airport, boarding the medical jet without delay. Upon boarding the plane, the accompanying doctors and nurses immediately placed Fong Mo onto a hospital bed, connecting her to various monitoring devices and infusion pumps to continue her treatment. Before takeoff, Fong Mo and Jin Yushi had another communication round with Hichi, who informed them of the subsequent arrangements. The medical jet would first fly to Ganqing, where a team formed by reallocating medical personnel from Hijiaoyan's side was already on standby at the airport. After Fong Mo joined them, she would return home to Yuqing for further treatment. Jin Yushi would continue to take the medical jet back to Huading. Although she was the prospective lady boss and had injured her foot, the executive office was in disarray during her absence, and Hichi urgently needed her back to clean up the mess. Hearing Hikai's arrangements for her, Fong Mo was taken aback. Hichi said he wanted to keep her under his watch. She initially thought she would return to Huading for treatment, but he actually sent a medical team with her. Back to Yuqing. Does your company's employee benefits really extend this far? Fong Emo couldn't help but ask again, feeling as if she had posed this question to Hichi before. Hichi glared, the capitalist's tail fully exposed, standing higher than the Pentagon. Nonsense. Employee benefits. This is a special treatment for the daughter of the He family. Don't get me wrong, you're currently on a high society experience pass. Once my sister wakes up, your experience pass will expire. Fong Emo had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. She simply smiled and nodded at Hikai's words, asking, "Do you still remember my leave request?" Hichi immediately lifted his chin and replied defiantly, "Who do you think I am? I said that during the 11 you would go home, so you will go home." A warm current flowed through Fong Mo's heart. She didn't expect Hichi would go to such lengths to ensure she could fulfill her promise of going home during the 11. "Thank you, brother Chi." Fong Emo sincerely expressed her gratitude, not as a polite call to boss, nor addressing him as brother by virtue of He Xiaoyan's identity. Hichi was momentarily stunned by Fong Mo's call of brother Chi. His gaze wandered for a moment, and he impatiently grunted, instructing Jin Yushi to quickly return to Huading to work before hastily ending the call. Looking at the blurred Genshin characters on the terminal roof, Fong Emo pulled back her drifting thoughts. "So in going back to Yuching, I didn't feel much when I said it before, but now thinking about having to confess my situation to my sister Fong Yuan makes Fong Emo anxious." Fong Emo understood her sister's character and disposition. She knew Yuan was not the type to harbor resentment against family members over such matters. Fong Emo had done her psychological preparation for a long time, but when the moment arrived, the unease still irrationally lingered in her heart. Noticing Fong Mo's heavy thoughts, Jin Yushi gently patted her arm and comforted, "Don't worry, just speak to your sister. She will accept it. Later you'll be able to see a familiar face, and you two can have a good chat." As the plane was dragged into the enclosed hangar, Fong Emo immediately spotted the familiar face, Jin. Seeing Hong Jie, who was smiling and waving at her among the medical team, Fong Emo was stunned. "Hong Jie, what are you doing here?" But she quickly realized something was off and hurriedly shut her mouth. Should she greet Hong Jie as He Xiaoyan or as Fong Emo? Fong Emo cast a pleading glance at Jin Yushi. "Everyone knows Zhao Yan's situation and is aware of your identity," Jin Yushi replied. "Just interact with them in your own way. By the way," she leaned closer to Fong Mo's ear and whispered, "Qing Hong knows about your gender reassignment treatment. She's fully on your side now. If anything happens in Yuching these days, just reach out to her." Fong Emo showed a look of surprise, but nodded. Since Hong Jie had gained Hikai's full trust, she had nothing else. After speaking to Fong Emo, Jin Yushi turned to Hong Jie for handover and earnestly reminded Qing Hong, "I'm leaving Fong Xiaomo in your care. Although she looks sickly now, by the time you return, she must be lively and bouncing." Hong Jie and the medical team members repeatedly assured they would do their utmost, and only then did Jin Yushi feel reassured, parting from everyone and boarding the refueled medical jet leaving Genshin. The medical team members then helped Fong Emo, who was still on N4, into a medium-sized vehicle modified into a mobile hospital, efficiently connecting her to the onboard monitoring equipment. Feeling like a mere battery being moved around, Fong Emo felt as if she had been disconnected from the hospital bed and plugged into the medical jet, and then unplugged from the medical jet and installed into the vehicle. Wherever this battery was placed, the machine would start beeping and the waveform on the screen would begin to fluctuate. The team conducted a round of checks on Fong Emo, confirming her condition was stable before starting the vehicle and heading towards Yuching. Before boarding the plane in Bern, Fong Emo felt quite unwell. To be safe, the doctor administered some sedatives, and since she was already weak, she ended up sleeping throughout the flight. Thus, despite flying for over 10 hours, she surprisingly appeared to be in decent spirits, while the medical staff on the vehicle looked weary and exhausted. The vehicle smoothly traveled along the highway with heavy raindrops tapping rhythmically against the roof, and watching the rainwater flow along the window glass from front to back, Fong Emo felt a mix of emotions. In August, she had traveled back and forth between Huading and Yuching, and after finally being discharged in September, she found herself once again in a situation similar to before. The Marquis of Su gently lifted Shun Yurong onto the bed and turned back to Fong Yuan, offering her an enigmatic smile before lowering the gauzy curtain. Fong Yuan instantly grew frantic. Just as the scene was about to reach its most thrilling moment, she had already been moved to tears, her saliva seemingly cascading 3,000 feet. Yet they dared to pull this stunt. She could not bear it. Rushing forward, Fong Yuan swept aside the delicate obstructive gauze, only to find the Marquis of Su and Shun Yurong impeccably dressed, seated opposite each other across a low lacquered table, calmly playing Go while sipping tea. The sight froze Fong Yuan in place. What on earth were these two doing? Playing Go? This plot twist made no sense. Where was the passionate entanglement? Where was the storm of crimson silk? Where was the dagger thrust of Jing Ku against the king of Qin? The Marquis of Su, his face as refined as polished jade, sipped his tea and cast a sidelong glance at Fong Yuan's crestfallen expression, his lips curling into a faint, knowing smile. Across from him, the Imperial Scholar Laureate furrowed his brow, slightly, eyes fixed intently upon the Go board. After long contemplation, he delicately lifted a black stone and placed it with quiet precision. As the stones settled onto the board, Shin Yurong's furrowed brow eased. He raised the steaming cup beside him, blew gently across its surface, took a slow sip, and sighed exquisite tea. Noticing the Marquis of Su lost in thought, he prompted softly, "My lord Marquis, you're due to move." The Marquis of Su twirled his teacup between his fingers, glanced briefly at the board, and asked Shinjun, "Do you know who composed the poem, A Dream Visit to Mount Tianmu, leaving behind a farewell ode?" Though addressing Shin Yurong as Shinjun, his gaze lingered deliberately upon Fang Yuan. The moment Fang Yuan met that teasing gaze, she instinctively replied, "Li Bai." The Tang Dynasty poet styled Tai Bai, styled himself the Hermit of Qinglian Peak, hailed as the immortal poet. Only then did Shin Yurong notice Fang Yuan standing nearby. He paused, then offered her a gentle warm smile, and nodded approvingly. "Indeed. How can I bow my head and serve the powerful, forfeiting joy and true expression?" Shin Yurong recited aloud, and as the final line hung in the air, he held her gaze unflinchingly, asking, "This line is the poem's poetic heart. Do you know why?" Gazing into Shin Yurong's eyes, identical in intensity to those of a high school literature teacher, Fang Yuan felt her temples throb. Why must they play Go and quiz her on college entrance exam syllabi? Irritated inwardly, she nevertheless blurted out, "Because it expresses the poet's contempt for authority, his yearning for freedom, and his pursuit of individual liberation. It serves as the poem's thematic core." With a sharp snap, the Marquis of Su closed his folding fan and clapped appreciatively. Shin Yurong nodded repeatedly. "Truly promising," they declared in unison. Fang Yuan's round cheeks flushed with excitement. She rubbed her hands together like a little hamster and stammered, "You've tested me twice. Surely you'll now show me something delightful." The Marquis of Su and Shin Yurong exchanged glances and smiled. "Patience," the Marquis of Su murmured, pouring fresh tea into both cups. Shin Yurong nodded in agreement. "Before that, we must test you once more." Fang Yuan straightened her spine and patted her chest confidently. "Bring it on." Her eager, spirited posture resembled that of a valiant female general, lance raised, poised to charge. The Marquis of Su narrowed his eyes. Their gaze sharpened like drawn steel, and with it came a palpable wave of chilling martial aura. Calmly he asked, "How many trigonometric induction formulas exist? And what are they?" Though oddly incongruous, this ancient-robed marquis posing a question on modern mathematics, Fang Yuan answered without hesitation. 6. Formula 1 sin alpha 2 k pi sine alpha, cos alpha 2 k pi cosine alpha, tan alpha 2 k pi tan alpha, where k formula 2. She recited all 6 sets of trigonometric induction formulas with rapid fluency, then declared triumphantly, "All positive in quadrant I, sine only in quadrant 2, tangent and cotangent in quadrant 3, cosine only in quadrant 4. Odd functions change, even ones remain unchanged, signs depend on quadrant." Having delivered the full litany, Fang Yuan drew breath and flashed the Marquis of Su a triumphant grin. "How was that, Your Excellency?" The Marquis of Su nodded approvingly, his gaze softening for but an instant, before hardening once more. "Do you truly believe you've passed?" "Far from it. Let me ask, why does ethanol react with metallic sodium? And how does that reaction differ from its reaction with acetic acid?" Without pausing to wonder why a marquis from antiquity would pose a chemistry question, Fang Yuan simply found it absurdly simple, and burst into laughter, because ethanol contains a hydroxyl group. The reaction with sodium is a displacement reaction, with acetic acid it is esterification. That is the distinction. She shook her head at the Marquis of Su with mock exasperation. "Tsk, Your Excellency, such elementary questions won't stump me. You'd best sit quietly with the Imperial Scholar Laureate and show me what's delightful." The Marquis of Su remained silent and smiling, while Shin Yurong stepped in. "Let me ask you, what is the difference between having finished her homework she went to bed, and finishing her homework she went to bed?" "English. That's my weakest subject." Fang Yuan candidly admitted her academic vulnerability, but gave no thought to how the Imperial Scholar Laureate spoke flawless British English with a refined London accent. Instead, she pondered deeply. After a long silence, she offered her analysis first. The former clearly indicates sequence. She finished homework before going to bed. The latter suggests near simultaneity. Second, the former emphasizes causal logic. The latter highlights continuity of action. Third, the former suits context demanding explicit temporal or causal hierarchy. The latter fits scenes where actions flow seamlessly one into the next. Having spoken, Fang Yuan anxiously looked to Shin Yurong. "Did I get it right, former husband?" He smiled warmly and nodded. "Congratulations. You have passed our trial. Mission accomplished." Fang Yuan bowed respectfully, exhaling deeply. Then, recalling earlier events, her eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed hope. "My lords, if I've passed your trial, may I now see what's delightful?" Shin Yurong stiffened. The Marquis of Su's brows knotted fiercely, his expression turning icy. With a sharp rap of his fan against the Go board, he thundered, "Delightful. Delightful? What on earth fills your mind all day?" "But you said you'd test me." Fang Yuan faltered, then froze, realizing they'd never promised delightful rewards upon passing. "I don't care. I've answered so many questions. My brain cells are decimated. You owe me compensation, or else I'll keep reviewing concepts even in my dreams. That's utterly unfair. The Marquis of Su smiled coldly, so you know you're dreaming. Tell me, how at your age and stage can you possibly fall asleep? Why shouldn't I sleep? Fang Yuan retorted. Tell me, how many days remain until your college entrance examination? The Marquis of Su asked slowly. 247. Fang Yuan answered instantly. Wrong. You are already sitting in the examination hall. Boomed both the Marquis of Su and Shen Yurong, their voices echoing like celestial thunder, jolting Fang Yuan violently awake. The Marquis of Su had vanished. Shen Yurong too was gone. All around her only the rustle of pens scratching paper and the crisp flutter of pages turning rose and fell like waves. She scanned the room, students bent over their desks in fierce concentration, then looked down at her own answer sheet blank, soaked through with saliva. Cold sweat broke across her body. The National College Entrance Examination in Chinese language. 20 minutes left until submission. Her essay remained unwritten. Her answer sheet unfilled. Ruin, ruin, ruin. Fang Yuan spun, dizzily, vision darkening. She shot upright, clutching her head and sobbing, I don't want anything delightful anymore. Give me back my time. At that cry, Fang Yuan fully awakened, bolting upright in bed. She pulled back the air conditioning quilt, saw rain falling outside her window, and found her friend Rome Wenyu lying beside her, phone in hand, watching her with amused delight. Frantically retrieving her phone from beneath the pillow, Fang Yuan confirmed the date, October 2nd, then exhaled deeply. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Just a dream. Scared me half to death. Scared me half to death. She patted her chest. Yuan, I finally understand why your grades are so stellar. Rome Wenyu leaned closer, eyes crinkling with mirth. Turns out you review every night, even in your dreams. Honestly, if you don't get into Tsinghua or Peking University, it would defy cosmic justice. She waved her phone playfully. I recorded the whole thing. It's hilarious. Want to hear it? Fang Yuan's face froze, then flushed crimson. She lunged for the phone, but Rome Wenyu had already leapt off the bed, dancing away with a mischievous laugh. Fang Yuan picked at the noodles in her bowl with chopsticks, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Rome Wenyu. Last night, she read a fanfiction of Mo Yunjian written by a well-known author in the circle who paired the Duke of Su with Shen Yurong. The plot was absurd to the extreme, but it was truly addictive. Fang Yuan read it in one go. As a result, she dreamt about the Duke of Su and Shen Yurong flirting all night. Just when the dream was about to reach its most exciting part, those two began to question her studies in the dream. What was even scarier was that when she woke up, she found herself asleep in the college entrance examination room, nearly scaring herself to death. Fortunately, sleeping in the exam room was just a dream, but the downside was that Fang Yuan talked in her sleep, unintentionally waking up Rome Wenyu, who then recorded it. How infuriating! How infuriating! How infuriating! Fang Yuan viciously stabbed the poached egg at the bottom of her bowl with her chopsticks until it was a mess. Unfazed by Fang Yuan's resentful glare, Wenyu pushed her braid behind her ear, adjusted her large metal-framed glasses, and cheerfully offered Fang Yuan a piece of pickled mustard greens. Yuan, don't be angry, eat up quickly, and after we finish we can do homework together. We also plan to go shopping in the afternoon. Fang Yuan's round little face puffed up in anger, resembling a squirrel with its cheeks stuffed full of pine nuts. Go by yourself if you want. My brother is coming back, I have to go home in the afternoon, she said unhappily. Wenyu pouted. What a lack of loyalty, all day long thinking about your brother. Who doesn't have a brother? As she spoke, Wenyu glanced back at the closed door of the guest room, which was her brother Rong Wenyun's room. There was no noise coming from inside, clearly indicating that he was still sound asleep. All brothers are basically the same, only you treat yours like a treasure. Mentioning her own brother, Wenyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. He's already in college and still acts like a child, making it hard for anyone to rest easy. He sleeps until noon every day, does nothing at home, and is in his third year, yet has no girlfriend. Who knows what he does all day? What a loser. Fang Yuan had just taken a bite of noodles when she heard Wenyu's complaint about her brother being a loser and got choked on the spicy oil, causing her nose to run and tears to flow. Once she managed to recover, Fang Yuan couldn't help but glance at the closed door of the Rong family's brother's bedroom. The day before yesterday, after school, Fang Yuan was invited to her friend Rong Wenyu's house to play. Since school had been on break since yesterday, she decided to stay overnight. Fang Yuan had planned to say goodbye and go home yesterday, but as soon as she stepped out, she received a message from her brother saying he had urgent matters and would be home late. Seeing this, Wenyu insisted that she stay and play at her house. Since Fang Yuan would be alone at home, it was better to stay with Wenyu, where they could even discuss homework together when faced with difficult problems. So she ended up staying at Wenyu's house for another night and met Wenyu's brother Wenyun, who had returned home for the holiday. Fang Yuan thought that apart from his plain appearance with no distinguishing features, Wenyu's brother was actually quite enthusiastic, sunny, and polite. Last night, he even ordered milk tea for her and Wenyu. How could he be as bad as Wenyu described? Of course, no matter how good Wenyu's brother was, Fang Yuan still felt he couldn't compare to her own brother Fang Mo. My brother is amazing. He works alone in Huatian to earn money supporting both me and Grandpa. Fang Yuan counted her brother's virtues on her fingers. He also cooks really well, and my brother has a great personality, never gets angry with me, is kind, and he's good looking too. Wenyu, however, was unimpressed, as she had heard this from Fang Yuan so many times that her ears were almost worn out. She didn't quite believe it. In her view, brothers were all about bullying their younger siblings, being lazy at home, playing games until midnight, sleeping until noon, hiding all sorts of inappropriate images and videos or ambiguous web links on their phones, and being stingy with buying things for their sisters while easily spending hundreds or thousands on plastic figures. In their class, as long as a girl had a brother at home, he would at least fit one of those descriptions, except for Wenyu and Fang Yuan's brothers. Wenyu's brother fit all the negative traits, while Fang Yuan's brother had none of them. According to Fang Yuan, her brother was like a white lotus blooming in a reed marsh. But there's no one in the world without flaws, let alone a brother who is disliked by everyone, so Wenyu just thought Fang Yuan was boasting. Even if she wasn't, it was because her brother was rarely home, which made her view him through a distance filter. Once you have lived with your brother for more than a week, your filter will shatter. Wenyu said. When you meet my brother one day, you won't think like that. I don't think so, Fang Yuan replied dismissively. Well, wait and see. As they spoke, Wenyu's mother came out of the kitchen with a steaming bowl of red oil noodles. She placed the noodles on the dining table and noticed the empty seat next to Wenyu, asking Wenyu, where's your brother? Where do you think your precious son could be? Wenyu rolled her eyes. Wenyu's mother frowned slightly, took off her apron, and quickly walked to her son's bedroom, door knocking loudly. After a while, the door finally opened with a loud creak. A young man with hair as messy as a bird's nest opened the door, rubbing his sleepy eyes and complaining impatiently, what is it? You lazy son, what do you mean by what is it? Wenyu's mother slapped the back of her son's head. What time is it? Hurry and wash up, then eat breakfast. The noodles are getting soggy. The young man yawned and replied, got it, then dragged his weary self toward the bathroom. After a while, Wenyu's brother, looking like a bird's nest, sat down at the dining table and quickly slurped up the noodle. Fang Yuan curiously sized up Wenyu's brother, who was wearing a blue sports jersey. She had only met him briefly last night, and today she scrutinized him again. While indeed, apart from being of decent height, he was quite plain and lacked any distinctive features, the kind of person who would blend into a crowd. Too ordinary, really too ordinary. He was no match for my brother, Fang Yuan thought with a sense of pride. Wenyu, however, treated her brother like air. She lightly kicked Fang Yuan's calf and raised her eyebrows, saying, Yuan, let's go to Beitong in the afternoon. They just opened a DIY figurine experience center there, and it's super popular. Fang Yuan shook her head, firmly repeating the same words a second time. Not going. Why not go? Wenyu blinked her eyes and raised her phone. If you come with me, I'll delete the recording. Fang Yuan bared her teeth, unfazed. Keep it if you want, I don't care. Wenyu skillfully unlocked her phone, and after some fiddling played Fang Yuan's Sleep Talk. Duke of Su, top scholar, show me something good. Hearing this cute, yet somewhat inappropriate dream talk, Wenyu, who was eating noodles, spat the noodles back into his bowl. Fang Yuan was embarrassed to the core, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. Wenyu, are you trying to get me killed? Fang Yuan glared, wide-eyed, whispering. Wenyu adjusted her glasses, smiling mischievously as she turned off the recording. So what do you say? Are you going or not? Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with shame and anger. She glanced at Wenyu's brother, who was silently eating with his head down, and whispered to Wenyu, are you threatening me? Not going. We're breaking up. From now on, we are not sisters anymore. Come on, good sister. While the two were playfully arguing, Fang Yuan's phone vibrated twice and a message bubble popped up. Fang Yuan quickly picked up her phone. It was a message from her brother Fang Mo. Night Rain, Yuan, when are you coming home? Fang Yuan hurriedly typed a reply. Tian Yuan D. Fang, am still at a classmate's house. I'll be back by noon. Brother, have you already reached home? Night Rain, yes, I got back at midnight. I have some things to do during the day, so you can play with your classmate a little longer. Just remember to come back for dinner. You all should go out for lunch. Don't hesitate to spend money. Fang Yuan saw her brother's message and instinctively looked up at Wenyu, only to find her curiously peering over. Look, your brother said it himself. Come shopping with me in the afternoon. Wenyu happily shook Fang Yuan's arm, putting on a pitiful expression. Fang Yuan couldn't refuse her, and since her brother had already spoken, she decided to take it, as giving her brother face resolutely. Fang Yuan began to type. Tian Yuan D. Fang, he'll be back around 5:30 in the afternoon. Is that okay? Night Rain, yes, no problem. Take care. Tian Yuan D. Fang, okay. Night Rain, patting head. The chat interface between the siblings fell into silence. Noticing her brother had not replied further, Fang Yuan was about to put down her phone when Wenyu cheerfully snatched it away, quickly opening Night Rain's personal profile. I want to see how handsome your brother is, Wenyu said while flipping through Night Rain's moments. Fang Yuan helplessly replied, don't bother, my brother doesn't like to take pictures. I don't even have a photo of him in my album. Wenyu scrolled to the bottom of Fang Yuan's brother's moments and indeed found no selfies. Not to mention selfies, there weren't even any pictures of him, just flowers, grass, little cats, little dogs, blue skies, and white clouds. The only picture he appeared in was his shadow, which looked slender and resembled a girl rather than a boy. With her curiosity unmet, Wenyu felt bored and returned the phone to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan put her phone away and continued eating her noodles, saying, "Besides, my brother isn't just handsome, he's good-looking." "Isn't a boy's good-looking just handsome?" Wenyu tilted her head, looking dubious. On the opposite side, Wenyu's brother shook his head. "It's truly pitiful to be so ignorant." Wenyu immediately kicked her brother in annoyance, saying stiffly, "You may be knowledgeable, but I haven't seen you bring home a good-looking girlfriend." Rong Wenyun did not engage in banter with Wenyu. He grabbed a paper towel to wipe his mouth, looking at his sister with a face full of sympathy. "Do you know what a flower boy is?" Wenyu pouted, and Fong Yuan was taken aback. She slapped her thigh and nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. My brother is that kind of flower boy." Rong Wenyun stared at Fong Yuan and asked, "The kind who is prettier than most girls?" Fong Yuan nodded vigorously, proudly, saying, "My brother is not just prettier than most girls, he is better looking than the vast majority of girls." "Then your brother must be the flower boy among flower boys," Rong Wenyun exclaimed, a nostalgic expression appearing on his face. "But to be honest, I had a good buddy in middle school. His looks were just wow. Truly the best in the world. Back then we used to play FIFA together, but unfortunately we lost contact for several years." Wenyu teased, "After all these years you're still thinking about him. Is that why you're still single?" "Mom." Wenyu suddenly raised her voice. "Rong Wenyun likes boys." Wenyu's mother's voice came from the kitchen. "What are you talking about? I can't hear you. Come to the kitchen to talk. Nothing important." Fong Yuan spent the entire morning at Rong Wenyu's house doing some holiday homework and enjoying a meal prepared by Rong's mother before the two of them headed to Beitong Square in the city center for shopping. In fact, Fong Yuan had already enjoyed several meals at Wenyu's home. Although she had brought some gifts as instructed by her brother, she still felt embarrassed about taking advantage of their hospitality and wanted to treat Rong Wenyu to a meal, but Rong's mother adamantly refused. Rong's father was often away on business, and Rong's mother had to work herself, leaving little room to supervise Rong Wenyu. Ever since she became friends with Fong Yuan, Wenyu's academic performance had shown significant improvement, rising from being an average student to consistently ranking in the top 10 of her class. Therefore, Rong's mother insisted on keeping Fong Yuan at home to enjoy more meals as a token of gratitude. Yuqing was a small place, and Beitong Square was considered the most prosperous and fashionable commercial center in the city. The main reason for their shopping trip was a newly opened DIY figurine store. This store had a rather interesting business model. They not only sold ready-made figurines, but also allowed customers to choose the appearance, color, material, and clothing accessories with staff on site to fill the figurines and create a unique doll for each customer. Every figurine made on-site would receive a certificate of authenticity, and a staff member dressed as a doctor would carefully vaccinate the doll and check its health before gingerly packaging it for the customer. The entire process felt like a ritual, infusing the doll with a soul, making it seem less like a purchase of a mere product and more like welcoming a true baby into the world. Rong Wenyu was engrossed in customizing her desired figurine, while Fong Yuan was more fascinated by the ceremony of infusing the figurine with the soul. As Wenyu made her selections, Fong Yuan watched the staff at work, feeling delighted every time a child left the store joyfully holding their unique doll. After spending more than 40 minutes in the DIY figurine store, they finally left with Rong Wenyu carrying her personalized doll, while Fong Yuan had bought nothing. Her brother usually provided her with a decent allowance, but even before he went to Huading, she had seen him hard at work during her part-time job. Although her brother was earning more and more money, especially after meeting a benefactor in August and landing a reportedly lucrative job, she understood that every penny he earned was hard-won, so Fong Yuan was always very restrained in her spending, never extravagant. Figurines were nice to look at, but at their school dormitory there were strict rules against bringing toys and figurines. Even if she bought one, it would just gather dust at home. It was better to spend money wisely, like buying a gift for her brother whose birthday was just 2 days away. After exiting the figurine store, Fong Yuan dragged Wenyu straight to the offline store of Guchong at Beitong. Fong Yuan had already decided what birthday gift to get for her brother. He worked extremely hard, often neglecting his health by not eating properly or sleeping on time. So she decided to buy him a health bracelet so that he could be alerted to any unusual health indicators. Fong Yuan had done a lot of research. Guchong had recently released a new bracelet with great reviews that perfectly met her requirements. It was just a bit expensive, costing over 400 yuan, but since this was the first birthday gift she was buying for her brother, she felt no remorse. As it was a new product, the store had ample stock and did not resort to any hunger marketing strategies, allowing Fong Yuan to smoothly purchase the birthday gift for her brother. Having both obtained what they wanted, the two of them strolled around Wantong Square, leaving their footprints in beauty stores, clothing shops, grocery stores, and accessory shops. However, they mostly just browsed. Wenyu bought some small accessories, while Fong Yuan only restocked some stationery and did not buy any clothes or cosmetics. Around just after 4 o'clock, Wenyu received a call from her mother informing her that her aunt had suddenly passed away and their family needed to attend the funeral. Rong Wenyang drove to Wantong Square to pick Wenyu up and conveniently gave Fong Yuan a ride home, dropping her off outside her apartment complex. After letting Fong Yuan out, Rong Wenyu sat in the passenger seat, looking glum as she bid farewell. Wenyu was not particularly close to her recently deceased aunt, and felt no strong emotions, but it was said that this aunt had helped raise Rong's mother, and therefore Rong's mother insisted that her son and daughter attend the funeral to pay their respects, making it impossible to avoid. On my holiday, Rong Wenyu sighed. Their school senior class had a 4-day holiday for the National Day, and with nearly 2 days already passed coupled with the funeral and return trip, her holiday was essentially over. Compared to her aunt's death, the cancellation of her rare holiday was even harder for Rong Wenyu to accept. Seeing this, Fong Yuan swallowed back the words of comfort that had almost escaped her lips. Next time you have time, you must introduce me to your handsome brother, Rong Wenyu said with a bitter smile. Well, that's it for today. See you the day after tomorrow. Fong Yuan said goodbye to Wenyu, then bent down to thank Rong's brother in the driver's seat. Wenyang, thank you for dropping me off here. Drive safely on the way back. No need to be polite. Rong Wenyang waved goodbye to her as well. Watching as the Rong siblings' car disappeared around the corner, Fong Yuan held her umbrella and carried her backpack, turning to enter the apartment complex. The apartment complex where they lived was a well-known old community in Yuqing. It had a long history, and although it used to be among the best in Yuqing, that was over 30 years ago. Each building in this complex had only one side facing the street that had been painted 10 years ago, so it still looked relatively clean and tidy. However, once inside the complex, the old and dilapidated scene was unmistakable. Most of the cement walls of the buildings had cracks, with some even showing large patches of peeling paint exposing the red bricks underneath. A tangled web of various wires had been carelessly strung out from the old distribution box, creating a chaotic spider web between the buildings. Due to the lack of planned parking spaces for so long, the few cars that could be seen were parked haphazardly, making the already narrow internal roads even narrower. After 2 days of rain, large and small puddles were visible everywhere in the complex. This community was too old, and few young people were willing to live in such poor conditions, so the majority of those who still resided there were nostalgic elderly people or economically disadvantaged families who had no means to move, just like Fong Yuan's family. Passing through the dilapidated complex, Fong Yuan soon arrived at her building. She noticed a shiny RV parked beside the entrance of the adjacent unit, and its tall structure caught her eye. When she had money in the future, she wanted to buy an RV and travel across the country with her brother and grandfather. This had been her childhood dream. Although she hadn't mentioned it in years, she had never forgotten it, and had deeply engraved it in her heart. Before that, Fong Yuan had something more important to do, which was to get into a good university. Once she was in university, she could work part-time or apply for scholarships. Without her being a burden, her brother's load would be much lighter, and he could live more for himself. Not lingering by the RV, Fong Yuan quickly entered the building and hurried up the stairs. Had her brother returned home after such a long time? Was he already in the kitchen preparing delicious food, waiting for his little sister to come home? Fong Yuan took out her keys, unlocked their old-fashioned security door, and then opened the inner wooden door with another key. As soon as she pushed the door open, a familiar aroma of hoof flower soup wafted over, and just smelling that familiar scent made Fong Yuan's appetite stir. Her brother had indeed returned. Fong Yuan entered the house about to call out, "Brother," but then she heard a rush of water coming from the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of the gas water heater heating water and the old washing machine's rumbling noise. Is he taking a shower? If so, then let's give him a surprise. With this thought, Fong Yuan gently closed the front door, changed into her slippers, and quietly went to hide her dripping umbrella on the kitchen balcony before tiptoeing to the bathroom door. As she passed through the kitchen, she caught a strong scent of soy sauce. Did her brother spill soy sauce on himself? No wonder he went to take a shower at this time. Fong Yuan couldn't help but laugh, but then she became puzzled. Besides the smell of soy sauce, there seemed to be a faint, elegant fragrance wafting through the air. Curious, she sniffed again this scent. Why does it smell like a woman's perfume? Earlier, she had brushed past a well-dressed and pretty passerby while shopping, and now this scent was quite similar to the perfume that had wafted from that lady. Fong Yuan shook her head, not thinking much of it. She just assumed it was her imagination, or perhaps the scent of a new shower gel her brother had bought. Scanning the area outside the bathroom, Fong Yuan noticed clothes hanging on the bathroom doorknob. Their bathroom was quite small and lacked a separation of wet and dry areas. When the three of them bathed, they usually tossed their clean clothes into the washing machine or hung them on the doorknob outside the bathroom. Looking at the clothes hanging on the doorknob, Fong Yuan's eyes lit up and a smile crept onto her lips as an idea quickly formed in her mind. Fong Yuan slowly took the clothes from the doorknob, then tiptoed into the bedroom that she and her brother had shared. First, she hid her backpack, then opened her brother's wardrobe and squeezed in while holding the clothes. Once curled up among the pile of clothes, Fong Yuan carefully closed the wardrobe door, making sure not to make a sound. Peeking through the crack in the wardrobe, Fong Yuan's heart raced with excitement. After many years, she felt as if she had rediscovered the thrill of playing hide-and-seek with her brother at home. When her brother finished showering and noticed that his clothes were missing, he would surely think he forgot to take his clean clothes. As he rushed over in just his underwear looking for his clothes, Fong Yuan would jump out and surprise him. Her brother would definitely be startled. Fong Yuan thought proudly, unable to suppress her giggles. When Fong Mo arrived home, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. Sister Hong and a nurse accompanying them spent less than half an hour tidying up the sparsely inhabited house and replacing it with the new bedding they had bought. After finishing these chores, the three of them began to take turns washing up as they were all going to stay at Fong Mo's house. Fong Mo slept in her grandfather's room, while Sister Hong and another nurse shared the bedroom that she and Yuan used to share. There were bunk beds in the siblings' room, which could easily accommodate 2 people. A total of 7 members came with the medical team, 1 driver, 2 doctors, and 4 nurses. Sister Hong and 1 nurse stayed at Fong Mo's house, while a doctor remained on the RV on duty to handle any emergencies, and the other 4 found a nearby hotel to stay in. Fong Mo thought everyone should stay in a hotel, since her home conditions were not ideal, and she was worried that Sister Hong and the others would be uncomfortable. However, the medical team insisted on staying to provide care. Chi was quite concerned about Fong Mo. If something happened to her now, he would not spare them. Fong Mo did not want to make things difficult for them, so in the end she did not insist any longer. Before going to bed, Sister Hong adjusted the health monitoring wristband and put it on Fong Mo. The wristband looked like an exquisite small women's smartwatch, but integrated powerful health management features. If Fong Mo's condition worsened, Sister Hong and the duty personnel in the RV would be alerted immediately. Not just for tonight, but for the next few days when the doctors and nurses might not be conveniently available, she had to wear this wristband to allow the medical team to monitor her health at all times. After supervising Fong Mo to take her medication and lie down obediently in bed, Sister Hong turned off the light and left the room for the adjacent bedroom. Worried that Fong Mo might need help in the middle of the night, and she wouldn't hear, Sister Hong did not completely close the doors between the 2 bedrooms, but left them slightly ajar. Lying in bed listening to the faint snoring from the next room, Fong Mo felt weak, but could not fall asleep for a while. On one hand, it was because she had slept a lot on the plane and was not really tired. On the other hand, she was anxious and apprehensive about facing Yuan the next day. The concerns that had plagued her countless times before began to swirl in her mind, making it difficult for Fong Mo to fall asleep. It was not until nearly 3 in the morning that she finally drifted off to sleep, lulled by the sound of rain outside. However, her sleep was not peaceful. Around 7 o'clock, she was startled awake by the sound of Chun Laosi arguing with an old woman. Chun Laosi was a notorious wastrel in their area, indulging in drinking, gambling, and other vices, driving his elderly parents to despair and causing his wife to leave him. Now he barely managed to get by with petty theft. It was unclear how this old woman had provoked the ruffian, but the 2 of them argued for at least 10 minutes in the pouring rain. By the time the distressed residents managed to persuade them to leave, Fong Mo had completely lost any desire to sleep. The rain outside continued to patter down, and the sky remained gloomy. Since she could not sleep any longer, Fong Mo simply got out of bed. She changed into her previous male clothes, washed up, and did her skincare. Seeing that Sister Hong and the other nurse were still asleep, she gently closed the door and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After leaving the airport last night, they had also stopped by a supermarket to buy some supplies. Since no one had lived in the house for a long time, the sheets and bedding had been put away and could not be used without being aired out, so they bought new ones. The rice flour, cooking oil, meat, eggs, and seasonings were all gone, so Fong Mo bought some as well. While she couldn't prepare a grand feast, making breakfast for the 3 of them was more than enough. She made a pot of congee with century egg and lean meat in a rice cooker, steamed the frozen dumplings they bought yesterday, and stir-fried a plate of minced meat and bean sprouts. By around 9 o'clock, Sister Hong and the others finally got up, yawning as they walked out of the bedroom. They were stunned for a moment when they saw Fong Mo sweating profusely while cooking breakfast. "My little ancestor, you could have just bought breakfast outside. Why did you have to cook?" Sister Hong said as she tried to pull Fong Mo to rest. "It's just making a meal. It's not like I'm doing heavy labor," Fong Mo replied, raising her wrist to show the wristband. "See, I'm doing just fine, right?" Sister Hong took out her phone to check the monitoring records. Seeing that there were indeed no alarm notifications and that Fong Mo's vital signs were stable, she said nothing more and helped her cook noodles and fry eggs. Not long after, the dining table was filled with a clay pot of congee with century egg and lean meat, several plates of dumplings, fried eggs, and a large pot of dry noodles. Fong Mo prepared a substantial breakfast considering the entire medical team, so Sister Hong called the others upstairs to eat together. Everyone was surprised by Fong Mo's culinary skills. Although the congee, frozen dumplings, and fried eggs did not seem particularly remarkable, the dry noodles she made did reflect her cooking level. The noodles were chewy, the meat sauce was crispy, and with some seasoning tossed in, several of the guests from the eastern coastal cities enjoyed it immensely. "Xiao Mo, whoever you marry in the future will definitely be lucky," one nurse complimented with a smile. Apart from Sister Hong, who knew about her condition of female pseudohermaphroditism, the others thought she was just a normal girl who looked very much like He Xiaoyan. Fong Mo didn't want to share too much about herself with those who were unaware, so she just smiled and said nothing. "Marry someone? That's a tall order." Looking at the round dumplings on her plate, Fong Mo suddenly recalled Lin Lang's handsome face but she quickly shook her head. Fong Yimou admitted she was indeed someone who appreciated beauty, and she could not deny that Lin Lang's looks perfectly. However, admiring someone's beauty is one thing, being in a relationship with that person as a woman, marrying and having children together, is entirely another. Having lived as He Xiaoyan for over a month, Fong Mo's self-awareness remained unchanged. She was Fong Mo, temporarily a male in a female body. Once her agreement with He Chi was fulfilled, she would undergo gender reassignment to return to being a man. Therefore, Fong Mo could not accept a man as her partner, not even Lin Lang, who was good-looking and had saved her life. Fong Mo could not accept a man, and she knew that even if she underwent gender reassignment surgery, she would only be an incomplete man. It would probably be difficult for any girl's family to accept her, so she would most likely spend the latter half of her life alone. But that was fine. It was certainly better than marrying a man. Fong Mo thought this as she picked up a bun and took a bite. The filling of pork and vermicelli was delicious, even though it was frozen. After the 8 of them squeezed into the small living room for breakfast, Fong Mo messaged her sister to inform her that she had plans during the day and could return later, then went back to the RV for her physical checkup and treatment. The medical team arranged by He Chi was configured in 2 shifts with 1 doctor and 2 nurses. However, in practice, they had ample personnel. As long as 1 doctor and 1 nurse were present during treatment, the other 3 nurses had nothing to do, so they voluntarily offered to help Fong Mo buy groceries and stroll around the streets of Yuqing. Fong Mo initially planned to go herself, but knowing that the infusion would take a long time, she agreed. She made a shopping list for the 3 of them and transferred some money to them for the shopping expenses. She could have used He Chi's credit card, but since these were things she wanted to buy, she used her own money. While receiving the infusion, Fong Mo dozed off, either due to the medication or because she hadn't slept well last night. She slept until noon, just as the morning treatment was concluding. At this time, there was naturally no time to cook, so the medical team found a restaurant to eat. Fong Mo was still undergoing treatment and had to avoid many foods, so she simply heated the congee with century egg and the buns from the morning to eat a little. After lunch, Sister Hong returned to switch shifts, sending off the nurse who had accompanied Fong Mo. Fong Mo also woke up and planned to prepare dinner. Fong Mo's menu for today was very lavish. It was more sumptuous than even during the new year. Pork trotter soup, spicy hot pot steamed base, and sautéed river shrimp. All hard dishes, and they were all Yuan's favorites. Sister Hong looked at the table full of ingredients and said, "Your sister is really lucky to have you." With that, she rolled up her sleeves and actively helped Fong Mo. Fong Mo thanked her and tied on an apron, smiling as she said, "My sister has been eating in the school cafeteria all year round. Now that I'm back home, I naturally want to make her some delicious food to make up for it." In addition, Fong Mo had 2 more layers of intention that she did not mention. Firstly, she wanted to use food to distract Yuan, and hoping that with such a large spread of her favorite dishes, the little glutton would not have time to overthink about her older brother temporarily becoming her sister. Secondly, Fong Mo herself was extremely anxious at the moment, as she desperately needed to do something to divert her attention, and cooking was a good way to do it. Fong Mo's body had not yet recovered, and she lacked strength in her hands, so Hong Jia helped her with the tasks that required physical effort while she took charge of cooking. Although Fong Mo did not perform well academically in school, she had a knack for cooking. Donning an apron and wielding a spatula, she transformed into a valiant female general, turning pots, bowls, fresh vegetables, and various condiments into obedient soldiers, all clearly arranged under her command. Operating multiple cooking utensils simultaneously, electric pot, clay pot, and iron wok, would have left Hong Jia flustered, but Fong Mo appeared unfazed, which made Hong Jia, who had been cooking for several years after marriage, feel quite embarrassed. As Hong Jia picked vegetables, the aroma of meat wafting from the stew pot made her momentarily dazed. She gazed at Fong Mo, who was wiping the sweat from her forehead by the gas stove, and thought, there are indeed such remarkable individuals in this world, looking like a celestial being yet harboring a brave heart beneath her delicate exterior. Her heart is pure and untainted, and her cooking skills are astonishing. I wonder if she has other admirable qualities. Hong Jia felt a pang of regret. Her son was still too young, at just 2 years old. If only he were the same age as this girl, she would do everything in her power to help her son marry her. "Fong Mo, where did you learn to cook like this?" Hong Jia couldn't help but ask. As Fong Mo tilted her head in recollection, a smile appeared in her eyes. "When I was a child, my grandfather rented a shop and opened a small clinic," Fong Mo reminisced. "At that time, there were all sorts of restaurants, convenience stores, and small eateries along the street. Since my grandfather had to see patients, my sister and I would sneak into the back kitchens of those restaurants, enjoying their food. After entering junior high, I started to dislike studying and skip classes. To keep my grandfather from getting upset, I tried to cook delicious meals to cheer him up. Around the time I was in the 3rd year of junior high, my grandfather fell ill, and I took over the cooking at home. However, I was quite happy. I didn't enjoy studying, but I loved cooking. In summary, it was just that I watched a lot when I was young and had many opportunities to practice, so I learned gradually." Fong Mo spoke lightly about her past, smiling throughout, but Hong Jia felt a pang of sadness for her. In junior high, she hadn't even washed a bowl, while Fong Mo had already begun taking care of an elderly person and a child. With your skills, you would easily be a chef in any restaurant, Hong Jie sincerely praised. Fong Mo was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled awkwardly. I still have a long way to go. I could never be a chef in this lifetime. After saying this, Fong Mo lowered her head and focused intently on skimming the foam from the pot, falling silent, as the only sound was the bubbling of the iron pot. Hong Jie keenly noticed Fong Mo's sudden change in mood. She reflected on her earlier question, but was unsure which part she had misstepped. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Hong Jie asked cautiously. Fong Mo forced a smile. No, I just got a bit tired suddenly. I'm fine now. Hong Jie could tell Fong Mo was being evasive, but since Fong Mo did not wish to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further and continued to pick vegetables. This small interlude darkened the atmosphere in the kitchen. Although Hong Jie always tried to keep the conversation going, and Fong Mo would respond with a smile, Hong Jie noticed that Fong Mo began to zone out, frequently biting her lip and gripping the spatula tightly during her moments of distraction. Only when Hong Jie shifted the conversation to Fong Mo's younger sister Fong Yuan did Fong Mo return to focus, proudly sharing how understanding her sister was, how well she performed academically, and amusing anecdotes from Fong Yuan's childhood. With Hong Jie's assistance, the several dishes that would usually take an entire afternoon to prepare progressed swiftly, and by a little past 4 o'clock they were nearly ready. Only 2 or 3 simple vegetable stir-fries had ingredients prepared, but not yet cooked. Fong Mo was not in a hurry to make them now, as she could wait until Fong Yuan returned to stir-fry them. Fong Mo took several large insulated lunch boxes, divided the dishes in half, and specially prepared dipping sauce for the pig trotters to pack along. When Hong Jie was ready to leave, she handed everything to her. From this point on, it would be Fong Mo and Fong Yuan's time. The medical team, including Hong Jie, would avoid being present before Fong Yuan as much as possible. My cooking skills are not outstanding, but this is the result of our collaboration, so let everyone taste it, Fong Mo said with a smile. Seeing the large package of freshly made dishes, Hong Jie hesitated, and Fong Mo continued, don't worry about us not having enough. There are many dishes here that I can't eat now, and my sister alone can't finish them all. Only after Fong Mo said this did Hong Jie nod, taking the large bag of dishes Fong Mo had packed. Standing at the door, she reminded Fong Mo, if you feel unwell, remember to use the wristband to call for help. We will keep an eye on you. Fong Mo acknowledged and sent Hong Jie off before returning to the kitchen. Before leaving, Hong Jie helped her tidy up a bit and took the kitchen waste down, but Fong Mo still had to organize the used items, placing commonly used seasonings on the small iron rack on the countertop, storing the less frequently used ones in the kitchen cabinets, and stuffing fresh meat into the refrigerator. When Fong Mo pulled out a bottle of dark soy sauce from the cabinet, she felt a bit speechless. Today, the 3 young nurses had bought the wrong items. Fong Mo had wanted a bottle of light soy sauce and a bottle of dark soy sauce, but the nurses, who usually never went into the kitchen, had no concept of these and brought back 2 bottles of different brands of dark soy sauce. Looking at the bottle of dark soy sauce in her hand, Fong Mo recalled that this was a Buy 1 free promotion from the supermarket during the new year, and since it was unopened, she had stored it away. Great soy sauce meeting. Fong Mo thought helplessly. Just as she was about to stuff the unopened bottle of soy sauce back into the cabinet, the bottle was knocked out by a loose pack of nori from inside. The soy sauce bottle performed a free-fall motion, smashing onto the cement countertop tiled with ceramics with a crisp sound. Soy sauce splattered all over Fong Mo, filling the air with a strong scent. Well, it seems there isn't that much soy sauce left at home now, Fong Mo thought, looking at her soiled clothes, increasingly amused and exasperated. Carefully picking up the shards of glass from the countertop and floor, Fong Mo spent quite a while cleaning with a cloth and mop until the kitchen was tidy again. However, the heavy smell of dark soy sauce lingered long in the kitchen, making it suffocating. Wearing clothes soaked in soy sauce, Fong Mo felt that if she didn't take off her clothes immediately and take a shower, she would soon smell like soy sauce ready to be served on a platter. Checking the time on her phone, it was a little past 4, and there was still some time before Fong Yuan returned at 5:30. Fong Mo sent a message to Hong Jie informing her that she had spilled soy sauce on herself and asking if she could take a shower. Hong Jie replied immediately, yes, but don't use cold water, and the water temperature shouldn't be too high. Also, don't take off the wristband. After receiving Hong Jie's permission, Fong Mo turned down the gas stove's flame a bit, went back to her bedroom to find a change of clothes, and headed straight for the bathroom. After stripping off her clothes and rinsing them briefly before tossing them into the washing machine, Fong Mo felt relieved as the old machine started to rumble. It's a miracle that this washing machine still worked after so many years. In the bathroom, the gas water heater was just as old, though every time Fong Mo showered it felt like entering a boiler room. If she was also doing laundry at the same time, it was quite lively. The sounds of the heater, the rumble of the washing machine, and the splashing of water mixed together, making the entire bathroom feel like a processing workshop with no outside noise penetrating. Turning on the shower head, and letting the water run until it was slightly warmer than body temperature. Fong Yimo then shed her bra and panties and began to rinse herself. Watching the water flow down between her small hills and feeling the marks left by her bra straps on her underarms, Fong Yimo frowned in frustration. These two seemed to have unknowingly grown again. Initially, she had to use padding to visually achieve the size of He Zhao Yin, and now, in just over a month, they were nearly there. Fong Yimo felt both joy and worry. She was glad that soon she might not need padding anymore. Wearing a bra was uncomfortable enough, and adding padding made it unbearable. However, she worried that having grown so large, she would have to endure more surgeries for gender reassignment, and just thinking about it was painful. The agony she felt after her recent operation resurfaced, and the thought of, why not just live like this, emerged from the depths of her mind. But just moments later she kicked that absurd thought out of her mind. Absolutely not, definitely not. Everything else could be discussed, but this was non-negotiable. Fong Yuan hid in the wardrobe surrounded by darkness and stuffiness. After a long time her head felt slightly dizzy, and she was almost falling asleep, while the sound of water in the bathroom continued intermittently. What a blunder. She had forgotten that her brother was a slowpoke, taking 30 to 40 minutes for every shower. This time she had likely returned just as he started to bathe. Her brother had many good qualities, but if there was a flaw it would be that he took an inordinate amount of time and water during showers. Fong Yuan smiled wryly, pushing the wardrobe door slightly open to let some air circulate in. She stretched her head out of the wardrobe to take a few breaths of fresh air, and only then did she feel her mind becoming clear. She absent-mindedly grabbed the clothes her brother had hung on the door and squeezed them. Just as a mischievous smile appeared on her face, it froze instantly. Wait a minute. What is this? Fong Yuan suddenly felt something unusual about the fabric in her hand. A white t-shirt and a pair of pants, both styles her brother often bought. But what was that wrapped in between? It felt like a small piece of cloth, seemingly with delicate steel rings. Just as Fong Yuan was about to pull it out to see what it was, she heard the sound of a door opening from the bathroom. He's coming. Fong Yuan was startled and quickly reached out to gently close the wardrobe door. Where are my clothes? A suspicious voice came from outside, and Fong Yuan strangely felt that her brother's voice seemed softer than usual. It must be a prank about to succeed, perhaps a hallucination caused by her excitement. Fong Yuan slowly exhaled, but could not suppress the rapid beating of her heart due to her excitement. She raised her hand to cover her mouth to prevent making any noise. However, the sensation of the clothing against her skin felt somewhat off. The fabric was sheer, the edges felt like lace, and there were thin straps. Fong Yuan was puzzled, unfolding the item before her eyes. With the faint natural light coming through the crack of the wardrobe door, she vaguely saw the shape of the garment, and then she found it hard to comprehend. This is a bra. Underwear bra. There are many terms, but they all refer to the same thing. Fong Yuan's first reaction was it must be the dim light in the wardrobe causing her eyes to play tricks on her. So she rubbed her eyes vigorously and brought the suspected piece of lingerie closer to her face, trying to see it clearly with the light coming through the crack. After examining it for a while, Fong Yuan finally confirmed what she was holding was indeed a bra made of light green sheer fabric, with a lace trim. Overall, it was a very cute design for a young girl. Even though she had started wearing such things since middle school, Fong Yuan felt she had never owned such a cute piece of lingerie over the years. Bringing the bra to her nose, she faintly detected a delicate fragrance reminiscent of the scent she had caught outside the bathroom door. Confirming that she was indeed holding a girl's intimate garment, Fong Yuan rummaged through the clothes and found a small pair of panties, also light green and cute, clearly part of the same set. At that moment, Fong Yuan's mind went blank. Why was there a set of girls' lingerie and panties mixed in with her brother's clothes? Her mind melted into a puddle as thoughts raced. Did her brother bring home a girlfriend? But where is she? She hadn't seen anyone. Could it be that they were taking a bath together? No. Her brother was quite traditional and conservative. How could he engage in such shameless activities with a girlfriend when his sister could come home at any moment? Moreover, there was clearly only one person's clothing in her hands. Not a girlfriend's. Then this must be her brother's. That made even less sense. What would a grown man want with such things? Could it be that he had developed a cross-dressing fetish? Or was there a misalignment in gender identity? Did he finally feel he should be a girl? No. Although her brother had a slender figure and a fairy-like face, he was actually very strong-willed. Even though she had always joked about him finding a boyfriend, he had never shown any signs of truly having such thoughts. In the past 2 months, her brother had contacted her less. Could it be that during this time he had been swayed? As Fong Yuan lost herself in these thoughts, the stuffy air in the wardrobe made her head spin, and she completely missed the sound of footsteps outside. While she was dazed, holding the bra in one hand and the panties in the other, the wardrobe door was suddenly opened from the outside. A slender arm reached in, grabbing the white t-shirt hanging in front of Fong Yuan. Soon that hand froze in midair. Fong Yuan turned to look at the open wardrobe door, just about to break into a big smile and shout surprise, but upon seeing the stunned person standing in front of the wardrobe, she was left speechless. Fong Yuan had never been this confused in her life. Even discovering her brother's intimate clothing moments ago now seemed unimportant, because the person before her was a girl, not her brother Fong Yimou. The girl before her was of similar height to her brother Fong Yimou, and even her face was strikingly similar. The only difference was that this girl's delicate skin was exquisitely fair, and she had a cute hairstyle with hair that just brushed past her chin, still wet and dripping. Fong Yuan was 100% sure that the person in front of her was a girl, not just because of the obvious differences in skin tone and hairstyle compared to her brother, but because of the budding curves of her chest. Although the girl held a towel in her arm across her chest, the indentations made by her arm accentuated the softness and allure of her figure, and even a half-bloomed peach blossom peeked into Fong Yuan's view. Swallowing hard, Fong Yuan dazedly shifted her gaze downward, crossing over the girl's flat, firm abdomen, finally resting on a pair of half-draped pale yellow panties. The edges of those panties were adorned with delicate white lace, and a small white bow was attached in front. The snug fabric clung closely to the girl's body, clearly outlining the feminine form. Although Fong Yuan was a girl herself, the sight of this beautiful spring scene made her heart race. If she were a man, blood would surely be gushing out of her nose. The change in Fong Yuan's gaze startled the girl before her. She turned bright red from her neck to her face, and from her face to her ears, visibly flustered. She hurriedly tried to cover her chest with her clothes and squeezed her legs together, her embarrassed expression making Fong Yuan feel like a pervert leering at an innocent girl. Before Fong Yuan could say anything, the girl quickly snatched the light green lingerie and the t-shirt and pants from her hand, then slammed the wardrobe door shut. Listening to the hurried breathing outside, followed by the rustling sound of clothes being put on, Fong Yuan sat dazedly in the wardrobe, trying to recall everything that had happened since she had returned early from shopping. She found her brother taking a shower when she got home, so she took his clothes and hid in the wardrobe to scare him, only for a half-naked beautiful girl to open the door. So where is my brother? Fong Yuan thought in confusion. The girl just now looked exactly like her brother Fong Yimou. The girl's reaction was not one of panic like an intruder caught in the act. She even had the composure to get dressed outside. Her brother hadn't video called her in over 2 months. During their last video call, her brother's skin had also seemed quite fair, and his hair was about the same length as the girl just now. At that time, she had just thought it was due to a filter. While Fong Yuan was confused in the wardrobe, the sound of the girl getting dressed outside suddenly ceased. Listening to the girl's hurried and anxious breathing outside, an absurd thought suddenly lingered in Fong Yuan's mind. As if to confirm her thoughts, a phone rang outside, ringing a few times before being answered, followed by a trembling voice. It was a crisp, sweet voice, gentle in tone. At first, Fong Yuan felt it was somewhat familiar, but upon reflection, she couldn't quite recall where she had heard it. Hello, Hongjia. No, my sister is just playing a joke on me. I was startled and a bit flustered. I'm fine, don't worry. I'll be okay in a bit. Yeah, okay, bye-bye. After the call ended, the voice's owner let out a long breath, her breathing gradually calming down. That sentence, "my sister is just playing a joke on me," served as undeniable proof of Fong Yuan's suspicions. The girl outside is my brother. My brother has turned into a girl. As Fong Yuan summarized her chaotic thoughts into that one sentence, the wardrobe was opened from the outside. She quickly turned to look out and met a pair of autumn water-like eyes. The girl from earlier had already dressed and stood gracefully outside the wardrobe. With a slight frown, she bit her lower lip, her face still flushed. One hand was behind her back, while the other fidgeted with the hem of her t-shirt. Seeing Fong Yuan scrutinizing her, the girl said with a serious expression, Yuan, how long are you planning to hide in the wardrobe?" She spoke those words in a mock-serious tone, but her gaze nervously drifted aside. Hearing her pleasant voice, Fong Yuan suddenly remembered where she had heard that voice before. Wasn't this the voice of her brother before he hit puberty? Pale yellow underwear and a clean t-shirt and trousers hung on the balcony drying rack, with water droplets occasionally falling from the low-hanging straps of the underwear, plopping into the plastic basin below. Outside, the weather was gloomy and the rain fell incessantly, but the sound of the droplets was exceptionally clear in the room. At the dining table, Fong Yuan sat with her head down, silently eating. She resembled a machine for consuming rice, mechanically shoveling rice into her mouth, chewing, swallowing, and repeating the cycle. Only when Fong Yimou placed some vegetables into her bowl would she shove those into her mouth, as well chewing and swallowing. Fong Yimou, sitting across from her, also remained silent, quietly eating the freshly stir-fried greens. When she noticed that there were no vegetables left in Fong Yuan's bowl, she would serve her a few more chopsticks full. When there was no rice left, she would stand up to serve more. Once siblings, now turned into sisters, the two met for the first time in over half a year, but chose to face each other. The events that had just transpired seemed to have caused a significant mental shock to Yuan. This was not surprising, as even Fong Yimou herself had not anticipated how things would unfold. Fong Yimou had pondered for a long time about how to inform Fong Yuan of her situation. She had considered showing up directly in women's clothing or appearing first in men's attire and gradually revealing the truth. However, she never expected to stand completely naked before her sister, allowing her to see every inch of her. Though Fong Yimou was wearing a pair of panties at the time, in that situation it felt no different from being completely undressed. When she opened the wardrobe and was shocked to find Yuan Yuan hiding inside, with a mischievous smile, Fong Mo's first reaction was surprise. The noise from the washing machine and water heater in the bathroom was too loud. She had no idea her sister had quietly returned home. The next moment she realized she was almost completely naked, and a wave of intense shame made her wish to find a place to hide, wanting to disappear completely from the world. Fong Yimou couldn't conjure a scene in reality, so she hurriedly closed the wardrobe door. Fong Yimou, you are now in a girl's body, and Yuan Yuan is also a girl. There's nothing wrong with her seeing you like this, and it's not like she hasn't seen you without a shirt when you were younger. Fong Yimou tried to comfort herself, slowly feeling a bit better. But how could she break this damned, awkward atmosphere? Fong Yimou was still troubled. She didn't know how to start, and it seemed like Yuan Yuan was in the same predicament. She occasionally stole glances at her, but when Fong Yimou tried to meet her gaze, she would quickly lower her head, pretending to focus on her food. Just as she was feeling troubled, her eyes fell on the phone beside her, and Fong Yimou suddenly had an idea. She opened a search engine, typed in the keywords female pseudo-hermaphroditism, and clicked on the encyclopedia page at the top of the search results. Once the page loaded, she silently placed the phone in front of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was chewing on a large shrimp, mashing both the meat and shell together before swallowing it whole. She then ate a piece of blood pudding, remarking that it was still the best when made by her brother, and in her heart, she confirmed again that the woman before her was indeed her brother and not an alien impersonating him. The phone handed over caught Fong Yuan off guard for a moment. She looked at the words female pseudo-hermaphroditism on the screen and was instantly captivated, putting down her chopsticks and picking up her brother's phone to slowly peruse the encyclopedia entry. At the DNA level, it is female and has normal female reproductive organs, but the external genitalia have developed abnormally, resembling that of a boy. Fong Yuan was astonished after reading, just half marveling at the existence of such a condition in the world. The incidents didn't seem rare, yet she had never heard of it. Thinking back on how her brother had always been as delicate as a girl, gazing upon the fairy-like face before her, and recalling that she had never seen her brother with a beard, Fong Yuan suddenly felt enlightened. She widened her eyes, staring blankly at Fong Yimou sitting across from her. Brother, you can't possibly have this condition, can you? Fong Yuan swallowed her food in shock and asked. Fong Yimou nodded heavily, her hair falling beside her ear with the movement accentuating the delicate features. I didn't expect it either. I always thought I was a normal boy. Fong Yimou said calmly, her gaze appearing somewhat lost. Until something happened in August and I found out during a hospital examination. So now, Fong Yuan's gaze fell on Fong Mo's chest. The latter felt the gaze of her sister and immediately blushed, biting her lip and murmuring an "oh." In August I underwent surgery, she paused, speaking somewhat haltingly. Now my body is no different from that of an ordinary girl. I didn't tell you at the time because I didn't know how to broach the subject, and I was also afraid it would affect your studies. Fong Yuan's mouth fell open in disbelief, and she became lost in thought. Now it was clear her brother had been diagnosed with that strange condition and had undergone surgery that same month to become a normal girl. Fong Yuan looked at the relative who 2 months ago was still her brother, but had now transformed into her sister, unsure of what to say. So Fong Yuan no longer had a brother, but had gained a sister. Thinking of the word sister, the earlier scene flashed before her eyes. Peach blossoms blooming on Peach Blossom Mountain, the colors of spring buried in yellow Oriole Valley. That overly enchanting scene seemed etched in Fong Yuan's mind, and as she recalled it, she felt a sudden heat in her nostrils. She quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, thankfully avoiding a nosebleed. While Fong Yuan was still in a daze, Fong Yimou thought that her sister was struggling to accept that her brother had turned out to be a girl, and even more so that her brother had indeed transformed into a woman, causing her to grow tense. Fong Yimou knelt beside Fong Yuan, grasping her sister's hand earnestly. Yuan, I chose to undergo gender correction because there is a job I cannot do without being a girl. My employer offered a very high salary just for 1 year. I've already been doing this for almost 2 months with just over 10 months left. As Fong Yimou spoke, Fong Yuan listened attentively, allowing Fong Mo's heart to relax as she continued. Right now I'm just maintaining this physical state due to work requirements. Don't worry, after 10 months, I will undergo gender reassignment surgery. By then I will still be your brother, and everything will remain the same. Our lives won't change at all. Fong Yimou said this with utmost sincerity, looking eagerly at Fong Yuan, anxiously waiting for her response. Fong Yuan looked down dazedly at Fong Mo's hand, then lifted her head to stare at the fair face that seemed to glow. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but after much internal struggle, she ultimately just nodded silently, withdrawing her hand to pick up her chopsticks and continue eating. Fong Yuan's reaction caused Fong Mo's heart to skip a beat. Feeling at a loss was Yuan. Unable to accept this at all, Fong Yuan hastily ate a few bites of rice, then put down her chopsticks and stood up, saying, "I'm full," as she quickly walked toward the room that the siblings used to share. Fong Yimou followed her, but was blocked outside by the closed door. She stood helplessly outside staring at the tightly shut door, her heart sinking to the bottom. Inside, Fong Yuan leaned against the door, caught in turmoil. Her brother's hand felt soft and smooth, and her skin had become so beautiful. In just a month or two, she had transformed into such an elegant and enchanting figure. Fong Yuan didn't feel unable to accept her brother's changes. Her brother had merely fallen ill. He was originally meant to be a beautiful swan, and now he had returned to his true form, which made Fong Yuan happy for him. As for Fong Mo's plan to return to being a boy in the future, she was indifferent as long as her brother was happy. What troubled Fong Yuan was another matter. Her brother mentioned that an employer had taken a liking to her and offered a high-paying job that couldn't be done without a girl's body. Fong Yuan trusted her brother's character. She had encountered similar situations before leaving U City for Huading and would never compromise her dignity for anyone. However, Fong Yuan couldn't fathom what legitimate job required her brother to present as a girl and to transform into her current enchanting form, especially since the pay was exceptionally high. Could it be that her brother was being deceived by wealthy men with sweet words and was becoming someone's mistress? Was there a plan to plant a baby in her womb, given the one-year time frame? This thought lingered in Fong Yuan's mind, refusing to dissipate. Earlier, she had nearly blurted out her questions, but remembering the matter that had caused her brother to abandon cooking and leave for Huading made her hesitate. Fong Yuan stayed in her bedroom all night, without coming out, while Fong Mo sat in front of the large table of feeling low. Her body also began to feel unwell. Fong Mo even faintly sensed a stabbing pain in her chest, her heartbeat becoming erratic. Sister Hong received an alert from the wristband and called to inquire about the situation. Fong Mo returned to her grandfather's bedroom to answer the call, and after hearing the whole story, Sister Hong offered her some comfort. Fong Mo, don't rush to conclusions. Try to think from another perspective. If it were you, it might not be so easy to accept such a change. Sister Hong said, give your sister some time to adapt, as she will definitely be able to accept it. Sister Hong's words made Fong Mo feel a bit better inside. After hanging up, she waited a while before putting the leftovers into the refrigerator. After tidying up, Yuan still did not come out of her room. Fong Mo, disappointed, washed up and lethargically returned to her grandfather's room to lie down. Feeling down, she had no motivation to do anything. That night, Fong Mo neglected her eye cream, didn't do her hand mask, and didn't put on her facial mask. When dealing with He Zhao Yan's social relationships, she couldn't muster any energy. Kai Xia and Xiaoying asked in the group when she would return to Huading, and she casually replied, I don't know, then lay on the bed like a dead fish, staring at the door and listening to the sounds outside. After 10 o'clock, the sound of a door opening finally reached her ears. Fong Mo quickly sat up in bed, straining to listen. Yuan had gone to the bathroom, quickly taken a shower, and washed up, then went straight back to her room and closed the door. The sound of the door slamming shut made Fong Mo feel an emptiness in her heart. She wished Yuan would knock on her door after washing up. The rain outside had stopped at some point, but the rain in Fong Mo's heart continued, and it only grew heavier. Fong Mo suddenly felt a tinge of regret. She thought she shouldn't have come home, nor should she have told Yuan about her situation. With a hint of regret and the fatigue of a busy afternoon, Fong Mo fell into a daze and slept. In the middle of the night, Fong Mo, who was not sleeping deeply, felt the bedboard shake slightly. Accompanied by a rustling sound, she sensed someone crawling under the covers. Drowsily opening her eyes, Fong Mo saw her sister lying silently beside her, staring at her with those round black eyes carefully observing her. After a moment of realization, Fong Mo understood she wasn't dreaming, and all her sleepiness vanished. She propped herself up, looking at Fong Yuan in surprise, but she opened her mouth and couldn't think of what to say. Fong Mo hesitated, and Fong Yuan blinked her eyes and asked, Brother, haven't we not slept in the same bed for a long time? Despite her doubts, Fong Mo nodded. She clearly remembered that before she entered the 5th grade of elementary school, the siblings had always slept in the same bed. It was during the summer vacation before she entered the 5th grade that their grandfather bought a bunk bed, and they started to sleep separately. The night was hazy, yet Fong Mo could clearly see the sparkling light in her sister's eyes and the silly smile on her lips. Brother, since you've become a sister, can we sleep in the same bed again in the future? Fong Yuan said. This sentence struck Fong Mo's heart like a gentle bullet. Understanding the meaning behind her sister's words, she suddenly felt a tightness in her nose, and the person before her became blurry. Fong Mo raised her hand to cover her face, not wanting her sister to see her, the brother, in such a tearful state. After covering her face for a moment, she couldn't help but let out a chuckle, laughing through her tears. Then Fong Mo remembered she hadn't answered her sister's question, but she was too choked up to speak, so she could only nod fervently. When she calmed down and wiped away her tears to look at her sister again, several bright flashes of light suddenly flickered before Fong Mo's eyes, accompanied by the incessant sound of a camera shutter. What are you doing, Yuan? Fong Mo furrowed her brow in confusion, and the suddenly bright flash nearly blinded her. Fong Yuan, however, wore an indescribable look of pride on her face. I took super good photos. Sending it to you, you'll definitely be satisfied. As soon as she finished speaking, Fong Mo's phone, which was under her pillow, vibrated several times. She curiously opened her phone and turned bright red upon seeing what Fong Yuan had sent her. Fong Yuan sent Fong Mo several photos taken just now, all taken from the same angle, and without exception they were all of her. In the photos she looked disheveled with tearful eyes and a blush on her cheeks. She cried, laughed, looked surprised, and appeared confused. If they had just been ordinary photos it wouldn't have been so bad, but at that moment she was only wearing a t-shirt and the outline of her upper body was clearly captured in the photos. Combined with the expressions on her face, even Fong Mo felt there was an indescribable sensuality in the photos. Fong Mo gasped, attempting to snatch Fong Yuan's phone, but Fong Yuan quickly locked the screen. Come on, I dare you to try and grab it. Fong Yuan laughed heartily, throwing a flirtatious glance at Fong Mo. Let's see if you dare to make a move, my cute brother. After saying that, Fong Yuan provocatively stuffed the phone into her waistband and even patted her little belly triumphantly, leaving Fong Mo stunned. Fong Yuan, is there anyone like you? I'm feeling miserable, and here you are taking such indecent photos. Fong Mo initially wanted to project an imposing brotherly demeanor, but Fong Yuan completely shattered her defenses. Her embarrassment and anger, along with her furrowed brows and pursed lips, had no trace of authority, making her appear utterly adorable in Fong Yuan's eyes. Watching her beautiful sister's teeth-gritting expression, Fong Yuan felt exceptionally pleased. At the same time, she furiously cursed herself in her heart. Would her brother sell his looks for money and become someone else's mistress? Fong Yuan, how dare you think in such a direction? Your brother is such a pure and innocent person. How could he do something so despicable? Seeing her brother still a bit frantic, Fong Yuan suddenly withdrew her smile and seriously apologized to Fong Mo. Brother, I'm sorry. The abrupt apology caught Fong Mo off guard. She frowned in confusion, but didn't interrupt, waiting for Fong Yuan to finish. Fong Yuan looked a bit regretful. I had bad assumptions about you. But now I'm sure my brother wouldn't do such things. At this point Fong Yuan's tone became exceptionally firm. Such things, eh? Fong Mo furrowed her brow in confusion, staring wide-eyed at Fong Yuan for a long time. Only then did she gasp in shock. You actually think of me like that? As she spoke, Fong Mo's expression gradually shifted from surprise to indifference. She looked coldly at Fong Yuan, her eyes filled with disappointment. You taking such indecent photos is one thing, but to think like that about your own brother. Before she could finish, Fong Mo in agitation attempted to get up from the bed. Her brother's sudden emotional shift left Fong Yuan at a loss. She stood up, grasped Fong Mo's arm, and repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, brother, I was wrong. Fong Mo, however, merely coldly turned to look at her. First, delete the photos. Fong Yuan nodded without hesitation, quickly taking out her phone to delete the photos she had just taken. Recycle bin, cloud album, and the chat records in WeChat. Fong Mo added in a stern tone. Fong Yuan hesitated for a moment, but then gritted her teeth, complying with Fong Mo's demands to thoroughly delete those photos from the recycle bin, cloud album, and WeChat chat records. Brother, look, it's all deleted. Fong Yuan presented her phone to Fong Mo for inspection like a treasure. Fong Mo checked each item without a change in expression, let out a long sigh, lay back down on the bed, then innocently blinked at her sister sitting beside her, and mischievously smiled. Aren't you tired? If you're not tired, why not tell me about the things you just mentioned? I'm quite curious. Seeing the triumphant smile on Fong Mo's face, and thinking about the photos that had just been deleted, Fong Yuan suddenly realized she had been tricked. Fong Yuan had a wonderfully vivid dream. She dreamt that her brother Fong Mo was split in half by an axe, just like the Monkey King during the duel in Shiji country. The left half remained her original brother, while the right half transformed into an older sister. Brother Fong Mo and sister Fong Mo had identical faces, both asserting that they were the true Fong Mo, arguing like the true and false Monkey Kings, and ultimately coming to her, their sister, to determine who was real and who was fake. Fong Yuan suddenly felt as if she had become the Buddha, sitting majestically on a lotus throne, glancing from her brother on the left to her sister on the right. Oh, what a difficult choice. The brother was good, but the sister was great too. Why must she choose just one? Fong Yuan looked left and right, tears of happiness streaming down her face. I want both my brother and sister. Suddenly Fong Yuan realized something. Right, I'm not the Buddha, and neither are my brother and sister true or false Monkey Kings. I can have them both. I come to ask the Tao without reserve, clouds in the blue sky, water in the bottle. There are no fakes, they are all real. Thus Fong Yuan took her brother Fong Mo by one arm, and her sister Fong Mo by the other, joyfully proclaiming, "You are both my beloved siblings." After a moment of contemplation, brother Fong Mo glanced at sister Fong Mo and said, "This doesn't seem impossible." Sister Fong Mo pouted slightly, still somewhat reluctant, but nodded. "Then let's do it this way. Yuan, the sun is shining on your backside, it's time to get up and have breakfast," her brother said with a smile, his androgynous, youthful voice warm and comforting. "Fong Yuan, for breakfast would you like to eat dumplings, or?" Sister Fong Mo whispered softly in her ear, her voice as clear and melodious as a silver bell. Fong Yuan felt a tingling sensation in her ears, and instantly felt invigorated. What dumplings? Of course I want to eat you first, my dear sister. With a mischievous grin, Fong Yuan turned to pull her sister Fong Mo, who was half a head shorter, into her embrace for some playful affection. Suddenly she felt the world spin. A sharp pain shot through her head, followed by a cool sensation on her face. Fong Yuan groaned in pain, drowsily opening her eyes. After a moment of confusion, she realized she was hanging head down by the bed, maintaining a position akin to an inverted onion. What met her eyes was a charming figure, surprised and laughing uncontrollably, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, casting a faint glow around her. Fong Yuan felt utterly disappointed. A close encounter with a beautiful sister was but a fleeting dream, while reality had her stuck to the floor. I hope I didn't speak weirdly in my sleep, she said, climbing back to her bed, awkwardly scratching her head. Fong Mo cleared his throat and spoke in the androgynous, yet somewhat youthful voice that Fong Yuan had just heard in her dream. Yuan. The sun is shining on your backside. It's time to get up and have breakfast. A teasing smile appeared on her lips as her voice turned into a bright, lively female tone. Fong Yuan, for breakfast, would you like to eat dumplings or noodles? At this point Fong Mo playfully covered her mouth while looking at her astonished sister, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. Do you remember the strange things you said in your sleep? Fong Yuan felt greatly embarrassed, but soon enough her curiosity got the better of her. She jumped off the bed, circled around Fong Mo, and taking advantage of her confusion, cupped her face, using her fingers to force the pretty girl in front of her to tilt her head back and open her mouth. Fong Mo, bewildered, protested as she swatted at her sister's waist, frowning in confusion. What are you doing, Fong Yuan? Don't move, brother. I want to see if you've hidden a handsome guy in your throat, Fong Yuan said earnestly. Fong Mo was speechless, swinging her arm to push her taller sister away. Go wash your face and brush your teeth quickly. The dumplings and noodles will turn mushy soon. Watching Fong Yuan skip happily into the bathroom, Fong Mo rubbed her cheeks and frowned. Is this girl reading too many domineering CEO novels? How could she pinch her brother's chin like that without any sense of propriety? After quickly washing up, Fong Yuan arrived at the dining table with her hair in a messy state, ready for breakfast. Fong Mo prepared a bowl of dumplings and a bowl of vegetable noodles. Fong Yuan chose the dumplings. Being fond of spicy food, she poured a generous amount of chili oil and sauce into the broth, but after eating only half of it, she abandoned the dumplings to snatch the noodles from Fong Mo's bowl. Fong Mo couldn't help but laugh, pushing the barely touched bowl of noodles toward her sister. Here you go, you glutton. Fong Yuan also pushed her half-eaten dumplings toward Fong Mo, noticing that Fong Mo was simply resting her chin on her hand, watching her eat. She slurped up a noodle and asked, Brother, aren't you going to eat? I thought you loved spicy dumplings. Fong Mo felt warmth in her heart. Fong Yuan loved spicy dumplings, but she remembered that she also loved them, so she had intentionally saved half for herself. Unfortunately, she was currently undergoing treatment and couldn't eat spicy food, and she couldn't tell her sister to worry about it, so she shook her head and smiled. I'm full, you can have it all. That's wonderful then. Fong Yuan didn't hold back, happily pushing the remaining half bowl of spicy dumplings toward herself. Fong Mo couldn't help but smile at her sister, who was eating so contentedly. Unknowingly, this girl had grown up so much enough to casually pinch her brother hard. Just the thought of being teased by his sister made Fong Mo feel a bit heavy-hearted. Last night he had interrogated Fong Yuan for ages, and although she had stammered without revealing anything, he could guess that the things she mentioned were definitely something inappropriate. This morning, she had first said, "Eat you first before the dumplings," and then unexpectedly started teasing her brother. This girl really doesn't she realize that she might be influenced by those chaotic novels, always thinking and saying strange things and doing odd things. When she came back, before she had been very well behaved, never acting like this around him. Indeed, in Fong Yuan's eyes was her sister, somehow more imposing than her brother. How infuriating. Yet she vaguely felt that the interactions between the two of them had become more intimate than before, leaving Fong Mo with a sweet feeling in his heart. While Fong Mo felt a mix of emotions, Fong Yuan had unknowingly slowed her chopsticks and was curiously gazing at her brother. Brother, how did you manage to do that? Fong Yuan asked. What? Fong Mo was caught off guard by her sister's sudden question. Fong Yuan pointed at her own mouth. Your voice, how can you switch between male and female? Fong Mo understood and smiled as she replied. When I was in the first year of middle school, I hadn't yet changed. The boys in my class laughed at me for being effeminate. Once while playing on the computer at a friend's house, I stumbled upon videos of boys using female voices and girls using male voices, and I found some tutorial videos to learn from. As she said this, her voice shifted back to a naturally sounding, slightly androgynous youth tone. It was a bit hard, but after practicing for half a year, I slowly learned. Fong Mo's natural voice switching amazed Fong Yuan, who widened her eyes in surprise and then wrinkled her nose, huffing. You learned this fun skill long ago, but never told me. That's really inconsiderate. Fong Mo smiled wryly. This isn't really a fun thing. You don't know how much trouble it caused me to speak with a girl's voice while clearly being a boy. If I hadn't still been waiting for my voice to change, who would waste time learning this? Fang Yuan also attempted to try her hand, but despite her immense effort, the sounds she produced either resembled that of Donald Duck or a dying eunuch. Listening to the quacking of the ducks in the room, Fang Mo leaned on the table laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten. Feeling humiliated, Fang Yuan was unwilling to back down, and kept making noise in the room, ultimately exhausting her voice to the point it was only a poorly mimicked eunuch's pitch. Seeing her brother laughing uncontrollably, Fang Yuan decided to perform her eunuch imitation show. I kill those the East Factory dares not touch, I manage what the East Factory dares not handle. In a word, what the East Factory can manage I shall manage, and what they cannot manage I shall manage even more. With one hand behind her back and the other lifting Fang Mo's chin, she looked down at the handsome figure before her with a haughty gaze, speaking with arrogance. Execute, first report later, Imperial authority grants this. That's the West Factory. Impressive, the supervisor is truly remarkable. Fang Mo, smiling, opened Fang Yuan's hand and stood up, pushing her back to the bedroom they shared, where a desk was also set up for their studies. Pressing his sister down at the desk, Fang Mo grinned and said, "But please, supervisor, finish your homework before you start killing and setting fires, and before executing first and reporting later. Otherwise you'll have to stay home all day today." Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. "Can we go out today? Together?" "Of course, but if you want to stay home all day, I can go out by myself." Fang Mo casually responded. Out. Of course we should go out." Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled as she turned to look at her brother, though that look made Fang Mo feel she was definitely planning something mischievous. Fang Yuan tied her messy long hair into a neat ponytail, turned to Fang Mo with confidence, and patted her chest, saying, "Just watch. I can finish the rest of my homework in one morning. I don't have time to watch you study. I've made plans with friends to go out." Fang Mo ruffled his sister's hair. "Will be back by noon to cook for you. If I come back late, just heat up the food yourself." Fang Yuan felt a bit disappointed, but nodded, opening her backpack to pull out several workbooks and practice papers, and began her homework. Seeing his sister dive into her studies with great enthusiasm, Fang Mo nodded in satisfaction and left the room. After washing the dishes and tidying up, he returned to his room, which used to belong to his grandfather, but had become his bedroom. When Hong Jie and the others came from Huading, they brought Fang Mo's own luggage, which included his identification and male clothing, as well as binding garments, wigs, and other props needed for disguise. Wrapping his chest with the binding garment and putting on a short wig, Fang Mo finally donned his male attire and rushed to the bathroom to look in the mirror. Very good. Although her skin had become much more delicate and fair than before, her features had not changed, and with this dressing up, she had almost returned to her former appearance. After giving Fang Yuan some instructions through the bedroom door, Fang Mo put on a mask and stepped out to meet with Hong Jie and the others for today's treatment. Initially, Hong Jie and the others parked the RV directly under the apartment building, but the sudden appearance of an extravagant RV caught the attention of the residents. To avoid attracting gossip and not to disrupt the residents' travel, Fang Mo had Hong Jie and the others move the vehicle outside the community after she got up this morning. Considering Fang Mo's condition was relatively stable, and even if her illness suddenly worsened, there would still be enough time to enter from outside the community, the medical team's doctors agreed to take the RV out of the community and parked it in a less conspicuous spot. For the following days in Yuqing, Fang Mo would still receive treatment in the RV, but the location had shifted to outside the community. Despite Fang Mo covering most of her face with a mask, she was still recognized by some familiar residents in the community. Except for a woman with a community committee armband who took the initiative to greet her, most people merely pointed and whispered about her from a distance. Fang Mo had lived in this community since childhood, and some of the neighbors had practically watched her grow up. If it were during her primary and middle school years, those neighbors would have been quite affectionate towards her. However, having been away for work for so long and rarely returning in a year, coupled with some unpleasant events prior to her working in Huading, she had long since grown distant from these people, becoming a stranger who would not even initiate conversation if they met. The community committee woman was one of them, a gossipy woman with a loose tongue. More than half of the gossip and rumors in the community were spread through her mouth, and she could still greet others cheerfully after finishing her gossip, making her quite a formidable character. Thus, Fang Mo had no good impression of her, merely responding coldly in a male voice with a few words before hastily making an excuse to leave. Exiting the community gate, Fang Mo looked at the dilapidated building that seemed respectable from one side, but had cracked and peeling walls on the other, feeling quite complex. After her grandfather's incident, she registered the house for sale with the real estate agency at the first opportunity. Later, He not only arranged her grandfather's surgery, but also covered all the medical expenses, so the house no longer needed to be sold, but Fang Mo did not feel particularly grateful. The reason was simple: the environment of this community was too poor, and after graduating from middle school, the residents here had not left her with any good memories. Plus, since He had given her 5 million, Fang Mo thought it would be best to take the opportunity to sell the house and find a larger elevator apartment in the newly developed area of Yuqing. However, her grandfather refused to agree no matter what, as this house held irreplaceable significance for him. Since the old man strongly opposed it, Fong Yimou had no choice but to give up, rejecting several potential buyers interested in purchasing the house and asking the real estate agency to take it off the market. Let it stay, or not selling this house wouldn't affect her buying a new one in Yuqing. Half a year ago, she wouldn't have had such confidence, but now with 5 million in savings, she felt quite assured. 5 million might not be enough to buy a house in a super first-tier city like Huading, but it was more than sufficient for real estate in Yuqing. Speaking of which, Fong Yimou had now been able to accept the 5 million given by He with ease. In the past, when her grandfather ran a clinic, some patients would bring gifts to show their gratitude. He never accepted gifts from poor patients, but would gladly accept what wealthy individuals offered. Fong Yimou was puzzled by this, and asked her grandfather if he thought the gifts from poor patients were too meager, but he just smiled and shook his head, expressing the viewpoint that Fong Yimou had always remembered. When accepting others' gratitude, if the other party gives everything they have, it is because one feels unworthy to receive. Conversely, if the gift is worth a fortune and can be accepted, it is because one is not being disrespectful. Initially feeling uneasy about Hikai's generous compensation, Fong Yimou thought it was because she felt unworthy. But as she got to know He better, she realized that 5 million was merely a drop in the bucket for him. If that's the case, if she were to refuse the acceptance, it might actually make He think of her as a greedy person who was after something substantial. After realizing this, Fong Yimou felt relieved and calmly planned for the money. How much to set aside for buying a house, how much is her grandfather's retirement fund, and how much for her sister's education fund and dowry. She made arrangements for all of it. Fong Yimou was a person of contentment, as she usually had no large expenses. Given her current situation, since she could not marry and have children in the future, the only major expense she could think of was the male hormones she would need to inject regularly after surgery. The sunlight after the autumn rain brought warmth, and after 2 days of the autumn rain, the ginkgo trees by the roadside began to shed their yellow leaves, paving the uneven sidewalks into a smooth path toward a beautiful life. Walking down the golden avenue, the shining future seemed to unfold before her eyes, and Fong Mo's steps unconsciously became lighter. Fong Yimou met Hong Jie and the others in the RV. After greeting everyone, she effortlessly lay down on the moving hospital bed and began her treatment for the day. First came the routine daily checkup, followed by a blood draw and testing with onboard equipment, and finally, based on the examination and test results, the medication was determined for today's intravenous treatment. The medical team spared no expense in using the best medicine, and they adjusted the treatment plan daily according to her physical condition. Therefore, even though only 3 or 4 days had passed since the onset of her illness, Fong Yimou felt that her health had improved significantly. Of course, this was also related to her change in mindset. She had clarified everything with her sister Fong Yuan yesterday, and her sister did not show any resistance to her current state. Instead, she seemed quite excited. Without the psychological pressure in this regard, Fong Yimou felt that her condition seemed to be improving rapidly. While receiving the 4, she also attended to some work matters. She first called Grandpa He in the identity of He Xiaoyan to say good morning, informing him that she would be out playing during the 11-day holiday and would visit him once she returned to Huading. Then she uploaded the travel photos prepared by He to He Zoyan's microchat account moments, creating the illusion that He Xiaoyan was traveling. Finally, she chatted with Kai Xia and Xiao Ying and He Zoyan's group of close friends before putting down her phone and beginning her studies. Yes, Fong Yimou was going to start studying because after her recovery, she would go to school in place of He Xiaoyan. He Xiaoyan was majoring in fashion design, which belonged to the College of Art and Design at Jinan University. Unlike home, He Qi and Jin Yushi understood that if Fong Yimou relied solely on herself, she would be discovered as abnormal within a couple of days for failing to keep up with her studies. No matter how much she resembled He Xiaoyan, her level of education was only that of middle school, and her academic performance had been poor when she attended school. Furthermore, she had been out of the learning environment for many years. Therefore, He Qi had only one requirement for Fong Yimou: to ensure attendance and not to skip classes. For everything else, she need not worry. He would figure out how to handle all the coursework, design projects, exams, and class participation. As for the methods this dear brother would use, Fong Yimou could almost guess it was nothing more than the power of money. Even though He Qi had plans, Fong Yimou also wanted to learn something and see the world in university, so she proactively asked He Qi for He Zoyan's textbooks from the first semester of her sophomore year, wanting to try studying on her own. Although Fong Yimou had not attended high school, fashion design is an art discipline, and most courses have little relevance to high school knowledge. Fong Yimou was still young, and she was not truly lacking in intelligence. Although she found He Zoyan's textbooks quite challenging, she could still understand them to some extent. This suddenly gave Fong Yimou a boost of confidence. She even had a flash of inspiration and came up with an idea. After returning to her life next year, she could take the college entrance examination as a social examinee, or pursue adult education, and see if she could get into a university. In the past, such thoughts would have been unthinkable for Fong Yimou. She had to keep earning money to support her family of 3 and pay for her sister's education. Just to make ends meet, she had given her all. How could she dare to hope to attend a university in her lifetime? But times had changed. She now had a considerable amount of savings which gave her the confidence to take a few years off to strive for a better tomorrow. At only 21 years old, even if she took a year off to prepare for exams, failing to pass would only mean losing a year's worth of income. If she got into a decent university, that would be a huge gain. Exchanging 5 years for a fresh start was the best investment one could make. Fong Yimou had seen a movie in the past about a girl with only a 4th grade education level. Through a year and a half of hard work, she was admitted to a top university. The film's plot was quite inspirational, and more importantly, it was not a fictional story, but based on real events. The real-life counterpart of the film's protagonist indeed only had a 4th grade education, yet she managed to get into her desired prestigious institution. Although Fong Mo's academic performance had not been good back then, she had at least completed middle school, which was certainly better than a 4th grader. If others could achieve what she couldn't, why couldn't she? The more Fong Yimou thought about it, the more excited she became. She even realized that it was only October now. If she could make good use of her time studying high school courses while substituting for Hijiaoyan at Jinan, she might even have the opportunity to take the college entrance examination in the same year as her sister. Upon realizing this, Fong Yimou was suddenly filled with excitement. She sent a message to Jin Yushi sharing her thoughts about wanting to attend university and asking for her opinion. Jin Yushi probably hadn't checked the microchat messages for a while, as it took her a long time to send back a clapping emoji and a long string of text. Little Emo, your idea is fantastic. I fully support you. If you need help, feel free to ask me. I may have forgotten other high school subjects, but I can still help with English. Go for it. You're not dumb at all. You can definitely achieve this. In the future, you will surely be grateful for the decision you made today. Jin Yushi's reply made Fong Yimou even more invigorated, and she felt an unprecedented gratitude towards He-Chi. If it weren't for the money He-Chi had given her, she would never have dared to think about attending university. She resolved in her heart that even if it meant putting her life on the line, she had to fulfill the tasks assigned by, with something to strive for. Even the treatment time passed quickly. Soon it was noon, and as soon as the 4 was finished, Fong Yimou got up and prepared to go home. Before getting off the car, Fong Yimou remembered that she planned to take her sister out for some fresh air in the afternoon, so she informed the medical team of her plans. She had this idea because she didn't want them to feel cooped up in the RV just because of her. If she and her sister Fong Yuan went out for some air, they could all stroll around in U City, look around, and buy some local specialties. Upon hearing Fong Mo's arrangements, the medical team did not object. Given her current physical condition, as long as she avoided strenuous activities and rested when tired, it would be fine for her to take a walk and shop outside. After sending the location of the place they planned to visit in the afternoon to Hongjie, Fong Yimou got out of the car and headed home. Once she stepped off the RV, she ran into Chun Lao Si, who recognized her and trailed behind her. By the time Fong Yimou entered the community, he was stopped by a group of young thugs who abandoned the pursuit and started talking with those youths. Watching those young thugs push Chun Lao Si around violently, Fong Yimou thought to herself that this fellow must have owed someone money or offended someone in the underworld. Today he was likely going to get beaten up. As Fong Yimou had expected, after being shoved around, Chun Lao Si was pinned to the ground and beaten by the group of young thugs crying out for help. If it had been someone else in such a situation, Fong Yimou might have quietly called the police, but remembering the despicable things this old scoundrel had done, she chose to ignore it. Chun Lao Si was involved in gambling, drinking, and other vices, driving his parents to despair and his wife away. Most despicably, he had even sold his newborn daughter to traffickers to pay off gambling debts. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs, but Chun Lao Si was worse than a beast. Watching the old scoundrel being beaten in the street, Fong Yimou silently thought he deserved it and dismissed this small incident from her mind, heading straight home. Fong Yimou opened the door and returned home. Fong Yuan had already finished her homework and was rummaging through the drawers with the bed piled high, with various clothes pulled out from the wardrobe. Fong Yimou looked at the bed that resembled a garbage dump and was momentarily at a loss for words. What are you doing, Yuan? You finished your homework, but didn't reheat the food. Why are you digging through clothes? Fong Yuan hurriedly shooed her out of the room when she saw Fong Yimou return mysteriously, saying, "You'll find out this afternoon. Reheating the dishes is up to you." After saying that, Fong Yuan slammed the door shut, leaving Fong Yimou standing outside with her head tilted in confusion, unable to figure out what her sister was up to. She could only shake her head helplessly and go to the kitchen to busy herself. Having finished lunch and cleared the dishes, Fong Yimou had barely rinsed his hands when Fong Yuan dragged him into the bed. He paused in surprise. Moments earlier, the bed had resembled a landfill, yet now several neatly folded outfits lay stacked upon it. How could his sister have tidied up so swiftly? But upon opening the wardrobe door, he was met with garments haphazardly crammed inside. His temples throbbed with rising fury. He shot a sharp glare at Fong Yuan, who stood nearby grinning and rubbing her palms together. Fong Yuan. Fong Yimou planted his hands on his hips, nose scrunched in indignation. Do you have any idea how long it took me to put this all away? I refuse to deal with this mess. You clean it up yourself. Fong Yuan merely shrugged, chirping, yes, 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 with feigned compliance, then lunged forward. Before Fong Mo could react, she'd yanked off his wig and the hairnet concealing his real hair. Staring blankly at the wig in her hand, then at Fong Mo's lustrous tresses cascading naturally down his shoulders, Fong Yuan pouted. I thought you'd cut your hair. Why wear that? It's hideous. Toss it both. She flung the wig and hairnet carelessly onto the bed. Fong Mo had no intention of cutting his hair, not while assuming the identity of Hijaoyan. Brushing aside the unruly fringe that veiled his eyes, Fong Mo prepared to reprimand his sister, only to freeze in astonishment as she already began tugging at his clothes. Fong Yuan instantly noticed the chest-binding band flattening his torso, and shook her head in dismay, launching into criticism before Fong Mo could utter a word. What on earth? Don't you find it suffocating? It's damaging your health. Truly, a wanton waste of nature's grace. Without waiting for consent, she ripped open the Velcro fasteners. As Fong Mo's t-shirt swelled softly along a graceful feminine curve, Fong Yuan finally beamed, nodding in quiet satisfaction. Fong Mo stood dumbstruck, then recoiled in alarm. Clasping his arms tightly across his chest, cheeks blazing, he fixed Fong Yuan with a fierce crimson-eyed glare. Fong Yuan, what madness has seized you? Have you lost your mind? Humiliated and furious, he lunged for the discarded binding band. But Fong Yuan hoisted it high above her head. Fong Mo leapt twice, failing utterly to snatch it back. So she gritted her teeth, stamped her foot, and resolved to dash next door for undergarments first. Fong Yuan caught his arm from behind, giggling. No need for such trouble, sister. I've already prepared every— She lifted a pale green undergarment from the bed. Fong Mo recognized it instantly, the very one he'd worn that morning while transforming into Hijaoyan. With a scorching glare, he snatched it from her hand. Sister, call me brother. Fong Mo corrected her sharply, then turned to leave and change, only for Fong Yuan to thrust another bundle of clothing into his arms. Fong Mo ran his fingers over the fabric. It felt like a dress ensemble, but Fong Yuan's mischievous grin stirred his suspicion. What is this? He asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Fong Yuan winked. Just try it on. I aced my September monthly exam. I deserve a reward. Hearing her academic triumph, Fong Mo dismissed his sister's sly expression and gazed at her eyes, gleaming hand outstretched for the report card. Fong Yuan smirked, glancing at the folded dress in Fong Mo's hands, then winked again. Wear it for me, and I'll hand it over. Seeing his hesitation, she quickly sobered, raising her right hand solemnly. I swear, I won't go back. Convinced by her earnest vow, Fong Mo reasoned it was merely a matter of changing clothes, and with a determined sigh muttered, wait here, before retreating to grandfather's room next door. Moments later, Fong Mo stared speechless at himself in the mirror, dressed in an outfit he'd never imagined. It was a black and white maid-style dress, adorably edged with lace, crowned with a massive bow and ethereal trailing ribbons. Yet, the hem was scandalously short. Even the slightest movement risked exposure. A heart-shaped cutout adorned the bust, while translucent fabric draped delicately over shoulders and sleeves, offering little more than illusionary modesty. Though Fong Mo had worn countless dresses while impersonating Hijin, he could swear none, not even among her overflowing wardrobe, dared such audacious revelation. Stunned silence gave way to surging rage and shame, his pulse thundering, blood boiling. What is this wretched garment, Fong Yuan? He roared, then reached to strip it off, just as the door clicked open. A rapid-fire barrage of shutter clicks exploded, accompanied by blinding flashes. Fong Mo lunged at Fong Yuan, who stood grinning in the doorway, snapping photo after photo. I've set automatic cloud sync. You can't delete them. You'll never access them without the password. Fong Yuan dodged playfully, eyes dancing with mischief. Don't get so worked up. These are my exclusive treasures. No one else will ever see them. Sister, call me brother. Fong Mo snapped, still scrambling for her phone. But Fong Yuan sidestepped, then swept him off his feet in a sudden bear hug, tossing him backward onto the bed with effortless strength. Dazed, Fong Mo blinked. Had Fong Yuan always been stronger? They shared the same DNA, yet their physical disparity defied reason. Was this truly sibling kinship? The shock faded, replaced by profound dismay. Though he stood slightly shorter than Fong Yuan, and perhaps lacked her current strength, he'd never imagined she could lift him so easily, let alone fling him onto the bed like a child. His status within the household suddenly felt precarious. How could he accept this so lightly? He scrambled upright, determined to confront her, only to catch sight of Fong Yuan's knowing smile and realize with mortification that the flimsy skirt threatened exposure. Hastily, he fumbled to tug down its fluttering hem. As Fong Yuan raised her phone again, Fong Mo flushed crimson. You're still taking pictures? If you keep shooting, he faltered. He couldn't wrestle the phone away. What other threat remained against this increasingly brazen sister? After a long, frustrated pause, he huffed. Then I'll simply get very angry. Such a hollow ultimatum held no weight whatsoever. Fong Yuan snapped another dozen shots, then happily flipped through her album. Seeing her utter disregard for his protest, Fong Mo's expression hardened into icy stillness. Without a word, he strode to the window, drew the curtains shut, and marched toward the door, ushering Fong Yuan out. Out. I'm changing. His voice was glacial. Fong Yuan braced herself against the frame, blinking innocently, truly angry now. Oomph. Fong Mo exhaled sharply, and slammed the door shut. Brother really was furious. Fong Yuan scratched her head, unperturbed. A sly spark lit her eyes. Moments later she stood at the door holding a stack of test papers, and knocked hard. Brother, look. My monthly exam paper. I missed a perfect math score by 1 point. Her grin radiated pure, unshakable confidence. The rustling of clothes ceased instantly. Footsteps pounded, and the door swung open. Fong Mo's gaze burned with anticipation, locking onto the papers in Fong Yuan's hand. Let me see. He snatched the stack, flipping through pages with rapt attention. His smile widened with each page, until he reached the mathematics paper where red check marks bloomed like blossoms across every problem. His grin stretched impossibly wide, jaw nearly unhinged. Fong Yuan watched his delight bloom, and her own heart soared, still so easy to sway. Truly my brother, no, my sister. Gazing at Fong Mo, once her brother, now her radiant elder sister. Her joy overflowed. Why ship fictional couples when coaxing smiles from her, then teasing her gently brings infinitely richer delight? Fong Mo, blissfully unaware of these scheming thoughts, laughed aloud, pure unrestrained joy lighting her face. Yuan, such outstanding results. Name your reward. I'll buy anything you wish. She thumped her chest, resolute. Fong Yuan's eyes widened, then narrowed with cunning. Anything. Fong Mo nodded solemnly. When have I ever lied to you? My word is iron. Within reasonable means, of course. Fong Yuan's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile. That's your promise, and what I desire costs nothing. Fong Mo regarded her sister, perplexed, watching that smile deepen, a creeping unease coiling in her gut. Fong Yuan's request was not easy, yet it was not as simple as it seemed. She wanted Fong Mo to try on the clothes she had chosen and let her take pictures. Moreover, if they were to go shopping later, Fong Mo had to dress as a girl. Upon hearing his sister's request, Fong Mo regretted it deeply. He had dug a pit for himself, and had no choice but to jump in. After all, he had said that he would do anything. A man of honor cannot be untrustworthy. A promise made is like water poured out. A word said is like a nail hammered in. How could he go back on it? Fong Mo had told Fong Yuan countless times, establishing an image of a trustworthy brother in front of her. Thanks to Fong Mo's consistent adherence to promises, Fong Yuan had always trusted him immensely. However, his successful image now backfired. Faced with Fong Yuan's unreasonable demands, he wanted to backtrack, but was directly confronted by her with the words, a man of honor cannot be untrustworthy. Brother, although you are in a girl's body now, you were once a proper man. You wouldn't want to backtrack, would you? Fong Yuan said with a smile, making Fong Mo feel as if the words of refusal were stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Looking at the smile on his sister's face, Fong Mo finally gritted his teeth. Wasn't it just changing clothes? It wouldn't cost him anything, he could do it. It was just taking a photo after all, it wouldn't kill him. Who said I wanted to backtrack? Fong Mo straightened his back and forced himself to say, but you need to think clearly. Since you've made this request, I won't buy you the things you want. Anything is fine, but think it through. Fong Mo reminded Fong Yuan once again, hoping she would change her wish. Fong Yuan, however, shook her head without hesitation. I don't want anything else. Brother is so naive. How could what Fong Yuan decides be easily changed? Thus, for the next 2 hours, Fong Mo became Fong Yuan's dress-up doll, continuously trying on the clothes she picked out and posing for her to take pictures. In just 2 short hours, Fong Mo felt as if his soul had been drained. The clothes Fong Yuan chose were simply too revealing. Either they were very short skirts or hot pants, or they were crop tops that exposed the waist. Even the clothes that could cover the whole body had large areas of sheer fabric. Fong Mo couldn't fathom where Fong Yuan had gotten these clothes. Of course, I bought them myself, Fong Yuan said with a hint of awkwardness in her eyes, yet still smiled, and added, scholarships are a good thing. Would you wear such clothes yourself? Fong Mo asked seriously, as he believed the clothes Fong Yuan wanted him to try on were too revealing. Whenever he encountered girls dressed like that, he would look away. Fong Yuan awkwardly smiled and shook her head, honestly admitting some of them are indeed not suitable to wear out. Fong Mo was infuriated. You can't wear them yourself, yet you want me to wear them. How shameless are you? These clothes. You absolutely cannot wear them out in the future. Fong Mo angrily warned, worried that Fong Yuan would encounter some danger if she wore such outfits on the street. Despite verbally admonishing her, Fong Mo still complied with Fong Yuan's wishes, obediently changing clothes and posing for her to take photos. Around 2 o'clock, Fong Yuan finally tired of the dress-up game and happily released Fong Mo. You should wear this outfit when we go out later. Fong Yuan made her final request. Without even looking at the clothes this girl presented to him, Fong Mo immediately kicked her out of the room. If you like it so much, then wear it yourself. But you promised me that you would go out dressed as a girl. Fong Yuan exclaimed, knocking on the door from outside with a laugh. I won't wear those messy clothes of yours to go out dressed as a girl, Fong Mo retorted angrily. When going to burn, Fong Mo packed a lot of changeable women's clothes, all belonging to Xiaoyan. He would rather wear Zoyan's dresses than touch Fong Yuan's outfits. Zoyan's clothes were mostly various styles of dresses, the shortest of which reached the knee. Fong Mo wasn't completely used to wearing skirts, but Zoyan's little dresses were at least more decent than those Fong Yuan had just picked out. Having made up his mind, Fong Mo opened Zoyan's suitcase and picked out a dress. The dress was a forest girl-style spaghetti strap dress with a white body covered in yellow and green floral patterns reaching down to the ankles. Fong Mo was quite satisfied with the length. He also picked a light green long-sleeve knit sweater to wear over it, as the temperature in Rain City had begun to drop, so this outfit wouldn't be cold. Compared to Fong Yuan's outrageous clothes, Zoyan's taste was much more to his liking. As Fong Mo thought this, he changed into the dress and put on the knit sweater, turning around in place to see the long skirt blooming like a flower, feeling as if his eyes had been cleansed. Looking down at his clothes, Fong Mo thought since he was going out dressed as a girl, wouldn't it be best to put on some makeup? He took out his makeup bag, but hesitated a bit when he pulled out the sunscreen. Was it appropriate to put on makeup in Zoyan's style while going out as Fong Mo in her original identity? After some deliberation, Fong Mo decided to spend 10 minutes to apply some light makeup, but not in Zoyan's usual style. Thus Fong Mo sat cross-legged on the bed, fussing in front of the mirror. She didn't apply too much makeup, just a simple layer of sunscreen and foundation, shaping her eyebrows into sharp, heroic sword-like brows, and finishing with a muted bean paste color lipstick. Pursing her lips to evenly distribute the lipstick color, Fong Mo checked her reflection in the mirror, tidying her hair, and nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't too gaudy, and her complexion looked great. Makeup done. After digging out a pair of off-white Mary Jane shoes from the suitcase, Fong Mo finally opened the door and stepped outside to Fong Yuan's room. Fong Yuan had already changed her clothes. She was wearing a relatively normal t-shirt and loose-fitting hip-hop style jeans, currently staring at the open wardrobe in distress. Seeing Fong Mo standing outside the door in her new outfit, Fong Yuan instinctively glanced over, but just with that one glance her gaze was magnetically drawn to Fong Mo. Wow! Fong Yuan spun around, taking in Fong Mo's appearance, finally standing in front of her, and marveled. Wow, you big-head monster! Fong Mo raised her hand and flicked her sister's forehead in annoyance. Dressed as a girl to go shopping with you, I keep my word. Since you keep your word, you need to continue studying hard. Fong Mo said, seriously glancing at the messy clothes strewn across the bed. She added solemnly, even if it's a scholarship, it's something you've worked hard for. If you want to buy clothes, at least get something decent to wear. I think they look pretty good, Fong Yuan mumbled, but seeing Fong Mo's increasingly stern expression, she swallowed hard. Most of them. The siblings. No, at this moment they were sisters, having changed into their outfits, stepped out together. Fong Mo walked in front, while Fong Yuan followed behind. As she looked at Fong Mo's back, Fong Yuan couldn't help but whisper a question. Sister, when did you learn to do makeup? It looks so good. Can you teach me sometime? Sister, your dress looks so high-end. Can I borrow it to try on when we come back tonight? Sister, can I always call you sister? I'll call you brother again when you turn back into a boy. Walking through the community, Fong Mo felt a slight sweat in her palms. Although she believed she could ignore the gazes of the residents, she instinctively wanted to conceal the fact that she was actually a girl. Even the most trivial gossip, when passed around, could ferment into an invisible poison that could harm her, so Fong Mo did not wish to engage further with these people. Fortunately dressed in women's clothing, Fong Mo's appearance and demeanor were completely different from when she wore a wig and male attire. With a mask covering most of her face, walking shoulder to shoulder with Fong Yuan, no one recognized her as Fong Mo. Nonetheless, she inevitably became the center of attention. The community was so dilapidated that it seemed to have sunk into the ruins of time. Fong Mo's current image and posture were like a stunning daffodil blooming on the Gobi Desert, making it impossible not to draw attention. An old man basking in the sun by the roadside, a neighbor gossiping with a nearby, and a young couple walking hand in hand. Even the snotty-nosed child playing with cards couldn't help but glance over. One little brat, urged on by his friends, even intentionally bumped into Fong Mo. Quick-witted Fong Yuan seized Fong Mo's hand and pulled her behind her just in time, causing the boy to crash into Fong Yuan instead. Fong Yuan let out a cold laugh, not indulging the little rascal, who clearly intended to take advantage. Just before the brat collided with her, she grabbed him by the collar, and with a sharp "get lost," she tossed him aside. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, Fong Yuan was not only tall, but also strong enough to easily lift Fong Mo, so tossing a brat was a piece of cake. The boy nearly fell flat on his face, but seeing Fong Yuan glaring at him fiercely, making a gesture across his throat, he made a funny face before rolling away towards his friends. What a lecherous little kid. What will he be like in the future? Fong Yuan remarked with indignation, eyeing the unfortunate kids. If it weren't for my plans, I would definitely teach him a lesson for society's sake. Fong Mo looked up at her sister, recalling how Fong Yuan had just protected her, feeling a sense of nostalgia. 3 years ago, when she left Yuqing for work, Fong Yuan was about the same height as her. Before leaving Yuqing, she was always the one shielding her sister. Little did she know that 3 years later the roles had completely reversed. It seemed she had missed a lot during her time working in Huiting. A surge of deep regret welled up in her heart, but seeing Fong Yuan, who was almost an adult now, a smile of appreciation slowly surfaced in Fong Mo's eyes. "Sister, you smile like an old lady." Noticing Fong Mo looking at her with a smile, Fong Yuan couldn't help but tease, naturally continuing to call her sister. Fong Mo instinctively wanted to correct her, but realizing she was dressed as a woman it would be strange for Fong Yuan to call her brother, she let it go and smiled, saying, "I'm just happy to see my sister excelling in her studies and thriving physically. Of course, you should see who Fong Yuan is." Fong Yuan beamed with pride. As they chatted and laughed, they exited the community just as the ride Fong Mo. After boarding the car and sitting in the back seat, Fong Mo confirmed the order by giving the last 4 digits of her phone number, then pulled down her mask and let out a sigh of relief. The community where Fong Mo and Fong Yuan lived was not far from Beitong Plaza, but it still took about 20 minutes to drive there, so the two sisters started chatting in the back seat. Fong Yuan shared stories from school gossip about teachers, and classmates complained about how immature the boys in her class were and boasted about how much her homeroom teacher valued her. Fong Mo in turn talked to Fong Yuan about their grandfather's recent situation, shared anecdotes from the repair shop, and told her sister how well her master and mistress treated her. She even recounted some gossip about He Chi and Jin Yushi, of course with some reasonable embellishments. In her story, He Chi was a harsh, but ultimately decent leader, while Jin Yushi was a beautiful colleague who was highly capable and caring. Upon hearing Fong Mo mention the beautiful colleague, Fong Yuan showed a disdainful expression, nudging Fong Mo playfully, while huffing, "Not a chance. No one in my eyes is more beautiful than my sister. My sister is the #1 beauty in the world in my eye." Fong Mo was left speechless by Fong Yuan's antics. That insufferable girl added emphasis when saying sister and called her the #1 beauty in the world. She really didn't know her place and wasn't afraid of being laughed at. Stealing a glance at the rideshare driver, who was focused intently on driving and not paying attention to her, and Fong Mo finally let out a quiet sigh of relief and glared down at Fong Yuan, who was lying on her lap. This girl was comfortably lying on Fong Mo's lap, gazing up at her with a smile. Fong Mo frowned and mouthed, "Smelly girl. We're in a rideshare. Aren't you embarrassed? Behave yourself." But Fong Yuan feigned ignorance, blinking her sparkling eyes and mouthing back, "Sister, what are you saying? I can't understand, sister." Fong Mo was exasperated. She took a deep breath, ultimately unable to suppress her annoyance, and pinched Fong Yuan's flabby waist. Since this girl kept calling her sister, she might as well let her experience the methods that only sisters would use. The two sisters began a silent contest of suppressed laughter in the back seat of the car as the vehicle smoothly drove down the street, soon arriving at their destination, Beitong Plaza. Beitong Plaza was a commercial complex that had just been completed and opened in the past 2 years, currently the most popular commercial center in Yuqing, adjacent to the ancient town of Yuqing. Next door, the ancient town of Yuqing is the top tourist attraction of Yuqing and one of the few notable landmarks of the city, boasting a history of several hundred years according to the local promotional claims. However, most of the so-called ancient buildings within the ancient town of Yuqing are actually newly constructed, making it more of a man-made ancient town. Yet due to its genuine ancient aesthetic, good packaging, and proper operation, it has gained considerable recognition. The reason Fong Mo chose to visit Beitong Plaza was primarily to make it convenient for the medical team to explore the ancient town of Yuqing. Since it was a rare trip for them to Yuqing, spending the days in a camper in a hotel would be rather dull. Yuan, stop messing around, we're here. Get out." Fong Mo gently pinched her sister's plump cheek and said. Reluctantly, Fong Yuan climbed off Fong Mo's lap, looking at the huge logo on the mall roof ahead. With a somewhat dissatisfied expression, she leaned in and whispered to Fong Mo, "Why was he driving so fast, ruining my fun?" Fong Mo shot her an exasperated glance and turned to the driver, saying, "Handsome, just stop ahead. We can wait here for the red light to cross the street." The driver slowly pulled over, glancing at Fong Mo through the rearview mirror, saying, "Don't forget to take your belongings." The driver's stuttering made Fong Yuan struggle to contain her laughter. Seeing this, Fong Mo frowned and poked her waist hastily, pushing her out of the car before she could start laughing. Fong Mo smiled and thanked the driver, then quickly got out, closed the door, and watched the car slowly drive away before turning to Fong Yuan, who was laughing heartily. "Laughing at someone's stutter in front of them, that's quite rude," Fong Mo said with a hint of anger, solemnly scolding her sister's rudeness. "I don't remember teaching you that you could act this way." Fong Yuan appeared confused by Fong Mo's words, staring blankly for a moment before laughing even harder. "A stutter? Huh?" She nearly rolled on the ground laughing. Fong Yuan's reaction turned Fong Mo's irritation into confusion. Was a stuttering rideshare driver real? After quite some time, Fong Yuan finally laughed enough. She covered her face and patted Fong Mo's shoulder, explaining, while chuckling, "When he first picked us up, he answered a phone call, and he wasn't stuttering at all then." Fong Mo tilted her head, trying to recall, and indeed it seemed that was the case. "Then how did he end up stuttering?" Fong Mo asked, puzzled. Fong Yuan pursed her lips to suppress a laugh, gazing at Fong Mo for a moment before cheerfully saying, he must have been so lucky to encounter the #1 beauty in the world that he got nervous and forgot how to speak. Upon arriving at Baitong Square, Fong Yuan felt quite surprised. She had expected Fong Mo to be flustered in front of so many people while dressed as a girl and had been waiting for her brother to show a shy demeanor under the gazes of passers-by. However, the result left Fong Yuan, who had been suppressing a motherly smile, greatly disappointed, and the smile at the corner of her mouth gradually faded. Even with a mask covering the lower half of her face just from her brows, eyes, posture, and attire, Fong Mo was extraordinarily beautiful, resembling a lotus blooming from the water, attracting a high rate of glances as she walked through the crowd. Confronted with so many gazes, although there was a hint of shyness in her eyes and a slight timidity in her brows, it was far from the reaction that Fong Yuan had hoped to see. No wonder her brother had easily relented at home, agreeing to accompany her shopping in women's clothing. It seemed he had already gotten used to the attention of others. Looking at her brother beside her, Fong Yuan felt quite bored and frustrated. This is pointless, utterly pointless. Having her brother dress as a girl and go out like this has lost all significance. With one hand holding Fong Yuan's and the other holding a cup of lemon tea, Fong Mo suddenly noticed that her sister had gradually shifted from being excited to becoming silent, leaving her a bit puzzled. Why the sudden gloom? Is your drink not good? You don't want to swap with me? She pinched Fong Yuan's palm gently and asked in a melodious voice. Fong Yuan glanced at the milk tea in her hand, shook her head, and took a big sip from the straw in frustration, thinking it's not because of how good or bad the milk tea is, but your reaction is just too dull. Lost in thought about what was wrong with her brother, Fong Yuan inadvertently sucked a small piece of coconut jelly into her throat, causing her to cough uncontrollably, tears and snot flowing down her face. Seeing this, Fong Mo quickly patted her sister's back, and when Fong Yuan coughed out the piece of coconut jelly, she hurriedly opened her bag and handed her some tissue. You can choke on milk tea. I'm really impressed by you, Fong Mo said with a mix of laughter and helplessness. Fong Yuan took the small pack of tissues handed to her, pulled out 2 sheets, then returned the rest to Fong Mo, and could not help but look at the lovely girl beside her. Fong Mo had already put the tissues back in her bag and was now bending down to organize her recently scattered belongings. Wallet, lipstick, cushion, foundation, eyebrow pencil, a small bottle of sunscreen, a makeup mirror, and 2 thin sheets of pink sanitary pads flashed by, causing Fong Yuan to freeze for a moment. Recalling her brother's overly calm reaction, Fong Yuan began to sense something was off, but she could not quite put her. While Fong Yuan was lost in thought, Fong Mo had already closed her bag. She casually tidied her bangs and handed her cup of barely touched lemon tea to Fong Yuan, teasingly saying, you should drink this, it doesn't have any extra ingredients, so it definitely won't choke you. Staring into her brother's crescent-shaped, beautiful eyes, Fong Yuan lowered her head, dazedly looking at the faint lipstick mark on the lemon tea straw. Instinctively, she took a sip from the straw, and the sourness of the lemon and the bitterness of the tea exploded in her mouth, pulling her drifting thoughts back. This is way too sour and bitter. Fong Yuan, who had a sweet tooth, grimaced disdainfully, shoving the lemon tea back into Fong Mo's hand and taking a big gulp of her milk tea to dispel the lingering sourness and bitterness. Fong Yuan smacked her lips, unable to hold back her complaints. You ordered lemon tea without sugar. I have to control my weight. Fong Mo replied with a smile, casually adding. Seeing the look of confusion on Fong Yuan's face, she quickly clarified, it's for work purposes. Fong Yuan was silent for a moment upon hearing this, and finally could not suppress her curiosity, lowering her voice to ask, Sister, what exactly do you do for work? It has to be something that requires being a girl and controlling weight, and it must be something only you can do. But you are too short for that. Even if I were to take your height, it would still seem off. After being dissed by her sister about her height, Fong Mo was not angry. She simply blinked and replied with a smile, it's a business secret. Her brother's mysterious demeanor made Fong Yuan feel like 100 claws were scratching her heart, even more curious about that so-called business secret. Seeing Fong Yuan looking at her with a probing gaze as if wanting to ask more, Fong Mo suddenly felt a headache. She actually wanted to just tell her sister the truth to set her mind at ease, but the fact of impersonating He Xiaoyan absolutely could not be revealed to anyone, including her own family. This was Hikai's requirement. Fewer people knowing means less chance of leaks, and he wanted to eliminate any uncertainties as much as possible. Fong Mo was somewhat dismissive of Hikai's thoughts. She had once asked him, is it really necessary to keep it from my He had retorted with wide eyes, what necessity is there for you to tell her? Do you expect her to do the work for you? Unable to refute, Fong Mo ultimately chose to respect the wishes of her client, and had never told her sister what her new job was after leaving the repair shop. Taking advantage of the moment when there were no people ahead, Fong Mo pulled down her mask, took a sip of lemon tea through the straw, and immediately put the mask back on. She thought she still needed to come up with a good lie to distract her sister, so she wouldn't overthink, and it would be fine to tell her the truth after this was over, hoping that when the truth comes out, Yuan wouldn't blame her brother for always telling lies recently. Having made up her mind, Fong Mo noticed that Fong Yuan seemed to want to ask about her job. She spotted a trendy new autumn outfit on display in the window of a women's clothing store nearby, and immediately had an idea. Yuan, the clothes in this store are really pretty. Let's go in and take a look, Fong Mo said, pulling her sister towards the store before she could say anything. Oh, okay. Fong Yuan, looking at the shiny women's clothes in the window, nodded in a daze. Thus, she was dragged by Fong Mo to weave between different women's clothing stores, checking this one and trying that one. Trying on clothes repeatedly made Fong Yuan temporarily forget about questioning Fong Mo about her current job, and her attention was entirely focused on selecting outfits. After visiting several stores, Fong Yuan finally found a pleated skirt in a national-style women's clothing store, and under the suggestion of the staff, put together a whole ensemble. However, when she heard that a single skirt cost over 1,000 yuan, while going to pay, Fong Yuan quickly leaned close to Fong Mo's ear and said she actually didn't like it that much and didn't want it. Although Fong Yuan said she didn't like it, Fong Mo keenly noticed from her eyes that she was actually enamored with that skirt. Saying she didn't want it was just because she thought it was too expensive and wanted to save some money for the family. The sisters' understanding made Fong Mo feel both touched and guilty. Ever since their grandfather fell ill, they had to prioritize taking care of him and the family's basic living needs, leaving clothing purchases as the last consideration. Although Yuan's wardrobe was crammed full, the vast majority were old clothes she had not been able to throw away since childhood. Even those old clothes were mostly cheap items bought in bulk online or from secondhand markets with few decent pieces. Yuan was after all a teenage girl at the age where she loved beauty, but having few bright and beautiful clothes growing up made Fong Mo always feel guilty towards her. In the past there had been no way around it, but now things were very different. Though not exactly wealthy, she at least had some disposable money at hand. Determined to make up for the hardships her sister had endured over the years, Fong Mo disregarded Fong Yuan's objections and paid for the outfit directly. After being sent out by the beaming store attendant, Fong Mo dragged Fong Yuan through several more stores, adding 2 sets of autumn and winter outfits and 2 pairs of new shoes for her sister. Throughout the journey, Fong Yuan's eyes were wide open, staring at Fong Mo, who was spending money like flowing water, as if to say, "Is this really my brother?" which seemed to be directly etched on her chubby little round face. Fong Mo told Fong Yuan that she had switched to a higher-paying job, but she did not mention that she currently had 5 million in her hands. She was worried that if her sister suddenly learned about this unexpected fortune, Fong Yuan would lose her drive to strive for success, so she planned to wait until after her sister's college entrance examination to reveal the money matter. Fong Yuan only knew that her brother's income was considerable, but even if he earned more than before, it was still excessive. Moreover, their grandfather was still hospitalized in Huading, and after being discharged, he would either need to be sent to a nursing home or have someone hired to take care of him. Her brother also wanted to have surgery in a year, and each of these required a lot of money. Carrying bags of clothes and shoes, Fong Yuan felt the weight of them. After leaving the shoe store, noticing that Fong Mo still looked reluctant, Fong Yuan quickly said to her sister, "Please don't buy me any more new clothes today. We have to wear uniforms at school, and there won't be much time to wear so many." Fong Yuan spoke earnestly, and Fong Mo agreed with her reasoning, so she no longer insisted. She reached out to pat her sister's head, a warm smile appearing in her eyes. "All right, sister, we'll listen to you. They'll buy you more after your college entrance examination. But there's something we absolutely must buy," Fong Mo said, winking mysteriously as she began to lead Fong Yuan on a search in the shopping center. Finally, upon seeing an offline fruit store, Fong Mo's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly pulled her sister inside. Following closely behind Fong Mo, Fong Yuan absent-mindedly stared at the wall of the store, where there was a large fruit logo that had been nibbled on, a hint of confusion crossing her eyes. Without waiting for Fong Yuan to ask more, Fong Mo approached the counter and told the staff that she wanted to buy a tablet, directly stating the model name. The model Fong Mo wanted was a new release from the fruit brand, which she was also using, though her tablet was given to her by He-Chi. In addition to the tablet, Fong Mo also requested a stylus. At first, Fong Yuan refused, insisting she didn't want it. First, it was way too expensive for such a slim device. Paired with a stylus, it cost nearly 10,000. Second, she felt there was no point in having it at this stage, as her studies in senior year were getting increasingly intense, leaving no time to use a tablet. However, after Fong Mo demonstrated the effectiveness of the stylus with the tablet, Fong Yuan understood her brother's intention in buying it for her. If it were just the tablet, it would merely be a toy, but with the stylus, the tablet transformed into a powerful learning tool. In buying this for your studies at this stage, it's a learning tool, not a toy for you to play with. After paying, Fong Mo stuffed the tablet into her sister's arms. "Here, it's yours. You hold it. Do you trust me that much, sister? Aren't you afraid I might lose focus?" Fong Yuan asked curiously. Fong Mo playfully pinched her sister's nose and affectionately replied, "Sister has always trusted you completely. If you were to lose focus, would you even need this tablet? I have complete confidence in our family's top student." Looking into Fong Mo's eyes, Fong Yuan seemed to see her brother's warm smile beneath the mask. She tightly hugged the unopened tablet and solemnly said, "I will definitely make good use of it. Sister, wait for me. I will get into a great university. Let's aim for Jindai. If I get into Jindai and Huading, we will reunite there." Upon hearing her sister's ambition to attend Jindai, Fang Yamo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that if she returned to Huading, she would also be attending Jindai to study for Hijiaoyan. If her sister could really get into Jindai, perhaps they could meet on its campus. But Fang Yamo quickly shook her head no, by then she should have completed her task as a substitute. As for whether her sister's grades could get her into Jindai, Fang Yamo had felt hopeful about it a month or two ago, and now she was even more optimistic. Since her sister had this ambition, Fang Yamo, as her brother, was naturally pleased and nodded repeatedly, encouraging her. "Good, I believe in you. You're much quicker-minded than I am. You can definitely do it." "No way. My sister isn't dumb. She just hasn't been able to focus on her studies because she has to take care of me." "Really? Then I might as well finish my current job next year and enroll in adult education to also try for Jindai." "Sister, you are certainly not dumb. If you want to attend university, I support you, but you need to be mentally prepared. Jindai isn't just something you can get into easily. Now that you've said that, I absolutely have to give it a try." After spending a large sum of money, they placed their bags at the service desk for storage, and the siblings transitioned from shopping mode to strolling mode. The two wandered aimlessly, entering interesting stores regardless of whether they intended to buy something. Accessory shops, beauty stores, perfume counters, claw machines. In the past, Fang Yuan had come to shop with Wenyu, but now exploring these girly stores with her brother was an unprecedented experience for her. For Fang Yamo, shopping alongside another girl like this seemed to be a first in her life. From being dazzled at first to quickly adapting, she didn't even notice how happy she was during this process. Each store staff member appeared particularly enthusiastic about their arrival. Fang Yuan knew this was purely because of Fang Yamo beside her. She had been here yesterday with Wenyu, and the staff were not this warm. Initially, Fang Yuan thought it was because her brother had an outstanding appearance and was very likable, but later, when they entered a perfume shop, she realized the true reason. The beautiful saleswoman at the perfume store immediately recognized the fragrance on Fang Yamo as one of their products and warmly invited them to try out the new releases from the same series. "Miss, the perfume you are currently using, if I'm not mistaken, should be the classic 7 Days Lily of the Valley from our Flower Moon series. Last month we launched a new fragrance from the Flower Moon series called 9 Days Hyacinth. Its top notes." As the saleswoman passionately introduced the top, middle, and base notes of the new perfume, Fang Yuan, unable to comprehend, instinctively turned her gaze towards the display cabinet holding the perfume bottles. Admiring the soft lines of the uniquely shaped wooden display cabinet reminiscent of a woman's curves, and the sparkling perfume bottles inside, Fang Yuan only realized after seeing the price tags that were often in the thousands that they had come to a high-end perfume store. The 7 Days Lily of the Valley perfume mentioned by the beautiful saleswoman was the most expensive limited edition product in the Flower Moon series, selling for over 20,000 for a 100 milliliters bottle. Fang Yuan thought she had misread. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and ultimately confirmed that there were no decimal points in that string of numbers, instantly becoming dumbfounded and speechless. The perfume her brother was using costs over 20,000. Given her brother's personality, he would never spend so much on a bottle of perfume. If he didn't buy it himself, it must have been a gift from someone. But who would spend thousands to buy him a bottle of perfume? What exactly is her brother's job now? Why would someone gift him a bottle of perfume worth thousands? Fang Yuan looked at her brother, who was dealing with the saleswoman, while saying, "This one is nice," but whose eyes seemed to carry a hint of helplessness, and the thought she had buried deep in her heart last night resurfaced. Feeling somewhat flustered, Fang Yuan suddenly noticed the bag her brother was carrying. It was a delicate cream-colored women's shoulder flap bag adorned with a light golden metallic chain and a woven strap, and the front of the bag bore a logo that seemed quite familiar. Raising her phone discreetly, Fang Yuan quietly took a picture, then opened an e-commerce app to find the image. After uploading a screenshot of the flap bag, the search results jumped into view following a brief loading animation. Fang Yuan perked up, picking up her phone to carefully compare it with the bag her brother was carrying. Soon her expression shifted from serious to puzzled, then from puzzled to astonished, and finally from astonished to a state of daze. Her brother was actually carrying a bag from a renowned luxury brand from FA country, which had not entered the domestic e-commerce platform. Hence, Fang Yuan only found product pages from global purchases and secondhand luxury stores. Regardless of whether the bag was beautiful or practical, just the price alone screamed expensive. Even the secondhand items listed on the platform started at a staggering 100 yuan. Seeing each product card's price as a single digit followed by a long string of zeros, Fang Yuan froze on the spot, and in that moment, she suddenly understood. She realized why people were so exceptionally attentive and friendly to them wherever they went. Her previous conjecture was half right and half wrong. The attitudes of those people were indeed due to her brother, but not solely because of his looks. More likely it was because she was carrying a bag worth over 100,000 yuan, wearing perfume that cost 2,000 a bottle, and even her exquisite watch and clothing could be from high-end luxury brands. Those salespeople experienced and sharpied probably recognized her brother's status at a glance, immediately identifying her as a high-value customer, making their treatment of her feel like home. Silently watching her brother, who now resembled a beautiful saleswoman standing beside an alluring sales representative while listening to her introduce the products, Fang Yuan felt particularly unhappy. She really didn't want to speculate about her brother like she did last night, but today, with her brother spending so much money on her, and her using such expensive luxury items, it was likely impossible to explain her so-called high-paying job that her brother vaguely mentioned needed to be kept secret. The only explanation Fang Yuan could come up with was that her brother had probably become a wealthy man's kept woman. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt as if she had fallen into an abyss, her mood plummeting to an extremely low point in an instant. Fang Yuan did not care whether Fang Mo was male or female. She could happily accept that her brother had become her sister, and she could certainly accept that her sister found a man who truly loved her to marry and grow old together. With that said, she actually hoped Fang Mo would take that path. Over the years, her brother had to take care of both an elder and a younger one, and Fang Yuan had witnessed how hard. So when she learned that her brother was actually supposed to be her sister, she felt genuinely happy. If her brother could accept living as a woman and was willing to find someone to marry in the future, given her brother's personality and character, without expecting to marry into a wealthy family, she would definitely be cherished by her husband and live a beloved life. Fang Yuan hoped for someone to take good care of her brother's sister, regardless of whether that person was a brother-in-law or a sister-in-law. Of course, having a brother-in-law would be even better, but she could also accept a sister-in-law. The one thing Fang Yuan could not accept was her brother selling his body or being with someone for material gain. It wasn't because Fang Yuan had any moral scruples, but because she knew deeply that her brother was a person with a psychological aversion to such things. Due to their grandfather's teachings and past experiences, her brother valued face and dignity more than life itself. Some people might not hesitate for even a second in the face of monetary temptation, willing to do anything, but her brother would never abandon his dignity to become a plaything merely to live a little easier. Her brother might currently be acting as a mistress for some wealthy man. Her brother considered this a job. She even planned to undergo surgery to revert back to being a man in a year. Her brother wouldn't sell his dignity just for an easier life. In August, their grandfather fell and was seriously ill in the nursing home, and her brother brought him to Huading for treatment. Piecing together these key pieces of information, Fang Yuan sketched out the entire incident in her mind. In August, her grandfather's injury might have been much more severe than what her brother had told her, coinciding with her brother being diagnosed with some deformity. At that time, a wealthy man must have suddenly taken an interest in her brother, probably using money to help treat their grandfather's injury as leverage, luring her brother into surgery and submitting to him. And in order to save their grandfather's life, her brother ultimately surrendered his dignity and chose to succumb to reality. Having connected all these dots into a perfect logical loop, Fang Yuan suddenly felt enlightened, understanding why she always felt something inexplicable and unusual about her brother today. That sense of strangeness stemmed from her brother's every frown and smile, from her actions and demeanor. Although her brother had always looked quite handsome and pretty, his behavior was not much different from that of an ordinary boy. But today on the street, Fang Yuan realized that her brother's every move, the gesture of lifting her hair, the slight raise of her pinky when holding a milk teacup, her walking stride, and even an unintentional glance, was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary girl. So natural that even her sister, who sensed something was off, could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong at first. In hindsight, this sort of naturalness was what was truly abnormal. In an effort to earn some extra cash to help with household expenses and alleviate her brother's pressure, Fang Yuan had once tried filming some suggestive videos and live streaming, but even after practicing simple tasks like shaking her hips and flipping her hair for a week or two, she still couldn't grasp the technique. Later, facing a group of lewd men making disgustingly perverted comments in the live stream, Fang Yuan could no longer tolerate it, and after an hour of spewing curses, she was banned by the moderators, thus half-forced and half-voluntarily giving up on taking that misguided path. It had only been a little over a month since her brother had undergone surgery to become a true daughter. Those prominent breasts could be explained by hormones, medications, or even surgical fillers, and if money was spent, the rough skin could likely become fair and delicate in a short time. But if a person's demeanor and behavior were not cultivated through extensive practice, it would be quite difficult to undergo such a dramatic transformation in such a short time. After all, those habits were formed over more than 20 years of living ingrained in instinctive muscle memory. Fang Yuan suddenly understood why her brother had been dodging video calls with her since August, and why the most recent video call appeared particularly sweet and delicate. To please the man who was supporting her, her brother must have spent a lot of time and effort transforming herself, which was why in such a short period, she had transformed from that rough young man into the elegant lady who exuded feminine charm in every gesture. Having understood all this, Fang Yuan felt her eyes moisten unconsciously. She felt a lump in her throat and an overwhelming sense of blockage in her heart. She hated that scoundrel who took advantage of the situation to occupy her brother and tarnish his purity, wishing she could find that person, skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and chop him into pieces to feed the sharks in the Pacific, but more than that she hated herself. In order to save their grandfather, the brother sold everything he once valued dearly, while his sister, unable to do anything, wondered what good her excellent studies were. What does it matter if she can drive away the troublesome, lustful brat? She's just a useless burden at a critical moment. If she hadn't attended this high school, if both her parents were earning money, if she and her brother were taking care of their grandfather together, would her brother not have to pay such a heavy price? Gazing down at the price tag of over 20,000 yuan for the Flower Moon 7 Days Lily of the Valley perfume, Fong Yuan suddenly felt as though this string of numbers had become a price tag marking her brother's dignity, and the intoxicating fragrance in the perfume shop began to suffocate her, turning into something nauseating. With these chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, Fong Yuan felt as if all her strength had been instantly drained. She reached out to support herself against the display case nailed to the wall, managing to steady herself and avoid collapsing onto the floor. Just as Fong Yuan was feeling dejected and lost in thought, Fong Mo approached her with a light-hearted stride, shaking a delicate little leather box in her hand, smiling as she said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I didn't plan to buy it, but since Sister Yushi is getting married, this store just happened to have a scent that suits her perfectly." As she spoke, Fong Mo noticed her sister's dispirited gaze, and her smile gradually faded. "What's wrong, Yuan?" Suddenly feeling unhappy, Fong Mo asked cautiously. Fong Yuan stared blankly at Fong Mo, her mind involuntarily conjuring images of a charming figure being pressed down by a lecherous old man, flattering and fawning. This fleeting thought left her feeling that both her own thoughts and her brother's innocence had been stained. Fong Mo was unaware of Fong Yuan's inner thoughts. She only saw her sister looking at her with a complex expression. After a brief moment of distraction, Fong Yuan's face suddenly turned pale, and her expression became increasingly complicated, only regaining its original color after a long pause. Fong Mo reached out to touch Yuan's forehead. Her temperature seemed normal, but she still asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Fong Yuan grabbed her brother's hand and flashed a big smile, saying, "No, I'm perfectly fine. I'm just a bit tired. Sister, I don't want to shop anymore. Let's go home. Really, nothing's wrong." Fong Mo looked at her seriously, her brows slightly furrowed with worry. Fong Yuan waved her hand nonchalantly, saying loudly, "Oh, I'm really fine. Let's go home. We've been shopping for 4 hours, and it's already past 6. I'm starving. I want to devour all those delicious dishes you made yesterday." Looking at her sister's carefree demeanor, while Fong Mo felt puzzled, she still agreed. Having decided to go home, Fong Mo took her sister's hand and headed straight to the first-floor service desk. After retrieving their stored items, they called for a ride on the ride-hailing platform while walking towards the exit of the Beitong Plaza building. Taking advantage of her sister's distraction, Fong Mo also sent a message to Sister Hong informing her that she and her sister were heading home. Although it was rush hour coinciding with the holiday, the ride-hailing car was stuck at the entrance of Wantong Plaza for about 10 minutes, but the return journey was relatively smooth. However, throughout the journey, Fong Mo sensed something was off with her sister's emotions. On the surface, she was chatting and laughing, appearing normal, but the grip on her hand remained tight, as if she feared being blown away by a sudden gust of wind. This puzzled Fong Mo. She tried to ask several times, but Yuan always replied, "It's nothing, just tired." Fong Mo dismissed her worries, thinking she was overthinking it, and began to chat with her sister about the perfume she just bought. Fong Mo opened the small lambskin box containing the perfume, and said, "This one is called Mu U14 Acacia, and this bottle is men's perfume called Mist Moon Ku. Here you can try these samples and see which one you like. Once your college entrance examination is over, I'll buy you a bottle. Also, please help me check if this is suitable. This is a wedding gift for Sister Yushi and Brother Qi. The clerk said I can exchange at any time as long as it's unopened." Fong Yuan accepted the sample Fong Mo handed her, but instead of opening it to smell, she rested her head on Fong Mo's shoulder, admiring the exquisitely crafted little box. Temporarily stuffing the perfume sample into her pocket, Fong Yuan reached for the Mu U14 Acacia bottle, holding it up to the dimming sunset outside the window. The bottle, with its complex facets and geometric beauty, shimmered brightly. Just from the packaging, this perfume seemed like it should be quite expensive. Sister Yushi and Brother Qi. Fong Yuan still remembered these two people mentioned by her brother's sister. She was a perfect beauty and colleague, while Brother Qi was a sharp-tongued but kind-hearted leader. Now that she thought about it, it might not be the case. Having never doubted her brother, Fong Yuan began to suspect Fong Mo's words. She vaguely felt that this must be a lie to deceive her, but she kept her silence. "Why choose these two bottles?" Fong Yuan casually said, returning the perfume in her hand back to the box, then picking up the striking and extravagant men's perfume beside it. "Why call it Mist Moon Ku? Why not call it Ungshi Rebellion? I chose this acacia for Sister Yushi because her surname is Jean, and I feel the scent resembles the one she usually wears, yet it's somewhat different, adding a touch of freshness." Fong Mo explained, taking the men's perfume from Fong Yuan's hand, cheerfully adding, as for this one, it's indeed because of the name, and this bottle looks quite domineering and flamboyant, just like someone's self-righteous personality. The fragrance also gives off a mysterious and passionate vibe. I think it can significantly enhance his personal charm. You don't know, his mouth really drags him down. As Fong Mo casually criticized her leader, Fong Yuan couldn't help but tighten her grip on Fong Mo's hand, hesitating for a moment before quietly asking, Sister, does the person who gave you this job treat you well? Not catching the faint hint of gritted teeth in her sister's tone, Fong Mo tilted her head and thought seriously for a moment, then nodded without hesitation, yes, very well. He indeed treated her well. Not only did he give her a substantial amount of money, but he also covered the costs of their grandfather's medical treatment and hospital stay, arranged excellent accommodations for her, and even sent a plane to bring her back from Bern after she had a relapse of myocarditis overseas, ensuring she had a medical team to safeguard her health. Seeing Fong Mo's smiling eyes and unwavering gaze, Fong Yuan felt relieved. That's good. Although she felt a bit uneasy in her heart since her brother felt he was being treated well, Fong Yuan slightly set her mind at ease. If that person truly cared for her brother and was willing to take responsibility, even if he was older or looked a bit lewd, as a sister she could endure it and accept him as her brother-in-law. With this thought in mind, Fong Yuan hurriedly asked, is he married? Fong Mo looked at her sister in confusion as she shook her head, but immediately nodded, speaking casually, not at the moment, but soon. He just proposed to Sister Yushi recently, but the wedding date hasn't been set yet. So the leader with a sharp tongue and a kind heart that my brother mentioned is Brother Chi. And Sister Jean Yushi is his fiancée. Fong Yuan bit her teeth together upon hearing this, instantly discarding her prior thoughts. He has a fiancée but is still playing with her brother like a beautiful girl in a nurturing game. How could he make her brother interact normally with his fiancée as if they were sisters? What a scumbag, garbage, pervert, the scum of humanity. Even if he isn't engaged, a brother-in-law like this is unacceptable. He should be ground into pieces and sunk to the Pacific Ocean. As the Fong siblings took a ride home at the top floor of the new Peak Group headquarters building in Huading City in the president's office. Achoo. After a thunderous sneeze, Chi grabbed a tissue to wipe his nose, then casually tossed it into the trash can at his feet. Feeling the redness of his nose and philtrum, he glanced at the overflowing trash can filled with used tissues, frowning deeply. What is going on? Allergic? No, he's not allergic and has no history of rhinitis. Why is he sneezing continuously right now? Either someone in the company is cursing him or some competitor is plotting behind the scenes to bring down this Oriental Iron Man. It must be so, Chi thought. The Fong siblings returned home, burdened with bags, just past 7 in the evening. Fong Mo entered the bathroom, first removing his makeup, changing into simple male attire, and then tying back his hair before heading to the kitchen to cook and heat up the dishes. Fong Yuan approached, wanting to help, but was promptly sent back to her room by Fong Mo, instructed to tidy up her newly bought clothes and set up her tablet. It would be better for her to do some practice papers if she was bored. Seeing her brother's firm attitude, Fong Yuan could only return to her room reluctantly. However, she neither tidied her clothes nor felt like playing with her new tablet, let alone studying. She cracked the door open just a bit, peering through the gap without turning on the light, watching her brother bustling in the kitchen. Her brother cooked so deliciously, had such a good personality, and looked handsome. If she were that rich man, upon seeing such a beautiful brother, she would certainly find ways to make him her possession, insisting he father her a dozen children. Fong Yuan leaned against the back of her chair, gazing at her brother's graceful figure, swaying in the kitchen, lost in thought. However, thinking about it was one thing, having a man actually act on it was another. The thought of a lecherous, almost married man laying his hands on her brother filled Fong Yuan with anger. Previously, her brother had asked her to consider whether to transfer to Huading for her senior year to reunite the family in Huading. Looking back now, her brother was genuinely seeking help then, as she hoped her only relative could stand by her side, providing her with some comfort and support. Now it seemed imperative for her to go. Though her brother and grandfather were in Huading, her grandfather was suffering from Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, needing care. Her brother was essentially alone. If one day she were bullied by that lecherous man, wouldn't there be no one to protect her? This absolutely cannot continue. Convincing her brother to give up what he was doing. That should be impossible. With her brother's stubborn character, once he decided to do something, it was hard to persuade him otherwise. He appeared gentle, but was extremely persistent regarding what he believed in. Previously, if she didn't listen, her brother wouldn't scold or hit her, but he would silently watch her with a gentle, yet reproachful gaze, patiently reasoning with her until she acknowledged her mistake, after which he would smile again. Moreover, putting aside the fact that her brother's stance was for the family, as someone who was entirely dependent, she had no ground to lecture him. Given the current situation at home, what reason could she possibly present to persuade her brother to abandon what he was doing? She could choose not to attend high school, nor go to that ridiculous university, but her grandfather still required treatment. The old man was still hospitalized, and receiving treatment in a place like Huading would undoubtedly cost a fortune. She imagined her brother had calculated it. Even selling their home wouldn't suffice for her grandfather's medical expenses, forcing her to make the decision to set aside her pride and submit. Watching her brother's back and listening to the bubbling sounds from the pot in the kitchen, Fong Yuan pondered extensively, trying to find a way to help her brother. She even absurdly thought about finding that wealthy benefactor to let him off, her brother willing to bear everything for him as his sister. But when she looked at herself in her phone's camera as a mirror, she found the idea utterly laughable. With her appearance, though above average among girls, not even a beauty filter could compare to her brother. What would a wealthy man want with a face as round as a ball? He was a lecher, not a fan of balls. For the first time in her life, Fong Yuan was infuriated and amused by her own appearance, letting out a long sigh. Since her brother's decision could not be persuaded, and she couldn't think of a better solution, all she could do was stay as close to him as possible, ready to protect him whenever he might be harmed, and to provide him with support the moment he was bullied. It seemed even more necessary to transfer to Huading for her senior year. Since her brother first mentioned the transfer, Fong Yuan had only thought about it for 2 nights before deciding she wanted to stay in Yuqing. Each place had a different curriculum and teaching environment. She was already thriving in Yuqing. Transferring to Huading now would not only require her to adapt to a new teacher's style and pace, but also to rebuild her social connections, which would inevitably hinder her studies. Fong Yuan initially planned to tell her brother she wouldn't go to Huading in the next couple of days, but considering her brother had become a sister and was possibly being supported by a wealthy man, she couldn't just leave him alone. As for studying, doesn't one know that there is always a way out? As long as I want to walk, the path is right beneath my feet. Fong Yuan can become a top student in Yuqing's high school, so why can't I do it in Huading? While Fong Yuan was lost in her thoughts, Fong Yamo had already finished heating the dishes, even stir-frying 2 seasonal vegetables, and came to call Fong Yuan out for dinner. Entering the dark room, she puzzledly turned on the lights. When she saw her sister resting her chin on her hands, dazedly leaning on the back of the chair, and noticed the paper bags and shoe boxes carelessly tossed by the bed, she was instantly speechless. Yuan, I told you to tidy up. Why haven't you done anything? Are you waiting for your brother to do it for you? Fong Yamo pointed at her sister's forehead with exasperation, causing the absent-minded Fong Yuan to snap back to reality. Oh. Fong Yuan stared blankly at her displeased brother, and after a moment of silence she asked, "What did you say, sister?" The word sister that slipped out naturally caught Fong Mo off guard, momentarily forgetting her original purpose of calling her sister for dinner. With a serious face, she said, "When I'm dressed as a man outside or at home, you should call me brother. Remember that." Fong Yuan pulled a smile, cheerfully negotiating with Fong Mo. "How about this? When you're at home or dressed as a woman outside, and when you're dressed as a man outside, but don't know anyone, I call you sister, but at other times I call you brother." Fong Mo instinctively nodded, but quickly realized the trap in her sister's words. Wasn't at other times just when she was dressed as a man outside with acquaintances? Recognizing her sister had tricked her again, Fong Mo crossed her arms and sternly rejected her sister's proposal. "No, I oppose it." Fong Yuan, however, burst into laughter. "Opposition is invalid. You agreed to it yourself. Moreover," Fong Yuan paused, and then smiled mischievously, "my mouth is mine, and your ears are yours. How I call you is my freedom. As for whether you listen or not, that's up to you." Without waiting for the speechless Fong Mo to react, Fong Yuan cheerfully got up and ran out of the room, plopping down at the dining table, picking up chopsticks, and lifting the rice Fong Mo had already served, urging sister, "Hurry up and eat." Fong Mo felt her scalp tingle at her sister's emphasized sister. While out shopping dressed as a woman today, perhaps because she understood she was merely acting like a normal girl, Fong Mo didn't think anything was amiss. But returning home to be provocatively called sister by Yuan made Fong Mo feel incredibly awkward. It was so infuriating. If she didn't change this form of address, would her brother still be her brother? She refused to accept it. Fong Mo angrily approached Fong Yuan, her face dark, as she said, "At home you call me brother. This is what I say." Fong Yuan tilted her head, blinking her round black eyes, swallowing the food in her mouth, and said, "Okay, sister. This is what I say." Fong Mo was choked up, her eyes wide, unable to speak. Fong Yuan seemed to have discovered an interesting game. After taking a few bites of food, she raised her chubby little round face sincerely and said to Fong Mo, "Sister, your cooking is really good, super delicious." Initially, Fong Mo would respond with a thank you, but she insisted on having Fong Yuan call her brother at home, to which Fong Yuan would reply with an "oh." Later on, Fong Yuan would occasionally look up and praise, "Sister, this dish you made is also quite good," and before Fong Mo could respond, she would lower her head and continue eating. In this way, Fong Yuan took nearly 30 to 40 minutes to finish her meal, constantly praising one dish for being well made and another for tasting great, even complimenting how the vegetables were stir-fried to a beautiful color, the garlic minced evenly, and the shrimp cooked to a festive red. Fong Mo felt numb. She could clearly see her sister's intentions. This girl was obviously looking for reasons to call her sister, so when Fong Yuan praised her later, she simply ignored her. Seeing that Fong Mo gradually stopped responding, Fong Yuan also began to feel it was boring and focused seriously on her meal. Fong Mo finished eating first. She put down her chopsticks and picked up her phone, checking the text and edited vlog videos sent by Jin Yushi that she needed to post on Hezoyan's video account, while waiting for Fong Yuan to finish eating so they could wash the dishes. "Sister, when are you going back to Huading?" Fong Yuan suddenly asked. Fong Mo had almost given up on correcting her sister's way of addressing her. She was determined. If this girl continued to call her sister, she would ignore her until she changed her words. But seeing her sister was genuinely asking her a question, Fong Mo thought for a moment and replied seriously, "After the 11th, I suppose. I might return early. The washing machine and water heater at home are too old, and this security door is not safe either. I'm worried about your safety when you come back, so I'll wait until these are replaced before I leave." "Oh then, during these few days you're at home, I'll ask the dorm manager for leave and come back to stay in the evenings after class," Fong Yuan said. Fong Mo hesitated slightly, but nodded in agreement, then continued looking at her phone. "Sure, our home is not far from your school, so it's fine to stay back. By the way, there's a parent meeting at 7 o'clock on the 5th. Why don't you come once? For the past few years, I've basically held the parent meeting myself. Since you rarely come back, I can take a break this time." "Me?" Fong Mo was taken aback for a moment, a bit hesitant about her sister's suggestion. "This isn't it inappropriate? Look at how I currently look." Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow unconcerned and said, "Sister, you look so good. If that's your bad look, then what am I?" Fong Mo fell silent, propping her chin on her hand, gazing blankly at the old dining table. It wasn't that she despised her appearance, rather she was worried that if she attended the parent meeting looking like this, Fong Yuan's classmates would likely mock her for having a brother who looked neither like a man nor a woman. Fong Mo didn't care how strangers perceived her. After all, she wouldn't meet them again, and there would be no interactions. But her sister was different. Fong Mo had thought for a long time about whether to let Fong Yuan transfer to Huading. She had consulted Jin Yushi, who advised against it, stating that transferring schools at this stage could have a significant impact on the child. Fong Mo found Jin Yushi's reasoning very sensible, so she was now inclined to let Fong Yuan continue studying in Yuching for her senior year and take the college entrance exam directly at their hometown. Since she wanted her sister to study in Yuching, she had to consider her social relationships. Naturally, she didn't want to become the subject of ridicule, which would only add unnecessary complications to Fong Yuan's studies and life at school. Therefore, when Fong Yuan suggested that she attend the parent meeting, Fong Mo's first reaction was to refuse. However, upon hearing her sister say she had always gone to the meetings alone, Fong Mo suddenly found it hard to refuse. They say an elder brother is like a father, but over the past 3 years Fong Mo had been mostly absent during Fong Yuan's growth, not even attending a single parent meeting. It was understandable not to attend in the past since Fong Mo was busy working far away in Huading and conditions did not allow it. But now that she was in Yuching with plenty of time, and most importantly her sister had actively suggested she go, there was no excuse to decline. After rubbing her temples, Fong Mo finally made up her mind and nodded at her sister. "Then I'll go." At worst, she could just tighten her chest, look a bit shabby, and wear a mask the whole time. No one should notice that she, the brother of Fong Yuan, was temporarily a woman. Upon receiving Fong Mo's affirmative response, Fong Yuan was instantly thrilled, her brows dancing with joy. "You have to wear women's clothes. My classmates' parents always say I'm pitiful during parent meetings. This time I'll let them open their eyes and see who the real pitiful one is." Fong Mo shook her head helplessly at her sister's words and quickly interrupted her sister's daydream. "No women." Fong Mo's tone was so firm that Fong Yuan's smile froze instantly, a hint of resentment rising in her eye. "Why not?" Fong Yuan asked in a mournful tone. "It would totally be fine today." Upon hearing her sister mention going out in women's clothes today, Fong Mo was annoyed. She rolled her eyes and reproached her sister. "You want your brother to wear women's clothes to your parent meeting? Are you saying your learning environment is too comfortable?" Fong Yuan's eyes darted around, and she said with a grin, "Just say it's me, your sister. Your legal guardian is clearly written as Fong Mo, and your relationship is also that of siblings." Fong Mo glared at her sister in frustration. "I agreed to attend the parent meeting. As for what to wear, you don't need to worry about that." Fong Yuan responded with an "oh" and lowered her head to continue eating. Fong Yuan quickly shoveled a few bites of rice, put down her bowl, and said, "I'm full." Seeing this, Fong Mo put away her phone and got up to clear the dishes, and Fong Yuan helped cover the dishes with cling film and wipe the table. While Fong Mo was washing the dishes, Fong Yuan had already finished wiping the table and arranging the chairs, and she came up behind Fong Mo. Gazing absent-mindedly at her brother's fair neck, for a moment Fong Yuan couldn't help but hug her waist from behind, resting her chin on that slender shoulder. The faint fragrance of lily of the valley wafted into her nose, making her once again involuntarily sigh. Ever since she learned this perfume costs more than 20,000 a bottle, she felt it was the smell of money. Her sister now reeked of copper. Oh no, it was the fragrance of wealth. "Sister, is it okay not to go back to Huading for work?" Fong Yuan murmured in Fong Mo's ear. Fong Mo, while washing the dishes, chuckled and said, "Not working. Who's going to support me then? Are you going to earn grandpa's medical expenses and retirement funds?" Fong Yuan was momentarily speechless. In the silence, her hands began to mischievously rub Fong Mo's flat abdomen. After dinner that evening, the siblings each attended to their own affairs for a while, then alternated taking showers and were fast asleep well before 10 o'clock. Naturally, they shared the same bed. No sooner had Fong Yuan finished her shower than she unceremoniously settled beside her elder brother, wrapping her arms around Fong Mo's arm, as though it were the most natural thing in the world, then reclining there to explore her newly purchased tablet. Fong Mo had intended to send Fong Yuan back to the adjacent room on grounds of propriety between man and woman, but glancing down at her own full chest, she sighed inwardly. At this moment, such an argument held little weight. Besides, they rarely saw each other throughout the year, so she relented, letting Fong Yuan stay, so long as the girl kept her hands to herself. Oddly enough, Fong Mo sometimes felt like a lamb facing a wolf when with Fong Yuan. Though thankfully her sister remained impeccably well behaved, her hands firmly away from where they ought not wander. If the girl dared overstep, Fong Mo vowed silently she would kick her straight off the bed. As Fong Mo thought this, Fong Yuan, lying on her side beside her, used the tablet as camouflage to steal glances at her. That night's sky stretched clear and cloudless, the full moon hanging high, its silvery light spilling softly across the earth. The beauty beside her seemed draped in a gauzy veil of moonlight. Her face, bare arms, and slender neck gleamed pale as freshly fallen snow beneath the moon, smooth and creamy as fresh butter, stirring in Fong Yuan an almost irresistible urge to taste her. Her elder brother, now her elder sister, not only smelled sweet, but surely tasted just as delicious. Sister, what if I moved to Huading with you? The three of us could rent a place there, live together. Your income has risen significantly since starting work, but your schedule has grown far busier. With me around, we could both care for grandfather. Fong Yuan spoke calmly, pretending all the while to study her tablet. Fong Mo paused, startled by Fong Yuan's words, then turned to look at her sister. She recalled having once mentioned to Fong Yuan the possibility of transferring her to a school in Huading, reuniting the family there. Have you truly decided? Do you really wish to go to Huading? She asked. Fong Yuan murmured a soft mem, set aside the tablet, and met Fong Mo's gaze with a solemn, deliberate nod. Are you certain? The academic pace in Huading differs greatly from Yuqing's, and the teaching styles are worlds apart. Once you transfer, everything will be unfamiliar. The school environment, teachers, classmates. Fong Mo enumerated each drawback, counting them off on her fingers. Fong Yuan observed her brother's hesitation closely, sensing instinctively that she had uncovered his deepest secret. Her heart was crystal clear now. He feared she might learn about his work and thus sought to dissuade her from moving to Huading by emphasizing every possible disadvantage of the transfer. So Fong Yuan deliberately pouted, lips curling downward in feigned displeasure. Don't you trust me to handle? Fong Mo pressed her lips together, brows furrowed in silence, until after a long pause she exhaled deeply and replied earnestly, this isn't about trust. I'm worried such a sudden transfer might disrupt your studies. You've always excelled academically. If your grades suffer because of the move, and you miss your dream university, it simply wouldn't be worth the cost. Fong Yuan's expression dimmed with disappointment, yet she said nothing in reply. Seeing her sister's dejection, Fong Mo lowered her eyes, her cheeks flushing with quiet shame as she offered a sincere apology. I'm sorry, Yuan. I acted thoughtlessly when I first raised this idea. Back then, grandfather was undergoing treatment in Huading, and I worried you'd feel lonely staying behind in Yuqing, so I considered bringing you there to study. But upon reflection, this may not be the best choice for your long-term future. Of course, I'm not forbidding it. Your life is yours to shape. I simply ask that you take a few more days to weigh the pros and cons carefully, then we'll decide together. Fong Yuan remained silent. Fong Mo's words resonated deeply. Each one struck true, echoing precisely her own inner deliberations. Yet in Fong Yuan's eyes something now superseded even university entrance, remaining close to Fong Mo, now her elder sister, and safeguarding her within the bounds of her ability. Since Fong Mo had asked her to reflect further, she resolved to revisit the matter in a couple of days. Pressing it tonight would yield no agreement, and risk exposing how much she already knew, leaving Fong Mo flustered and embarrassed. All right, I'll think it over carefully, Fong Yuan agreed with a nod, shifting the conversation away from the transfer. And just then the caregiver attending grandfather sent Fong Mo a message reporting his recovery progress, and included photos and videos of him receiving treatment and strolling outdoors in the sunshine. Grandfather's VIP ward and his dedicated caregiver had both been arranged by He Chi, without costing Fong Mo a single yuan. Indeed, the service in the VIP wing was exceptionally attentive. After Fong Mo's discharge under the identity of He Jian, the medical staff in the VIP ward had undergone a full rotation, and the caregiver assigned to grandfather had also changed once. Yet the quality of care remained uncompromised. The current caregiver was a young man of remarkable patience and warmth. Except during his scheduled days off, he remained with grandfather nearly 24 hours a day, not only managing daily care, but also chatting with him and playing chess. Thus, even though Elder Yi and Elder Guan had already been discharged, Grandfather never lacked a worthy opponent. Under this young caregiver's devoted attention, Grandfather radiated vitality, his complexion glowing, his spirit brimming. No trace remained of the frail man who just 2 months prior had stood on the threshold of death. Of course, this arrangement carried its own irony. Grandfather's meticulous care was undoubtedly a blessing. Yet the young caregiver performed his duties so flawlessly that Grandfather occasionally mistook him for his own eldest grandson, a situation that left Fong Mo equal parts amused and exasperated. Still, Fong Mo merely smiled indulgently. After all, Grandfather suffered from Alzheimer's disease. Occasional lapses in memory were inevitable, and the fact that he remembered so much at all was already cause for gratitude. At worst, once Grandfather returned home, Fong Mo, the true eldest grandson, could simply reclaim her rightful place in his heart. The siblings spent some time reviewing Grandfather's photos and recent videos, then chatted idly and laughed together. Having wandered the streets all afternoon, fatigue gradually crept in, and their conversation dwindled accordingly. Fong Mo's eyelids grew heavier. Fong Yuan's breathing, too, had long since softened into gentle rhythmic breaths. Fighting drowsiness, Fong Mo carefully retrieved the tablet from beside her sister's pillow, its screen having dimmed automatically, and placed it on the nightstand. Moments later, she drifted into deep slumber. She awoke in the middle of the night, not from worsening myocarditis, nor from needing to urinate, nor from an earthquake. Fong Mo was awakened by blows, and the assailant was none other than Fong Yuan sleeping beside her. The girl launched left jabs and right punches, kicked wildly with both legs, flailing across the bed like a martial arts master executing grand sweeping movements. Fong Mo, roused by a sharp kick, lay disoriented for several moments, utterly bewildered. Only when she heard Fong Yuan smacking her lips and mumbling indistinct phrases in her sleep did Fong Mo realize her sister was dreaming. She suddenly recalled that Fong Yuan had always slept this way, punching the air, kicking off blankets, even as a child. Years had passed since they last shared a bed, yet the habit persisted. Watching her sister sprawl across the mattress, Fong Mo couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Shaking her head, Fong Mo rose and gently pulled the air conditioning quilt, kicked halfway off the bed, back over Fong Yuan, tucking it snugly around her. The temperature had dropped these past 2 days, the night air still held a chill. After her nocturnal bout of shadowboxing, Fong Yuan finally settled. Fong Mo exhaled in quiet relief and slipped back beneath the covers. But before she could begin drifting off again, Fong Yuan rolled onto her side and wrapped her arms tightly around Fong Mo's waist, pulling her close, then murmured softly, intermittently against her back. Thoroughly roused, Fong Mo abandoned all hope of sleep and sighed resignedly, then leaned and listening intently to her sister's dream tales. At first, she listened playfully, already imagining teasing Fong Yuan about it at dawn, but the longer she listened, the more unsettled she grew. Rural tycoon, being a mistress, trading one's body for money, and finally, giving birth. Fragmented, mumbled phrases spilled from Fong Yuan's lips, leaving Fong Mo stunned and perplexed. What on earth did any of this mean? Just as confusion deepened, Fong Yuan suddenly gasped sharply in her sleep and uttered a phrase, hazy yet startlingly coherent. Sister, don't become that Mr. Cheese mistress. He treats you like a toy. Fong Mo needed several seconds to process the sentence spoken in her sister's tear-choked voice. He chi mistress toy. Once certain she hadn't misheard or misinterpreted, Fong Mo's expression froze. A mistress to Mr. He. Who? Me. Fong Yuan, still bleary-eyed, sat at the dining table sipping century egg and lean meat congee while scrolling through short videos on her phone. Fong Mo emerged from the kitchen, placing a plate on the table that held 2 freshly fried eggs. As the plate touched the table, Fong Yuan noticed the surface of the solidified yolk quiver, slightly resembling a pudding. Seeing her favorite soft-boiled fried egg, Fong Yuan quickly picked one up and took a bite. One side was crisp, but not burnt, and the moment the solid yolk was pierced, rich and warm yolk surged into her mouth like a thick soup. Fried eggs are best made by my brother. No, it's best when my sister makes them. As Fong Yuan savored the taste she hadn't experienced in a long time, she delightedly thought that her sister truly understood her best. Thinking of this, she turned to glance at the kitchen where the sound of running water was heard. She saw Fong Mo still washing the pots at the sink and couldn't help but call out, Sister, come eat. Don't worry about the pots, I'll wash them after. Fong Mo softly replied, but continued to focus on her task. Only after tidying up the kitchen did she calmly scoop a bowl of hot congee from the rice cooker and sit down at the dining table quietly, sipping her hot congee and occasionally picking up some cold dishes to chew on. Fong Mo remained silent throughout. Initially, Fong Yuan didn't notice anything unusual, but her brother's persistent silence gradually made her feel odd. Curiously, she glanced at Fong Mo sitting beside her and noticed that her brother looked somewhat haggard, with drooping eyelids, dark circles under her eyes, and a somewhat dazed expression. Sister, you look unwell. Are you all right? Fong Yuan put down her bowl and asked with concern. Fong Yamo looked up at Fong Yuan, a faint smile appearing on her face. I'm fine, I stayed up too late looking at my phone last night, and feel a bit tired. After saying this, she lowered her head to continue drinking kanji. Her brother didn't even attempt to correct her calling her sister, which made Fong Yuan feel a bit puzzled. Had she completely accepted this title already? Not even trying to resist? If that's the case, it really feels a bit dull. Thinking this, Fong Yuan glanced at Fong Yamo, who was drinking kanji, only to catch her brother stealing a glance at her from the corner of her eye. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Fong Mo's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but she quickly averted her gaze, and the oddity disappeared in an instant. This fleeting moment left Fong Yuan feeling somewhat suspicious. While Fong Yuan was still puzzled, Fong Yamo had already finished her bowl of kanji and stood up, taking her bowl and chopsticks back to the kitchen. Having just eaten to a satisfying point, Fong Yuan noticed that her brother had finished and was washing dishes. She reflected on how her brother's appetite was still so small. Seeing that there was still a fried egg untouched on the plate, she understood it was also for her, and she couldn't help but feel overjoyed, beaming as she picked that fried egg into her bowl. As Fong Yuan was indulging in her meal, Fong Yamo, while washing dishes in the kitchen, instructed Fong Yuan, I have something to do today, and will be out. You can heat up your lunch. If you want a change of taste, feel free to go out to eat or order takeout. I'll be back around 5 this afternoon to cook, so you can go out and play. Hearing that her brother would return so late, Fong Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but then felt secretly delighted. As for going out to play, it was a rare opportunity to prepare for her brother's birthday surprise, so she absolutely couldn't go out. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan happily nodded and smiled. Got it. You don't need to rush, you can come back around 6 or 7. Don't worry, it won't take that long. Fong Yamo said as she dried her hands, walked to the dining table, and reminded Fong Yuan to clean up the table after breakfast and wash the dishes she used. Seeing Fong Yuan nodding like a polite squirrel, she went straight back to her bedroom and closed the door behind her. While Fong Yuan was scrolling through short videos, she leisurely sipped another large bowl of kanji along with the cold dishes and fried egg. As she was washing dishes in the kitchen, the sound of the door opening caught her attention. Fong Yuan turned her head to look, only to see Fong Yamo wearing a white t-shirt with a denim jacket over it paired with light-washed cropped jeans. She also wore a wig, and her face was devoid of makeup, not even using foundation to cover her dark circles, simply enhancing her brows with an eyebrow pencil. Dressed in male attire with short hair and noticeably dark circles, Fong Yuan momentarily felt as if she were looking at her brother as a boy, only to feel a wave of disappointment. She had been hoping her brother would wear female clothing again. Seeing that Fong Mo's previously full chest was now flat again, Fong Yuan felt even more irritated. Did this person really not care? It was said that binding one's chest was very unhealthy, so why still do this? How painful could that be? Didn't she like how she looked as a girl? If it were herself, she would be smiling in her dreams. Fong Yuan felt lost. Before Fong Yuan could say anything, Fong Mo had already put on a mask, changed into a pair of sneakers from her boyhood, and before leaving fussed over Fong Yuan with a series of reminders not about studying hard, but about organizing your study time, don't tire yourself out, and pay attention to work-life balance. After receiving an affirmative response from Fong Yuan, she took a bag of household garbage and left. Downstairs in the residential building, she disposed of the garbage, then left the community to find the medical team's mobile van, where Fong Yamo began her treatment for the day. Sister Hong looked at Fong Mo's somewhat haggard face and scolded her with a stern expression. Your body is like this, yet you stayed up late playing with your phone. I don't know what to say to you. While Sister Hong inserted the 4 needle, she instructed another nurse to fetch a blanket for Fong Yamo. While you're on the 4, make sure to catch up on some sleep in the van. Fong Yamo could only accept Sister Hong's criticism with a wry smile. She indeed hadn't slept much the whole night, but it wasn't because she was playing with her phone, rather it was due to insomnia. She had woken up around 2 or 3 in the morning, and after hearing her sister Fong Yuan mumble in her sleep, Fong Yamo was so furious, she almost woke Fong Yuan up to ask her what was going on, saying she was a mistress to Boss. He was too perverse for both Boss He and Fong Yamo herself. Fong Yamo had little regard for men, and as for He Chi, he surely wouldn't develop feelings for someone who looked just like his sister. This person indeed had an unsatisfactory personality, but wasn't a beast, and his fiancée was the elegant and charming beauty Yushi. She was incomparable to Fong Mo, who was a half-boy, half-girl. To take a step back, even if He Chi did have thoughts about her, and she was willing, his parents were decent people. If they found out their son was having a same-sex relationship with someone who looked just like their daughter, they would probably fly back from Bern to beat him up. Thus, even if He Chi had ulterior motives, he wouldn't have the courage to act on them. After all, Dr. Heinz wasn't an orthopedic doctor. Fong Mo was puzzled as to why her sister would dream of her being a mistress, for He Chi feeling quite disturbed. Fong Mo didn't believe her sister would dream this out of nowhere. As the saying goes, thoughts during the day appear in dreams at night. Fong Mo recalled that the night before her sister had confessed to her having bad suspicions and had inexplicably said my brother wouldn't do such things, apologized to her, yet was reluctant to specify what such things referred to. After thinking about it for most of the night, while lying on the bed in the van, Fong Mo vaguely began to understand. It was likely that Fong Yuan didn't just dream of her brother being with He-Chi, as she probably really thought she was being a mistress to He-Chi. Such things likely referred to being kept. But why would Fong Yuan think this? Did her brother seem that devoid of morals in her eyes? While receiving intravenous therapy, Fong Mo furrowed her brow and pondered for a long time why Yuan felt that she was being kept. She thought her intelligence was utterly insufficient and decided to seek help from AI for analysis. After repeatedly encountering server-busy messages from DeepSeek, she finally succeeded in entering deep thought. After about 20 seconds it provided the analysis. It could be due to changes in the brands she wore regularly, alterations in her lifestyle, shifts in her social circle, unusual time management, avoidance of financial topics, and reduced sharing of interpersonal relationships with her sister, among other possibilities. Reading through the list of potential reasons given by DeepSeek, Fong Mo gradually broke into a cold sweat. Aside from not wearing designer brands, it seemed like there were problems everywhere. Yesterday she had spent money like water buying numerous things for her sister, and she often used work as an excuse to evade video calls with Yuan. The family's financial situation and her current job were topics she deliberately avoided, and the so-called related individuals at work were only mentioned in front of Yuan as her boss He-Chi and Jin Yushi, who were a couple. Suddenly beads of sweat began to roll down her forehead. Fong Mo recalled the night before when she laid all her cards on the table with Yuan, who then locked herself in her room for the entire night, coming out only to say a string of strange things to her. She also remembered how Yuan had been subtly advising her not to continue with her current job and to return to Yuqing. After Fong Mo had refused, Yuan suggested that she should go to Huiting with her instead. It turned out that Yuan had locked herself in her room because she suspected that Fong Mo was being kept by He-Chi. After that night of inner turmoil, her sister chose to believe in her brother. Perhaps it was because she discovered something new, as she had started to firmly believe in her suspicions since yesterday and subtly urged her brother to withdraw quickly. As for the girl saying she wanted to go to Huiting, it was probably because she felt that they could spend more time together, hoping to steer her brother back on the right path occasionally. Or perhaps she was simply worried about him being alone outside, fearing that one day he might be torn apart by He-Chi's legitimate partner Jin Yushi. The more Fong Mo thought about it, the more she felt it was likely the case. She typed out her analysis and sent it to DeepSeek for further insights. DeepSeek's feedback was essentially, there is a significant possibility, but after all it is merely speculation. It advised her to have an open and honest discussion with her family. Considering her sister's reactions in the past 2 days, Fong Mo felt quite helpless. This girl really, how can she have so many chaotic thoughts all day long? But looking again at the analyses provided by the AI earlier, Fong Mo felt that Yuan's thoughts were not entirely absurd. There was a degree of rationality to them. Moreover, Yuan wasn't completely wrong. She still remembered that after their grandfather's incident, when she sought help from He-Chi, he posed a question that made her break down on the spot. If He-Chi had truly asked her to exchange her body for a chance to save their grandfather, she had no other choice but to agree. Luckily, she had inadvertently saved Zhao Yan's life before, and He-Chi was relatively upright at that time. He was just toying with her. If it had been someone else, she might have truly been sullied by now. Lying in bed watching the clear liquid from the floor drip fall drop by drop into the tube, Fong Mo let out a long sigh of frustration and couldn't help but scold herself for being foolish. She had focused solely on keeping her sister in the dark about being a stand-in for Zhao Yan, completely forgetting that Yuan might think in this direction. Seeing Fong Mo lying on the bed with a distressed expression while holding her phone, Hong Jie's face darkened, and she stepped forward to take the phone away. "Stop looking at that, hurry, and get some sleep. Look at your complexion, it's terrible." Hong Jie shook the phone. "They'll give it back to you as soon as you wake up." With that, she locked the phone in the car's storage drawer. Fong Mo was extremely reluctant, but still wrapped herself tightly in a blanket and obediently closed her eyes. Having identified the crux of the issue, Fong Mo felt a bit more at ease. She planned to have an open conversation with her sister this afternoon, and this problem should be resolved. After being awakened by Yuan around 2 or 3 in the morning, Fong Mo had not been able to fall back asleep. Now, with worries flooding her mind, she felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over her. She had barely closed her eyes when she immediately fell asleep. She slept through the day until past 1 in the afternoon, feeling as if her limbs were numb and her whole body was weak. When she finally woke up, she felt as if she had just run a marathon. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she took a while to recover, and after washing her face in the car's restroom, Fong Mo slowly began to feel more awake. While randomly eating the lunch ordered by Hong Jie from a nearby restaurant, Fong Mo sent a message to Jin Yushi explaining the situation she was currently facing and seeking her opinion. Initially, she intended to clarify everything with her sister after returning home in the afternoon. However, after a nap, she felt much clearer in her head. During lunch, she thought it through thoroughly and felt that rushing in directly might not work. If she directly confronted Yuan, as long as she couldn't clearly state what her current job was, it would be difficult to fundamentally eliminate Yuan's doubts. The core of the misunderstanding lay in her telling her sister that her current job had a high salary, required confidentiality, and could only be done by a girl. Even if she tried her best to make Yuan believe she wasn't being kept, she couldn't guarantee that the imaginative girl wouldn't think in other directions, perhaps believing she was working as a prostitute or had joined a scam gang. She needed to find a one-time solution. Fang Yimou also hoped that Yuan could get into a good school and change her fate one day. What if that girl kept thinking like this all day long? How would it affect her studies? No, absolutely not. It's all He-Chi's fault. Yuan is not that kind of talkative person. What was the necessity of keeping things from her? But there was no other choice. After all, he was the boss. Not long after Fang Yimou sent a message to Jin Yushi, she received a reply. She quickly opened the message and a flurry of little yellow face emojis popped up. Skeptical, surprised, speechless, and overjoyed. Through these emojis, Fang Yimou seemed to see the complete emotional process of the person on the other end of the phone, and she suddenly felt very awkward. After the emoji storm stopped, a voice message popped up, and Fang Yimou hurriedly clicked to open it only to hear He-Chi's gloating voice from the microphone. Ha ha, Fang Xiaoma, you are something else. Your lies are so full of holes that they can be seen through. I'm curious how you plan to wrap this up. Hearing He-Chi's teasing words, Fang Mo's body stiffened, but she quickly reacted, a wave of anger surging within her. What's wrong with this guy? He is after all one of the parties involved. How can he laugh so carefree? Fang Yimou hurriedly typed. Listening to the rain at midnight. Where is Sister Yushi? How did your phone end up in your hands? Don't gloat so much. My sister's misunderstanding concerns our relationship, not just mine. After sending the message, the chat interface displayed the other party is speaking. After a while, another voice message came through, still in He-Chi's voice, but with a more irritating tone. I can use whoever's phone I want to. Why should I care? If your sister misinterprets our relationship, so be it. She can't see me anyway, so the one who should be worried about this is you. Good luck, ha. Fang Mo's face darkened as if she could squeeze out water, but her mind quickly turned, and she began typing. Listening to the rain at midnight. You're right. My sister's misunderstanding of our relationship doesn't affect you at all, but boss, you wouldn't want my sister to know what kind of job I'm doing, right? I can't guarantee that if I get anxious, I won't mistakenly let something slip to my sister. After all, I'm indifferent to whether she knows about this. After a long silence on the other end, a frowning emoji finally popped up, followed by a series of text messages. Sister Yushi, you Fang Xiaoma have become ambitious, huh? You've learned to threaten me. Sister Yushi, you're awesome. Thumbs up, 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 middle finger. He-Chi bantered with Fang Mo using Jin Yushi's account, for a while suddenly falling silent, and after a moment a message popped up. Sister Yushi, it's me, Xiaomo. He-Chi was using my phone just now. Wait a moment, let me check the chat history. After confirming that it was indeed the reliable Sister Yushi on the other end from the writing style, Fang Mo breathed a sigh of relief and silently awaited her reply. After a while, Jin Yushi sent a message, not bombarding with emojis like He-Chi did to express her complex emotions, but simply sent 3 question marks followed by a prolonged silence. Jin Yushi's profile picture on WeChat was a photo of her, but it only showed her back without revealing her face. Looking at the 3 question marks next to Jin Yushi's profile picture, Fang Mo felt as if there were 3 large golden question marks lined up above Jin Yushi's head. Thinking that Jin Yushi must have sorted out the cause and effect of the situation and was now laughing heartily while holding her stomach, Fang Mo felt as if she was about to be left behind in Times Square and couldn't help but sigh repeatedly, making her meal suddenly lose its flavor. Losing her appetite, Fang Mo casually tossed her chopsticks aside, packed her disposable lunchbox into a trash bag, wiped her mouth with a paper towel, and plopped back onto the bed, waiting for Jin Yushi to reply. Not long after, Fang Mo received a reply from Jin Yushi, not a text message or a voice message, but a direct video call, which Fang Mo quickly accepted. In the video, Jin Yushi wore a light golden silk pajamas, her curly hair tied into a simple side ponytail, with a bow hair tie falling naturally over her chest. At this moment, she was barefaced, looking as if she had just woken up, appearing lazy yet innocent. Although she tried hard to maintain a serious expression, she couldn't hide the laughter in her eyes. Upon seeing Fang Mo, who looked somewhat disenchanted, Jin Yushi finally couldn't hold back and started to giggle. Seeing Fang Mo's embarrassment and annoyance, Jin Yushi quickly composed herself and said seriously, I'm sorry, Xiao Mo, this isn't your fault. He-Chi and I were careless too. Don't worry, I have a way to help you perfectly resolve this misunderstanding with Yuan, leaving no future troubles behind. Seeing Jin Yushi's confident smile on the screen, Fang Mo nodded in reassurance. After finishing the call with Jin Yushi around 5 o'clock, Fang Mo felt completely reassured. Sister Yushi is really impressive. In the blink of an eye, she came up with a solution and provided a detailed and flawless plan within an hour. Jin Yushi